sites and better routes out in and out of the site.
I was like, oh right, they do it. They start like on the dot for the show match. I remember that because they, I mean, they do. But
I can't wait to see. And of course, we do.
Damn
have
it.
A couple of influences you may have heard of. It was already alluded to. It looks super clear.
I mean, we'll see more of it. We can review it afterwards. They're talking about like art design, etc. But I guess we only missed this part. I saw this thing, just like slow-mo segments of it.
We're really excited about that.
But we can review it afterwards.
We got all the tech dynamos back, and we got a new one that you can shoot. And it's gonna it's gonna explode. No, you should. It's fun.
Did we mention the basement?
Well, there's a hidden. Okay,
sorry.
There's a
Sorry, the basement.
there's a hidden basement somewhere. So whoever finds it.
There is a hidden basement somewhere.
You
wow.
know that someone is loading up
already looking. Yeah.
100%. So there's a lot to be done in this. And again, we had a little bit of a sneak peek, I guess, right? We did get to have a look. And as said, the visuals to me in this, it's
hello YouTube, how's it going?
in the fact that you can
All
kind of
functional.
find where you are so easily. It feels like it was something that was very thought of as well, that there's nothing by accident when you're looking at this map visually.
Yeah, we try to make it very clear.
Honestly, it seems like they really wanted to hammer that point home, the way they're focusing on it. But I think that's good.
On the other side, we have this village side.
There's definitely a couple maps where it's like, it's a little iffy.
Always see up in the sky where you are and find those landmarks.
I can't wait. I'm actually
excited. I mean,
yeah, we can gamble for this.
So I'm actually ready to get
I don't know what you mean. I've seen
have you seen the mini-map? Yes, I have. I like it. I think a lot of people are freaking out about all the different angles. I do think I think there's a bit too much. I think it's so classic, right? It's like the same thing that happened with Lotus, where it's like, did we really need these extra boxes, right? Did we really need like every part of these corners? That is debatable, but otherwise I like it. And honestly, I think the corners, etc. I think it should lead to a more, like, you just have to use your time more wisely. Honestly, it is a fade map for sure. Ooh, is this a cinematic for it? Yeah, we can talk more about it like during breaks and stuff, chat. I'm based on minimap though, I'm like a big fan.
Right, listen up. We can attack here, the refining facility. It's pretty tight. Don't hate me, but do we go in hot?
Damn, Phoenix is the leader? What the heck? Oh, another Odin wall? Sign me up.
But if we bait them into these positions first,
we can drive them out.
That's so funny.
I'll clear the path.
That's so funny. Dude, I was thinking like Waylay could be good on this map. Waylay and Chamber could be really good on this map because of all the different angles. I think Waylay, Chamber, even Reyna. I think ranked Reyna players are gonna go ham.
All those corners.
plenty of opportunities for surprises.
This is a good intro, though. I like it. A good introduction to it.
Let's push them out.
Take them out while they're busy with me.
Get me some cover on that.
Honestly, everyone's like memeing about Welcome Back Ascent, but honestly, I stand by that. I think Ascent's a pretty good map. It was a bit too skewed before, I agree, but
I see you.
oh, damn. Wait, that's not possible.
Hey. You ready?
Yeah, I got this.
Dude, main character energy, Phoenix. Hold on, Chobra. These are the Omega agents. We can't support them. Oh, are these the bad guys? Oops. They're the bad guys, chat.
The main idea for Pro kind of came about with the idea of layered defenses.
a defender takes an aggressive fight towards main, do they have better options to fall back onto site and continue fighting without having to give up the site completely?
That's a good point, though. Most maps you kind of can't do that, right?
Like that needle to thread.
This map is the biggest we made. Our vista is pretty much 360 degrees. Anywhere you look, you can find really something to focus on.
What we've been really trying to do is push Valorant's art style to the next level. Corrode will really feel like key art come to life.
I'm very excited for the players to find all the hidden details, explore all the story spaces, and find shootable swordmen.
They destroy. So it's a little nice little target practice in the free round.
Oh, it's like the bells. It's like the bells.
Very exciting bomb sites that are layered this time. We have a lot of fights in there that could be very spicy.
Corrode feels like we've taken everything we've learned over the past
I do.
really distilled it into a modern
My biggest
classic
concern, though, seeing the minimap and a couple of the screenshots before.
We're here to assert dominance.
Whoa, can we calm down with the volume mixing?
Destroy Team Toast.
I've been waiting to get revenge.
I think the biggest concern I have is like all the different boxes, the staircases, etc. I just wonder if there's going to be unnecessary elevation. I'm fine with elevation. I think that's part of Valorant, but I seen you're washed. That's so funny. Can you raise the audio a bit? I can, but on my screen, is everyone seeing that it's really soft? Because on my screen, it's as loud as can be. It's always going to be softer than if you were watching the stream on your own, chat, because I'm not going to have it as loud as... Because then every time I talk, it's going to sound super messy. If everyone agrees that it's too soft, but on my mixer, I'm seeing that it's actually louder than I normally have it.
Vinny Hacker? Are you kidding me? Not only is he fine as hell, but he's a shooter. And to top it all off, with our fifth, our beloved Yvonne, she's a killer.
I mean, the volume, the video for the volume mixing is also all over the place. So let's double check once we get in, because like the music for Tarek was super loud, and then these guys are all like super soft.
We of course have Tens. His job is Tens go kill.
His job is Tens go kill.
We have Mel, who's one of the best players in the entire world.
Yeah, the audio mixing for the videos is weird, which is weird because like you should be double checking these.
Good kid.
Against the best teams in the
Oh, I forgot Mel's playing.
We got this, and it's time to prove it.
We're here to show the world that we are just better.
Friends, family, gamers, sweats, and tryhards alike, this is the Masters Toronto Show Match!
Oh, hold on, we're gonna keep it soft while they walk out. Oh, they each have the different jerseys. Oh, that's they were each wearing their colors before when they interviewed Tenza and Kaide yesterday. That's funny. But yeah, I was gonna say the only thing I'm concerned about is like unnecessary elevation. Like Lotus had that, right?
Fighting to my right side with a 2.5 million ACS total and a combined weight of 4,037 pounds of solid muscle. It's Team Toast! And their opponent fighting to my left side with a clutch percentage of 437% total and a combined weight of 5,632 pounds of solid muscle. It's Chobra!
What the hell? It's the same venue. They haven't changed venues. It's the same stage that they've been fighting at. What is this, Vince?
All right, gentlemen. I want a nice, clean Valorant match.
Go
No
boy.
cheat codes, no glitches. Protect yourselves with smokes at all times. Protect your neck from headshots.
They're
at all
going
times.
wrestling.
And I want good communication. If not, this match is over. Do I make myself clear? Now touch mice. Let's give them a show.
Oh no, they're going hockey style. Touch mice. Touch mice. That's so funny. That's funny.
I don't think they hurt you. Toronto, I said, are you ready?
That's funny. That was a good intro to the show match. Leans into Toronto a bit, works the crowd. A little bit of a skit. I'm down with that.
Well, yeah, aside from
Down
the
with that.
matchup here, but again, the trailer, just there's so many.
But yeah, as I was saying, my only concern is that it's gonna have a Lotus initial launch problem where there's like too many unnecessary boxes, unnecessary like elevation things, right? Same thing with original Split. I think that's my only concern, and Riot always has this problem in new maps where they prioritize form over function. You know, it's about the aesthetics, it's about the lore, it's about like, you know, put it, but like that shouldn't be coming into the playable area too much. You know what I mean? The playable area should always be function over form. So
but it feels like that's already been adjusted. And again, the other side was also indoors, if I'm not mistaken.
So we'll see.
It feels like it's kind of
Toast's team is too good though, Tens and Mel, but they also have Toast.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I think what you called out, A site being completely interior, is like one of those ways in the map's design that we can go and like say like, hey, you can still use utility as an attacker, but it has to be very
So we'll see.
You know, you can't just send like across the map lineups. It has to be either through doorways or through windows, in and around.
Who do you think will cast the final? Probably Bren Show.
Trying to tackle the feeling that you can actually hold the site.
And I'm so glad this is going up now. Do I see an Ascent B wall-ish sort of setup here?
The Odin.
Yeah, so I think that is maybe the only one that you can like get decent value from.
But the window up top, it's sort of aligned more to, I guess, a similar setup to outside
Exactly.
B, but the util set piece out to try and punish those.
So exactly, yeah. So if you see that Omen has been doing that for a couple
Tarek
rounds in a row,
has
it's like,
Yvonne,
hey,
not a
let's
compliment. Sorry,
let's counter
Yvonne.
this Omen.
It works both ways.
It works both ways, yes.
And it feels like there's quite a bit of
That's so funny.
too, right? Which I love seeing.
Yeah,
right?
once you get to the sites, it's
there's layers to it.
Yeah, so I think A is a little bit more flat as you're seeing here.
No, I know Toast isn't terrible. Toast actually, I mean, Toast is actually a good gamer in general.
There is the hut in the center of the site, and then there is like the railings and the staircases.
And I guess we're seeing some really
It does have a CS type of aesthetic.
About kind of opportunities in terms of setting things up. There seems to be more kind of confined spaces ahead of the sites to allow
kind of a Inferno / Cobble aesthetic.
And defenders, and it's kind of util oriented. There's lots of kind of.
It's very much more like.
But it's not just kind of a clean lane up to site.
Yeah, so
it's very less fantasy-ish. It's darker. It's cleaner.
We need something to like as you're an attacker and you're going up towards the site. There's things that you want to clear, and so we want that utility bleed happening before you get onto the site. So it's like, hey, we want to try to save our dart for site because that's a really big piece.
I see Arena. I think Arena is going to be really good on this map, actually.
And we are seeing the agent selected.
Team Yoru versus Team Non-Yoru Duelist.
Who gets it though?
Yoru Roulette.
That's true. That's true. But in your
What's
mind,
the
is there
DRX tweet,
conflict
Paradox?
you
I mean, is it an important one or is it a meme one? Because if it's a meme
Well,
one, I mean,
here, like,
I'll check it out later.
Yeah, so our gameplay analysis team really.
Oh, Meow versus Wolf. That's so funny. Dude, we are all Team Wolf, chat. Forget you guys. We are all Team Wolf.
Okay.
I like it.
Get the meows out of here. Get the meows out of here.
Yeah, again, so, even some of the use of the wall. Yeah, the use of the wall in the trailer as well makes it really. And again, with
chat, pick your side correctly now.
Scale up really effectively. So maybe we can hope.
I'm
still seeing a Reina hover.
Look, I'm just seeing the Tens lock Jet. So
Gecko.
Well, actually, yeah, we've got the Jet.
I don't know about Gecko.
Swapping out instead of a Sober, we've got the Fade. So we feeling like Toast is almost on meta here.
Yeah, I think Tarek's doing some cooking for sure with the Reina Sage. So I think it should be an interesting match.
I think Sage can be good on this map based on the mini map.
Well, I guess
Vice as well.
Then, if you had to pick.
Yeah, who's
taking this?
I mean, if they've got the meta comp on the Toast side, I think they might be able to eke out some nice clean rounds. But you never know. Maybe they got some Grim Walls in their pocket on the Terex side.
Yeah, true.
I wanted to root for Toast, but the other team is Mount. Isn't that all the reason to root for Toast? What the heck, chat?
Pros get their hands on it, but did it feel either side to you? Was it pretty even so far?
I think it's mostly like up to the actual team performance. You know, it's like we give defenders these extra options on site, but you know if you can't control.
I don't know. I actually think Sage Vice is
very centered around that mid long
goated
line of sight.
over this. I don't. Gecko feels weird on this map.
I'm seeing all these things.
But I guess there's a lot of corners, but it's like, I think because there's so many corners, you're not actually going to get as much value off of the repeated cooldowns.
Again, we have examples, especially
you have to take contact anyway.
Coming out of Tejo, where it comes down to your sentinel. You kind of
obviously, by the way, Chad, obviously the show match is going to be silly-nilly. We're just going to talk about like little interactions and get a vibe for the map. It does look pretty.
I guess setup is like a 1-2-2. So your hard anchor on B, 2 people mid and 2 people on A.
I think Fade, obviously.
Yeah.
Oh,
it looks like you have the hard anchor.
It's kind of big.
It's beautiful stuff to dive in on. We are going to be seeing. Oh my God! Look, wow.
Any recon? Any recon shooters?
Well, Mel said they've been scrimming for months.
True. Sorry, Shopify Rebellion.
No, said they were screaming for months. That's funny. Tens on Jet is also not cool. Tens, what are we doing out here, man?
And it's all down to Sid City now. Brutally difficult to try and play this back in up against the 3 here.
Again, a good glimpse here of how the site's actually laid out here, but Sid City.
Chad, I don't have team jerseys for all the Pacific teams. I didn't wear a T1 jersey. I'm not gonna wear. I don't have a PRX jersey. If they want to send it, I'll wear it. But
it does definitely herd you forward. A difficult situation. Kaide
opening up. A 3K on the pistol for. And yeah, really interesting. Some of the things. Talk to us about this site in particular, because it looks quite confined. There's lots of possibilities. Actually,
that's a lineup.
That's a lineup.
Dude, that's an actual lineup. That's actually crazy.
Yeah.
That's funny.
I mean, something that maybe the Toast team could have done a little bit better is actually split more like left and right. It looks like they all 5-1 elbow, where you saw that they were getting some friction coming into the site because they were all so clumped. I think you can think of it a little bit like Sunset A, where it's like, hey, you
no shot.
There's no way this is a tech
Did we just get techers?
Have we just been
Pansy?
Welcome to the Pat Podcast.
Well, we get to talk about the map though, right now.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Okay, well, let's talk about the map.
I love the fact we're already seeing the
so right off the rip, we saw a glimpse of, I see, like, this is my concern. I like this. I like that there's a bit of a staircase here, but like,
how deep, I guess how far
or I guess this isn't a staircase. This is a staircase. So like, I'm okay with them having elevation here.
Yeah, I'd say so. I think defenders should feel like they have.
And I think this barrier is fine.
I think with the way that it's laid out, you know, you can like sort of line up a fade.
Like, I think basically my concern is I like this, but my concern is it's gonna feel like this is everywhere.
Like a main, you're leaving mid.
You know what I mean?
A potential like late lurk or something.
Like every piece is gonna feel like that. That's my concern. But the other thing you have to remember is where were the barriers? The defender barriers were here. I assume this is the barrier here.
But yeah, it does feel like mid is just so critical at this point. Because otherwise, you are kind
I
of
don't know where the attacker barriers are actually.
Also, like you were talking about the long sight lines and stuff.
Here we go.
Actually, there's lots of spots for an
yeah, it's. I mean, that's the other problem with Valorant is that classic Valorant. If like the fight starts right away here, so it might actually be okay because you don't have to like work this entirely. So it might be okay actually. What is this cross? Oh my God, it's the Amogus crosshair.
Top windows M3, so you can kind of as an attacker, you can have options of what you want to choose. Like, hey, let's smoke M1,
That's so funny.
Split A. Smoke M2, let's take mid control and kind of just sit around and see where defenders are going.
And I like this as well, almost playing off site here.
Windows I'm okay with, just given the abilities that we have.
The space. I'm going to have to play back through, potentially seeing...
So that's the wall that you can shoot through, right? That's the wall,
and
the Odin wall?
And there's cubbies, right? Trying to be played out by Toast, kind of like exploring what could be held, like how you could sit maybe, even with a shorty, because it is quite close quarters.
Oh, the site is tight, which I kind of like.
Your fade, your even potentially skies, geckos.
Yeah.
They're going to be well and truly needed.
Yeah, I think a lot of this map, at least from in my experience, is like a lot of initiators setting up their duelists, like clearing the space and saying like, hey, we're good to go. Go get PRX. Looks like they're trying to work mid.
First time we're actually seeing I guess a group in mid.
Yeah, here's the M3 smoke.
My goat Mel's got this all day, don't you worry.
Let's say Mel's tucked right now. She's ready to spring the trap.
I mean, dude, Team Tarek is literally just going death ball mode everywhere. So funny, actually.
It's a Prius.
Oh.
Wow.
Kaide, relax. Kaide has been scrimming.
Honestly,
I think this will be a raise map.
This is 5 Alive.
Oh, what's up, Godshot?
Shaking. The nerves getting the better of it.
What the?
Does anyone come this way at all? Let's see. Come on, Tosh, you got this. Be brave.
We can turn the volume like 10%.
I don't think it's
good for one, even? What do you reckon?
I think he's got one.
No.
I believe in
Kaide clears this.
Kaide's knifing, bro. Kaide.
Oh no! Oh shoot!
I believed. I was all on board.
I mean, we're round 2 going for knife kills. I'm here for it.
Dude, that.
Very
This area is tight, but again, that part doesn't matter as much, right? Because like you're generally not gonna have to be going there.
Oh no! Don't leave him hanging. Nice.
Thank
Even
God.
the crowd was nervous.
The synergy's just not there yet for Team
It's not there
Toast.
yet. You've got to work it out. I put it on Mel mostly.
Okay.
You know, high expectations. And
I actually don't know if it's as much of a Cypher streamer. I mean, I think passive global info is gonna be good. I guess there's good cams. I don't know if it's gonna be as big with trips.
I think it looks like they're trying to do a little bit of default. You know, you have Vice lurking over.
I think there's gonna be other better ways to take care of the.
I like this layering.
Yeah. A lot of areas.
You can kind of have someone on site, a little close like Toast is, and then playing that versatility from that get-go, right? This is.
I thought he was going to be there with an Ares. He's freaking sitting there with a judge. Yeah, going for the over-the-wall jumping judge.
Tarek already removes that layering element, though. The player up towards that top side. Toast, nice little camera here.
They don't clear him.
Oh my God.
Those hands from shaking. Jump up! And he's giving me.
Oh, he gets it!
I can't believe it! Tarek goes down!
That's so funny.
Oh, you love to see that. That's filthy.
Oh, Tenzo put the ace though.
Oh, shoot!
That's diabolical.
That's nasty. I mean,
That's so funny. It's great, actually, having both Tens and Kaide in the show match.
You gotta win the mental game now.
That's so good. That's so good.
Toast is.
This is a great smoke.
Oh wow! Oh my God, no! I'm getting flashbacks. I mean.
Oh my gosh.
Right now.
Engagement revoked. He's doing the Lysar.
I think it might have to happen.
I love it. I
guess
love
a
it.
good example though, the difference here, because on A, you kind of have to clear this almost horseshoe wall that is.
Dude, sitting here with the Amogus crosshair and a judge is diabolical.
It's almost like the site opens up once you come through this archway, and I guess
It is all very.
That choke point could be nasty for Util.
Yeah, I think that's kind of where the misses would have to come in.
She said sit the F down, and she's like, oh my gosh, sorry.
Positioning that defenders can take, you really want to take a mid split and pinch them and force them to take uncomfortable fights.
I mean, look, if that Algorn had just looked down, it would have been different.
That is what, B main?
It's only going to get one this time, but again, that Aldrone was right there. If it just checked that cubby, it would have been cleared. So there are
dude, B main
Let's get a little scrappy towards B.
is a bit of a bait for defenders, I think.
Does go down. You're not going to get Kaide twice like
The
that.
problem I think you're going to see is you have to remember that you're starting at the barriers for Valorant, right? So I guess it's here and here.
No, Mel, please, please, bro, please.
Somebody trade him.
So I think the problem is that like B main is very short. So while there is a lot of room to play around, I think you're gonna have to get creative. Like while there is a lot of room to play around on the site,
in your play test, or is it kind of playing out somewhat as you expected? Is it kind of along the same lines?
Yeah, I think it's playing out a little bit as we expect.
I don't know how much.
I mean, maybe not this.
Yeah, maybe not that.
I don't know how much time you have to like fall back if you're on your own, so to speak.
Map, three lanes. You know, there's going to be evolution more so on the strategy rather than anything else.
Because like this is like This feels much
Yeah,
shorter
it feels like you really can't
than
take your foot off the gas on either side
Ascent.
because you can get these early balls, right?
This contact comes
Maybe
through
not,
so
though.
quickly. Oh, it can do. Oh. 10's diffed again. Same as round
And
1.
stiffed again. That's so funny. That's mid.
3 players. Mel,
I'm okay with mid. I'm okay with mid.
Here we go. Come on, Mel. I'm believing in this, like it's going to help it happen. It's not.
I think B site is a
As it
bit
stands,
overcooked, to be
it's
honest,
good work
but
coming out from Tarek's side, and again,
we'll
like
see. That's
pushing
going to
this,
be hard to
keeping
tell
these,
through a
like,
show
late
match.
Positions down middle seems so valuable, right? This is perfect. Examples of how much control you get by keeping that space. I mean, it kind of
That
reminds me a
new
little bit of
Vandal
Split
feels
in
like
a way,
recon.
Ascent
Who's
in a way.
using it?
You're getting those
I didn't even
moments
know there
where
was
it's,
a new
like, so
Vandal.
key to keep that map control for rotate.
Yeah, I think Split is a great example where it's if you can control mid as an attacker, you really
yeah, there's not as many like guaranteed op angles.
Yeah, that's
Like get an op, you automatically win. Because even mid, that's what I like about mid is that there's just a lot of
well, I'm curious, actually, if we do
you can
see
always go for
hop
these
onto
double
a,
swings, etc. from the attacking side.
I was going to say, whoever's going to pick up the operator first.
Okay,
Show me
chances
the
on
money.
the op. Tense, why don't you focus?
And this is why Wadada is winning Game Changers
Again,
Championship.
these are the sort of lines of sight, and you're already seeing that util kind of trying to facilitate.
Yeah, lots of Wadada fans in the chat.
Right? But Tarek on the other side's been gunning.
It's impossible to track where on the map the POV is on a new map. Well, I mean,
I really like this play.
it's brand new. We'll get used to it.
Kind of around mid.
It was the same thing when Lotus
You're
first
talking
came
about
out. It
what
was
the-
like
what the defaults kind of, I guess the formation looks like is
during the show match.
the 1-2-2.
Also-
right? You're talking about 2 towards mid and then 2 towards A side, or
Yeah.
Okay.
Oop.
Again, there's that mid pressure, right?
Yeah.
There's
So,
you don't get that
I
full freedom.
think you
Nice
need
lockdown
to
there.
have
This is stunning
on
stuff.
attack, like
For
you
now,
need
though,
to
you're looking
hold
at the
mid because if they lurk up mid,
Of the team that was kind of split
you're
kind
kinda
of
screwed.
Main. And it's going to be difficult with Toast. Oh no, apparently it's easy. My bad. That's on me. I overestimated
okay,
you drastically.
this site. Let's get.
So down to the spike.
Can we just stay on one person's viewpoint so we can actually see the map?
Or deadly duo.
I think that's something maybe I'll message the observers because I've noticed this during the show matches where they observe like they're observing a real game, and like I get it. Obviously, like you don't want to miss, you want to make sure everyone's getting their time in the spotlight. You want to make sure that like you're catching all the funny and cool moments. But I think not just from like an analyst point of view to get a better grasp of the map, but it's also like we just talked about. We actually just don't know where we're switching to, right? Because it's not players like on the rosters we're used to. It's not map areas we're used to. And I think like swapping a lot makes it really dizzy.
A little bit earlier, like in this area here. Because if you don't, as an attacker, you're just going to be like fish in a barrel. You're going to get shot from a lot of different angles.
I guess, just quickly, what's the pathing for the attackers to get up to heaven? It's around the...
It's around, so you have to go through elbow first and then up the staircase.
The map...
So it's almost something you're looking towards.
Well, I think the map feels small, especially because like every lane is very tight.
Slip into, much like Split again, coming back
Which
into
I'm
elbow behind,
okay
maybe
with.
towards stairs.
Yeah. I think
you could have a bit, like one more area that's a bit bigger.
Like, hey, if there's like a waylay or even an omen too, like TP'ing into heaven and gets that forward positioning.
Think about that. Okay, 2 to 4.
Also interested to see if there's actually any kind of B post.
Dude, I'm kind of disappointed there's no waylay.
A couple of players
Where's my waylay? Oh, the observers have found their favorite observing spot.
It's playing out. Ooh, hold on.
Oof.
Tens might be doing
Get
tens
wrecked.
things.
That's A main. He's looking into A main. Oh, like this part's a bit wider.
It's still good. Nice angle there as well. Nice kind of like playthrough for him. Like I feel
A
like
is
you'll
a
be
lot
able to hear
harder
all
to
these
retake.
rotations too,
That
'cause,
is
like, as much as it is
true.
quite a big map,
Because
again,
like
kind of slip
if
into
they
those
are
mid
able, but
connectors
the
sort of
thing
areas,
is A is a lot
these
harder to plant.
rotations, they
If
start
they
making noise.
are able to plant, that would imply that they basically have control of this, which basically means you're stuck in your spawn.
It looks massive.
But I think also for attackers, it's like you kind of need to have someone watching here.
Hit and run again, feeling omnipresent because of controlling that
This you can't
mid-space.
fully control.
Spirit on show is Josh to finally deal with him. But Vinny and Josh got their work cut out now. There's a firing squad. Mel's getting greedy. There it is.
This is the big one, because if you lose control of this, they can wrap
Take away
around.
Vinny, leaving just Josh alive.
30 seconds left.
Chase him down now.
Toast. Toast is the worst kind of player, bro. Like,
my favorite kind of player, I've got to say.
My favorite kind of player, High Pac, man of the people.
Okay, all good, all saved in the end. We're actually getting a close game now.
Yeah.
I think like, everyone's kind of getting the tempo of the map as well, kind of getting
Spam
the control
actually
of
is designed to counter util spam. It feels more. Yeah, I mean, I think. Well, I think util spam on site is not going to be as dominant because you need to clear all the space before. So it's like you basically have to choose, which means you'll get the gunfights you want in one part or the other. Whereas right now it's like you can kind of just have one contact fight and then util spam, right?
Can we click a little harder on that, please?
But it's like you would probably want to use util to clear, etc. This is the only thing, but this is the part that's wider. I think A is easier to hold from defender's point of view at the start. So
I mean, Kaide against Mel.
there's also so many different angles that. So which one's the new Vandal, chat? Who's using it?
From 10's kind of showing what you can do space-wise and aggression-wise, but Vinny up to the test. Putting the pain towards
Mel
him.
is greater than 10's confirmed. I mean, currently, I don't see 10's. I don't see 10's making any placement finishes this year.
Again, it comes back to that sort of. Oh, actually, Mel tucked in here next to the smoke. Good for two.
Oh, that was actually clean. Damn.
She's on her feet now.
10's has it, okay.
There it is. And this is a feel-good map, though. Like, I was initially a little bit worried about some of those 50-50 angles, right? It was something that was in my mind. I know a lot of people were kind of saying that sort of thing. That just
yeah, exactly. No, A is really hard to retake, but I think the difference to Pearl B is that I think it's easier to wrap around. I think it's easier to try to hit the flank.
When you push up through
if that makes sense.
The map, you know, corners will start to like.
I think mid, like because there's a clear mid, right? And well, easier is Pearl actually, if you know what you're doing, is probably easy to flank, but like I would say that once you flank, you actually have some more agency, right? Because Pearl is like, you know, it's just the one long lane anyway, so you're still at a disadvantage, so to speak.
They've been wrapped on, yeah.
But I agree that the trade-off on A is that the retake is really hard, but the kind of staggered defense, staggered retreat is really good, right? You got crossfire here, you can still try to hold this, you can hold here and still play on site. Like there's multiple layers to trying to defend A. This is, I think, the Odin wall.
It's not rifles.
Not rifles, yes, correct.
So I think A, that's the trade-off, which I think that's fine. I think that's fine. I don't think every site needs to be like super retakeable. And yeah, the thing is like the double flank that you have to watch out for as well. So like there's a commitment to this makes the retake really hard, but the double flank now puts you actually in a bad spot.
Stingers might have really thrived in these close quarter. Oh, okay, they are. Yvonne and Derek are doing very well. They found some stability.
The Stingers are.
Moving. Mel and City trying to work this back through, but a 1v2 is brutal.
Oh,
Yvonne there.
rough.
Shut it out. Back real close.
Again, another example of kind of how, actually on a lesser purchase, if you can get into this site, it can be really difficult to fight back.
Well, I mean, Gotshot, I think that they like specifically said, like they've been highlighting the part that, you know, that this is specifically designed to address some of the concerns. I don't think it's perfect, but I think it's in the right direction for sure. And, you know, that's what people have been saying, that like it takes like a year for the map to actually come through. So like this makes sense because all the concerns were really voiced last year and now we're seeing it.
The wall around A, that's typically how you'd expect.
I can see a good deadlock map. Yeah, I can see that.
To walk onto site. So it's actually really interesting.
Yeah, exactly, Snoggy. I think that's the thing. B is like the retake site. A is the hard site to retake. But like, I think that's where mid really comes in, because now attackers have the choice of like, do we take the easy site and hold mid so we can actually get like a wraparound and we can hold two different angles? Or, and you can still try to get extra reach on B as well. I don't, is this elevated? This looks elevated.
Oh, dearie me.
This is an aggressive.
I guess we'll have to keep an eye out next time they're on B.
It's alright. He's got B.
1v5?
Yeah, that's elevated. That's
heaven.
heaven.
In this situation, what are you looking for Josh
so like,
to do?
I think there are options. I think it's okay to have a clear site that's more retake and one that's more defense, because that basically affects the default decisions. But I think that's where the mind games around mid comes through, and I'm okay so far just on the mini map with how mid is connected to each site.
It makes me so
happy. Just going back to that one smoke again, it's actually, it's not necessarily a given. The defenders have to.
So you said that this map has the most retakeable site and the least retakeable site.
Coming out from the A side to kind of complement that push.
I mean,
again, not too dissimilar.
No, but
I guess the setup that nearly lined up beautifully, actually. But in terms of Ascension,
I think if you have mid control, A is not as
you asked
like
the same thing,
nigh
but you don't get the same
unretakable
kind of pressure
as
from short on a end. This really
we're
asks
talking
you to
about.
come out and get ahead of that push.
Yeah, I mean, we saw it with Sid City. She tried to fight up a little bit more, but she had to respect.
Can't Harbor just cascade down the entirety of mid for free?
Mid.
But it also looks quite
I
playable.
mean,
If you do
yeah,
fall
except
back
it doesn't
away from
block
that kind of,
bullets,
top mid, I guess,
but, you know.
swing position, there is playable space behind us. You're not completely forced forward. I do want to keep an eye on some of these ults.
Like, I think if you hold up to here on defense
so nice.
on
You're
mid,
seeing, like Dizzy looking valuable, the fade eye.
Yeah, that was a reveal over the top as well, yeah.
Really, really lovely.
it's fine. And like, you can say like, well, what if you just have like a chamber that holds here, but you still have angles here and here that you can pressure from on the flank anyway, so it's not like a guarantee. And I guess you could do like the trip here and here, but then the chamber would have to retreat anyway, right? Like, let's say it's a chamber. I think that's okay. And again, I think the counter to that is A is easier to hold, in my opinion. So I think that's fine.
Toast with the judge. I guess that's why Vice is kind of nice too.
Yeah, I'm just thinking actually, I touch it after this round. Rez comes through, Vinny's back on his feet. Actually a push on the side here, kind of tagged up though.
Oh, Cincinnati down on 15, but still standing.
I do think...
Some support here. Again, Toast slow and steady, but Mel clean stuff.
I think the other difference is like let's say you have like a deadlock comp, right? Then like your post plan on A is going to be super strong, but usually that implies that you have to play more contact on getting into the site. And again, A is easier to hold, so I think that's the counter as well. Is like, where's that trade-off?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think when this map gets into players' hands, I think they'll find that a lot of things could potentially work. Especially with when it comes to compet, you'll have the RR
Dynamic between bind B and bind A.
You can really play around.
Yeah.
Experiment with some stuff if you're feeling like it. But yeah, and just have fun.
And again, I'm pretty sure I just noted this, that Toast is using the
I mean, yeah, we can say all we want about the teams, but it's a show match and they're making it fun. 6-5. The best show match I've seen.
Just knowing that now compounds issues.
That's why he's a judge player.
It makes sense.
Yeah.
It does make sense.
You're not hitting headshots for that thing.
Nah.
Is that what Derek said?
And this is what I was talking about, that playable space kind of top middle, right? Again, it does feel like super close kind of, I guess, choke points, but very swingable, very playable from those deeper angles.
It is
kind of like that synergy then between 10s, and I think it was...
Do you not have a headshot sightline if you stick to this wall here? Or maybe it's just barely, but you can still get spammed through here. This isn't reinforced.
Now, just 3 of them remaining. Kaide, Vinny, and Josh. A couple of ults in play here too. Sid City gonna get diffed here, gonna say it. Vinny, clearing up a little bit, but can he survive now? Kobe, a little too late for that.
Another push out here.
Honestly, I'm excited for this
still
map.
Looking for something, lines him up again. Starting to get a little warmed up.
I am excited for this map.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh my god. Oh, they're all
The meerkats. Dude, 10's doing the live story is so funny, actually. Oh my gosh.
But why not? Yeah. And I heard there is like a something if you lose. I've heard rumors.
Oh my god, that's so funny. I love it. Dude, 10's doing the live story is great.
But stay tuned, because you'll find out soon enough. And again, like in the distance, there's so much.
I mean, just to come back to the visuals again, like when you're talking about elevating
the visuals are cool.
The visuals and stuff,
like I like that they have a lot more going on outside of the map to like showcase.
I mean, like shout out to the art team. Oh, they found one.
Okay. That's cool.
I mean, yeah, the art.
What is going on?
I mean, you can tell the art team had a lot of fun with this.
Where's the
like
basement?
Something that we wanted to like really like hone in on. Is like, hey, how
we haven't seen the basement. They said there was a basement.
Even better than they do already, while keeping that gameplay consistency.
I am seeing the Tacti Bear in what looks like a hot tub up there as well.
There we go.
Touch back on that soon as Kaide. I mean, just give Kaide a pistol.
Do you think this will be a defender-sided map?
She's obscenely good with it. And actually, I like that a lot. Like, overhand kind of denies the Dizzy coming through, so you can play some of these corners.
A little bit.
Really locked in to clear them.
Yeah. We'll see though. It's hard to tell immediately with Valorant just because of agents, right?
I guess Team Tarek here on the B defense, they're stacked up towards the archway.
Like I told you, Kaide's nasty with that pistol.
Basement might be a secret, but they made it sound like the players can find, or maybe they meant like go into custom games and find it. That was nasty.
Stop it, please, Tens, please. It's meant to be fun. Oh god.
Why did Tens
Oh my God.
shoot it and then hide from the ping anyway? Damn, dude. Tens really said, no, this is I can't lose this one. He was like, I'll go easy in a 5v5, but clutch situation, nah.
Yeah, my bad.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
You,
I take it back.
you stoked the fire.
Yep.
That was nuts, though.
Yeah, that was actually
The first, beautiful. The
He
second
still got
one,
it.
though, it's almost like a little fadeaway.
I mean, the thing is, chat, I actually kind of like that this is when 10 stepped away from pro play, though. Because it's not, it's very obvious. And I think even when he announced it, I think it was very obvious it wasn't because he felt like he had, hit a wall or something. He still has it, but, just all the practicality around it makes the choice. He left his mark. He's still involved in the scene. I like that. I like that. I mean, I respect players who go all the way to the very end as well.
Toast is getting his.
But it's always risky.
Ace.
The crowd commands it.
Ace.
He's in his cam. Brilliant. Toast, get out of your cam.
Go hunting.
Toasting cameras. Right, Kaide, deny it, please. Oh no, they
actually, yeah.
Here, they're coming. They're coming.
Uh-oh.
They're coming.
Oh, I think we're going to see 4 knives out here just charging.
Oh.
They're going
please,
for
Kaide,
it.
Don't go down like this. Oh no.
The flash hit.
Toast with the ace. That's a nasty camera shot, right back to Kaide's face. What are you doing?
Not happy.
What are you doing, production?
I prefer players who retire on top instead of sticking around without putting. Well, I mean, yeah, you definitely don't want players who stick around without putting their heart into it. But I think players who put their heart into it, they can't give up on the drive. But at some point, everyone kind of sees, and I don't think it's necessarily happened here, but in sports as well, and it's you almost feel bad because it's no, I get it. Your drive is there, you're doing your best, but it's just not cutting it anymore, and it's damn.
All right, we need a little.
No, but I think FNS. I think the way FNS is a good example of that, where I think the way he talked about it in his
Did you guys play much with
retirement
the Sage, or was
video
that something that you didn't really see
was
as valuable as maybe we're seeing it here.
He alludes to that. He says that he really wanted to, but maybe it didn't pay off. And it's it made me sad because it's honestly, for people who weren't following from the beginning, right? People are always I see questions now. They're well, was FNS actually a good IGL? And it's dude, damn man, the disrespect.
I think you might barely be able to.
Okay.
I can't believe Toast is going to win on the international stage with an ace before texture.
Why did you say this? Let me enjoy my games.
Oh my god.
Yeah, get that utility. Okay. Who's holding the site? Kaide with a Guardian. Trying to play that little bit of a deeper angle, but Tens.
That's funny. We hear Discord pings?
Yeah, there we go. Okay, one more. Oh,
shouldn't be from mine.
Oh,
are you hearing it during games or during replays? Because it might just be theirs?
Yeah. It's there's 5 links in the server.
Okay.
Oh, and there's the Omen going up into heaven, kind of stopping the rotate as fast as possible.
That is super nice, actually, seeing that in play.
Dude, that is...
That corner again. You're gonna get this
is that not the cash friggin' heaven? The height of that?
You have to be so reserved with your utility, so heads up with it. And was that a little chess piece in the fountain?
The fountain looks like a rook piece.
I just think, I guess there we almost had an example of kind of the jet pathing.
Chan, I'm gonna be real. Is this it? Is this the new? Is that the new Vandal? That's not new. Is that new? That looks very much like a Vandal we already have, no?
Switch to close the door, but you can get up onto the hut. Yeah, up on top of hut here, and then I guess it's just another updraft to get straight into heaven.
Yeah, I think. Well, I think you'd only be able to get on top of hut because there's no second updraft. I think you have to updraft on.
That's the new Vandal.
Or maybe you can dash.
Feels very similar to one that I've seen a lot. Oh, whoa, where are we going? Just the 10 show?
Down yet. Still trying to play his life. Nice little reveal on side, but there's a lot of bodies here. Running out of knives to play with, but the Bucky comes bounding through. Kaide killed. And at least he stops the rot here, but Plant's going to be in.
Yeah, so now the defenders are here, though.
See, I don't know how I feel about this hut on B. I get it. It is wall bangable.
Whoa, Vinny.
Scanning ahead.
Oh, it's there.
It is kind of familiar.
Not able
Okay.
to make much of that.
This heaven position is actually
It's
deadly
so
as well.
funny,
Again,
chat,
the
that
scope
both
up here.
across YouTube and Twitch, as soon as I said it looks
No,
like one that
City.
I know,
Now with a 3K.
Yeah, very nice.
everyone mentioned a
And it's got-
different
yeah, you
one.
need to hop onto the little, maybe up onto the
I'm
box
seeing
with
like
that,
5
and then
different
maybe
skins
it's a
that
little more clunky than
apparently
the
it looks
center
like.
punch, but, it was actually a nice
So I
step
guess
into
I'm
the
not
previous
wrong.
round with the cage in the corner to kind of path over the top of Hut.
Yeah.
It's the original Lotus A plan. No, exactly. I like it feels like that. Well, I think it's better because the original Lotus
We
wasn't
don't want that. It's not a judge.
wall bangable, was it?
And again, just to come back
Maybe it
here,
was.
how
I actually
spammable
can't
was the
remember.
Hut from-
I remember what it
It's
looked
very
like, but
spammable. I think maybe on the small bits with the Odin, but
Okay.
not the hut, like
Okay.
the thick part of the hut. No.
wait, the thick part of the hut you can't shoot through?
Oh, excuse me?
What?
Tens.
Sorry? I didn't realize there was a second player. I found out in the kill feed.
Oh, dude, Tens said we're done.
It's just filthy.
Tens is like, dude, my contract said I play for exactly 45 minutes.
Yep.
This match can't go on for longer.
Oh wow, we got some RPers here. That's crazy.
What?
That's crazy. Vinny.
Oh my gosh.
You can see his face is like, what are they doing?
What the hell is going on?
Oh. Yes, the fun police did indeed arrive.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
I
see the
feel like I could
confusion.
lip read that
Yeah,
one as well. Top 5, guys. 10's is kind of kicked up a gear. He's on 23 to 11.
Yeah.
Oh.
See, he's got back into the rhythm of being on stage.
Yeah. Yeah, he's quite good at stage games, isn't he? Oh.
Oh, okay.
We're leaking
okay.
I like that.
Damn, we're leaking strats.
So where in the map would you say this is the
No,
most
I like the way they did this
5
show
minutes
match,
now,
honestly.
probably through B.
And
the attackers have
something that I've always said is like,
Well,
the teams can be imbalanced. You just have to let them know that like this is a show match. Like have some fun with it. But that's hard to do. Like intentionally making it interesting is hard to do.
Oh, no, 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 no,
Well,
no,
you can do
Ted.
stuff like that, but but like you know you can't do that every round. You know what I mean? Like it actually
Big
it's
C's
hard
though,
to
actually.
Oh god, look at what's
script
look.
a show match, so to speak, on the fly.
There's knives, and there's a choke point. If they carry on this way, it's probably
Did you see the
not
video of
gonna
Saucy
be-
talking to
no,
Wolves at the press conference?
Oh no, they're getting baited in.
Oh,
They're
no.
getting baited in. City waiting.
you can see they want to go in.
Oh, we got one.
It's Tarek that falls.
She's still going.
Dude, did she get 2?
I thought one was enough for second as well. Damn. Are you really going to take that, Tarek? Are you letting that
I love how it's
No, we've had a fast. We've had.
Isn't it?
Well,
There it
we've.
is. A sacrifice. Giving it up.
We've had
Wait, so hang on.
Well, we've had
actually,
we've had really fast show matches before, and then we've had
So
ones that
few
like
runs
dragged
really
on
inside.
without much purpose.
Tarek, I need you to up the ante.
So this is a good one.
Alright, where's
I
my
mean,
5
new
map?
map is always
Yeah, we
it's
all
always
promised
nice.
Yeah.
this.
Okay, now we
It's gonna
got
be a very
5.
loud round.
We got 5 Odins now.
Now we can see how spammable
Yeah,
the
we're
map
testing
is.
There
where
we go.
these balls are.
Well, that's the one that you can spam
Well,
through.
Well, this is the one we want now.
Well, at least you have other spots to play.
I mean, let's be honest though. The only reason a defender is sitting there is because they have an Odin themselves. So like, let's.
Honestly, mostly unscathed here.
Yeah, they didn't really get too much.
Any
of that. Actually,
missed
they're-
players?
Yeah, toast the balls
Look
first.
at mid. They're just getting so much free info.
Oh, comes in.
It's not pretty gameplay.
No, this is not probably the caliber.
Dude,
next game
tens
could be
with
like
an Odin.
But you never know. Oh, it's just very loud here. It's very, very loud.
Very
Thank you, Vinny,
loud.
And thank you, Tarek, for quietening down Team Toast.
Have they run out of money yet? As you say,
The
do we
new
get another-
agent show matches are always a little iffy. I agree because
Do we get
that's the
another
one where
weird
it's
purchase?
like you don't have the tech.
going for a
One
red pretty soon.
player is
Yeah.
always kind of off because of it,
Close, that is
and it's
just
like, do the
any
others like
shot, so-
try, not try, etc. New maps, I think, are the way to go.
To get a reveal into that site, it kind of has to go through the window. What are the opportunities to come over that archway in terms of the skybox? Because is there any kind of possibilities for, you know,
That's
early
enough
reveals
fun,
to set it
guys.
up, or do you have to take the space in front of that window?
You kind of need to take the space in front of the window. You can do some level of recon for it.
Here we go.
There's something in there.
They're going all in. They
Dude,
want
what's
to end
going
this
on with
one,
that
it looks like.
Tactibear?
This tournament site, we do have that livestreams
Ooh,
over here
going
as well.
into heaven. I like
TP
it.
up towards heaven. 10 has
Oh,
to go,
yep.
and it just
Can't
clips
quite
the
make it.
ankle almost. Josh Zeki, beautiful from
Again,
him.
that right there, that positioning is primed. Oh, but Mel just goes through heaven.
Look, Mel's getting kind of slippery with these positions, figuring out the map.
It is funny to me that Josh Seki is allowed to like have that name on the official broadcast, because you can never say that on the Korean broadcast.
Hello, Tarek, and wake up here, buddy. Mel is reining it in. Nice little glimpse out there.
A little fake. Oh, okay. The double TP fake. They have no idea.
On the spike, gonna draw the hand, has to show. Okay, Mel. You ending it now up against Mel.
Mel's having fun with it.
Don't do it.
Mel.
She's sticking it.
No shot. Damn.
The 13-7. Team Toast coming out.
You can't say Seki. Seki is like,
It's our first international Corrode champions. Crown.
True. There it is.
it would be like saying,
Mel.
well, technically it means like, it's what you would call a baby animal, but in a, like when you say it to an animal, it's not derogatory, but
It was. I mean, I'm glad we actually saw
like
a couple
any
of
baby
examples
animal,
of
like that's
before
what
with some of the things we were talking
offspring
about
is what
ahead
you
of
would call a
time.
Seki. But obviously when
I'm
you
interested
say
to
it to
see
people,
kind of
so it's
how the
either like
development of
saying,
both parts, kind of, that's
you
where
know,
I'm leaning with this. The defender side aggression,
like
you
the
said,
B
setting up
word,
kind
well,
of set
any B
pieces
word,
and
right?
more
So like,
initiator-oriented
it's
gameplay,
kind of like that,
but
depending
how
on
the first
what
part?
culture you're from and how commonly people
No, I
use,
think they're
you know,
kind of playing it how I
curse
would
words.
think like a high-level team, you know, of this caliber would play. Like they were going for a lot of mid splits. They were trying to like take their time as they're getting the site. I think there was times where like example from Josh Seki where he was able to
it's
hold
like
down
saying you
elbow
little
and get
shit.
those two
Like
picks.
you
I think that's
you wouldn't
the
say, but in Korean it's like,
that was good
like
fun.
in English I think people sometimes get a, you know, like on cast, like you drop one, you know. Well, I would say it's a little worse than shit, because technically it's,
ramping up a little bit, but I think
technically speaking, it's derogatory, right? It's not just like dropping like an F-bomb to emphasize or whatever. Obviously the F-bomb is also derogatory, but
And again, we are getting ourselves ready here for the Verizon post-game interview. You can see Yinzu getting
yeah, it's like calling them any B word,
stage.
like a beaver, exactly, or like
everyone
breakfast,
just lining
you know.
up, and again, I think a good first glimpse.
Yeah, for
Or
sure.
Breeze, the worst one, the worst defender of them all.
Like I said,
Oh, it's a 5-year celebration photo.
Changes, some of the other things
Okay,
we talked about.
we couldn't get a better cutout of the 5 though. Like this all looks so good. The 5 couldn't be like made of better paper. Come on.
Well, that was a fabulous display of mechanics, skills, talent on the new map. I'm now joined by Toast and Tarek here, but I didn't realize we are gonna have everyone here. So real quick, Tens, you're coming back, right? After that, you're coming back.
Maybe. Yeah, Kaide called me Wash, so I had to show her what's up.
You have to come back, Tens. That was crazy up
I
there.
had to show her what's
but
up.
Toast, the judge, the Cypher defense setups, it was so nasty. What about you? Have you ever thought about maybe, I know you like to start your own team, but
I just
maybe put
realized that I
yourself
was
in there.
actually serious
Yeah,
about the
this
apartment or
experience
2
has
story
taught me
house in the
that I don't
suburbs.
need
You got me
to
one serious move.
hire players.
There you
I
go.
can be the player on my team.
I completely agree.
I can be the
but
player on my
Tarek,
team,
it wasn't
that's
for
funny.
lack of trying. You brought it as well. Love the things that you managed to show us. What did you make of the new map? There was a lot of kind of new things. We saw the Odin spam and so on and so forth.
Yeah, well, honestly, that was not a great first experience on the new map. I was getting judged and ran down just like left and right. But no, I think it's gonna be really exciting, and it'll bring a new flavor to Valorant, so it's fun to see what'll happen with it. Yeah, it's gonna be good.
And very quickly, which team do you anticipate to be able to take over on this map?
Which team do I think will be good on the map? I mean, I gotta say Sentinels.
I agree with you. But more importantly,
Easy.
there's a reason why
Easy
there is a
money
cake
for Tarek.
here. As you guys know, the loser is gonna get this cake to the face. So I just want to make sure we're out of the firing line. Toast, you
That's
earn
awesome.
this. Enjoy this.
Toast is gonna have fun with this.
You need help? I think he needs a bit of help. Yeah.
You need to hold him.
Here we go. Here we go. Here we go.
This is great. Whoa, Toast, what's with the wind up? What's with the wind up? Toast is gonna like run up. The map looks pretty good, Infinite.
All right, go for it, Toast. Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness! Oh, what a day it is here in the Grand Finals. Congratulations once again to Team Tarek, but the main event is coming up right after this.
Yeah, it would be funny, Yugi Boy, if Sentinels actually proceed to just permaban this map. Dude, that looked like it was freaking red velvet.
All I gotta say is I'm a little bit jealous because I look like red velvet, and I love me some red velvet.
Yeah, exactly. Someone was saying, someone was asking, is that word in Korean, like, is it belittling or derogatory? I mean, it's like the word beach, right? That is technically derogatory, but in a friend group, you would just use it as a belittling thing, right? So, like, to me, it's like that level. It's like friends will say it all the time, and you're like, "Wow, I can't believe you said that." But it's like you wouldn't ever say it on
I haven't decided who I want to main on it yet.
On a broadcast.
In action today, though, because like, we make these things, we have no idea what's going to happen.
That's the first and last time Fnatic fans will see that map. Add one to the list.
And the trailer was great.
Add one to the list.
Oh, it was super dope, super dope, and that cake was super cakes approved. Super cakes approved.
Super cakes approved.
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
That's what you got.
Oh yeah,
her
handle is super cakes. I forgot.
This map looks like it's going to be a pretty fun addition to the circuit when we finally get it added there. Lots of variety as far as like defensive holds are concerned, even though we did see the attackers really do some work. So I think teams are going to have some fun with this one. What do you think about it?
Man, we're very excited. Look, this map's going to bring something like a more straightforward type of gameplay to Valorant and the VCT. As you said, it is supposed to give you more of that.
I'm excited for it. I think it's going to need some tweaks. I think it's going to need some tweaks, but you know, as it goes with new maps.
I'm pumped to see how some of our pro teams.
Some of the concerns I had with like unnecessary elevation, unnecessary obstacles, wasn't as bad as I thought it was going to be.
Looking forward to seeing
Like Lotus was really bad for that. For those who were here for release of Lotus, Lotus was really bad for like just unnecessary objects.
Bracelet, because we're going to be awarding our most valuable player at the end of this. Leo, who's in your running so far for MVP?
So it's the same root word. Oh yes, Kami. Yes.
I think. Look, I think our boy Forsaken has.
Forsaken?
A real shot.
I like that.
He's a PRX veteran who's been with that roster since 2021. You know, his like flex player been killing the event.
It's like a more.
Okay. Toronto, how do you feel? You think Forsaken could be MVP, Toronto? What do you think?
More harsh version of Little Brat.
Forsaken fans out here. Anna, what about you?
All right, I think I'm gonna go Fnatic. I'm gonna say, it doesn't even need up to me. I saw them crown Kayak yesterday. They crowned their own
crowned Kayak.
So they're telling us they crown Kayak. I'm going with Kayak.
You know what? Honestly, Kayak has been looking incredible.
Crashy's the GOAT, chat. Crashy's is getting an MVP.
Oh, yeah, that kid's incredible, without a doubt. Now, all right, well, look, we like to talk about some fun stuff up here. And any news that we should be expecting late this year and beyond regarding, like, you know, the game, the sport, everything? What do you got to share first?
I mean, there's always something coming, right? So, look, it is June, right? June? We're still in June? I think
yes,
June.
crazy.
Dude, I keep thinking we're in July, by the way.
I know, like, every time we come to one of these, I feel like the year just ended. This one has not ended. We still got a lot to go. Of course, we have another agent coming out this year, so we've got that to look forward to. Yeah, no details, but yes, we do have another agent coming. We've got replays, finally. Replays on the way.
Replay!
Chat, I've said that for
like
PRX, because PRX has double map ban.
But I am super
for
happy
PRX,
that they're coming.
This
we've got the Unreal
is
5 update. I actually did want to say, like,
I think the ideal draft.
Concerns that maybe UE5 is going to make it like less performant on lower end machines. I actually think it's going to do the opposite, like that. So I want to like make sure people don't have to worry about that. Game's still going to run really well. And then I think we're going to spend the rest of this year really dialing in things.
I
like
think
gunplay,
they need to pick pro first.
Things like that. Like that's going to be a big focus for us. Hopefully you've already seen some of those changes coming online. We've been working on that a bit. I've seen it in this event actually paying off a lot. But I think what you're going to see post-champs is like some of our a little bit more aggressive changes.
I think for PRX, they need to get pro first. I don't think you take the risk of Sunset first.
But the goal is to get it fixed and good heading into 26. So, yeah, I think the game's going to be in a really, really good spot heading into next year.
Oh, I know a lot of people are excited about that for sure. And, for me as a little esports nerd, Leo, what do we have? Because champs around the corner. We're going to Paris. It looks like it's going to be a blast.
We see Patman on the
champs
client.
Always, the moment we pull all the stops. Of course, we have stage 2 before, and that playoff is going to be sick. But yeah, champs coming up.
Dude, I'm excited for the Tokyo playoffs for Stage 2 Pacific.
Verify your account if you want to buy tickets, right? We want to make sure tickets go to fans.
That's
and
right.
we have a verification process, so make sure to verify your account. But look, we're very excited. We've been trying a number of new things this year, including leading a little bit more into this convention vibe, more community, more activation, fans closer to the action. And we're seeing that in Toronto. We're going to see that at Champs. But
Yeah, the Heretics theory. We've known about it.
Yeah, we have Game Changers.
It implies that PRX will win. We'll see. Dude, Game Changers coming to Korea is actually kind of huge.
Yeah,
I hope that makes bring more eyes to Game Changers from Korea, because it doesn't get the same like awareness that it does in some of the other regions, namely
I do want to give
North
a special
America.
shout out to the Artist Alley. They are absolutely incredible
Isn't it
out there.
incredible?
Yeah, and if you're in the venue and you haven't had a chance to check out Artist Alley yet, please do so. Support local artists. They can very
You know what's
much
really
use your
funny,
support,
chat, is
and,
I've never been to Lowell Park.
Stuff, man.
I've spent so much money.
So this will be a good reason for me to go to Lowell Park. Hopefully I can go
check them out. It's
co-stream that like at the venue.
Speaking of amazing, though, we're actually
Game Changers is pretty big in Japan, but like in Korea,
it has been quite the journey to get.
It is a little
to
bit
this
rough.
point here,
It's
Leo.
just,
What's one of your favorite
it's
memories?
just not there.
Man, look, it's hard to choose one. I think there's so many. I really love like that very first event we had fans, the crowd in Copenhagen.
Yeah. That was my first event. Yeah,
right?
man. Yeah.
Lock-in holds a special place in my heart. But I think my favorite is Champions in LA.
Yeah.
Just because, look, it was such an iconic venue. It was Riot's backyard, so it meant a lot to us. And the whole
I mean, it was
story
the
of that
first
tournament
one.
was
It was the
beautiful,
first
seeing that
one
team
after
power,
partnership.
lifting the championship trophy in
Can't
front
blame
of
him
the
for
home
that.
crowd. It felt very special.
Yeah, it was historic. It was
PRX has a
such
Japanese
such a
Game
moment, without
Changers,
a doubt.
but
All
I think
right.
that
What
that
about you?
alone
What's your
kind of. I mean,
favorite
obviously it's
memory
Game
in
Changers
I
and
think
like
this is like the hardest question, honestly.
etc. is like
Yeah,
a
it's
good
still
way to
listed
branch
I know,
out
it's TBD,
for
and
to
I
other
was like,
sub-regions
what
as well.
one
But
thing, like one thing for 5 years.
I think
Look, I will
DRX
say,
having a
I think
Japanese
closed
Game
beta,
Changers team
honestly, is like it's gonna just I don't
indicative
know what's
of
gonna top that feeling and that
Game
moment
Changers
when,
not
like,
really
we
having
had
a
put our
foothold
heart
in
and soul
Korea.
into this thing.
Yeah.
We didn't know if anyone was gonna want to play it. We didn't know if anyone was gonna show up. And then those servers started lighting up. Twitch streams, code drops. Like it was so overwhelming. Andy Ho, our EP, was like physically dropping codes to people. We're like calling, can we get more servers? And that's kind of like, it was like this moment.
Do you know when the
where we
Notion
knew,
schedule
like,
gets released?
We'd made something that people would
no.
like, want to play and that they would want to invest their time in.
I should actually
and that was
follow
the
up
dream.
and
Like,
ask
we didn't make it for us.
to
Like,
see
we
if at
made
least
it for
I
all
can
these
know,
people.
because
So
I asked a little
that
while
one will-
ago.
I don't know what
I mean,
top
you know,
that.
even
And
from like me as
they
like
said
a
it
video
wasn't
game
100%,
industry nerd,
but
like what you guys accomplished releasing a game during COVID like that was actually quite unprecedented at the time
Yes.
and was historic.
Well
Actually laid the
planned.
groundwork for a lot of the industry moving forward. So, and that's not blowing smoke. I'm being honest. Like
Thank
that
you.
genuinely is like what happened. So
Yeah.
you guys have
the
a lot to be
Nongshim
proud of
schedule, the
there.
Nongshim
It's
Red
been
Force
quite the
Smash
journey.
schedule.
Thank you. It's
It really
been a
has.
huge journey. Thank you. And thank you to everybody. It's
Yeah,
been
for real.
amazing. Yeah.
And seriously, I mean, it's always a pleasure to get an opportunity to chat with you guys.
Yeah, Chad.
There's
I mean,
always
it's.
gonna be
I
more
think this is
trickles
good.
of
I think it's good that they
goodness
always
down
get
the road,
Leo
I'm excited
and
for it as well.
Anna
But for now,
on like
folks,
after the
that
show
is where
matches,
we
because it's
are
a good
going
way to
leave
just
you
have
here.
them
For now,
be
you might give us a round of applause for Leo and Anna. Thank you
a
so much for
community
joining us.
facing.
Yes.
It's a good way to kind of celebrate the game while they're setting up anyway.
And the
So
good news is we have
I think
more
it's good.
to come
I like
because
these
the
segments.
grand finals between PRX and Fnatic are around the corner. But for now, let's go ahead and hear from one possible MVP contender. We spoke with Jing about making the grand finals in this Omen player moment.
Hello everyone, I'm Singh and I'm from
Oh
PRX.
boy.
Also really good. They're definitely a really good team and they also came into this tournament with a lot of confidence. I think Silfat BB has played a really
I
big
think
part in
they
helping
only
them.
really
I've
announced
seen,
next
like, many
year's
clips online of
locations
him, like,
near
training his team up
champs, don't
and
they?
Just giving his entire team a lot of energy and confidence. So I think that played a really big part in how they're playing right now. So yeah, I think that was really important. So big props to Silfat BB.
The only Nongshim schedule I know is I'm scheduled Shin at 8 a.m., 1 p.m., and 7 p.m. every day. Get your Shin in.
Of course, it's really
Love to see
exciting
it.
and really proud of my team because in Pacific we were like down
Damn,
0-3
Kami, you didn't
and
put
we
your
barely
beer in
even
the
made it
fridge?
to playoffs in
GG.
Pacific. So
Lukewarm
yeah,
beer for
now we
you.
have really good momentum. So hopefully the Cinderella run continues. I see all the PRX jerseys in the crowd. You guys truly fuel our will to win. This one is gonna be for you. Thank you.
Now, these two teams have both made incredible runs in their respective brackets to get to this point. The PRX train rolled through the uppers and scored 3 straight 2-0s, taking down many
Corrode, the new
tournament
map is
favorites
on
along the way.
Omega.
And then over on the lower side, you had Fnatic, who survived 4
Honestly,
straight elimination matches.
we got to do the lower stream for me to learn what that really implies, but now we know.
Final in 700
Hancock got leaked. Well, leaked versus announced is different, right?
as well as Mimi, as we're going to
Bangkok got leaked after Shanghai is different than this is around when they announce it.
And Fnatic. But before we dive into everything, that is going to bring us to our MasterCard fan poll. We want to know which team you think is going to lift that trophy today. Scan the QR code, cast your vote for PaperX or Fnatic, and then, of course, all throughout the finals, make sure you use the hashtags VCT as well as Valorant Masters so we can get your good stuff on the broadcast. All right, guys, let's go ahead and talk about this game here because this is PaperX's third grand final appearance.
Wait, wasn't LA the first one after partnership? Was LA before partnership?
What's going on here?
And the first two were both heartbreakers in their history, all the way back.
They buffed Twisted Fate. Now you're talking my language, Denji. That does increase the chances of me playing League of Legends.
Another heartbreak when they came back again a couple years later to qualify.
Yeah, LA was the first partnership one. Yeah.
At Champions in Los Angeles.
Next Champs is in Americas anyway. They said it last year. I do remember hearing that.
The third time be the charm for PaperX.
It was after, but before China. Yeah, that's what it was. That was what it was.
Getting further into the tournaments, but so far it's not only the grand finals, also the lower brackets. They still have to win a best of 5 globally.
Third time, is it the charm?
We spoke about PaperX. Come on, this is their tournament. And as we look
hey, at least PaperX qualified every time. Fnatic did not qualify.
We see on the right side Fnatic with those 2 firsts and then going down but coming back up. But for PaperX,
Fnatic has had a bit of a roller coaster, huh?
Back to greatness and set a difference
today.
In terms of every team in Valorant, PaperX is one of those squads, one of those organizations that has the deepest pedigree, that have been to almost 10 global events across their history in the game. The fact that they don't have a trophy yet is a shock. And that's why people love this team, why they root for them, because everyone has been waiting for that moment where it finally happens, where they finally lift a trophy. And today they have another chance.
They really do. This team has certainly won the hearts of a lot of people throughout their tenure in the history of Valorant esports. But that young man on your screen there,
we're hearing rumbles that Sunset was picked first.
For a little while, but turns out
it's
not
GG.
to be the case.
I can't in good conscience support PaperX.
Stronger than ever, Mimi.
This was supposed to be his last match at Champions when they lost in
taking what should be your guaranteed map win first, I think is.
For his national service,
I think it's silly.
In Singapore, but it turned out
I don't know. Every best of 5 match I watch, I am more and more convinced that you should take your strongest map 3. It was a mere theory last year, but like every time I watch one, I am more and more convinced you should take your strongest map 3.
And now, more than a year since they thought it would be his last game,
thank you for the Prime sub. Welcome. Thanks for using your Prime on this channel. Appreciate it.
You have to think about Jink. If you think 100%. Of why you love this team, why you support them, it's being crazy. It's playing the game the way no other team.
But okay, here's my point. If you're gonna use Pearl as momentum shifter, yeah, like even Alpha here said in the interview that like their Pearl isn't prepared. But it's like you literally don't know what's going to happen on Pearl.
Getting that MVP bracelet if PaperX manages to get the victory.
Which would be massive.
If it's between Pearl and Sunset, and if your argument is but Pearl can be the momentum shifter, it's like why are you taking a question mark on map 3 versus a known value in map 3?
Greatest of all time.
Like in my opinion, I mean, unless you think Fnatic Sunset is actually good. I mean, if that's your logic, then that's fine. I would argue that it. I would argue that it looked really bad, but.
One of the first ever winners that we had in EMEA back in Masters Berlin, doing it with different rosters, doing it from different roles. There is nothing Chronicle cannot do. Initiator, Duelist, Sentinel, it doesn't matter.
Oh, dude, this is actually an insane graphic.
He's been one of the most consistent players in this game.
Valorant's most consistent player, I would say. He has been here since the
beginning,
attending the second Masters.
This is actually insane stats, man.
Champions that year.
Every time he's won a trophy and now in the finals for Toronto.
Goes deep in tournaments, and he only gets better the bigger the stage is. He's already improved from the group stage to now in playoffs, and you know he's the type of guy who's going to step up in a grand final like this one.
Oh, without a doubt. Now, of course, you do got to consider the IGL
international merchant.
Both of you just saw on your screen, and Forsaken. And Forsaken
one hell of a merchant to be, honestly.
For like the first time here, this is a huge opportunity for him, and he's going up against one of the greatest callers in the game. It's a tall task to ask of this young man.
For years, you ask PaperX, who's your IGL? Who's your IGL? They're going to tell him, we're all going, it's Valorant.
Maybe they thought Fnatic Sunset didn't do terrible versus Sen. Yeah, I mean, honestly, if you thought that, I think that's fine. I think it was very questionable,
They had a
but
really rough 2024. They missed out on Bangkok, the first ever global event in Southeast Asia, at home for them. But now here they are again with an opportunity and against a guy who's always loved this team.
Exactly. Boaster has always been in the side supporting,
Oh,
right?
oh, oh, that was from. I was like, what?
Best of five. So of course, when the tournament
That's
runs deep,
Boaster
I think that we've also seen in socials throughout the years how they have such a good relationship between these two teams, between specifically these two IGLs. I love the fact that we have a PRX that still, throughout the years, has managed to make this style work.
I think we can agree, even if PRX doesn't win this, they've already done great stuff. Oh, for sure. For sure. I mean, I would say both of these teams getting to the grand finals
He was the guy who brought him into Tier 1.
is a statement.
In a lot of ways,
I would say both of them.
the MVP candidate
Dude, the
he is
Red
today.
Bull
Now
squad,
Boaster's
what
here
the hell?
again,
That's sick.
without Durka, without Mini, those right-hand men he had
No,
for his
chat,
entire
listen, I know there are
run
leaks
as a
about the
leader,
map draft.
and he
I
is
don't
still
like talking about it. I know I
caliber.
hinted at the
You have to
rumblings
say,
just because
if he
it
wins
goes
today,
against the
there's
theory I
no
had yesterday.
contest that he is
I will
Valorant's
always
best
argue,
idea.
even if you have the info,
Get
why are
to
you
this
leaking it?
position
Unless you're like a
this
team
many
person,
times
then
by
that's your
mistake.
choice. But
No,
if you're like staff,
absolutely. And I
etc.,
think that we have seen his
listen, just
evolution
enjoy the
also
broadcast. Like,
emotionally.
why are we
He's
so?
lived,
Why,
through every
since
single
when
one
have
of
we
the
gotten into
tournaments.
this
We've seen it at the
state
highest
where
and
everyone
also at
just
the
like
lowest. So
is
seeing
so
him
eager
back
to like
here,
ruin the moment
it
for
speaks
themselves?
volumes
It's like you can't wait
It's gonna be
like
incredible. Now
20
today
more
will be
or
the
like
first global
you know whatever,
finals
10 more
for
minutes,
our
20 more minutes to like
Let's go ahead and hear what Kayak
enjoy the
and
big
Patman had to say to
reveal
him.
and like the hype.
Today.
I've now got the super.
Yeah, that was a
tournament
Copenhagen
here
one where
with
Boaster was cheering for
and Kayak
PRX.
from Fnatic. You might have an idea what the other person might be feeling right now because it is both of your first tournaments and you're ready in the final. So I wanted to ask you two questions. First of all, Patman, what does it mean to you to make it
Dude, his
already
backpack
this
is
early on in
red.
your career?
Of course, it's a dream come true. Like before, I'm just watching everyone, and now I'm playing in a grand final. So yeah, feel excited.
And Kayak, you won Ascension, you know, like 9 months ago, and now you're ready in a global final.
Dude,
How does that
Ascension
feel
winner
for you?
versus
means a
barely
lot,
didn't make Ascension, and now they're both in the grand final. That's
game,
sick.
Same as other games, so no extra pressure, no anything, no expectations.
No, I think it's sick. It's just really red.
Hoping for a good game.
And of course, the final match, the opponents are very interesting as well. What do you think about PRX?
I think they are good opponents. I wanted to face them like before the grand final, but didn't get a chance. So finally we meet each other, and I think both of the teams have much different play styles, so it's gonna be a good game.
I hope so too. And what about you, Patman?
I mean, like what he said, we play like both different play style, so it's gonna be like playing a chess, I guess. And yeah, I feel so excited to face against them because before I'm just watching Boaster do like cool walkouts, and now I'm facing with him. So yeah.
Dude, Boaster's so
wait to see your
iconic.
walkouts. Thank you very much.
Earlier on, we asked you for the MasterCard fan poll who you thought was going to walk
I went
away
back and I
with grand
spotted
finals
myself to
victory.
confirm. That's
and the
sick,
results are
Bowie.
in. The community says 71.6% for PaperX. Mimi,
Damn,
do they finally
dude.
lift a trophy
Fnatic
over
used to
their
be
head?
crowd favorites. What
For a
happened?
couple different reasons, right?
All you
This
non-believers,
feels like it's
chat.
just their time.
Last
Losing
chance for you to
two
get on.
finals before
Oh, this is
being
the day
another
they
one, having
fall.
a double ban advantage.
This
But
is
still,
the day
when you
they
look at this
fall.
sheet, a lot of us thought
Dude,
Fnatic
actually,
would
this is
win
insane,
today.
though.
And-
How are
and for me,
so many
a lot
people
of that
voting for
just goes to the
Fnatic?
tenacity of this lower bracket run, that they've done it already.
Half
but
of this
maps
has
they're
to
not
just
good
be
at.
that you
And
don't
even
you think
with that double
PaperX is
ban advantage,
cursed.
I think if this
There's
gets
no
deep,
shot
if
this
we
many
get to a
people
map
actually
5,
think
I'll
Fnatic's
back
winning.
Fnatic in those high pressure
There's
positions.
actually
And
no
when we look
shot
at the record
looking
that
at
we were speaking
Fnatic's
about,
map poll
those best
that
of
that many
five,
people
both of the
actually
times
think
that
Fnatic's
PaperX
winning.
made it to the grand final
Well,
was
Yinsu,
also
sure.
through the upper bracket.
Kakuka,
And if
sure.
history is to repeat itself, maybe
But,
that
like,
advantage is
what's
not
going
enough
on
if
with the
other
rest of
team
them?
has been having everything on the line for
Sideshow
so
said he
many
wanted the
days.
funny.
The
Okay,
first trophy that
I
PaperX
understand.
ever
That's
lost
fine.
was to an EMEA team who went on a lower bracket run when they came
I mean,
through the
Sideshow
uppers.
wanting
It's a
the
question of,
funny
like,
story is fine.
3 years on,
But,
if
like,
history
that's
repeats itself
crazy.
Here.
Oh man, they say lightning can't strike twice here in Toronto. Well, we're
I am
about
rooting
to
for Fnatic,
find out,
chat.
people, 'cause after
It's
12
funny
days
because
of
apparently, like,
competition,
most
we're
streamers
now
are rooting
down
for
to the
PaperX.
final two.
And
It's
literally, the
PaperX
Pacific guy, one of the
versus
Pacific guys, is
Fnatic.
rooting for
Best of five
Fnatic.
for the trophy.
I have
The
nothing against
Masters
PaperX. I
Round
love
Grand
PaperX.
Final starts right now.
It's not like I want PaperX to lose. I just want Fnatic to win.
Juicy tries to make something of it. Takes away Forsaken, but the number's still good.
PaperX is like one mind together as a team.
I I mean, momentum is in Fnatic's side, but I just feel like
and feeling come together in that moment.
for that many people to bank on momentum over like a
just play, like,
distinct
neutral,
difference in map.
But
Well,
some fight on the
PRX's
line
map isn't that good, but
together.
I don't know. A little bit shocking to me.
A track by track, the final destination is now locked in for PRX.
I think this moment is really exciting. We barely even made it to playoffs in Pacific, so really proud of my team.
2 years in the making, but PRX are finally back in another grand final.
First time I ever made it to grand finals, it was Copenhagen. I mean, of course, we were kind of sad, but at the same time, we were so happy and proud.
I wonder
of how
why
far
they
we went.
chose Jing for this. It feels like so much of the
Second
story
time
didn't
I was
actually
in grand finals
revolve
was Champs LA.
around Jing. I mean, it could just be to switch things up.
I still
But-
remember the feeling of walking past EG and watching them hold up the
Dude,
trophy.
this was a devastating loss.
Their loss was quite hard on all of us.
Because that was
We
also
thought,
like
we had
the,
experience
you know,
from Copenhagen
temporary
and we
last dance
did
with
really
Jing.
well in LA Champs, but unfortunately, that was not the case.
That was a sad one.
After the tournament,
That was a sad one.
everyone received so much love from the fans. That made me really happy as well, and it made me push harder to keep being good at the game. Just like us, it's been long since Fnatic has been in the grand finals.
And we also
It's
see
gonna be a
PRX
great
sometimes go back to the roads. I mean, listen, I mean,
It's been a while since I've been in the grand finals.
I think
But damn, does it feel good to be back.
there are... That's a sick line. I mean, I get it. It's not like I think PRX is an auto win. I just think it's... on paper, PRX should be favored for sure. Like, I feel like that's so much relying on outside of the game things, you know what I mean? It's like non-tangible things. And to see that many people banking on the non-tangible, I was just surprised.
What matters is the current moment and how you handle it.
The violin soundtrack is giving me true sight vibes, actually, yeah.
This is my
kind
first
of.
time to have a chance to lift a trophy. I will remember this moment forever.
I think the best aimers is Turkish players.
Actually, kind of
If they try
true.
to pick me,
I'm okay with
I'm
that.
gonna show them.
I'm okay with
where
Outplayer
I'm
saying
from.
that. I think I actually
This
think
time, I'll be
that's
the
pretty
one lifting
valid.
the trophy.
Turkish
We're on
players
my
are
home soil.
cracked.
So it's time to take over.
Ooh.
We're gonna show you that we are the better team.
With my
Device been
boys,
popping
I
off.
know what we're capable of, and I know that we can reach the top.
You are all my family. Let's go get that trophy.
Let's make some
No, we'll
bloody
go
noise.
solo, Tron.
Get ready to get wrecked. The train is coming.
Get ready to get wrecked. The train's coming.
Toronto, welcome to your Masters Grand Final!
No, that's sick that Vince Lee gets to do the walkouts live on stage. Happy for him. These are like super memorable moments for a host. Like I've done these for IEMs before. Really sticks with you. One of my strongest memories is doing the walkout intros for IEM Katowice. The energy and emotion is out of this world. Damn, dude. Patman looks ready.
On the up, something!
The trophy's also sick. The trophy's also sick.
Descendo!
Meanwhile, Device just like, just Uncle walk out.
The Flux Master! Forsaken! And your duelist!
What was that? Why does he have the belt? What the?
And Coach!
Oh my gosh.
And representing EMEA, the organization that's been here since the beginning, and a former Masters winner, let's introduce
All good. All good.
Your Flex Chronicle!
All good, chat. It happens. think probably part of that, a lot of the times that happens as well. I mean, for one, it's voice training. Second is like audio mixing through your in-ears. Doesn't give you a good gauge. No, but it's so legit. I'm fine with it. Ooh, oh, smooth. My voice cracked a bit at the stage 2 finals, and like I was sad because like I know I can do better, but like it's part of it. It's legit. Dude, there's the GOAT. I think Crash is gonna kill it today. Why is Fnatic walking out so fast?
It's been over 700 days since Fnatic lifted a trophy over their head, and for PRX, it's a feeling they've yet to experience. It's the unstoppable force versus the immovable object.
Oh boy.
It's time for the grand finals.
PRX, this was not supposed to be their year. They didn't even make it to Bangkok. They started stage 1 wrong, but this train has been on an unbelievable roll all the way to the finals. The question now is only if they can get their first trophy.
And as we take a look at the Omen map select, we see that advantage in the veto. PRX are going to take out the Haven, something that they've been doing the entirety of the tournament, and Ascent, a very good map for Fnatic.
I think Ascent is fine. Like I said, Ascent and Icebox is basically what you think you can, you know, where you think you can just get a better mental confidence game. But Sunset first?
I actually like this idea that use the Lotus, the split. I think the two most even maps in
I
the series
just think
for the
it's...
end. Fnatic,
Oh, man.
need to win on Icebox, because Pearl's their permaban. They've never won on Sunset.
No, but chat, I think Lotus and Split had to be maps 4 and 5. There was no other way to do it. There was no other way to do it. Because you can't guarantee you're going to maps 4 and 5. So you can't put Sunset or Pearl in maps 4 and 5, right? And PRX is fine with Lotus and Split. It just happens that Fnatic likes it. But that's what I mean, is that like, if you don't have an obvious, just complete dominance over the map pool, you want map 3 to be the guarantee momentum shifter. Pearl theoretically should be, but like it's a big question mark. That's my point, is that Pearl is a giant question mark. So the only way I'm okay with this choice is if PRX thought Fnatic's Sunset was actually really respectable. Then it's okay. Or like you think they would have really brushed it up and you think no matter what happens you're gonna crush them on Pearl. Like that's the only way I think that's okay. Because Lotus and Split is a bit of a toss-up, but therefore I think the momentum in map 3 matters a lot if it gets there. But like, you know, for people saying like, damn, Lotus and like Split last, like, it's like, what would you put there though, right? Because if you play the same questionable maps in maps 1 and 3, it's like, you might not even get to maps 4 and 5.
Word there, and it came in the form of Patman, but it also came with this squad. Really, Kukuka decided,
Maybe that's the case since Fnatic has been known to anti-strat.
This structure, the way we
I mean, yeah.
needs to start from the foundation ground up, and they have done exactly that. And now look at where they are right now.
Oh, I think that especially because
I don't know. I think to me, I think it's riskier. To me, I think it's riskier.
The best because they have to thrive in the chaos that they
we'll see.
want to see themselves in. So for that to happen, everybody has to have the right reaction, the right read within the game. And I think that Fnatic are going to struggle.
What if PRX scrimmed Fnatic earlier in Toronto and they saw the Pearl and it was a mega wall? Could be.
The downtime, the pre-round becomes the most important part in the game.
Getting hit with a jab and a right hook, right after the other.
I don't know. I just...
And that's where it's going to be difficult, I think.
I don't know if I take question marks though. Like Sunset, your boys are super confident on it. You've also seen theirs, so like it's like, are you that scared that they're gonna anti you harder than you can anti them? Like I don't know. I find it a bit questionable.
It hasn't even been a year since Kayak won Ascension in EMEA. It's barely been any
I don't know. This is one of those things I feel very strongly about.
Lose out on his
is how to do a map
opportunity
draft in
to even go
BO5.
to Pacific Ascension.
That doesn't
Before
mean it's
he
always
got this
guaranteed,
opportunity
obviously,
with
but
PRX, and now they're both in a final.
And now one of the reasons why maybe Fnatic has been able to make it this far is the new revamp that we've seen in their coaching staff. We were just seeing it on the screen, both Scat coming from BBL and Milan. We heard yesterday from Yinsu, yes.
Akilio said he would have driven over and slapped a Fnatic jersey.
Globally after the Gambit, that first champions.
He's just making excuses.
Very fondly.
You can take a cab and it wouldn't even cost basic fare to get to my house. We live pretty close.
Mini, the guy who was with Fnatic since the beginning, was at Reykjavik at boat with
on the other
Boaster.
side today.
Yeah, first ever tournament, and now here he is helping out PaperX. We're into the agent select for Sunset. This is a great map for PaperX. We expect them to lock in
see.
the Sage comp that they've looked so good on this tournament.
The thing is I'm not confident in Fnatic Sunset. I think that's the thing, is that I'm not confident in Fnatic Sunset, anti or not. You know what I mean?
For me,
Like, I don't think the anteing is the problem here on Sunset for Fnatic.
Is not having that side
But
that
we'll
I think
see.
that on Sunset could be a difference maker in many of the circumstances, especially when you like playing slow like Fnatic. So on the second half, that's what I'm looking at on the side of PaperX.
And especially looking at Chronicle, Valorant's winningest player. He is so good at finding those timings, finding those gaps. His lurks have been impactful for all the years he's been at the top.
Oh man, you can feel it in the venue here. It feels as if, you know, this is like a Super Bowl type of joint right now, and I'm all about it because you got these two teams with such incredible stories that have brought us so much entertainment.
Let me just make sure I don't have anything else on. Make sure YouTube's all nice and comfy.
Practically from the start. So for these guys to be a part of this moment, but also to be facing each other on the stage like this, Mimi. And
The biggest thing for Fnatic will be how the Viper is being used by them.
He was there at the beginning, always one of the best with Optic back in the day. Didn't think he'd have an opportunity to even play in Tier 1 again after how things went with NRG. Signs with Fnatic, moves to Europe, and now back on another master
Why are they
stage
stalling? This is all time that you're allowed to use. You can talk strats, you can stall to get the opponents nervous, you can stall to make yourselves comfy. Chad, I know you think the world revolves around you, but it actually revolves around the players when it comes to the matches, so.
From all of those moments. One of the people that has learned a lot and evolved a lot.
I don't think it's about whether you want the match to start.
Exponential he's run through Valorant is also alpha. The way that he controls mid on this map, if he is able to make a difference from map 1, it is not
This
a
trophy
good
is sick
prediction
though.
for PaperX.
Theming it after the new map? That's sick. I like it.
And for this young man, that has eluded him for so long in his career. Even the other guy to his right there, Forsaken, now putting himself in a position to lead the team to victory. But folks,
Actually, it revolves around the tech pause we are going to get at 7-2. Whoa, Kami, chill,
Let's
chill.
get the grand final started and send it over to two of the greatest of all time. It's Brand and Sideshow.
Well, kind words from GB, but there is energy here in
Let's
this
go,
arena
Brent
today.
Show.
We have two titans of the sport, to be honest. Legacy teams that have been there since the beginning, and they are battling tooth and nail now for a chance. PaperX, they've had
All right,
many
chat,
chances
listen.
in the past.
I know 99% of you are going to be rooting for PaperX. That's fine. I don't want PaperX to lose. I just want Fnatic to win. I'm just going to preface that. But honestly, I'm down for both, right? PaperX wins? Dude, if PaperX wins, it's Pacific back-to-back, which is kind of sick. It is sick.
The best team that's never won. And there are many squads out there that would love to have as many chances as PaperX have had at a trophy. And PaperX, every time it seems to slip through their grasp.
Sad that Sideshow didn't choose his butter outfit.
Coming through the upper bracket, double map ban advantage. In some sense,
The world is doomed.
PaperX's trophy to lose
Humanity is
there
doomed.
between these two teams.
Are you going to eat any ramen during the stream? We might. I probably won't have time to make it, though, in between.
On Sunset, a map that Fnatic are forced to play.
All right, here we go. Fnatic still doing this wall.
All steady for now.
B retake and mid control wall. Viper wall on defense.
Contact plays.
Not a huge fan of it.
Hoping that they can grab an unaware player. Fnatic
We'll see how they play it out.
playing A for retake, though.
You know that
Confident
PaperX
start, taking this kind of
focus
risk.
on A site a lot. They play anti-retake a lot.
But they're relying on the fact that Fnatic love to play for retake in these situations.
So much util save for PaperX.
Yeah, and Fnatic likes to play retake. So like Fnatic, this does come down to Fnatic having a good plan.
5 players here, double flank.
You know that they have mid control, so you expect the flank to be coming. You don't have a passive sentinel.
Take a fight straight through spawn. Nade sailing up and overhead.
So something being that.
Getting
Oh,
squeezed. Crashes. It's already drawn blood.
that's something they'll have to think about later. I think Patman needs to be the one standing here so he can work around his own toxic screen.
At least for now, it's tepid, cautious, being played. Fnatic know that they have plenty of time to work with here. There's a time
And that way he can snake fight here safely.
From the side, stick it all the way.
Dude, they've just pushed in.
Fnatic lay claim to the opening pistol.
A slow siege upon the A site there from both teams, actually. Fnatic back into the retake. Managed to navigate all of that post-plant util.
If you skip Pearl, you might be able to finish making the rhyme before the map.
2 players off the flank and then got caught by that recon. Crashes with a very important round.
I do think on buy rounds, PRX can't hold like that. On Pistol,
And the Viper
I mean, the thing is on Pistol, the stage wall is so strong. You should have had more people focusing here and here, I think. Instead of like all here.
And here,
Chat, maybe since it is the weaker map for PRX. One round in, I'm like, maybe I had the wrong read on PRX.
Chronicles hunting for heads. Not to find too much, but PRX are not
Excellent call by PRX to let Fnatic win Pistol so they get overconfident. Ooh, the mind games. Forsaken with the 4D chess.
Expectations for players, I think, so far, but Fnatic are stacked with storylines, talent. It's all there. Plenty of players looking to get their hands on that trophy.
Yes, the Visceral's the only important round now. Meta shift, meta shift. Happy Kitty, meta shift.
And Althea as well, who's making a run towards MVP at this event. I think might be the first contact against these eco players. He's able to challenge a bit more aggressively.
It's a paranoia to try and set him up.
Cyber Cage just to play safe. Fnatic making sure that they're not giving too many fights. Alpha's playing confident. I think that's fine given how he's been playing the tournament. He's also got the ghost, so he always wants to be the one getting this first contact.
Just a pistol in hand. He's not going to be offering up any sort of guns here.
And the cover from Kayak. Really good.
PRX are feeling right now.
And another really solid hold on. PRX not doing anything
Fnatic doing the impossible and holding and pushing B main. That also. And that way they could have focused on A.
Playing for all maximization.
But here's my point. Fnatic looking better is fine, but it's like
the more you contact,
if PRX doesn't look good on Sunset, I would be a bit concerned. But at that point, if they stomp Pearl, like then the draft is in their favor. But like I'd be concerned if PRX doesn't have answers to Fnatic looking better, because like Fnatic really just had to do the bare minimum to look better on Sunset, in my opinion.
Full confidence in the retake, and Kayak gone wandering, lurking up.
Dude, the read from Fnatic.
This is a really nice timing, and PRX, one of the only things they do wrong is clearing these kind of spots.
Slight miss shot.
Yeah, and Kayak holding mid. This is an excellent round read from on the bonus as well, right? That you're gonna explore B main with the better guns early on. Try to change the pace, spread out the map.
The other 4 stacked up behind, but
Yeah, and then Kayak's got the timing. He's got a Vandal too. He gets 1, he gets 2, the one-way.
Kayak instantly domes 2.
Oh boy.
PRX are left reeling on their buy round. Fnatic maintaining discipline. It's composure that sailed them all the way through here. The rifles, it's going to have to be raw heroics to see if he can stand a chance in this one. PRX none the wiser. Lurks on lurks.
This is also what was the
in their laps. It's inevitable at this point.
Jing's got an impossible task ahead of him. A 1v4 stuck in elbow. Even if he tried to save, it's not going to work. 30 seconds.
I mean, listen, PRX, I'm down to grind more Path of Exile, but like, I'm down for Fnatic winning the trophy, me getting vindicated, and me playing Path of Exile, but like, this is not what any of us wanted. Come on.
And a couple of strategic things as well for this EMEA team.
No, he was getting orb. You knew somebody just killed 2 of your teammates on the flank. You don't know if there's more people. Like, you had 0 information there. So, like, what are you hopping around making noise for? You're down on numbers.
But to be able to do that in your first global event, in your first grand finals, that is confident. That's what you need. And the other part too is they're stressing the flank. PRX don't have a
early timeout. I think you need an early timeout because the pistol is is somewhat excusable. I think it was a bad pistol call, but I think Fnatic also, you know, just did like the most basic good pistol call they could do. And then, like, to be honest, I think losing this round is because Fnatic had a really good bonus call. But the way they're like playing around it is worthy of a timeout.
Fnatic have that in spades. You can make the same argument for PRX, but they've never done it. They've never lifted a trophy themselves before. They've come close, and they've always missed the mark. It's one of the things that's going to be.
You have no whimsy. Sometimes the guy just has to.
If you think all the way back to Copenhagen,
that's true. That's true. You know what? You got me. I stand corrected. I stand corrected.
Out there as well. They're playing Yoru Breach on Breeze, which is just, I mean, even in the current Yoru Breach era, is a bit of a mad idea to comprehend. They were always happy to go in and
I still stand by that. I think the Breach on Breeze was actually kind of goated. I actually think that was a really cool comp that could work. It's all in, but I really think that if PRX was more composed, that comp could have legitimately won. But also FPX was like really good in that run, so.
Never a worry, never a doubt that recon was going to get broken.
So again, B main hold.
Leaving Kayak to hold onto the smoke.
Dude, the smoke alone should let PRX know that Fnatic really have changed things up, that they are focusing on B main now. And if they hold B main, this wall is fine, right? Okay, the run and gun. Little bit of a breakdown between Kayak and the rest. Okay. That was lackadaisical from Chronicle.
Have to be a hero here coming back through market. PRX have done a
great job. Yeah, it is 2v3, so PRX has to respect Fnatic here, especially with Alpha. Kayak kind of has to get first contact.
Trying to do some damage.
Okay, so you know there's. Oh, Alpha already got one. It's 1v1.
Alpha just dominates it.
Huge kill off screen as well. The Turkish aim comes through.
That's on
in a situation where things
Alpha just holding the long sight line though until Kayak gets contact. That's really good. Kayak only has the outlaw. The goal there is just to get one get info.
Through a counter paranoia to try to keep players back in market. Pac-Man just ran through. Just kept running forwards.
Oh, I mean, you take this round any day of the week if you're Fnatic. Your econ's already built up a bit. I love Scut's high fives, man. One of these days, Milan's gonna have a broken hand or a broken wrist.
He is alone though on the A site here. Take a look at
Okay,
this guy.
yeah, solo op. Okay, no, there's crashes. So the other thing PRX should be noting is that wherever Crash, other than the anti-eco, wherever Crashes has been, Kayak has been.
Footsteps around, trying to take that one into the off angle, but there's a rocket in your face.
Not accounting for the showstoppers a bit questionable.
Stuck, isolated, skipping, hopping, trying to survive.
That's a bit questionable.
If Jig had thrown an aid in there, then surely he would have been dead, but instead focusing on taking the site.
Crashes forward, he's already taken the time.
If he doesn't know that Forsaken's in, he has to back out.
Loose is the play. Wall into the back of the site though. It's all being
Okay, so they've adjusted. Patman's holding the flank. That's a big push out from Forsaken. Patman had to be holding the flank. He also wins the first fight, but they don't expect another. There's always been another. Uh-oh, Patman on the swing.
Look at the wrist, the hat goes
He knows he's gone over, so he can now group up. This is a bit of a mistake from PRX, I think. Gives a chance for them to double up.
It's still a bit more discipline. Looking to try and play this.
Something's position is going to be the big one. Yeah.
First target down, both was gone, and Alpha is next. So PRX, they do show up and they get that round on the board, a critical one at that.
A little bit of a late awakening here on the stage, but nice to see the PRX have got what it takes when there's ults on the board. Slight mechanical error there for Kayak at the very beginning.
Yeah.
Had a shot actually on the Defy. I think he caught him dead to rights, but just got off the angle at the wrong moment. Chose to scope back up, and that cost him his life.
That one's a bit of a Fnatic feeling too good, and I think also not expecting the tempo change off the showstopper.
Heavily economically in the previous round, and now PRX.
But that should be a wake-up call to Fnatic. So now they hold B solo, and they make sure they're playing safe on A. So that's a good adjustment.
Walking, wading out through mid.
Kayak not spotted. He's got ult though. Paranoia? Did Patman hear it?
Missed the timing on it, though. These players have already slipped straight
But
past.
honestly, this might work out for Patman, because I don't know if Fnatic's going to check for this. He's so fast.
Damage. Oh, surely hears it, yes.
Uh-oh.
Tip-tap of the footsteps, and he buys his time, buys it well. Here's the ult device, shuts him down, but up through mid.
Yeah, that worked out.
Straight up the gut, instant
The
res
res
as well.
is
It's gonna be
huge.
undoing that damage.
PRX is playing well around their ults. They have Hunter's Fury as well. And now they know that Fnatic's going to be scrambling, because you broke up the entire map.
Straight through the middle of this Fnatic defense. Just rotating through, and
I think
Chronicles left
Kayak,
to pick up the pieces and wonder,
I mean, I think
what the
because
hell
he was
happened to this
alone,
defense
there's
back
not
row?
much else in the moment that he could have done, but obviously hindsight 2020,
yet still found
he could have
that
just taken the
perfect
gun and
timing.
waited for Chronicle, since Chronicle was
And
coming
this is
for
really gonna
backup.
hurt or start to put the hurt on the Fnatic eco too.
But the biggest problem there is that they didn't know Patman was already through, right? So let's say even if Kayak doesn't insta-die, it's like Patman would have opened up the rest of the
Just
map.
going for the save here. PRX got good value out of that res. Divide online early, able to undo all of the good work that Kayak had done with his tiles push. And again, I just want to stress how much Fnatic are going for these mid pushes and these flanks. They're
I'm more
really
interested in
trying to
Fnatic's attack
abuse.
side, because last
Feels
time
like
it was
the
pretty
biggest
ugly.
part of their
Yeah, I mean,
anti-strat so
their
far
defense
is trying to abuse the fact
is
that
where
PRX
they
do
shine
not
in
have
general.
that Cypher in their composition. Push down, try to get the flanks going for the A retake. Something that Boaster loves to do.
Something has had a rough game
Haven, for example, against
playing that solo.
Sentinel-less comps.
We'll see
But this
though.
time just missed that timing on Patman. And I think it can be tough to play against PRX sometimes, because they do take unorthodox
They
timing.
are on the hunt. They're
willing
looking
to take
for
a
it.
bit more risk.
But they're also giving respect. They're not going like all out.
And so back-to-back rounds.
I mean, Kayak was, that's just a good shot from Divide, because Kayak tries to take the timing there.
Great space for the res.
Too easy, guys. Come on.
Alpha also had all of his Cypher utility on the A site that round. And once again, he's going to put it all down on B, so not using any of it for top mid information, except for this cam, which is going to be able to see feet as you walk up mid. But if Alpha's not tapping it regularly,
Why
then
did he
Patman could
pause?
still find a timing.
Why did he pause to say feet?
A real switch up as well from the game plan of PRX.
No, they're really focused on this A pressure. Trying to get
You got Pit
big
and
value
Hunter's
out of
Fury.
Patman's utility, even
Meanwhile,
if
you
it's
have
not
Hunter's Fury on
actually Patman who's there
Crashies.
taking the space.
All half armor, naked Stinger, glass cannon Stinger here. So Fnatic really
Very
wants
slow
to
so far
stop
on the
this
attack side
round.
for PRX
That's
too, isn't it?
bold.
Really trying to mess with expectations.
The dart doesn't clear. Kayak was sat nice and pretty. Patman none the wiser. Thought
Working off of bad assumptions here. But now you imagine that Cypher's on B then, right? If the Neon's pushed up here.
We'll have to respect it.
Yep. They'll push him away bit by bit.
Control. PRX is for now. And
Hunter's Fury just to kind of rally them in. With the wall, you know that they're in Boba. Chronicle taking an off-angle fight.
This train is not stopping.
What are you doing? Oh my
They
god.
barreled through. Unconventional pathing there for PRX. Didn't send anyone through B main. And Fnatic were left wondering. As the wall came down over towards Boba, slicing off the defenders on site. Chronicle didn't know which way to look. Very much an adaptation here for PRX in terms of how they're approaching this
But
one.
the moment you gave up
Coming from
market
Alex, maybe even
and
coming
you
from
didn't
Mini
have
too.
full
Remember that
backup,
former Fnatic head coach
you should
is
have
now
doubled
doing
up
assistant
here
coach
or
for this
here
squad.
for Fnatic.
But the game plan appears
I
to
think
be
that was them trusting in their own aim too much and then realizing that it was too late that they got swarmed.
And take out Fnatic piece by piece.
Like
on
both of
rounds
them
like
were
this.
holding kind of like
If they haven't had
off
the
angles where
success
you're
over
meant to do
towards
kind of
Elbow,
Foxy 9
then
angles, like
working through
1v2
market
angles.
up to Boba was wondrous there. This is now 3 rounds in a row for PRX.
No, for PRX, it's a
Trying
good
out
call.
A really
You lost this, you go fast,
unconventional
and then they go here
slow
because they
pace
have
to their
Sage
game.
Wall. That's something you can only do
And at
because you
any
have the
point here, They
Sage.
can turn up the tempo and it's going to catch Fnatic off guard.
That's the thing with PRX though. I mean, reaching new heights, an evolution for this team now. A little bit more of that nuance that's available to them, the slower play, working the map on their attack sides.
Yeah,
And I
Patman
think they have
knows.
to. If you play that undisciplined W gaming style, the one where it's not so refined, I think Fnatic eat that up all day long.
Mm-hmm.
They're a
I
disciplined
agree.
team.
I agree with
They
Sideshow
love
here.
absorbing aggression. That old PRX style just simply wouldn't work, I don't think. They have beaten them before. It's one-on-one between these two teams, so I'm not saying it can't ever work, but I don't think it was the right idea to go into this game with. But in this tournament, we've seen a better more thoughtful PRX. Willing to pump the brakes and play with a little bit of discipline in the mid-round after doing the same fast pressure. They've still got that killer instinct. They're just willing to temper it.
Give me 1 second.
It's now Fnatic who are going to have to take a timeout of their own. The newer coaching staff, who've had so much success with this roster, looking to add their input into things. And I would say now's the time to try to hit something quick. If you're PRX, if you wanted to change up the tempo at any point in this game, coming out of your opponent's timeout, that's one of the best opportunities for you. It is going to be a bit of a half-buy round for Fnatic. Kayak with a Glass Cannon Guardian, a Stinger, and a Sheriff around the place.
Do you think Fnatic will play their Sencom on Pro? Yeah, I think so. But, like, Alpha keeps like trying to hype it up, so like, I don't know. Maybe he's playing Reyna. Who knows?
Spread out. Control, one away from some big ults as well. Jing. Looking forward to that showstopper.
So Fnatic's kind of just giving all the space in case it's another fast hit. You've got Hunter's Fury as well, but this is a fast clear on A main, so they already know. Fnatic knows. The Omen ult as well, and then you've still got the flank.
Inside it, trying to sidestep straight towards it.
Ooh, Alpha not getting that kill is wrong.
Just dismisses him. And Jing already taken up that timing.
Jing heard the drop. Yeah, that's a nasty position from Jing. And they've got Kayak as well. Patman. Massive impact. If Patman doesn't get that kill, as long as there's 2 alive on site, Fnatic actually has a really good shot, but now they can just fight together.
With just the front, they want the entirety of this map.
Really good adjustment there as well. Alpha.
Fnatic's been doing this with their econ. Fnatic's been, and remember that they also kind of was one of the first teams to abuse like the half armor buys against Vandals, but Fnatic's been doing this thing where they will always, even if it's like a variety buy 2 rounds in a row, they will always buy down just enough for the next round. They will like always buy something. They barely ever have like pistol eco rounds.
More about contacting. And then the question becomes who's
it is interesting.
Holding the
and I think that honestly, given the players they have, that might be one of the reasons they have so many chances to like get back into games and stay in the game.
Operator in hand, one of the best tools for the job, but seeing signs alive, Jing. That's his cue to go.
Ooh,
sending it ricocheting
hits
against
the box.
No damage done to Boaster. He's eager to draw that blood. Just trying to wrangle control of the rifle.
Oh, dude, Kayak's had a rough start today with the op.
Crack open the A site. Crack heads while they're at it. Jing, not content with just
no, that's a good setup. That's a good setup from PRX. Wow, Jing on the side, Devi watching as well. That's a huge double setup from PRX.
He put himself on such an aggressive angle. A really deep position.
Moj remix. Thanks for the reminder. Everyone drink some water.
Then he can't escape. Neon's got great maneuverability, but you've got to get the first in order to avoid getting traded. A Boaster fell shortly afterwards with that scramble in the smoke. Chronicle once more not really able to have too much impact in his 5th grand final appearance. Thus far, PRX have been avoiding him mostly. A couple of times now
like,
we've seen him save. And Devi back up to another res, by the way.
See what their buy is the next round.
And that's just a really
Kayak's not having success. I mean, the first one was with the showstopper, but not having success with the op is a bit of a concern for Fnatic, I think. You should probably eat something if you're drinking energy drinks.
I think it'd be better to call them fan favorites.
Oh, Devi actually wasn't even just waiting. I thought he was holding it already. He just gets off the...
That's why I was saying yesterday, I really feel like Fnatic are going to be the villains of this story. They've set themselves up as the barrier between PRX and the trophy that's always one step out of reach. You have to go
see, they buy again.
A team that's managed to do it
they
back
always
to back,
make sure that like
moment,
2 of them
PRX
have weapons to fight with.
And have been pretty much flawless since then.
It's an interesting take on the economy, but it's something I've noticed where they just like keep buying these weird buys, like 2-3 rounds in a row.
Last time, didn't find too much value from it.
Deep pushes are everywhere on the map. Fnatic.
No, Paradox, you should, part of the reason you feel sick is because you haven't had food with energy drinks.
Chronicle tucked to the corner.
I don't care how many times you've done that before. I used to think the same thing. We should get some food.
Forsaken brought back into the fold, crashes. Just can't control that guard.
But I think this might be the matchup where Fnatic's buy doesn't pay off, because PRX is also full of cracked players. Well, as I say that.
Putting a bit of fear now into the step of PRX, forced to plan towards the back of the site.
But playing together,
Kayak just sprints in. He's trying to distract him, so Alpha. He's trying to create space for Alpha. Dude, this whole tournament, they are focused on Alpha.
Feels like PRX needs
Forsaken's
to take the
position,
fight
though.
into one of these guys on Fnatic.
Now with the smoke as well, that's going to be hard for Kayak to check. Device ready. He's found one. They know exactly where they're at.
Shot to the dome, though, will do him in. Kayak.
No slide.
1v2.
You just got to win.
Biding his time in through the smoke, waiting for something to fade.
Oof.
Eventually
no time.
there. Barrel sticking out, though, and a 3-2-1 face from PRX.
I think Fnatic's got to work on Kayak getting more confident again. Like, I think Kayak setting up for Alpha is fine,
they've
but...
got a game plan. They've got the right micro calls. And that, honestly, was quite passive, too, from Kayak towards the end. I'd like to see him get back into that more confident way, although what he was doing in the mid-round was nice to be able to crack open B main. Alpha wins one hugely important duel against Jing, but couldn't overcome Divide.
I do think, well, for one, I think after the timeout, PRX have been doing everything they need to be doing, for one. But at the same time, I think Fnatic, they have to get Kayak back in the game, like, mentally. Like, holding there in the smoke to the very end, and then swinging a 1v2 when you're already out of time, it's like, you might as well have just backed out, you know what I mean? Like, there's definitely some lack of confidence, which is understandable because he failed with the out twice, but...
Moving forward, sidestepping,
crashes. That's big.
Dominable from this spot.
Doesn't die to the Hunter's Fury, and he gets the kill.
But they know where Alpha is, and it's tough to really support him.
Clear him out. Rifle in hand.
Drone checks him. Crashies has his hands full. Boaster finally gets on top of the wall, so Crashies can now focus on Alley.
Boaster's done a great job here, actually, of getting nice beef the movement there.
Yeah, that is...
He was in a spot where he could
okay, the wall's going to break. He wanted to get off the wall before it broke,
this
but...
wall breaks, but it looks like it's just about to expire.
Yeah, that was risky.
For that. 3v3, and Forsaken with an Omen ult means that this spike isn't really in enemy territory at all.
Part of the reason why Chronicle hasn't rotated. Picks it up, slow it down. PRX only have 30 seconds to work with here.
And what a call. He's calling to go back into the same site. Trying to fake out the idea he would have left.
20 left, Boaster. Watchful eye smoke dissipates for too many targets.
Crashies? They know that Crashies was here.
It's all on him. Tries to buy time. A bullet to the dome. And a bullet to the
something massive kill. Crashies actually gets Patman.
This situation, though, finally winnable for Chronicle. An opportunity for impact.
There's a chance for 1v1s as well. Picks the corner as well.
No rebound
pushes him out.
But doesn't really connect something.
Oh, really?
Thought about committed. Let loose entirely.
Really?
And the bullets are raining down on him now. Time ticking away.
But he has to peek and get a kill, no?
Spraying away. Chronicles hoping, praying. Hoping that PRX will give him.
He's telling them to push in. He's telling them to push in. He had the right idea, but Forsaken gets him. They also don't double push. Well played from PRX.
7 rounds in a row for PRX here. Fnatic just making too many mistakes on the defense side. Kayak kind of whiffs a little bit in this opener, doesn't land a single bullet on Jing. And then Boaster chooses the worst time to drop from high ground to low ground. As this smoke dissipates, he's choosing to walk forwards. Not accurate to hold that smoke as it leaves the PRX players in the open.
Yeah, it's a rough half for Fnatic, and they don't want to use their second timeout.
From PRX.
All the way back off the side of that timeout.
Forsaken as well.
No, I actually respect Kron for the pit, though. Because that was the only way you were going to win once you were spotted and you didn't get the free kill. But,
a little
you know,
pacier, perhaps. Going for a
little rough.
Yeah, Fnatic hard, disrespecting, though. Deep push out towards A main, so they've got the
PRX just played that well. Forsaken just gets him in the walk into the pit.
One away from a showstopper, but choosing not really to go heavily.
Fnatic's doing fast clears, though, of B main or A main, depending on where they stack.
They know this has been happening.
Game of timings. Kayak.
Fnatic's waiting for it, but it's the double! Fnatic, do you stick around here? No, now you back off, no matter how good your aim's been.
best opportunity for Fnatic to snag around since the first four.
Is huge. Because Kayak spotted, but they have no idea where Alpha Air has gone. So even if they go A, this is actually their best shot, and Crashies actually gets the info.
That is a ballsy TP.
So Crashies just has to stay alive. Kayak,
wide off-angle play.
he wants to go here, but you missed the timing.
Could be on Kayak over towards A. You see Jing is making his way towards
You've got Cam. Alpha Air still going B. They think it's going to be B because Kayak hasn't met anybody.
Can they catch the next? Crashies!
Forsaken, holy.
The court access towards it, but still, it's B main control for Fnatic. They should be in a good spot for it.
They have to just play it safe back of sight.
Here. In through the back of the site, it's going to be that plant.
10 seconds left.
Ooh.
Watch for Lions wall on a bit.
Oh, that is... That's your own toxic screen, man. Fnatic. That is your own toxic screen. What are we doing?
There's no denying them a Kayak. We'll try everything. But 8-4 is where we leave it.
The train took a little while to get going here on Sunset, but then it just plowed through Fnatic.
Yo, Addiction with the Korean cast redemption. Sorry, I just saw that. I don't know if that was during the round, but I'll get it on the pistol in the second half. Thank you.
To do a great call on it, found the perfect timing. Forsaken looks amazing here. He's even overtaken Divide.
Unreal
really good round from Forsaken.
PRX not slowing down, but we're going to send it down to the floor. A special guest is standing by.
I am delighted
Who's
to
the
be
special
joined
guest?
by the Riot CEO, Dylan Jadeja here. Now, Toronto has been such a fantastic host city. Welcome back, by the way. Wanted to ask you, how are you finding the event? And also, what have you been up to?
I gotta tell you, this is such an incredible city. It's home for me. I grew up in Brampton, so it's really special. Yeah, that's right.
Damn, he's from
it's really
Toronto.
special to walk the streets of Toronto and see people wearing the Val logo and to be a part of this community. You guys bring such incredible energy to this event. It means so much to us. This is one of the greatest cities in the world, and so to have the opportunity to
Mr. John
showcase
Riot.
this to all of our players around the world, that's
Finally.
great. I also would be remiss if I didn't take a second to say thank you to all the players here, to all the players who are watching this online, to the co-streamers and the influencers. You guys make it possible for us to bring this event to our players. So I just want to say thank you to everyone. I got the chance yesterday, by the way, to go back to Brampton. The food is the best in Canada, I just gotta say, so.
I completely agree. Now, it's made even more special by the fact
I've never
Valorant
known
just
Canada to be
celebrated
a
its 5th
culinary
birthday. I
hotspot.
remember being there when the game came
Not
out,
that I
so
think
I
it's
wanted
bad,
to ask
but-
you if you could maybe reflect and tell us what it was like on, on launch day.
Yeah, it was crazy. We launched Valorant in the middle of the pandemic with no real perspective on how well
This
it would
question's
be
gonna get
loved
a
by
long
players.
answer.
We knew we had built something that would serve
My eyes on the
needs of
timer.
an audience that cared
Producer's
deeply,
freaking out right now.
about a tax shooter. And we thought we had nailed that, but when you launch it in the pandemic, you never know how it's going to play out. And then we didn't know how we were going to serve the game. We were working from home. So we shipped this from people's living rooms. And it wouldn't be where it is.
Producer's
if it wasn't
freaking
for
out.
this
He's like,
community. It's been
halftime's over,
inspiring
30
and
seconds.
humbling to have
But
this
it's
be
the CEO, we
co-created
can't cut him
by
off.
Such passionate players. So we're very, very
Ian's just
fortunate
like trying to
and very
end it. She's
blessed
like, we gotta
to have
end
this
it.
community build this game with us.
Thank you so much. And also,
Nice,
PRX
nice.
might lift their
He-
first
he
trophy
picked up
in
on the
5 years
cue.
as well. So let's jump back
Well
in the
done
game
by
and see if
Insu.
they can close this out.
Well done by Insu.
We're going to see how this first map all shakes out.
Well, Patina's great.
Time's already ticking. These players are eager to get back into the fight between
Canada does
each
have
other.
such a cultural
Fnatic
variety.
and
Oh, I
PRX.
mean, I've been a couple times.
What an
I just
end
never,
to that
I've never
arc of
heard anyone
PRX.
say
I mean, If
that.
there was any team with momentum here, it would
But you know,
be
I respect
them.
it.
Take a look at the Coinbase Econ report and see if you can pick out a player for PRX that would be looking to try to invest heavily in the defense half. This is not a map that you expect them to be going too much towards the operator. You know, they eliminated Ascent, for example, which is where something's going to be going heavy with that. But
Canada's around
here, it's more to do
6%
with
Indian
them playing
population.
as a
That's why
pack,
there's a lot of
playing as a death ball.
cuisine there
I
is
think
Indian. Well, I
Jing
don't.
and Divide have been great at being able
I
to
don't think
set
that's
up
necessarily
those
what
tip
he
of
was
the spear
implying.
moments, Forsaken either coming
I don't
in
think that has
behind or
anything to
setting
do
up
with
lurks. And just
what he
all
was saying
had phenomenal
necessarily,
impact
but
so far. Really feels like they've settled into the rhythm of this map.
Yeah. I was worried at the beginning, Josh. Can't lie.
Yeah, I mean, I think Listen, they're a great team.
Canada does have some good stuff. I mean, no, I'm not saying Canada's food is bad. It's just I've never heard, like,
has eluded them,
you know.
and you gotta hope that they don't choke another.
Like, I've never heard
at the moment, though,
anyone
set
say
up
that.
in
You know
a
what I
great
mean?
Position on a map they should have been favored on.
A lot of running around occurring. PaperX are stacking A towards.
It's I mean,
four
after the
players.
timeout, PaperX
Early
they
setup.
just run it home.
Creeping and crawling forwards. Chronicle has to be the player to receive. It's an off angle for him. Damage! Done and more!
How does Chronicle get 2 there? I mean, Alphair was ready for the trade anyway, but
players in their backpack.
Toxins going up.
Something's going to try to recover this one. Actually might have caught a timing. Back around the backs, but scurried away. Chronicle and Alpha live to fight another day. Alpha has been going re-exploring.
Yeah, he's going to have to take down
Ooh.
fight. It's not
Nice
clean.
adjustment from something.
Stretch of imagination, something.
Bit of a rough game for something standards, but so far, but
Standing ahead. All needs to be broken
good recovery
now.
on that
Turned
one.
Away. That doesn't clear most of it though. This
I
is
mean,
a possible scenario for Fnatic. A pistol
Batman just
round
has to go
in their
huge.
sights.
Something's only got 10
Already
HP.
Control. Tripled up. In through the back of the site. Main is theirs from Kron.
Last player standing.
Looking into the fray. Patman is the last one left now to stand against this. What can he really
Whoa,
do?
whoa,
The
Fnatic.
rookie?
Whoa, 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 whoa,
Got a
whoa.
lot.
Okay.
Revealed up. It's a classic right click, simple enough.
This
So both pistols in this map going
wall,
away
by the
Fnatic.
way, I think there's a bit too many gaps, but I think that's better than the wall that Fnatic was
If
doing.
you could even call the bonus round that in the first half.
And then you can alternate
Going the
between
way
that
of
and
the
B
EMEA
main.
team. So we'll see if that trend continues. Fnatic got a great start out, and they just couldn't convert any further.
He was doing the wall
But
here.
PRX, that same gap that Fnatic were trying to exploit
That
in the
really
first half
denies
by
mid
sending
completely.
flags, pushing mid.
I mean, you have to worry about
That
this,
gap
but
does
like
still exist here on the
this
defense side.
allows
That lack
even
of
the attackers to
information.
abuse that wall
For
against
example,
you.
in this round, how open market is.
And then you've got the B main wall as well, which I think is good.
PaperX just disrespected him really. Flushing a nade, trying to earn up some ults.
The slower that Fnatic play, the more that PaperX are going to be worried about those gaps. And it means that PaperX themselves have to be pretty proactive in the defense.
Yeah, I mean, with no passive sentinel, actually, this map specifically, Fnatic's slow style is going to kind of wreck PaperX. They're going to have to take contact. No, they're good. If they take the right fights, and it's not necessarily a disadvantage, but...
And they'll have to take timings like this to re-clear mid and then spread back out.
Oh, and Fnatic now. They heard that.
One of that 3-2-1 swing.
There's the drone.
At least the due diligence. Clearing out the way. This is PaperX looking to try and flood their way back in. They've only got pistols. Trying to make the most of it right now, but again, bodies topple and fall. Complete collapse onto the site. Patman. Yeah, not live for much longer. 2 now. On this half here for Fnatic, looking to see if they can convert this bonus. It's going to be a healthy one.
And PaperX are going to play to try to flood. They love playing quickly. As you put the spike down, they're going to be running back into sight, trying to deny you. Very coordinated with their utility as well, but fast-paced. So far in this tournament...
We are holding this A, bro. We are defending now, again, on side.
Yeah. They're not even going to have the chance to get into post plants very often and play
All right.
these really calm, controlled
PaperX is by. The buy's fine
It's gonna
from
be
Fnatic.
frantic. They're going to feel like defenders, just as Kron said.
Fnatic are getting a glimpse into mid. Jump spots. Info gathered.
Looking to diligently clear these corners. Waiting to see if any of the PaperX players have tried to take a tricky aggro timing.
This is huge. That position is huge.
It's a deep wall from Patman.
Did you cast in Korean for the... no, I didn't. Chad, you guys got to hold me accountable, honestly. Because there's like, I'm talking about so many other things.
Really good at
I always
blocking
forget. I'll
these
get it on the
gaps.
next round. Sorry about
So
that addiction.
Popped it down over towards A right now, and nobody from Fnatic
my
choosing
bad.
to break it, which means in theory the defenders can back out of A
That's
and go
my
to
bad.
cover a different gap. But they're waiting here, expecting Boaster to be a good enough caller to want to break this wall.
Yeah, they're poking, prodding,
Yeah,
just
they're
bring it
trying to
down.
get the reaction on top of the wall. Kayak though, that mid lurk. And now they know there's 2 on A.
Kai takes him out. Forsaken responds.
Ooh, Forsaken's kill is kind of big though.
As well, putting a bit of pause into the step of Fnatic. Slow as they
Now
go.
PaperX has a decent idea. There's no follow-up. There's no extra util.
Into Forsaken's lap.
Crashies. You had to wait. You had to wait for this or this.
They need a miracle in and out. A random spam. Been picked up, but Jing is straight there.
What is going on here,
Bullet to the
Fnatic?
body of Alpha.
It's not even at the 27 mark. Why are they freaking out?
Up to 9.
And Forsaken
Damn.
does such a great job holding market.
All right, yeah, this is the round we'll do it. Yeah, that round just lasted like forever. I said I'll remember for the next round. Chill.
Forsaken is not willing to give this up. Even with a drone in his face, he chooses to challenge, to fight.
One enemy remaining.
And then catches even a timing on crashes.
Don't mess with me, okay?
Forsaken is playing really well. All right, here we go.
And that kind of conditioning is going to cause
자, 16번째 라운드. 드디어 페이퍼렉스가 수비에서 이제 첫 라운드를 이겼죠. 근데 이번 판이 진짜예요. 그러니까 이번 판에 프나틱도 다시 한번 바이를 하는데 프나틱이 요즘 바이 때문에 지금 가디언 포세이큰 이게 포세이큰이 그러니까 지난번에 카약이 여기까지 가가지고 본인이 먼저 미드에 숨으려고 했는데 이거는 아무런 커버도 없이 가는 거는 좀 위험해 보이는데요. 이게 지금 장막도 B 메인에 깔려가지고 포세이큰이 사실 지금까지 제일 중요한 역할들을 잘 막아줬거든요. 포세이큰이 없이 연막이 없이 어디를 잡을 수 있을지 이러면 감시자도 없고 바이퍼만 있어서 B 위주로 해야 되는데 프나틱이 일단 찔러봅니다. 근데 프나틱 이거 지난번에 드론을 밀고 나온 거를 여기 더블킬? 아니 다바이까지 이거는 근데 싸울만 했죠. 징이 벌써 더블을 가져갔는데 야 그런데 어쩔 수 없었어요. 2대1 상황에서 크론클이 마무리합니다.
You love to see plays like that from PRX.
Damn, dude, Jing with that double. Holy.
But Fnatic dealt with it. Maybe this is the kind of pace that they're more comfortable playing against. They were very ready for that peak from something. It's super similar to what Forsaken went for in the previous round, trying to timing the drone.
Look at all these pings, man. What's going on, Fnatic?
They're
still going for the B main wall. So this was just an adjustment for the pistol, it looks like.
But that didn't stop PRX from coming back and getting 8 in a row.
Weak buy, just the hero phantom for Jing. He's got Showstopper as well.
PRX are just clearing out A right now.
And Fnatic is just, again, Fnatic, basically, Fnatic can play Fnatic's style of attack on Sunset, actually, because there's no Sentinel. And now that I'm looking at it, PRX, that might have been part of the consideration, is that even if Fnatic's Sunset isn't naturally good, their style is actually so counter on attack to PRX's comp.
They do not want to give any space for free.
Like, you're expecting them to break the wall early because that, in theory, that would actually make it harder for PRX, but Fnatic's literally just like, no, we can just wait.
Yeah, that's going to be signs of life. So, okay, Jing, let's go forwards. It's an eco round.
They bait him in. Dude, the snake bite baits him in. Oh, that's crazy. Dude, the amount of baiting they do for Alpha Air is insane. Snake bite and kayak peeks from here? That is crazy.
The only defenders, the only players to try and put a stop to it. Kayak. It's going to be offloading that ultimate now. Overdrive.
They haven't cleared it.
Trying to put a stop to Batman.
Okay, well, at least they got the trade.
AD in your face. Inevitable at this point here.
Whoa. Dude, Divine got a dink on that.
And Alpha is the hero of the round. Takes a pretty
Am I correct in assuming you do more play-by-play in Korean compared to more color in English? You mean me personally, or you just mean in general?
Catches him in the side, utilizes his ultimate, and they realize there is a huge gap in the defense all the way up mid into Market and Boba. And they catch these players on the B side.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering. I was like, don't we know that Device there? But not sure. Me personally?
Here's the timeout.
Wait, hold on. You mean on stream, or you just mean when I used to cast in Korean? There's multiple layers to this. But if you're asking, when I do it on stream, it's because that point redemption is to actually cast. I'm not casting when I'm watch partying, right? I'm just talking about the game. So I just point out things that I see. If I was casting in English, I would solo. You would have to mix in play-by-play because otherwise it wouldn't be a good cast.
You've got to meet that caution with some aggression of
If you're asking about when I officially cast, then I am also an analyst and color commentator in Korea as well. So
to some degree, I think PRX today need to be playing fast and cocky. Yeah.
And while people always joke about like, oh, like Korean hype so good, like Japanese hype so good, I to this day retain that I think Korean cast is one of the casts that go as
see from the
deep
money
or
situation,
like
Divine
some of the deepest casting
into the
in terms
operator,
of
like,
live
still
casting,
stick
in
towards
terms
it.
of analysis.
Change his mind.
So
but
it is faked points reduction.
maybe a
What?
central piece to try and hold
No, I'm
together
saying
his
I'm
defense.
casting in Korean, so
And I
there
think
is naturally more
the interesting
play-by-play.
component of that too is he's the sage, and the wall
But
is
like,
also
I'm not
an
casting
essential
in
component
English
of their mid-round
because we're
defense
watch party.
and their info game. So, is he going to play for the wall early and then in the mid-round get posted up with the op, or does he try to take
I'm
early
confused.
angles and ignore the fact that his wall could be finding
Divide
a
with
good
the
value
op.
in the mid?
No big ultimates.
All in his face for now. We find towards the top. Sakam taken out and a double face.
Destroyed.
Oh my, obliterated.
And so now you've got no op, no wall, no res.
Yeah,
One
that's
of your most
rough.
important players hits the deck so early.
PRX are left wandering
That's
out
an
into the
incredible
open
kill from Patman, though. That might actually just keep PRX in this round.
Best that they could potentially find.
He might have even seen 2 on the minimap there as he died, because it looked like something and Patman were doubled up.
So PRX have brought it even 4 versus 4.
Kayak
Now
going
another
again.
3, 2, 1 into the space. Kayak!
Dude, how does he win that?
Disgusting work.
Dude, that was
beautiful.
That was like
The neon movement
that
as
was
well,
one of
to
the
just glide away
best
from
double
the
peaks
trade.
I've seen from.
He's sharp, confident. and
Holy
starting this into the
dude!
B site. PRX.
How does he
I mean,
win
they don't even
that?
have the tools, the funds here to contest, frankly.
They've scrambled away.
Kayak's too good.
Might look to try and save some of the guns. off
Kayak's
perhaps,
too good.
But they are drifting in like they want to try and take a chunk out of Fnatic.
They've got 4 players that aren't going to be able to buy
That was
in the next
crazy.
round.
Unwise.
When are we gonna
think
see
they've
you casting back in English?
One
I
of the players
mean,
could go for something. If they found
I don't know.
alert,
Hopefully next
they
year, but
found
we'll see.
a pick.
We'll see what Mr. John Riot
But
wants.
Batman, he picks up the operator.
What
and
do
they
you
just
plan on
play for it.
casting next? I mean, I'm
Into the
always
next
open
round.
to casting other games, like
2
more than one game.
opportunities for PRX to be trying to find an early pick through mid. One with the op and one with the double face, and both dismantled.
The movement won him that for
Really
sure.
sharp
That was a
shooting
movement
here
win,
from
but still,
Fnatic.
that was like crazy.
They're going to be drawing it level with that one. 9-9 for Fnatic. That experience, that grit.
I actually
You talk
want
about
to
drawing
learn
in,
to
though.
cast
Look
a
at the
fighting
net
game.
drawing
That's
in
been
these
on
players
my
trying to
like
save. They're
career
gonna save
bucket
them.
list.
Forsaken steadily being overwhelmed at this point.
Oh, he lives.
They're going to try and run him down to the final moment. No respite. No saving.
Oh.
And no isolation
Oof.
prizes. And yeah, no money, like you said, Josh. This
Yeah,
is
like the
now
finals seems like it'd be a
dire
fun game to cast for
circumstance.
sure.
God, what a shot.
That's beautiful.
Barely
I mean,
sees it
this was a big. Wow, he got him
And
through
then
the wall. I
Kayak
missed
1v2
that.
afterwards is spectacular
Dude,
as
this
well.
though, dude, the instant movement as he
Something
gets the kill.
Doesn't get much of a chance there.
I have Chobra.
Can you cast a spell?
Standing ahead.
You got
PRX are
me. You
willing
got
to
me,
take the
Flappy.
risks on
I think
rounds like
PRX
this,
were
and it's
focused on
all
greeting the
straight
ops, so they weren't
down
focused
with
on the double peek, even though that's where their crosshair
He's
was.
surrounded potentially there, and it's just offset
Maybe.
immediately. Patman going down. Clears up a series of unknowns. Fnatic can start to slowly get a grip on what's going on.
They Viper walled for mid, so the Forsaken could push, but that meant that Patman didn't have his own Viper wall in B main that he's been playing around.
Forsaken still stanced up. But
Oh, the
okay,
timing. I mean,
Kayak is
that's
sharp
Forsaken
right now.
literally was about to just peek. But
Fnatic are doing
like,
a great job
PRX,
of dealing
like,
with all of this defensive pressure.
if you're
and like
playing
I've been
this
saying over and over
wall,
again,
you
PRX
can't
have to
fight
do
for
this.
mid.
It might
And
look
this
like
is the
PRX
problem
just kind of
without
walking into
for
their
not
demise,
having a
but
Cypher
their
Vice,
composition
whatever,
relies on them
is that
getting
you can't
active on
empty the
defense. They
site
can't just sit
comfortably.
back.
And like,
And Fnatic
but
are not
you,
giving them an easy
attackers
game
just
here.
have an
They are
advantage
not
in mid
hitting
on
sites and
Sunset.
execing until
Like,
the very
why are
final
we trying
moments.
to?
And by that
If you
point,
want mid control, you just have to
PRX
bait
have
them
already
from
given them
top
a
and
pick.
sneak someone in. Like that's the only way, really,
Pressure
unless
across
you're
the
putting up
board,
the Viper wall like
something
this.
re-exploring.
And they have this wall, that's fine.
Again, the answer
But this
back
is
there,
more like a
market.
rotation wall rather than holding mid wall.
Open and accessed here for
They also
Fnatic.
only
Something's
do
being
this toxic
squeezed.
you know where
screen
both of these
when
players
they're
are,
on
though.
ecos.
Boast is just calling with a full rotate over towards A. Something got a kill, Divide threw out a slow orb, Divide even getting picked over towards Boba, and they've got a great idea of where something is.
Yeah, and time
It's a
whittled down.
4v1.
I mean, but honestly, I
A real
hadn't
opportunity here
really
for
thought
something.
about it.
Maybe feeling like he has to do it all.
So
That's my plan
I
on
might
A.
be.
This is a dire circumstance for
PRX
PRX.
might have been doing what I wanted them to
Forsaken
do.
only
They
has
just had
800
a different
credits
read
too.
on the maps.
So this is just a slam
They
dunk
might really
save.
be looking at Pearl as like
Something's
the
entirely
guaranteed
on the wrong
map.
side of the map with no information, and I
Which-
don't think he's
but
gonna
I just
keep
think
away
that's
from it.
risky.
Alpha
But
spins 90 degrees.
The no hard
something.
senti is getting
And now they take
wrecked.
the lead back. It's been a while since we were able to say that.
I do think it's still a little disappointing that they don't have like why are we fighting? You know what I mean? Like why are we fighting for mid here? Like yeah, you've gotten some good kills on it, but I still don't think that's something that you want to be doing every round. I do think it's
a few teams in a history of VCT that have completed a lower bracket.
But Fnatic's also looking better, but I think stylistically on attack, Fnatic against the no hard Senti comp matches very well. So like that is something I didn't quite consider when I was talking about drafts.
Denying PRX the trophy when PRX came through that upper bracket. The first time that PRX ever had a chance at a trophy. Another slow beginning from Fnatic.
Okay, now they've adjusted to the Fnatic wall though. And but like, you're just, I mean, yeah, they're just drawing them in. That way, whenever you re-clear, like this is a re-clear and retake, although it doesn't, they're trying to cover this, so they still want to fight for mid. People are so obsessed with mid.
Coming to try to help it out.
Come towards it, broken up towards the top.
Kayak's distracted, and again, it's all bait for Alpha here. I don't know if PRX has caught on to that. Well, they see the Cyber Cage now. Whoa, that's a big kill, though.
That's big.
No Boaster and the Toxic Screen is set up for mid? Yeah, you just have to hold here. You just have to watch out for Alpha.
Oh my god, that's instinctual.
Beautiful timing. But
okay, the res, though?
Hunter's Fury, though, to try and punish, and this is getting hot and heavy. Brought all the way towards him. There's no tags on Crashies. No
it went too high.
Ducked right underneath.
And Patman gets another kill. This is the res really saves PRX here, because otherwise they would have all been stuck on top mid.
Won't deny him that kill though. He's having to put Forsaken in his
The only thing
place,
PRX needs to worry about is Kayak. Whoa, okay, that does not help Crashy's plant, my guy.
Slow up, stun rattling the nade, ricocheting. Kayak.
You guys need to fight.
Chip down and PRX. They do drag it level.
So tough for Fnatic to be able to get this fight down in that situation. Not
the
only was
PRX
the time
chance
against them.
Ooh, that was
still had the Hunter's Fury in the back pocket
ooh,
too.
yeah, he was not flushed. Yep, he knows. That was
whiffing the teleport.
Yep, he flicked it too hard.
Mechanical error.
That is.
Seen a couple of them today from a few players. I think that
that's a rough one.
The nerves that can hit even the most experienced people when it comes to the grand finals. The game level, though, and PRX with a really critical one to win in that prior. They still have massive ultimates that, if they can run the time down, are going to be super important. That shock dart is supposed to break a trip. And the lineup just off.
The push out.
Rattling. Handshake with the bullets. Forsaken. Forced to respect it when the Viper orbs up. Drop down with a double face through the box. No damage done.
Forsaken, though, is always going to be re-challenging. He's super aggressive.
Trying to take that
ooh, that's big. And he backs off.
In his place. Kayak.
The smoke's not perfect. You know that he's going to want to peek around this, so they put up poison clouds, see if they get a reaction.
Forsaken just cannot be dug out of these spots. He was doing the same thing over towards market to win PRX around
honestly, Forsaken's MVP of this map if PRX wins. Patman's had some impact kills, but
they're droning in towards B.
He's holding so many choke points.
Might be the playmaker up mid. Yeah. Forsaken is here again.
Moved in, drops down low. It is whiffy.
Very shaky from Boaster.
The rifle in that spot, something.
I mean, it is something, but very shaky.
Still looking to see if they can test towards that A side. Jing propped up. Missed the timing onto the cross. Barely alive there. Shredded back and forth with the bullets. Fnatic have access towards him.
Oh, Crashies thinks he has the timing. Patman's covering him. Ooh, I mean, they had Divide there as well, so it's fine.
Take back control of momentum of this map.
Two crucially important rounds here towards the tail end, where it looked like Fnatic had properly clawed their way back in, and I think so much of it is down to Forsaken.
I agree. Forsaken, dude, Forsaken's holding like the most crucial parts, and he's finding so many good timings. It feels like Forsaken has a good read against Fnatic. The rest of the team, individually, not always, but Forsaken's almost always had the right read in terms of tendencies and like how the fight's gonna happen.
Trying to get back on the angle, playing on the very edge of the risks that he can take, but not getting punished for it. And he's just making all of this map control feel impossible for Boaster's calling. That's why Boaster had to make that play up mid in the prior. Once again,
You've got Neon
only
ult.
Forsaken defending this spot.
So they have
over
to watch
towards
out.
A. And yet they'll have a hard
They're
task
just
going through
keeping.
him.
They're basically saying, "Hey, creep up." So this is the adjustment that PRX has made, which is good. They shouldn't be
They do have a
fighting here
camera
and
that they
here.
can pop.
They're just
They should be
looking.
able to get a
They
tag and
drone
push
on a
him off
minute mark. You
potentially.
get some information. Otherwise, you say you can creep up to here. We're gonna keep the crossfire.
Start to TP. Evacuation back to the side. Paranoia.
Okay, bit of an early execute. Can they clear the omen? Trying, dude, Forsaken's back in. Dude, I'm telling you, the timings that he takes. This smoke, it's like the most useless smoke otherwise. But he's been paranoid, so Kayak doesn't read it. And there's no pinch. Forsaken is single-handedly reading Fnatic. Like, no offense to the rest of the team, they're not always making the best individual decisions in terms of what Fnatic's going to do. But Forsaken is literally setting himself up to just outplay Fnatic.
He is everywhere. He is everything. And Fnatic look like they've given up on this one.
Yeah.
I mean, is Boaster waiting to maybe teleport in if Crashies had managed to open up the site? This just looks like
And that's a
pure
save.
No time left. It's whittled down. And PRX.
Look at the impact, Brent, again that Forsaken had here.
Oh, Boaster, you don't have health.
It was
You don't have
impossible
health.
to get through. They had to use a cam,
You gotta survive
a
4
recon,
extra seconds.
huge amounts of
Whoa,
info.
he thinks he's clear because he checked
The Neon ultimate as well to push
further
him back.
forward.
And all that happened was he teleported back and played inside of his own smoke. Used a paranoia, got 2 kills, and then teleported to the other side. And made them save through sheer aura.
PRX win. I'm gonna buy the Nongshim bundle. If Fnatic lose, I'll buy the Nongshim ramen.
Is phenomenal from this guy so far.
Then you'd be doing both, no? What is that laugh?
Smiles. A little bit concerning.
Yeah, I was saying.
Bit
Perhaps
concerning.
Fnatic are the villains to PRX's protagonist anime arc.
Sounds like a win for Nongshim. I mean, no, but shouldn't you be saying I'll buy Nongshim ramen if Fnatic win and the bundle of PRX wins? Isn't that how Nongshim wins?
Forsaken, though, has just been storming up the scoreboard in these last few rounds. Kayak and Alpha, yeah, were doing huge work for Fnatic on that run.
But here's my point, chat. Like, you guys are saying that, like, well, Fnatic antied the crap out of PRX. But I don't think Fnatic antied the crap out of them. This is the bare minimum that you're doing against this comp. This is on PRX for not being prepared better. Like, they should have been doing what they're doing now, like 5 rounds earlier.
Stepped up as a caller.
But again, I mean, if they thought that they weren't going to be able to do it consistently, so they think Pearl is a better map for them, then that's fine.
When they were first stepping onto the global
Personally,
scene,
I don't take the chance on the question mark. I just make sure my players are, like, not doing this
crazy, chaotic.
on Sunset.
Won them rounds for sure, but also lost them quite a few. And now he is pretty rock solid. It's difficult to watch him put a foot wrong.
1 round away from
This
that
time,
first
Jing's
stepping
going to help
stone that PRX are
the
looking
double
for.
fight here.
Deep hold again. This is
Oh, they're
aggression
ready.
though by
They're ready for the
Fnatic.
fast hit. Oh,
Hold up. But it's spam
they
into the
pitted
box.
here as well.
And instantly calling for the retreat.
But look at this. Fnatic now knows that PRX has to go over here, right? So as long as you can clear up market, it's actually an easy B hit because Patman is stuck. All right, you know one more is here. This is the only one they don't know about. They are pushing through. Spike? Spike down? Something?
Straight from behind, Spike dropped down. Smoke up, Makai's ahead of it.
Oh, 1v2, 9
It's all down
HP.
to something in that 1v2.
Dude, he walks away.
He's going to play for the ultimate.
He knows.
He knows that he
This
doesn't need
is
to defend the
NT.
spike. That's
I
what
mean,
some things now
9
have
HP
much
though.
earlier timing into market.
Ahead of it now. Here's the plan. This is the best timing for it. He can
Alpha.
isolate a fight. 1v1.
Oof.
Alpha.
NT from something though.
Same
NT.
pair of hands.
NT.
He saves Fnatic. That could have been an unreal play from something. He's been struggling to hold on to these gaps in the map. He's got a really difficult job.
Dude, that was a round that something needed. That was a something round right there.
Overwhelmed by his stun, and something caught up. Has to turn, pivot in a moment and catch his Chronicle. Almost made the magic happen.
I mean,
But
you had
still
9
Fnatic,
HP, man.
With that grit, push us to the final round of regulation.
Not much more you could do there
Can they
for something.
give
He had the right
overtime in
read.
map 1?
PRX is caught. Now they're switching it up. They say, okay, we're going to hit. Oh, the set play. I was wondering. I was like, they don't have Showstopper because I imagined at map point they would try to do the tile crunch. But that new tech on that point. I like it. I like it. It's smart. That is smart.
Time to pull out a set play
Yep,
like that.
that is
Leaves
the
Chronicle
time to
and
do
Trashies
it. That is
in
the
a
time to
tough
do it.
2v4, boxed in on site.
They have a minute though. Fnatic's got time. PRX has to watch out.
Viper's pit offloaded. A blight onto the site that's given them that safety net. Fnatic trying to play through.
That's huge. Well played. That's a good call. That's a good call.
A gorgeous play.
It's actually, it is well played because they weren't doing any funny business with the Raze and the Omen and the Sage. But I mean, that's like very old Gen GS, right? Pull out something that you're just not doing in that last moment. Because I was looking at the previous round too. I was like, no showstopper. Like, what do you do here? Like, what can you do to throw a curveball? Well, you just do a new TikTok wall on B main that you haven't shown.
Let's go, boys. Good job.
GG, well played. All right, chat, we're going to run some ads as well. You can get these out before I forget. So now the big question comes into... now the big question is going to be the Pearl, really. I'm not even interested in the Icebox. It's the Pearl that I want to know. That wall might tilt Fnatic. No, I think Fnatic... I think if Fnatic's honest with themselves, like, you did better than you were meant to there. Chat, I'm gonna go to the bathroom as well. I'll be right back. All right. All right, we got some time. Let's start nice and early for today's dailies, shall we, chat? Hold on, let me make sure I don't have double windows open. I don't. All right. Who's going to sleep? What is going on? What is going on? What is going on, chat? Why are we wildin'? Oh. 라기님 안녕하세요. I don't know if we'll get through the scramble this time, so let's do connections. Infinite tipped over the line a tad bit too much. I mean, we all know, right? We all know. Infinite's gonna be permabanned one of these days. It's just a matter of time. Like we all know it's coming. It's just a matter of when. What's going on? Oh, okay. This one though, mods. I mean, listen, I wouldn't pile on him. It's fine for. We have a very strict rule on that word, so like, it's fine that there was a misunderstanding, but I don't think you need to pile on him. I think you just can't ever. You can't ever use that in other combinations. Yeah, it doesn't matter if your intention was good. This is on both of you. This is on both of you. This is on both of you. But Infinite, you will always be on the losing end of this argument because you are always pushing the line. It's not even about mods abusing power. Even without the mods, you are just always pushing the line. So like, you set yourself up for this. But I don't pile on him. That's on both of you. That's on both of you. All right, let's listen to this interview while I think about connections.
That last round has got to be one of the most outrageous things we've ever seen on a stage. Was that you during the timeout? Was that Divide, JJ? Where did that come from?
It's definitely not me. We had it in our bag a long time, but we were running out of timeouts already. It was, I think, Tsing. I think it's his favorite move. So haven't shown it. Finally, it's out.
I can't wait to see more of that. Good luck.
And we loved it. What a way to wrap up that first map.
Yeah, chat, for those who don't know, Mongols is in the grand finals for the CS Major, which is crazy. Huge for them, and apparently there's just a massive crowd gathered outside in Ulaanbaatar to a watch party at like 2 a.m. Asia be winning in FPS in the big 2025.
Shooting as well as I used to.
Old man, young adult,
this round was incredible,
boyfriend,
and his impact in that second half too was just out of this world.
Forsaken is just defined by the impact. You might look at the statistics, and like you said, maybe it's not as much as the golden days, but now the
feels like those four should be together. I just have no idea what it would be.
Over, but you can never count PRX out.
That's right, and also Mel's on the desk. Everyone, give it up for Mel.
Give it up for Mel.
She's here with us here to talk
Mel's great
about
on the
game
desk.
for a little while, but yeah, let's continue.
All right,
this
sorry, Mel.
conversation
We're gonna. Sorry, GB.
Like
We gotta focus on our connections here while we listen to you. We will listen to you guys.
4 rounds straight, you get the timeout, and then from there you started to see PRX gain that confidence and come back and
Yeah, honestly, Mongols being there is, in terms of impact, Mongols being in the grand finals is like a way bigger deal than PRX going for a third shot at the trophy. But obviously, yeah, we're here for Valorant.
And in this first half, PRX, I think some of the lack of experience playing on this map for Fnatic show. They've only played it twice in officials this year, lost both times. So what PRX does a lot is they love working into mid, trying to fight up, and then split one of these sites,
they use the same
wall
wall
on the other side. And that's so tough
against
for anchor
Foot.
players to deal with when you're trying to fight into main.
Yeah, it was a long time ago.
Splitting through mid, isolating you there, and then the rest of the team is going to be completely
Pull it back out of the back pocket.
And they were so
It's good.
successful with those rounds on attack.
Yeah, being an anchor, you
I mean, that's what I was thinking, but like, what is the connection here? Mom, young adult, boyfriend, old man? I guess descriptions, but like,
and I want to say
I guess we can try it.
Off guard, and the thing is, we talk about their attack. It is so.
Yeah, see, I knew it would be bait. If you think it is connected, but it's not instantly 100% clear, you gotta like at some point, chat. What I've learned is that this is a game.
Yeah,
you have to
that was cool.
understand
Like
the system.
Alex
That's
said,
why I
that's
wanted to
out
hold
there
off on
now.
it.
Everyone's seeing it now. All
Every
right, well, let's go
time,
ahead
every
and
time
jump over to
they
the coach
do
of
that,
Fnatic
it's
to get his thoughts as we get ready for map 2.
well, it's not only just too obvious, but it's like
I'm now joined
it's
by
not
Coach Fnatic
100%.
now.
Like
You
they're
know how
actually
difficult
very
it is, we know as well.
particular
How do you
about
deal
how
with
they
him for the rest of this
how they
series?
do it.
I mean, you just gotta keep an eye on him, you know, see what he's
skinny.
doing. They're always in your face. They love to get in your face, get aggressive, and I think if we
Very
take
well.
it easy, allow
Sun,
them
flare,
like absorb their
old-fashioned.
aggressiveness, we'll be fine.
Well, I hope that game plan
Old
works out.
fashioned is a
Thank you very
drink.
much.
Cocktail is a drink as well.
All right, well, there you see map 2 coming
Shot
up next.
is a
It's going to
drink.
be Icebox here, picked by Fnatic, and this is one of those maps
Is
now
Collins a
where
drink?
it is
Any other drinks? Any other man, we should have had Achilles on the call. Achilles would know.
It is Fnatic's map pick first in this series, so and it has been really dominant for them. They've had great wins on it where the other team barely even
Is
accrues
old
like 4
man
or
a
5
drink?
rounds. So, and they
Do you
just run
plan
it
on not
super standard
sleeping?
comp, and they play the map in a way that really
I mean,
sets up
well,
their play
yes,
styles well.
but
On
I've
this
had
team,
my
they
time.
have
I've been living
Alfie
in
on the
Toronto
look.
time
Notably
zones for
with
the
an
past 3
Outlaw,
weeks,
They have
so.
a great jet player in Kayak who really popped off the last time we
The
saw
Gamba is up.
This
If you
map
don't
is
see
gonna
it, you
highlight
should
the difference
refresh.
between how these two teams want to play defense. PRX is a team that loves playing flood retake, heavy fighting on the sites, putting tons of util into their anchors. Whereas Fnatic, when they're playing the Sage,
Nexus
you're
is taking
almost
longer than
always gonna see them
Strandle.
back
What?
up, play these set retakes with the wall that they're super highly successful for. So I think a lot of this game is going to come down to PaperX in their post plans, how much space they can take to deny those strong Fnatic retakes.
And when
Okay.
you say that, I mean, obviously,
Oh,
are we gonna see
it's
something taking
glassware,
aggro
it's not
but
drinks.
notably Jing on the Omen, the difference
Cocktail
between
glass,
these two
Collins
comps
glass,
is the
old-fashioned glass,
Sage
shot glass.
passivity and
Okay.
the Omen aggression, and I'm gonna be looking at Jing, seeing where he's playing in those close lines and what fights he's taking.
How does that Omen really shift the game, right? Because the smokes are very different than just a solo Viper comp.
It really opens up everyone to take fights because when you
Sun,
have that second
flare.
controller, now the Viper's like, okay, they don't really need my wall for the post plant too much because if I go down, then the Omen can smoke. And that works
Bell.
both ways, right? If the Omen goes down, the Viper can play the wall. So it opens up actually everyone to make all these aggressive fights, which is just so good for the PaperX style.
And it's also Jing playing it, so you know he's
Yep.
going to be a guy who's going for those individual plays as well. It gives some of that kind of opportunity to double TP and go for your
young
own stuff
adult.
with the
These are
paranoia too, outside of just the strength, the
historical,
agent
young
All right,
adult,
well, Mel, thank you so
literary.
much for
What's the
joining
last
us
one?
here, but for now, let's send it back over to your
Types of
casters and
gen-
see if
not
Fnatic
gen- is
can
it
come back
genres,
into this
but-
one and tie the series 1-1. Back over to you, Brennan Sideshow.
We're about to find out here on Icebox.
Maybe not. I think it is
Territory
though.
here for Fnatic.
I was thinking speculative, but speculative is it? I've
It's a
never
best of 5 and the double map
seen that as a
advantage on the
descriptor.
side of PaperX, but they're not done yet. They've shown that resilience, that grit. They've dug deep this entire
guess so.
event to make it here.
Fiction
This
category.
point
Speculative.
right now.
You use speculative
Always
as a
been one loss
fiction
away from
category? Do you?
elimination. I think this, though, this map does feel like a bit of a must-win.
Speculative
for
fiction is a
Fnatic.
thing? Huh.
The one
Sorry,
after
library's
this
the well.
code,
It
which
is.
is Fnatic's
That's me being
permaban,
dumb. It's words I've seen in the
taking
library
us. So
describing,
Fnatic
you know,
have got to get out
sections.
to a good start here and equalize the series if they want a serious chance of
Hold on,
picking
it's
up
starting.
another
It's
one of
starting.
those trophies.
Okay, we'll do this later.
In this half,
All right.
be expecting PaperX to be contesting space. Think about the way that they made it difficult for Fnatic to get room on their
The
attack
big
side.
question here is PaperX is a team that knows how to
This,
play
for
Sage and
example, a
Icebox.
triple face, super committed
Quite
from
frankly,
PaperX.
Fnatic's been getting away with a lot on Icebox strategically because teams have not been playing
Maybe
against
justifying the
Sage
alpha, yeah,
well.
taking a timing.
The other thing is
He's
you know,
normally
this
gonna be
allows
the
Kayak
solo
to kind
player
of
on A
fly
if the
around
rest
and
of the
fly
team
free.
Is working B.
So we'll see.
But Fnatic are just trying to figure out which part of the map PaperX are playing for. Where are they fighting? And this is a silent way of fighting.
Here.
Slow.
Dude, they're just waiting forever. They say if you want to come B, you go B.
Hoping that someone springs this trap, and they have.
Yep,
Alpha.
because I like this from
Catches wind of
PaperX
it.
though, because A is going to be a nightmare
this
to
PaperX
retake
triple face
against the Sage
evaporates,
wall.
Dissolves, leaving only
But B,
for
it's not
Taken
as bad.
And Jing. And even Jing actually leaving the A site entirely, ready for the
And then they
reaction for
rotate.
Fnatic
This
to
is
be.
an excellent pistol call.
As well. Crashies is trying to take that timing
Amazing
forwards.
pistol
Divine
call from PaperX.
Shuts it down before it gets a little bit messy here. Side control still a little bit
You don't
all
know
over
that
the place.
Boaster's
Timing-
through.
timing here, Boaster!
Boaster's been
Shot
shaky
lined up, can't
today.
get it in order. PaperX are walking all over them right now.
A nice pistol round, the first one for PaperX in the series. They didn't need either of them on Sunset. It was a tight one, but they managed to get it over the line. This idea works perfectly. perfectly against the way the Fnatic are going to be taking these slow-paced fights. set up
It's like
to
a
punish
what if.
people as they contact
Oh,
again.
speculative fiction? It's like what ifs? Oh. Incredible pistol call from PRX. I mean, that's one where you're just like,
not too happy with how that one's gone, but know that things are still winnable even without a pistol.
oh, wells. Double Guardian, one Bulldog.
Fnatic start out in a pretty similar way.
So PRX can buy up
Forsaken
for the
grabs
next
the
round.
alt orb over towards A. There's a smoke up on
And
Belt that stops
basically,
him from
the
being able
Double
to
Guardian
contest this
also
angle early.
should signify that they're going to be just looking to hold these angles initially. They know that
Batman
Fnatic
trying to hold a
is
pretty
going
aggressive
to
position
like
and
to
punish
try to
you
take the
if you
early
try to
contact.
Take B main for free.
Right? They're not a team that has a ton of info and initiator util. So you just take these long-range fights.
Right there by his side.
Flawless, huge.
Clean sweep.
Can't be getting 3 from that position with only a Sheriff. That's ridiculous. Halfway up almost.
Would you rather Double Guardian or Double Bulldog?
Well,
I think it just comes down to the players, right? Personally, Bulldog, but
And another demonstration that PRX are going to take fights. Plenty of players in that spot would see many people in mid and just back up. Allow the turret to be broken and worry about Kitchen instead. No, PRX are going to contest that space and force you to
all right, this is the big round. I'm going for the
line
ops.
in round 3.
Save up for it. See if it pays off. Taking an aggressive angle, but he's got support.
Something walking up with the in round 3.
Oh, he's ahead of the toxic screen, but oh no!
Something is the one.
Boaster's still checking for one more. Patman's just holding. Smart from Patman. He says just come and get it. Come check.
Got to know that there's another player behind that.
Deploying drone.
But either way, Boaster doing that, making noise, Patman not able to get info, so now that's the timing that Fnatic knows that they can actually take a weaker site on A. It's a good read.
Time to strike might be nigh. There's a wall
The
up
real
on
question
one
now
side
for
of the floor.
PRX is what do you do with the op? They're just going to whoa!
They're just trying to tip-tap, Guardian in hand. Can't settle the recall enough here.
What happened there?
He's going to be dropping down, open access to these fights.
Bait and
Divide.
switch?
He's still here, still
Good hold from Divide. He's not hit by the snake bite.
Forsaken.
They have to take Forsaken out first.
But as Util used to clear him out in spades. Fnatic.
No charges left.
Slowly, it's a glacial pace. Patman trying to stop
Fnatic
this one
is
in his
getting
tracks,
drawn
though.
into the fights. They know because PRX is constantly pressuring them, being like, "You can't plant safe." He should have planted this earlier, but they didn't want to plant in a bad post-plant position. PRX just forces it.
Got down single digits. Him and Patman trying to take this one. Patman snaps to Kayak
Dude, where's the
Stone.
cover?
One left to start. Patman.
Fnatic, man, you shouldn't have lost that. Why was Kayak fighting alone at low health? It's a 2v1. You know he's weak.
This newcomer to PRX is. He's
Damn.
won some mightily important 1v1x's.
I mean,
And here
big
dismisses the
play
rookie
from
on the other
Patman.
side
Not
of
trying
the
to take
stage
it away,
before
but
taking
also
down a
like
player with a ton of experience too.
Patman was just spotted there. I don't know why Boaster was holding the wall.
To win the bonus.
Because if he takes the rope, you would see him in the window.
But the more that they went forward to try to get the plant down, the more they open up opportunities.
That's a bit of a misplay.
Boaster, he opens, but couldn't close. Alex is happy about that one. The more flood defend aggressive style really is working here for PRX. Fnatic are finding it
But that is
difficult.
what you have to do against Sage, and so they know how to play against the Sage, which is what I was hoping.
broken
I think
early.
you should have been confident, but
She was just looking to clear that space. They know that something has been taking liberties.
I think it was a shock dart there as well that did pretty large chunk of
again,
damage.
Guardian, Marshall. Look at the Fanatics. Basically, they are
Alpha's gonna
playing
try to
like
work his way
Alpha
up to,
Chronicle Kayak.
It's
Like
difficult.
that's just their
Device
econ.
got his full setup here.
If one of them can always buy some gun that can get nasty kills, then we buy it.
Slow take.
And I think against PRX, it might not get them across the finish line from what we've seen on Sunset and Icebox. Granted, Sunset, PRX almost lost that themselves.
Damage. Kayak.
What?
Might have just brought this one back from the brink. His weapons abound, but 8 HP to do it all. And Divide.
Oof. Good swing from Divide. Chat, give me one
Another
second.
spot where
I gotta
Kayak probably
make
isn't
sure my
anticipating Divide
wife is
swinging.
up for work as well. Be right
Most
back.
people are going to play a 2v1, a lot more cautious than that. But PRX are finding the right timings today to put pressure on Fnatic in unexpected ways. These are the risks, the gambles that PRX have taken and honestly have in some previous tournaments been punished for. But this time, today, it is really working. Fnatic's coach is already deciding to take a tactical timeout. We are seeing these really early on in the halves. I think Alex talked a little bit about it during the coach's interview, the fact that he was already out of them by the time it got to crunch time, you know, like 11-11.
They call a timeout.
Kind of stuff at the end of Sunset. The pressure hitting early on.
Anything to stop that momentum that PRX have. It's not within its tracks, but
No noodles, but I got
against a freight train going to Mach 10 speed.
apple pie.
PRX are playing like lights out, determined to be the ones to lift that trophy.
The only team to really put a halt on it was Gen G way earlier on. And honestly, since then, the train has just been accelerating all the way through that upper bracket. It's really difficult to stop a team that has momentum like this when they're feeling confident and are going
the local
for peaks at
bakery
unexpected
chain.
times. You've got to be ready for anything against PRX. And what's frustrating in this
It'll
tournament,
be a statement if Fnatic loses Icebox? No, I mean, I think in theory, PRX should be winning Icebox.
Here's an adjustment.
But
Snake bite.
because it's PRX,
And a shot and a half there to delete Jinx.
I wouldn't be 100% confident. And also because Kayak gets to play Jet, so like, there are X factors. But I do think PRX should be actually favored on Icebox.
5v4. Couldn't ask for a better beginning for Fnatic.
Push, that's a cheeky one, Patman. I don't want to overstay yourself though. Drones forward, something's going for another bite of the apple! And he evens the score.
I don't think that's too bad though for Fnatic. They do still have a res to be able to work around with. They're droning. Boaster's taking a little bit of space in mid. This is a risk.
Yeah, and he's pre-aiming the wrong spot here. Just
Oh, he doesn't know he was spotted.
Out through the shoulder, dart.
Ooh, I don't know if you throw that dart there.
I'm expecting the Boaster would cross out, and he's got out.
I don't know if you throw that dart there.
Scoring on the other side, Device done. The spike in the hands of Chronicle. It's going to be a quick plant now.
Yeah, that's huge. Fnatic were
gives up
anticipating
your
that
advantage
PRX would
in
be
mid.
denying the res, and so B would be more open.
Hmm.
Instead, Devi was holding it and got deleted. Still a player advantage for Fnatic in the post plant.
An ADS stub, Alpha yet, top form.
Oof, now they know. They don't know where Forsaken is, but
Really trying to drag that first round on the board here for Fnatic. Brute force and mechanics. Exactly what they ordered. Forsaken's still going to be making a go at this one though. Alongside Patman, time though ticking. Spike, it's getting out of hands and push forwards, pressed. The advantage, Alpha yeah!
Alpha with 4. There's no way you said PRX are favored on Icebox after you won your PRX should ban Icebox for
Could
yesterday.
be a very different game. I mean, he
Yeah,
still played
because I don't
fantastically in the
trust
first map, don't get
PRX
me
to
wrong.
be good on maps they
But
should
we've
be
seen
good at.
Matches
But
that
they
Fnatic
should
have been
be
playing.
favored.
Not, honestly, not just at this tournament, but at the end of stage 1-2.
Strategically, they should be favored. But I was saying the PRX I've come to know would probably prefer to just try aim duels.
For that kind of
Yeah.
title.
In which case, like, go Ascent. But any other sensible coach and team should be taking Icebox over Ascent.
PRX still up 4-1.
That was my point. But it seems like they are sensible enough these days,
Two
so.
ults online, Fnatic. Another bit of util, gotta respect that.
Yeah, that constant conditioning of taking the ult orb early is just forcing some level of utility to be used for Fnatic. This round, they decide not to use the snake bite, but have to use a slow orb instead.
Patman. Here's a drone. Side steps out of it. Looking to take a timing rather than breaking it.
Yeah, he wants to play this aggressive. Again, think about the way that Forsaken, for example, was playing on Sunset. You want to force Fnatic to earn every inch.
So now they just ditch A.
Down, Boaster.
Now with the guns, you got lockdown.
In a spot to try and play in, but the
See if
first
Fnatic
shot
gets a
just
read
missed.
on this, though.
On either side here, smoke up in your
Because they're not
face.
actually fighting hard on green either. It's a good setup from PRX. They're not making it easy to know that A is empty.
Mid as a dash active. Kayak wants to try and go with it. Updraft over towards
Oh.
Alpha. My God, tap it
Oh,
away.
I mean,
and snap into the domes
dude,
of
Alpha.
any
That's.
adversary.
I mean, that's just Alpha
Remarkable, the
diff.
consistency
That's
that he's
just
got.
Alpha diff.
Had to deal there with a player in a pretty unexpected position at bottom tube. Forced a 1v1 and came
That's
out
rough.
the better end of it. Something's in a fairly unwinnable position. And again, Alpha goes hunting at the end. He is thirsty.
I mean, chat, say
Got his
what you
lockdown
will
online.
about
So overall, as well on both sides,
Fnatic only winning because of aim diff. That's literally how they're getting through this tournament.
But this has knocked PRX's economy back.
I've
after
said,
just two
as someone
rounds.
rooting for Fnatic for this whole tournament, I've said it time and time again. They should be losing all
plays
these
that they're going
matches.
for,
They shouldn't be here, strategically speaking.
Not necessarily.
But at some point, if Alpha's playing that every single match, you know, and then Kayak and Chronicle are taking turns playing like that every other game, it's like,
But just get
what do you do at that point?
By the Turkish aim god. It's incredible when you think about some of the changes that these teams have made. I mean, let's take it from Fnatic's perspective.
The timeouts have been good for PRX, though. Not just today, but in general.
Talked about them being absolutely fundamental.
And I think round 6 timeout, that's a pretty good one because Fnatic's going to, if the adjustment comes through,
still able to rely
I
on
actually think Fnatic might want to call an immediate answer back timeout if PRX looks instantly different after this round, or in 2 rounds at the very least. But already 2 rounds in, there's not many rounds left, so.
And still have a chance, another chance at glory.
Well, yeah, but that's what I was saying. Like, PRX, it's not just something. Like, I would say Patman actually can keep his own too. Devi's been looking good. Forsaken, obviously. Jing as well. I think that's why, after seeing Sunset, it's like, okay, because I think Fnatic, because of their aim, that's why they've been doing those haphazard buys, where it's like, we always have a chance to get back, right? It's like the Sheriffs and Guardians on Gen G. I think PRX, on average, can keep up, so that it might not give Fnatic enough rounds to cross the finish line. Even if, like, the peak is higher on Alpha Air right now.
From PRX to really receive. They might
We'll
be
see,
able to get
though.
a few pot shots in, potentially. Swinging wide,
They don't
as I
know.
say
They
that,
don't know about
Devi.
Devi. He has snuck through, but he doesn't really have a good shot on anybody. Nobody's check. Ooh.
Spots the one, even that repeat. Rattling shots on. Updraft now, knives in hand. Something going to clear the way and cleave. A path to victory. Kayak gone.
They're playing full post plant. Yeah, they're afraid of the lockdown. You got to go for counter lockdown, but now they're going to push it. Now you have to protect it from above. Booster from above.
Bullet to the side, Sheriff's there, and he needs to try and break this one. No bullet.
Oh, but Devi's now stuck.
And one detainment on it. Something sticking. Oh,
With the Hunter's Fury and the swing on it. Oh.
Now. They need it.
That is a rough one for PRX. But it was an eco, so like,
to no avail.
On paper, you're kind of okay with it. You traded ults.
For Fnatic, though a costly one on an anti-eco.
But for Fnatic, I think also they're okay with it.
Large ultimates there. But a lockdown.
Not because, like, again, on paper, this is one of those things where it's like, on paper, PRX came out on top. They're ahead in score. They took out, well, I guess you technically used Blade Storm, but they took out 2 big ults and whatnot.
Unfortunately, weaponry just not quite good enough for
But
people caught in Devi's
again,
lockdown.
just given how Fnatic is, like, the way they're playing, I don't know if Fnatic really feels bad about it.
All of that has that ult to empower the rest of his team to flood defend, and something.
The op has to go big, basically, at this point, because they went for the early up and they haven't gotten it back.
We got to see him pull it out on Ascent, and he was working magic with it.
I had the spike.
Get his chance again.
No way.
Hard to tell where Fnatic are looking to lead and end.
You're going to go for a kayak bait on A?
Throwing down a slow orb over towards A.
Where's that?
Making it feel perhaps like they're taking
What's
early
going
A
on
control, and then Boaster leading them back towards B. With 4 bodies. 3, sorry.
What's going on with that smoke?
Up, able to trade out Patman if he goes for something wild.
Okay, you know the drone's coming out. They're making it look like Alpha's the only one holding A.
Just him even going for a bit of a
No,
fight
they're just going to go for a B plant.
To be alive there.
That's so bold.
And then Kayak's going to go for the hit.
And the read is only coming in just now. PRX realizing potentially a little bit late. Scattered
PRX has no info. Patman's on the site. They have no idea. That's big. And the Hunter's Fury. Something gets the kill as well, but now Alpha Air on the second lurk. Ooh, something. You have to remember that Alpha was seen on A.
He might be able to catch something in the back, and he's already calling for Boaster to make the rotate around.
Sees him.
Absolutely, he finds his time perfectly.
Oh, man. And then you still got crashes on B, and now Alpha's on the hunt.
He's going to be able to get spiked down here, though, Boaster.
Ooh, that's a big ult. That's a big ult. It denies crashes too much value.
Mid traded out, cleaned up. One left onto the site.
Boaster has to get back in.
Flank as well occurring.
Crashes.
Drifting.
Oh my God! No way!
Oh, I say that. Devi shuts
That was-
me up. It's left down
Devi, if they win, Devi wins the round.
Squeezed onto the site.
Boaster's
Devi
cornered. He
Jing.
knows. They know. They
Tightening
all
the
know.
net, spamming away, and they
Huge
find
from
their
Devi. Holy, dude.
What awareness there from Devi towards the end. Crashy's knife out, trying to find the timing, almost perfect. And Devi just thinks to check behind for a moment towards screens they haven't seen.
They realize they haven't seen
Chobra in a
Crashies.
while.
That's crazy. That's crazy good game sense from Devi.
Look at that play though from Patman. Working his way forwards again, aggressively challenging as the plank goes down. Always forcing Fnatic to work for it. And inside the pit, great coordination from
That's an
Devi.
amazing cut.
And Forsaken, I think it was towards the end.
Oh
Just
my
closing
gosh.
the net. Oh, back in the hands, something going aggro.
I mean, it could be part of the crowd, but that's part of the game. Fnatic.
The barrel, just poking out.
Boaster had a read,
Be aware of the chance.
a split-second read with the crowd
Has he
yesterday
spotted it?
too.
I don't know.
It's
The
just part
angle's
of
been
it.
Played. He's definitely holding for it. He suspects it.
If anything, you could argue that as soon as you start hearing the crowd rumble, Crashies could have sprinted,
further forward and
you
Kaya
know,
for
and
sure
gone for a
would see
wide
it.
swing. Like
Then
you can
that's where
always
the
use
hand-
it both ways. So
Just from the jump spot there, and an attempt at a punish. Shot trapped. No committal. Alpha is right there.
That's an insane adjustment
that's
from Alpha there as
crazy.
well. Devi tries to swing into
Kills.
cover
Ooh,
and gets
big
deleted.
kill,
He's
though.
trying to plug up those gaps, but up through kitchen they are none the wiser
Yeah,
again.
but
It's
Kayak.
Drifted in,
Jing has
walking
to be
in.
ready timing.
Dash is active. Mr. Timing.
No way!
What? How did Kayak?
The patience in that moment.
Tears open
He's
the
like
map.
literally next to two people, and he just has the patience.
They realize they've got it at this point.
Oh my
Getting
god.
hard on Alpha and Kayak to get it all done.
That's
Also,
incredibly
something that
impressive, though.
Fnatic has read this round
A
is that
reminder
PRX
once
has
more that
always
this
been
is
having
Kayak's
someone close to
first global
disrupt,
event.
right?
This is his first grand finals. It hasn't been that long since
That's
he
an
won
adjustment from
Ascension
Fnatic.
and started playing in the big leagues.
The money's not good. Something not long for this world at this point. Up put over towards the top.
Damn.
Kayak. Tasty little three-piece.
That's some unbelievable composure for a rookie player, though. That's the kind of timing that you would only expect somebody with
Dude,
a
how?
huge amount of experience to be able to pull off.
Oh my god.
And Jing just has no
Yeah,
clue
Jing's
about
probably
that.
like,
It is
what
a little
the
rough when he
hell?
watches back from his POV. But the trigger discipline. Panic from Patman.
I mean, to be honest,
And they've let things slip a little bit here. PRX
Well,
down onto another eco and Fnatic with a
I
great
guess it's on both.
opportunity to
Jing
tie
didn't
it
full
up.
clear, and Patman
Alfred
trusted
going
him
for
and
an
didn't full
attack
clear.
off.
That is rough. No, I think Patman just wasn't thinking. I
You
think
know that
Jing
in
was
these
like, I
kind of
peeked
rounds,
into
PRX
kitchen, and
gonna be
Patman.
trying to
But
challenge
to be fair, Jing didn't like peek all the way, so like
bait
Patman
out
should have.
that
It's
aggression
on both,
from
I
the
think.
defenders
I don't think you can
punish
blame
is
either one there.
all about what Fnatic are going for here today.
Jing really being the only player that can do some damage in this spot. Bulldog
Big eco round. Alpha with an op though.
ripped in his hands. He's got
But look at the
bodies
setup
on
he
some
has
PRX.
just to protect himself.
Trying to hold this one down.
Basically, Fnatic is saying, okay, we're going to starve you of information. You don't have guns. Come out and get it. And Alpha wants to pick up free
Denied
kills.
it as Alfia reconnects with the rest of the squad. This is going to end A into 3 at least.
Yeah.
The stack is here.
See how this one goes.
Surely Fnatic doesn't
That's
actually
being
full
held as well
send
for
it.
Signs of life. There's smokes on smokes. Propped up into the face, but all contact. Slow
They
and
know now
steady
that
towards
people
the
are
right
here.
Fnatic, and that's
Ooh,
the time
they're just going to cut
strike.
it up piece by piece.
Well, the iron is hot, and
It's
they
an
find
it's
their
an interesting
timing.
alteration because you imagine that Fnatic.
Push,
Oh,
Kayak.
Patman beat the op.
Just dishing it all out now with the bullets.
Crashies has to win this.
Tucked in.
Oh,
Patman deleted on the flank.
There's not much that Jing can really do from this spot. I mean, surely, yeah. Just a
that's a
bulldog.
tough one.
Can't quite get it under control. And Kayak. is
Aim
the one on
when you're
right
both
now.
good aimers. It's tough
Take
to
a look
beat
at
the
this
Vandal
play.
with the
You said it,
Bulldog.
Josh. You would not expect this guy to be a rookie on this stage. But Icebox is his
It's honestly a wonder that
playground.
Alice
Has
is a
been
full
all tournament long.
Dude, that's a sick drawing.
Now you look at the two players
Dino
that have been
versus
on the
a-
scoreboard for Fnatic today. It's the
Versus
same
the
in
player?
map 1 and map
That's
2.
sick.
Alpha and Kayak finding their opportunities to be the playmakers as well. Opening up these rounds.
But something that Fnatic does here is like you still spend time, you send util, and then you start to think that Fnatic might still rotate, and then they just slowly take angle by angle. But they only do that on ecos though. It's not something new, but they only do that on ecos.
Taking this exec space
Bit of a miscall there. That's their own nanoswarm.
For example, if he was going to be playing for the Orb or Pac-Man as well.
Jing has been prone for a little TP.
That was weird. Kayak invested so much to try to win the fight on pipes.
Big boomstick in his hands. He's been.
Oh, this is just an alpha round, huh?
All of those to try and slow this approach.
Trying to go for a fast hit.
Trying to stall this one out, but as a drone through, and Kayak is already.
Oh, he's so aggro
towards the top, and he's spotted it. Players, but he's taking bullets in the process.
You are one away from lockdown. You've got res as well, so that's what they're banking on. Breaks through the wall, gets two, but Crashies gets two back. How is nobody covering, man?
No time for overheating, son. Keep that gun out. 17 bullets.
Alpha just with an off.
Good trade from Jing.
Have to just.
Yeah, he has no idea that Jing's here. Yeah.
But it's a guessing game for him. PRX at least keep hold of this lead that they've had, at least for most of this map.
These are the timings I'm talking about, though, Brent. You watch Crashy's POV here towards the replay.
Yeah.
He throws out a recon dart, which means the Chronicles alone get in the plant. He does an amazing job of picking up Divine and Forsaken, but he then thinks he has a timing to send utility, and he's not ready for Jing's fight.
Yeah. PRX, that's.
Take timings that
I mean, it's like they're waiting to constantly pressure them. They've been very good about that, but I think it's especially been good against Fnatic because they're actually taking really high-risk positions, but it's okay because of the way Fnatic plays. In some ways, you know, it's kind of the counter to what Fnatic was doing on Attack on Sunset. Oh, that is... Wow, that is...
Jing, he's in their spawn. He's already taken out Alpha yet. This is PRX uploading everything at their disposal now. Down, drop down.
Pushes them back out. Crashies, though.
Retreating. Crashies in a
that
prime spot.
Again?
In theory, Chronicle could actually go for this res in mid.
Smokes up in their face.
He's gonna go for it.
Barely forwards there. Divide. Will he look to the
How much time do they have? But Crashies can buy time from above.
PRX, they take that timing and they take it themselves.
I mean, they trust in Crashies. There is the wall, though.
And Fnatic have to rely all on Crashies up from the high
ground. Whoa.
Forsaken. Surely he's earned this now, but he's in that 1v2.
Oh, dude, he counterpeaks that against the Odin. Holy.
Crashies,
oh my God.
So much experience in these big moments. The last hope for North America in this tournament, and he comes through huge for Fnatic there with his positioning on site. PRX knew that the rest of the players from Fnatic were stuck in mid, and he had to do everything from that high ground angle.
Damn, 6-6. Bit of a nail biter.
What a run back.
The biggest thing here is
bring it to 6-6.
It's gonna come down to Patman. Dude, I love watching Mind Freak. I love watching Mind Freak on the coach cam. It's so funny. It's so funny. I mean, Patman's lurks mid have to be good, but like the thing is I don't think he actually needs to like go deep. I think he just needs to pressure and stay alive, because then Alpha will have to hunt for him. Alpha and Kron will have to hunt for him, and then the second part will be Kayak's op, right? It's still going to be kind of important. If PRX wins Icebox, they have a good shot. If they don't, I think Pearl gets real important, like how you win on both sides. I drove 1,000 miles. Really? Fnatic has managed to claw their way to an even half through a strategic deficit. It's funny because it's mostly true. Wow, that person knew instantly that it was mirrored. Damn. He's like, I ain't choosing, man.
We're back into it as well. The Coinbase Econ report. You can see
Alpha was 71.
Yeah, I mean, and a huge amount of damage done by Alpha.
Devi as well.
which
Killjoy.
makes
Both
perfect
the
sense 'cause he's
Killjoys
up
doing so
towards
much.
12 kills. Matched on the other side by Devi, but I think some of the impact that Alpha was having on the attack side.
Some things
fairly unmatched.
Econ probably drops a lot
Now,
from that
I think
early
the game
op
is
that
gonna
he got
shift
no
pretty
value from.
significantly though here. This half, you heard the Death set it up. Fnatic love playing the retake. They are going to be playing.
That's 4,700 credits that did got 0 damage.
That's their normal strategy at least. And that is the entire opposite way that Gen G, for example, play. A team that smacked PaperX around on this map in this half. PaperX were constantly fighting.
See if they have
always
another good
denying,
pistol.
Never allowing PaperX any space. That's the
Pistols have
Pacific
generally been
style.
pretty clever from
Fnatic
PaperX.
don't really play like that, so we're going to get a really different game here.
I'm gonna pressure.
In theory, PaperX
What
should
is
actually
this?
have a ton
What
of
are these
room to
pings?
be able to get onto these sites.
PaperX, I said you've been clever, not
This has been
insane.
their style in all of the pistols on their attack side so far. Very
Oh my god, they're actually gonna go
The
for it.
smokes, they hide the intent pretty well. Drifting up through window, a couple of
Oh,
random
there's
bullets
two
from
here.
Fnatic are trying to reinforce this one. They're doubling it up. It's Boaster Crashies against the bloody world. They're ready to deliver. Crashies already with.
You didn't even
2-1,
sprint.
So
You
now,
just,
round ideas. All gone a bit skew whiff, really. Fnatic are in complete control.
Jing's smoke gave the game away there.
yeah, but if you're gonna
Brilliant
smoke,
read
just
from
sprint.
Fnatic.
Like, what are we? What
They
are they
knew exactly what was happening. Felt a little too similar, perhaps, to what's been happening on
Oh
Sunset as
my
well.
gosh.
All of those contacty plays around the map, relying on the fact that Fnatic like to play in deeper, more cautious positions.
That was
This time, Fnatic choose
that
to draw a
was
line in the
that
sand
was
kitchen.
Dude, Crashies is almost.
Go like that confident. If they coming to you, run to them, bro.
Yeah, Crashies is almost like pissed off. He's like, what? What are you trying to do here?
It's interesting that Alpha says that, because that is his way of playing, but it's not the way that Fnatic themselves usually fight.
But I do think Crashies can do more of it.
Be interesting to see if his words of wisdom carry through. Boaster, though,
It is. I like that Sideshow pointed that out, though.
looking to try to play the numbers and play the retake. More
But I
of the
think
classic
Crashies can
Fnatic
afford to
style.
do that a bit more.
Sound cues, looking to potentially take
Because
some
I
early
think if he
fights.
doesn't do that, they run into the old RQ problem where there's a bit of a disconnect in the tempo and style among the team members.
Back. Not quite. It's going down.
They know they're under
Slowly
him.
being collapsed upon here. PaperX don't really stand a chance. Just
Ooh.
from the hip. Something
Oh,
classic.
okay, a little
Does
messy,
some damage,
a little
but
messy.
That's about it.
A pretty clean round. Boaster and Alpha, they didn't even invest, so they've got plenty of opportunity here to have a good buy heading into their bonus round.
Dude,
But
one
Fnatic is
away
gonna
from
be doing a
Hunter's
lot of this
Fury.
where they're trying to react to what PaperX are doing around the map. Trying to stack bodies and get in position to go for that retake. Kayak, though, is contesting as the plant goes down there. You know, Fnatic might have a bit of an adjustment. We've got to hear it from Alpha. But it will be very interesting if Fnatic decides to take the fight to PaperX. Kayak picking up an operator. That's come out.
Early op
Okay.
on both sides. Round 3 ops on both sides. Oh boy.
But yeah, Boaster, always the selfless leader.
Gonna be playing for delay on A.
Trying to post himself
They get the
up.
Hunter's Fury as well. So they know they can retake on A. That's rough. And then the op on B.
Take down fight. Kayak makes him regret
This
it.
is a rough buy round for
Just poking out
PaperX.
here. This is Fnatic.
Batman has to go huge, but if Fnatic have been doing their work, it's a 5v4. There is no world where they should not at least be aware. Batman can win the fight, but
Ult into crazy spots. In a playmaking situation like this, down 4v5, you're wanting Jing to step up.
Hunter's Fury
Oh.
pulled out of it. That's earned.
Really?
Crashies been earning his kills and his orbs up through mid. Another lurk happening.
He gets the
Jing
kill.
is gone. Patman had to delete that turret. And
Batman
Alvarez
tries to
right
go through
there
to
behind him.
deny the Hunter's Fury. They bait him in.
Timmy.
Oof.
And Forsaken, you might have got this plant down. But how the hell are you going to dig yourself out of this?
5v2, you just have to see him fight. You got no options, really.
Not in the habit of making them off.
Oh, getting pinged there is rough. Yeah,
Can't do it all.
that's rough. Dude, the Hunter's Fury
Fnatic
is
overall in
rough.
this tournament are playing about 2/3 of their rounds for retakes, but you see here
They
they're
rush
not
for the
all
orb,
even 5v5
and then they have the
retakes.
op on B.
Finding picks as the attackers work their way
The
in.
Jet's gone. You go for the early rotate,
Both
and
from
then
the
they're waiting for
operator and
Patman.
from the ultimates, applying that pressure and creating an easy.
I wouldn't be surprised if PRX calls another early timeout.
Almost impossible situation for
Because
those final
their
two
whole,
left alive.
like, let's set up for Patman thing isn't
And I
going
think
to
they're gonna be
work
better at dealing
if
with
Fnatic is playing
getting
like
onto
this.
the line to fight Kayaks off. That was a pretty lazy way of trying to get onto that angle. One dart that didn't
More
even land towards
stingers.
back yellow, and something swings at the same time.
Aggro here with a
Big
slow
slow
orb,
orb.
just trying to deny that belt space.
Both teams fighting.
And they're
for belt
rushing for the
space
orbs.
And the ult orb.
2 away from the res.
Hold on. Walkabout. Sheriff in hand.
Oh,
just can't quite
Patman,
control
he
it.
had the
Alpha
chance.
here
He had the
looking to be
chance.
alive from that spot, but still claims the kill.
Definitely would have been a punish on a rifle round.
I think he kind of overthought that fight.
Now regrouping up. Fnatic
Tried to go for the
got
movement
bodies ready
first.
to receive. They can fully aware of this one. and how it's gonna be
Ashy,
landing, but
shaky.
that's a sideways swing. Sets up Divide perfectly.
They have a chance.
Stinger in hand. Plank
They got
now
4
goes down
stingers.
here. They brought us to a 4v4.
Holding close.
Close quarters weaponry. PRX are going to be looking to try and take this fight towards Fnatic.
Got good delay as well. There's no Silva, so the Yuto's not great, and there's an op on Kayak. Kayak should probably switch weapons.
Towards screens. The rifles looking to try and dissuade any chance of PRX getting
Yep,
away
there's
with
the
that
swap.
funny business. Grouped up together with the discipline.
Oof, Chronicle saves Fnatic on that one.
So dependable, so reliable. Very good reasons why he's the winning
Sage
player
공포
of all
싸운 거 왜
time
이래
in
무섭죠?
Valorant.
Sage's ult points. I mean, Fnatic is, they're abusing this A ult orb.
But
Their ult
everything
rotations are
happened
really
the whole
good.
time. Crashies did not like the way that he took that fight.
Whenever we rename the Discord server Noodle Corner.
Had to bail out of that one early.
Chat.
We got bailed out by the rest of
Who
the team.
knows? You never know when Youngshin's gonna ditch me, chat. The world of business is scary. You never know when Youngshin's gonna ditch me.
And now PRX are going to take a timeout.
We can't all in on the
They've been
noodles.
taking a lot of these timeouts early on.
Yeah, second one now.
But I'm telling you, I think this timeout is important. I think it's
Final
been good.
opportunity for Alex to have a bit of input. I mean, aside from later on if Fnatic decide to use one of their own.
There's 2 things they should be talking about. What do we do if they continue to abuse the A ult orbs with the slow orbs? And 2 is what do we do about mid? I don't think you need to concern. I don't think you need to overcook on green. But what you do on B may affect this.
You've got 2 maps that you're fantastic on later.
How you pressure B, how you tempo B, can be the counter to how they Fnatic's abusing the A ult
That's
orbs.
how opportunities slip. And Alex has
A
seen
little
it all.
stretch and a hydrate. Thank you, chatters.
Sometimes,
Everybody,
the
follow
rosters,
along. Get
they
your
shift
stretches in.
around.
Stretch out your necks. I've been reading too much chat. My neck's like
But Alex has been there to witness every heartbreak. And
super
tried to fix
shrimped
them
over.
back onto the right path.
It's going to be tough going for PRX.
And the water.
No more intervention happening from Alex's behalf.
And the Korean cast. You got it.
To do it alone.
자, 이번 라운드 타임아웃 다음에 PRX의 성공률이 꽤
PRX have been
좋아요.
going for those mid lurks quite a lot.
자, 그래서 일단 이번엔 B 공략을 하죠. 오퍼가 있어도 B를 가는데 그럼 이번엔 오퍼 카운터를 어떻게 칠지가 좀 중요해요. 일단 오퍼는 A 쪽에 가 있거든요. 아, 그냥 피해망상으로. 그러니까 A를 빠르게 밀고 있으니까 그냥 UT를 써가면서 B를 그냥 먹자. 오퍼 있으면 밀어내고 없으면 뭐 리테이크 해봐라. 근데 미드 이거 타이밍 중요할 것 같은데. 미드 어떻게 됐죠? 아니 뭐 둘이 완전 그냥 서로 부딪혔는데. 근데 여기 한 명 더 있어요. 아, 다바이까지 잡히면 이거 그러면 그렇죠. 이렇게 밀고 가야 돼요. 눈사람 좀 먹어야 돼요. 아, 근데 1대1을 이렇게 다 잡는 거는 좀 불안한데요. something. 자, 이게 지금 카약이 어디 있는지. 게다가 한 명만 있거든요. 그럼 푸나틱이 슬슬 읽기 시작해요. 슬슬 읽기 시작해요. 그러니까 찡이 지금 그쵸, 가치가 별로 없거든요. 근데 푸나틱도 알고 있는 것 같진 않은데 푸나틱도 지금 확인할 게 많아가지고. 자, 포세이건 확인 안 됐고. 자, 크래시스가 밀고 들어가야 돼요. 크래시스. 자, 찡 자리 알고 있고. 연막 이거 반 해체해야 돼가지고. 아, 찡이 결국에는 라운드를 가져갑니다. Well, I mean, Jing held strong, but
Really beautiful
right there,
and phenomenal impact. from
I mean, I guess they just weren't sure about back yellow.
players.
Didn't they dart it though?
What was going
Dude,
on
what is
there?
going on with Patman? Like this fight right here, Crashies had to swing with Kayak, but I think they were still worried about yellow.
He might not be exactly at the top of the scoreboard, but every kill he gets is huge impact. And he set up a 1v1 for Jing to slam dunk.
Stem the bleeding for now.
But that was a good
Kayak
adjustment,
on
right?
another pretty aggressive
They say you
position,
guys want to
drone
keep taking
design
free
to try
orbs
to
on
push
A,
him
we're
off.
just gonna slam
dips,
B
not giving
with
away
the
the
early
fact that he's got
paranoia.
the op.
He still has an op.
As well, that's a wide face something. Lucky just evades the bullet.
So you know there's another op. There is Blade Storm, so this time a retake
Does
is possible on
Kayak take
A.
Alfia's advice and refight? Or is he looking to play risk averse and set up the retake with the
Doesn't
rest
have
of his team?
dash.
No dash available, it would be risky just trying to take that timing inside that smoke, but the
Whoa, whoa, whoa,
Quick
whoa, whoa,
scope,
whoa.
Bullets raining down.
Chronicle
onto him.
gets the
Something,
trade,
has
though.
been dropped.
Kayak draws so much
Dropped down
attention.
at the knees is what it seemed. Chronicle.
You have Hunter's Fury for Forsaken.
On site.
He's playing on site.
Kayak's op is fantastic at preempting these
Oh
spots
my
that PRX
gosh.
want to fight.
Yeah, Kayak's just waiting for it. He knows they can't help it.
Patman has got to do a lot from this spot. Jing
Once again. Little curveball.
Forward.
Lots of time spent though.
Positioning, they're looking to try and stunt
But you
it,
know,
trying to
Fnatic
stop
are
it.
looking just for that
Nice
one last push.
Paper X
Patman with a good
drawing
trade.
blood.
Time.
But again, that repeat.
They know he's above.
Hands to buy. Chronicle already on the
He's just gonna
defuse.
stick it.
gonna
He's
start
just gonna
swinging.
stick
He's
it
gonna
with the
do
Sage
now.
Wall.
It's all safety. Play for Crashies, watching for that peak.
These rounds are going to be tilting Alex in the coaching booth, I think. It's just not good enough for Paper X. Look, and in the replay, how often they're fighting one by one. Forsaken on his own. That was a bit of a double fight
Oh,
together,
that
but here
previous
Patman
one,
swings with
Crashies had the
Divine,
op
having no
until
real
after
support.
yellow. Ah, okay, that makes
Paper X
sense.
needs to be coming up with
Because yeah, I
ideas
could
of
have
how
sworn
they
they darted
wanna fight
yellow,
together,
but
or what timings they want to take together in the post plan. Because Fnatic are
Kayak's off
essentially
getting
just
so much
waiting.
value.
They're not even really scaling
Free
on the retake.
Stinger,
They're just
Vandal to try
holding,
to prevent, but you've got big
knowing
ults.
that Paper X are going to run into the more.
Fnatic.
A large reveal.
Do you think is this because of Jing's ult?
Well, they've got a massive ultimate.
I mean, he's
advantage in this
watching.
round,
He's
Brent,
watching
so
here as
if there
well,
was a
but
round
like
to try to do something quick and
they're giving up A
hard, hit
with the
them
ults.
fast,
They're
it would be
basically
this
saying
one.
use your ults to get in. Paper X playing smart. They're saying no, we'll take contact with the
Post-up
Stingers.
lockdown would be crazy good from Divide too.
Yeah, I mean they have got a lot of post plant. Fnatic's going to be kicking themselves a little bit for this free site.
For a sight line.
They want them to use it now, and Paper X is still holding. This is an amazing call from Paper X. They say if we lose, we lose, but we're not using ults until the retake starts.
Yeah, my eyes immediately go to Divide, wondering when he's going to try to use this.
There it is.
They know that Fnatic's slow. This is huge. So the adjustment's going to be Boaster on the flank, but there is a turret.
This is Fnatic trying to make a play for this. Kayak.
What the?
What? This guy. Disgusting work with a lockdown.
And now you've got a counter for the Hunter's Fury. The turret draws him away. I mean, he's got it, but
offload him with the ult. It's time ticking, really. That point.
I mean, it doesn't matter. He's being hunted.
Forsaken will be finished.
Holy dude. Oh, no time.
That's so damn
Oh shoot! Oh my god. Dude, the lockdown timing was so good. Dude, Kayak is
perfectly execute a
insane.
really difficult retake. How on earth do they get that into a 5v3 whilst battling through Divine's lockdown? Not sure what's
Holy.
going through something's head here on this peak. I don't think that's a good one.
Dude,
but
that
this
second
is
shot on
gorgeous.
Patman is
A
insane.
ludicrous one for Kayak to be bringing out. Absolutely
And then also
jet-diffing
the
something. And like I said, it's got to be tilting because I don't
no, but
think
also
Paper
him
X
pushing
actually
out of the
playing these
smoke
rounds
is. I
really
mean,
well in
that's
the
like the
post.
only way Fnatic win, because otherwise
Earlier
they're too
on on
slow.
Sunset, I think you could argue both teams were really bringing a good game, but now Paper X letting
Ah,
Icebox
dude.
slip, and this could be
But this was
Fnatic
part of the other thing I
equalising.
discussed yesterday, was right. It's like,
Unbelievable
yeah,
so
Ascent
far with
seems
this ball.
impossible to
Icebox
win,
really
but
is
like,
his
do you
playground.
give
These guys
Kayak
can see
a
that
confidence-boosting
space.
map?
Forward sees it onto the shoulder poster.
We'll see, it's not over yet,
Alpha
but
responds. Straight it out, but there's
they
pressure
punish
in
him.
mid, and Divide is still looking through, but finally
Well,
spotted
Divide
out.
is
Plays it
Gigas.
to deal with it,
Whoa,
but it's all
Alpha.
chaos.
Divide's
Thrown
quick
into the
on it.
mix. Forsaken. And
Divide just wins them the round.
There with
Holy.
a 3-2-1 swing. Chronicle gone, and Paper X still alive in this map for now.
When all
What
else
the hell?
fails, rely on the W gaming. That was a really large swing back towards chaos. controls to some degree. Sure, there was a double lurk set up, and Jing went for that same play, trying to get deep into Snowman on an unexpected timing.
That was a
to be able to work with.
good classic
But it was
PRX
chaos.
round.
I mean, this play, Divine just running up tube into Alpha, yeah, he's just hoping he finds that timing and doesn't get punished. One round at a time. Fnatic choosing to
Four
go
more
for a half fight
chances,
here to make
and
sure that
Fnatic
their
goes for the
economy doesn't get
weird
completely
buys.
broken.
Oh, but they're actually buying up towards the op.
Kayak swinging.
You know that's a win condition. Bit of a body block from Alpha here. Kayak had to actually just like dash forward there.
And peak by Chronicle. It's already anticipated.
Good awareness from Divine.
Yeah, dude, Devi might carry PRX out of the depths on this one.
Crashes with a rifle. Boaster might be able to recover one if he completely repositioned, but at the moment,
I mean, Crashies,
really
the thing is,
over in
what
the
do you
snowman
do?
spot.
How long do you hold this? Because once it's planted, you can't stay there forever,
Should be
right?
PRX being able to pick this one up. 4v2.
Hello.
Tip taps.
Not the weapon of choice for Boaster, obviously. Not cleaned up though either, and that could spell problems.
Oh, he had the right idea. He had the right idea. Huge angle from Crashies.
He's already found himself two. Dart towards the back. Needs to be dealt with.
But good double up.
Paper
They didn't get antsy. That's nice patience from Devi and Jing.
Still though, even in that 4v2, PRX players taking risks.
Sentry.
Gonna be giving Alex
Oh,
a
never
hard
mind.
time.
Alphier died earlier than that. Kayak just
But now
botched
Alex with
his
another
dash.
opportunity to talk to the team. And honestly, this might be a blessing for PRX. Because despite winning 2 in a row,
Crashies is 21-11. He's
they
killing
don't
it.
look
Crashies the
super
goat.
confident right now. But it's the Fnatic coaches that have
timeout,
decided to
really.
take the timeout. I'd be a little bit cautious
He knows
about
it's
doing this, to
Bennett
be honest, because I
Island
do think it
Soccer
offers
Russia.
an opportunity for Alex
Oh,
to right
that's a
the
good
ship
one.
That's looking
That's a good
pretty
moment
shaky
for
in this
that.
half overall.
Явци бебнете на нео. Мирайте тостите to Inferno. Mirage just to Inferno for the grand finals of the major.
A set ult round
Classic
to knock
maps.
PRX out. A little bit similar to what we saw on
What
Sunset
map
towards
isn't
the end, where
classic
you
at
bring
this
out a
point for
set
CS
play
though?
just to get across the line.
So that round you go for the tube push, I think that's fine because you're saving up for the
Fnatic
op this
do
round
have
anyway.
depth.
But
You know that they've got the experience. You know that they've got one of the greatest callers when things get scrappy in a
the
mid-round.
op,
But this
what do you
coaching
do
staff
with
has
it?
also proven themselves.
They don't want to take risks, another risk, because then their buys get a little
Been
wonky.
A great run since Milan got promoted to the head coach position.
You have big ults. This is the round to win for Fnatic. If they lose this one,
They just need the one.
I would be concerned.
PRX, as you mentioned, it was a critical timeout.
Classic for Val has to be split. Yeah, I think so.
Time to
A
insert.
sentence split.
What's going wrong for them?
Splits in a Giga Banger. Haven actually, because of the time it's been out of the pool, Haven kind of feels like it's not a classic anymore. Also because Lotus is the other three-site map. Paranoia. But he's drawing a lot of attention. That's the free site. But Kayak's there. They think it's empty.
Huge!
Patman?
That's huge from Patman, being able to pick off the 1v1 fight against
He's
Alpha
weak.
and trade Chronicle.
PRX can't assume that the site is empty, though. You know that Kayak will wait for these crazy angles. Something was ready for it. Something was ready for it. That means it's not a double hunt for Patman. Dude, Patman is just drawing time. He says, come hunt me. Because it's 2v3.
Actually, maybe he didn't even
Dude, at the elevation, Patman.
Maybe he
Genius.
hadn't realized the Boaster had spotted him, but repositioned into a spot that he was going to be favored on. And this round, I
Damn.
think again, another reason why I was a little bit worried about Fnatic taking that tack pause. Because Jing immediately comes out of it with a really unexpected way of pressuring these players over towards the mid-split.
Yeah, I mean, Kayak's just trying to find a spot to hide.
Thrown over the top from Forsaken.
Oh,
and the timing here
he
as
is
well.
going to get blasted.
It's critical to Fnatic's game plan.
Dude, Jing, I mean, for one, Jing drew so much time and attention, but Patman not losing to Alpha here. Patman gets dinked
really bad
first.
spot now. And so, one more rifle round before OT. This play, though, I think huge credit given to Patman. Jing's in a pretty horrible spot there.
Patman saves the round, and he wins against Boaster, which means that the retake is done.
Take a look at the buy, though. Knives, okay,
Yep.
huge for a kayak, but 3 stingers to support.
The rifle
They're not. It's going to be rough. And now they're upping the tempo. PRX has the read. PRX has the read.
Full trust in the paranoia.
Full aggression. They're not stopping now. The PRX are bold. It wants to rear its head. The leash has been cut and
Dude, Jing is just ahead of everything.
like a pack of rabid velociraptors. Hungry
Ooh.
for more.
And they're 1 away from their ults. Fnatic's going to be kicking themselves for the last couple
You get to
rounds.
see the full gamut of PRX here. We started
Did you charge
out
your
on
tablet?
Sunset with them
No.
playing that slower, more strategic style. And now you get the full W gaming. The last 4 rounds have been really
Oof.
heavily powered by
Dude, the
Jing
paranoia
just
makes
doing
it so he
crazy
can't get
stuff on
movement.
Omen.
It doesn't hit him, but he can't actually jiggle on that.
And this last round of regulation, at least, Fnatic have got to try to make an adjustment to stop that in its tracks.
And they are all in. Why wouldn't you be operator here?
Last stop.
Smoke in your face to try and obfuscate. Is the Hunter's Fury that's coming out
The early
swinging.
Hunter's Fury just to try to get a
They thought
pick.
it was another one of those fast hits.
Yeah.
Crashies gets the ult
They
baited
try to
out as
punish it.
PRX reset.
There's Hunter's Fury on that side, so the lockdown's not getting the value. And then you have the pit, so the biggest thing is going to be the res from Chronicle.
Into it, Jing obfuscating the intent, but bodies are now trying to form up.
Does PRX
That's
overthink
supposed to
this
draw
and
bodies away
rotate?
from the A site and make it easier for PRX, but there's still a pit here.
Ooh,
There's still
the
a
pit
lockdown.
first.
Lockdown for a lockdown here in this spot. Alpha's ready. Puts it up close to the screen. What's the next level
That would
to
draw
all
out the
this?
Hunter's Fury.
Hunter's Fury going to be committed. It's going to be breaking that portion of it. And this
They're
has
waiting
to
for
be respected
Patman.
now. Fnatic.
They're
they've
drawing
uploaded
Patman
everything
in.
to try and stay into this round, but the pit's going to be going down.
Something
The
gets ahead of it, though.
Out into the open.
Oh, the timing from Patman.
Supposed to get back inside and he
Patman's
got
going to get the
detained.
timing.
PRX not slowing down. Still that res.
They res.
Crashy back into the fold.
Surely they're still
Back
thinking about
into the fray.
Patman,
Watch the
but they don't
line
have
up the
time.
mids. PRX eager though. Looking to see if they can.
You have to leave this to
topple Fnatic
Kayak.
before they stand and get a grip
Alphair
onto
finally
this
gets him.
retake.
Now it's just an all-out brawl.
Forwards, shoulder to shoulder.
Kayak still
discipline.
got off.
It's up so far, but Fnatic need it now. It's
Oh, Jing.
Jing, that extra element.
That
Drifted into
should
the
be
side
it.
here, double
That
tap
should
in
be
the
it.
right
Kayak
post.
needed the instant kill.
Ringing out.
Holy.
PRX grab a 5th round in a row to take us into OT. Felt like an inevitability.
Jing-
on
Jing
Sunset,
got
to
him
be honest
across
with you, but
to
here on
overtime.
Icebox,
All of the
Fnatic
last
take
3
a
rounds.
timeout and it goes straight back in their face.
All of the last 3 rounds, it's Jing.
PRX dial up the tempo, something on a high ground. Jing deep in heaven, getting into aggressive positions, unexpected spots. And even though Alpha, dealt with the lure.
But I think it's a good read off of the timeout, right? Because Fnatic constantly was trying to punish PRX taking these timings.
The stress on both sides. And again, a reminder that when you look at the map pool, it
Ooh.
feels a bit like a must-win for Fnatic. Next one is their permaban.
Fnatic on the
corner,
attack.
Something. Glass cannon operator.
What was?
Heavy defensive setup here by PRX. Fnatic again, you're going to see that caution played by them. Tiptoeing around, a bit tepid,
What was that?
but trying to dissect the map. Going overhead, spots
They
out the
didn't
jet.
quite spot off, I
Spotting
don't
Kayak
think.
there gives
But
you some decent information, an idea that it might well be ending A.
this
So you
time
can keep
Fnatic's
these 4
trying
players,
to slow things
the trust
down.
they have in Patman, just to hold down B if their read is
You've
wrong.
got Nano.
But it's not at all.
You got Snakebite. But this time PRX used to
exactly
play
the
like
right
here and
idea of
here,
what's
right? To
happening
try to
here.
deny the plant. They were ready for a
Boaster calling
fast
for a
flood
little bit
onto
more pressure
A,
over towards
but
B, and
Boaster's
PRX,
trying to spread them thin.
They want info. They
There's
want to
still
step
no
up a
reaction.
little.
You've drawn out the Nanoswarm, and you're still not
Boaster
seeing a
sniffed this
peek
out.
here, so you know you have information
calling for
advantage.
Fnatic to
This
reposition.
is a big rotate. Oh, they're gonna go for a pinch. They want
This
to
is
punish
gonna put Patman's
Patman.
head on a swivel. Yeah. And maybe
Patman hides behind the box. He knows there's a possibility. There's still no sign on A. Zero information across the map. Classic Fnatic. Patman just has to get the kill here to deny.
Walls up, same with the
He's
orbs.
waiting. He's waiting until the
Paper
spike
starting to
tap.
Get a bit of a read on this one here.
He's waiting. Yeah, there it is. That's a big one. He gets through.
What's going on?
And Forsaken gets a kill too.
Kayak with a peek, but the plan needs to go down. With no issues further. Crashies commits.
They know he's dropped.
They're getting into the spot now. Fnatic putting a squeeze onto these PRX players. They're going to try and clear this guy
Oh,
out.
Kayak needed to stay alive.
It's done. Finished. Paranoia up
Chronicle,
top.
Paranoia.
No
Oh, what?
Near-sighted Chronicle made
What?
But this guy
They know where he's coming from.
Something's still there though, swinging wide.
Oh no!
The operator switched around, weaponry now with a rifle.
Oh no!
Time
That wastes
starting
so
to
much
tick.
time.
In a 1v1, Crashies, tepid.
Crashies. Oh, the wall on the drop.
Again, Crashies comes up in the
Oh
clutch.
my gosh.
What a recovery in a 3v3 situation there. Boaster calling a brilliant slow round. It felt like Forsaken exactly knew what was happening. But
Chronicle this right here, man. He hides.
realized
I'm surprised that Forsaken didn't peek that with Jing.
Chronicle to
Forsaken was concerned that
Legendary
there
in
was
that top
more
next
in mid.
position.
I mean,
Fnatic
like we see the
once
minimap,
more
so I get it, but
have an opportunity to close.
Forwards, Kayak. Trying to fill in this
again, the
space
same
here.
position.
Oh my
This
God,
time
good
he's ready for the
disrespect
dash
there,
out.
Boaster.
Oh,
He's trying
Boaster was
stop
meant to
them
get the
here,
kills.
but
Boaster's
he's
stuck.
Isolated onto the corner and caught out wide.
They've got one more though. They've got Chronicle as well,
Kayak's still there, though.
along with Kayak.
This guy is eager to just try and play into the mechanics.
They're reading into Kayak's
stop it.
tendencies. This time Boaster was supposed to
feed
get the
is
kill
filled
though.
with red
It was
and
meant to be
blood
the
being
same setup
spilled
baited
out
into
the
Boaster,
site.
and Boaster just not able to
Tricky
land the
task
shots.
indeed for Fnatic. Walls up, and everyone is falling slowly but surely. Chronicle, last one left. 5 bullets left in a swing from Divide. All the confidence in the world.
PRX have figured out exactly what is working on these attack sites. It definitely feels like they're the team that's closer to being able to close this out, to be honest with you. Despite the fact that Fnatic had so many map points to be able to work with, this looks like PRX is to lose because their attacks, the fast, aggressive
I mean,
approach
Boaster was in a one-and-done
is just
situation where
barreling
nobody
through
could help him.
Fnatic.
That was weird.
Something, again, that pulls
Yeah,
out the operator.
I think the
and Fnatic,
timeout is necessary for
they've
Fnatic.
got an extra timeout to use once things go to OT, and they're going to use it fairly early on. 13-13. And Milan wants input.
What an
Every
amazing
player,
game,
by the way,
though.
on Fnatic,
Actually,
over 20 kills apart from Boaster, who's only got
One
7.
of my, definitely a top 3 Icebox games.
It's a little bit rough.
Struggling to put up the numbers.
At the same time, though, it does show you that the other 4 players are all having very good performances. Yeah. Because all 4
I think
of them
this,
have had huge
TRX
rounds, big
Optic,
moments.
and Loud Fnatic, probably?
And Boaster's calling has still been finding impact.
Trying to think if there are
Even if his rifle
other
isn't.
Icebox
Well,
games
Fnatic
that
are leading
really
on here.
stick with me.
To be honest, Brent, I think you look at the other side of things, and the player at the bottom of the scoreboard there is something. And if he can find one
Yeah, if he
round,
wakes up,
just one, with the defensive
that's all they
off,
need.
that will right all of the wrongs of what he's been up to in this map. Because PRX have already got the game plan for the attack side, it's working. If he can find a big operator round here, he could well put his team up to a maybe
FPX PRX
insurmountable lead.
Copenhagen. Oh, you know what's crazy is literally the breeze is the only thing I remember about that final.
It's time to recuperate, breathe a little bit. One orb that could have been thrown out, but Forsaken, no, he's just, I mean, okay.
The reset is all I remember about
He was
that
playing for that pretty
final.
heavily in regulation. Less important, arguably, here in overtime because everybody
FPX
starts 3
foot.
away.
Oh, FPX foot was
I don't know if you
was
noticed that
amazing.
Nanoswarm as well that was put down on top Jenny from Divide. That's where Kayak's been pathing to almost every time. So they've got a very
PRX
specific
still have one
counter plan
timeout
here.
in OT, yeah.
Look at Jing holding that paranoia as well. They know exactly what they want to do to
Ooh,
counter
they
this
get a
Fnatic
ping.
A hit.
Crashies wasn't pinged, but no follow-up check from
Does feel like
PRX.
these timeouts have been helping Alex and PRX more than Fnatic.
Yeah, that's what I was afraid of too, but I think Fnatic needed it.
Total
It's just I think PRX will
Postured by
adjust
Fnatic
off of it.
to an end.
Drone timing is good,
Now,
but they still
I
don't
set
know
on
where
Wall J.
Crashies is.
Triple face, alarm bounce. It's going to be gone. Jing there with a paranoia. Oh,
Dude,
my
Jing is
goodness.
hard
Perfectly. The game
carrying.
plan, absolute perfection.
Oh my god, now you know. Now you know the peak's coming in. And now the op gets value because Jing just
There's the off
forces him
value as
there.
well. Divide tucked onto a position that's really tough to clear.
And Kayak is going to try and win that. Final bullets left.
Spike down.
Mid-animation, Buster, the captain himself. He's going to right the wrongs of the round, but on top of the ropes. The purest form of disrespect.
Fnatic is stumbling. Fnatic is stumbling.
And that was the round that they needed. Every attack round has been going well for them.
Dude, I don't know why they have crashes on flank duty.
It's been pacey. It's been fast.
This game.
W game in, and the train keeps on trucking. Let's see if Fnatic have an answer, because all of the pressure is now on them.
Oh, yeah. On their attack side, PRX are sending it.
Revealing area.
Grouped up, deep dark, paranoia. They're making it feel like it's that fast B pressure. And Kayak is taking liberties.
Yeah, but look at how forward they are. Dude, this is the scary thing about Fnatic, is that after that round, you don't imagine that Kayak's confident enough to go for something like that. And he does. Same with Alfire. That's the scary part. Look at this, yeah. It's... That's the scary part, I think. That's why they win with aim diff in so many of these games.
Acknowledged when he was looking for.
I mean, what a decision from Forsaken to try to bait.
Dude.
Yeah, he's creeping in.
The bait in from Boaster.
Patman really anticipated. Bodies out wide to the open.
Alpha. I think his value was better killing off Patman, honestly.
Forsaken is creeping forward.
I don't know about that.
When is your time to strike?
I guess Kayak's still alive on site.
Active wall up into your face. Throw into the corner, clears him out though. We'll have to use it to disengage.
Chronicle can step in to cover that.
One person has to stay in mid because of Patman, and you don't know if he's going all the way around. Look at how busy Boaster is. Huge kill from Kayak.
Fnatic have found it. They're footing.
Oh my goodness.
A safety net now. All the pressure's on Patman. 1v3, 20 seconds left. Taps it, looking for a kill.
Man, oh, they know. They know. I mean, what do you do here? What do you do here? He was hoping that they were all still outside. That's rough.
I respect the balls to go for a fake there. If it had worked, we'd be calling Forsaken a genius. But actually, he just deviated away from a game plan that's been working for PRX. The pace, the aggression, Fnatic did not have an answer for it. And instead in this round, maybe overcooking things slightly. Went to fake that fast pressure and played into
Damn, we go another. Does PRX call a timeout? I think if they call it in the next one, but we'll see. Something again with the op. Another op. Forward this time.
Overhead with the util.
Something still going for the operator. Every round on
I think that's fine because Fnatic is always working A and then worst case exploring B.
Be watching out for this paranoia again.
So I'm okay with that.
It worked so well last time for Jing, but he's not really in a spot to use it now.
Cheeky with the positioning.
It looks to me like they're trying to
when
fake
Crashes uses
here on A. You know,
uses
he's
the
player
drone.
that's getting up, getting forwards.
Boaster got pinged, or at least he shot it. And then the drone. So there's two people here.
Control. Looking to see if they can pull bodies to make A little bit weaker. Soften it up for the
Patman gets shown on purpose, but I think Fnatic's going to have the read on that because you haven't seen the op here.
Drifting though, PRX are losing control.
I think this is a hard read from Fnatic. They know it's 2 on B.
Hearing it on top of it, Nano Swarms, Detted.
Then Boaster's in position for the lurk. How good is the hold?
Do they play to defend and deny the spike?
Yeah, are they going to play on site? They're looking to play on site. Jing's on top of screens. Oh, never mind. He's behind.
And we're seeing it now.
Paranoia doesn't quite hit. Stage wall, not able to defend. Jing tries to send it.
Vice grip now over towards the site. And it scraps on the floor that Patman has to pick up and make something from it.
Oh, Patman, he needs to... Oh, man.
Chronicle. Never denied.
The thing is, you can't actually blame Jing for that. You can't.
But this is just
because literally, he's been making plays like that like 6 times to get them into overtime.
Happening round by round.
You actually just can't blame him on that.
Task and no clearance again. Time's ticking. It's all against
oh my gosh. Yeah, Fnatic used their timeout. PRX has one left.
But also
surely this is the round you use it on.
We saw the value we got from
cool
the
off
Fnatic.
Fnatic.
Round. This time, tries to send
Reset.
it again. throws that out, goes for the TP.
I mean,
But I mean, that is some nutcase behavior.
but it's been working. It did land on one. Yeah.
Again, respect.
Holy shit, that's Sidra.
I mean, you just, that's stage.
Respect
You
for going for the
you
play.
know, like you thought
keeping
Fnatic was
things
all gonna rush in.
simple.
You can't blame Jing on that.
Have had PRX
Especially when
already
he's
close
made
out the
like
map at
5,
this
6
point.
other ones work.
And a couple of rounds ago, it felt like they were completely in control. Now it does not.
Now it's flipped. 180.
Thing is, though, PRX, again, could just go back to playing those fast attack sides. And we've yet to see Fnatic demonstrate they have an answer.
Yeah.
There's been no evidence that they actually can deal with that pace.
Agreed.
But the more
But
that
now that you've called a
have to
timeout, it's
battle
mind game
against
for mind
their
game,
map
right?
points, the more you start to overthink things. And this map,
That is a
if it
nice
ends up
drawing.
being important
Oh,
later
they
on,
have the logos broken on the track. That
will
was like
be
that's a sick
a difficult
poster.
mental barrier to overcome for PRX if they lose control here. They did such
Fnatic,
a
I think,
good
is gonna
job
still look
getting
to push out
overtime.
somewhere, no?
Denying 5 map
Because of the timeout, are they gonna hold? They want to push out mid.
Fnatic have clawed it back.
And PRX are looking to explore mid.
Icebox draw us level
Looks like the
here,
call
best
is
of
let's
5
just
grand
destroy
finals.
Patman first.
Fnatic's job is to deny. keep that
PRX
trophy
variation
out
of their
reach.
pistol round, it looks like.
Peek here early. It's an operator in his hands. Wall up and over. You don't anticipate this one. It's a classic play, or do you?
Yeah, but Forsaken
Heads up
saw
play,
it
trying to
coming.
use those walls against PRX. They were born in it, molded by
Yeah,
that
that's
play.
a bold one with an
Beautiful anticipation from Forsaken. Now,
yeah,
the
it's a
wall
good
does still
it's a
block
good
Patman
read.
off.
It's a good read
And
from
Alpha,
Forsaken though.
he's pushed up.
Alpha, you are so hard committed here, but he just spots it onto the drone as well.
Does he get two? Oh my god, the
Does he deliver?
value!
Taken
Now
out
Patman
eventually,
can't come through tube.
but he's brought it into a 3v3.
But Chronicle,
Here in the footsteps.
he doesn't realize. Oh my god, Patman. Patman almost missed.
Jumps on a chance.
And this isolates Crashies.
Crashies is all
would
alone.
have to be
He
a
knows he
hero
has
for
to fight.
Fnatic to get this across the
No
line.
time for Util. No time for Util. He's looking for Patman first. Patman's going up through the rafters. Crashies, I don't think he's going to read the rafters at all.
And there it is,
Yep.
Patman from behind. PRX not done yet.
Planted.
A round where Fnatic tried to pull out a cutesy play. And it leaves the caller in a 1v3. He's destroyed at the end.
Oh.
15-15.
Yeah, no, Forsaken getting Kayak is everything. I don't know if it was always going to stand there or it's
Neither
because they
team
heard the wall
can get a
as something
proper
was pushing
advantage
up.
over the other and get a grip on this.
You just know. I think they heard the
bringing out
wall. I think something
tactics.
hears the wall. I think originally he was holding under tube for the push out. So overall, they had the right read that Fnatic's fighting mid.
Both teams have got depth.
But I think something hears the wall, and Forsaken just immediately
But
adjusts
things
up.
get scrappy the deeper you get.
You are insane, bro.
All compliments. Back up on their feet here, 15-15.
Well, PRX fighting aggro.
Aggro as anything, Kayak
But Kayak wins one.
shot to the
They
dome,
know there's
Jing is
another.
gone. Wants a little bit more with that dash active. It's
Ooh,
gonna be
dash
used
on
either
both.
side.
Something needs to get
try and
out.
escape.
I mean, something's just glad that he's
Safety there,
alive.
Forsaken watching over the shoulder.
Fnatic now has the numbers advantage.
And Fnatic back up, anticipating some level of aggression elsewhere around the map.
They have
Alpha
zero information here.
almost
That's
got
the
an
biggest
opportunity
problem.
to pick off Patman in mid with that attack
So Alpha's
off.
just watching here.
And Patman is not going to go for it again. PRX are anticipating a re-hit here, and that does look like the idea here.
Just cautious for now, though.
And Fnatic always with these opportunities to pivot back to Boaster.
Yep.
Boaster's done a very good
They
job
go
in this
back
map
B
of
because you
just
know that
applying
PRX were
options,
stacked
giving
on A,
himself
and it would have
options
to be a
work with.
bold rotation.
His is the more
Yeah, with the
passive
recon,
role,
surely Fnatic now
just
picks up the
making sure
tempo.
nobody pushes out of B, and once again, Patman is asked to do
Yeah,
so
Patman's
much.
just looking for a two and done, so to speak. He's gonna try to wait it. He's gonna try to peek. He knows he needs to buy time. Nanostorms are buying enough. I don't think he can peek now. Forsaken is here though.
This time in before.
Wall up now. Surely it's going to be
Oh, but the wall.
occurring, popping up on towards the top.
NT.
How the hell do you land that one?
But Alpha just a nasty
planted.
shot.
Best scenario you could really hope
I mean,
for
something
Fnatic
is
in
so
this
far
spot
away
here.
on the
Again,
flank.
Alpha
They've got two
shoulder
people
taken
watching it.
out. Taken out. Deep down against the back.
The dart is gonna be the timing for something.
Ryan's ready and
The
finally
dart's the
losing
timing for
slow
something.
motion. You see that 3-2-1
How many does
with a
something
swing.
get?
Timing to be
Oh, the
taken.
toxic
Something's on the
screen.
flank. Already
The
ripped in his
toxic
way
screen.
all
He
the way
gets
past.
one, but they're all
He's taken out
hiding.
something. He's found it. Dash
Oh
back
man.
already.
He has to just dash in. You just have to ego win this.
2 bullets, 2 players,
Oh
not enough
my god.
to get it all done.
Fnatic again with a really solid round to put themselves
Oh.
up once more. So many opportunities to close this.
Patman just whiffs that, honestly.
The timing that
Now
Patman
looking
tries
at
to
looking at
take,
it back.
He was rewarded for it previously. This time though, not
Patman's
focusing on
peak
the
was good,
planter,
but
seeing if he
he
could
just
catch
needed
a
to
player
land
that
the
was looking
shot.
to defend,
The jump gets
failed.
him.
Forsaken pulls out the Odin to try to deny the orb, the wall perhaps?
Second guessing it.
Yeah, decides not to go for it in the end.
Down again. Jing TP's forwards. This is it. Fnatic.
Fast from
Trying to
Jing.
lock in, trying to step up to that task.
Dude, Kayak's
that's
just
ahead of them
above,
here.
sees the headshot angle.
And there's the player that's been driving the train forwards. The engine power was coming from Jing in all of these fast attack rounds. Now something has to step up an entry.
Yep. Something has to just get kills.
Still here.
He just has to get
Top there,
kills.
just spotting it out, and a
Oh,
damage done
that's
something.
rough.
One bullet
Gets
to the chest
spotted
is all
from
it takes
friggin'
for Fnatic.
Crashies.
They can feel it.
Forsaken?
Energy here on their side.
Fnatic's just gonna hold. They'll play a retake against this.
5, it's all contact called for here by
I do think
PRX.
that could get risky, but I mean, it gives PRX a chance, more or less. It is the correct play from Fnatic.
Always going to be disciplined. Snake bite up and over. Dodged and juked down towards the back to buy. He's a
Vi,
landing shots.
he's also been
There's no
clean.
freebies handed to him.
Slowly gonna reset.
Fnatic just
Dude, the high-low. Device just looking to stay alive.
Making the play. The time is going to be ticking here for Fnatic, though. They've got
Just
to go
one big
for it.
burst. Just the flood. They have no idea where Patman is. They know where Forsaken is. They know Patman was above. That's it.
Never denied it.
17-15.
But they have made it even.
So many
I swear whenever PRX makes grand final, there's always someone who is just better. Oh, you mean like someone who, like worse usually, but on that match is just better? On the opposing team?
In a final like this, so much is about endurance and how you pace yourself. Up next, Fnatic's
I mean, this will be a big test. Well, honestly, see, this is.
Come on!
See, Alpha is raging.
No!
Dude, Alpha
hungry.
knows that this is his tournament. He knows he knows like he is the guy right now in this entire tournament.
Wolf is hungry.
The Turkish wolf is hungry. Chronicle's just memeing him. Dude, Alfir is like actually getting fired up. Chronicle's just memeing him the entire time. Yeah, like Demon 1 versus EG. I mean, who would you mean just like for that tournament, I assume? Because like it's like Alpha's been on fire this entire tournament. Well.
Spike defused.
What the heck? Oh my gosh. Kayak is 11-3 on openers this map. Holy. No, Alpha had his tournament Masters Tokyo. It's someone else's turn on the tournament. All right, chat, we're going to run some ads. What a banger. What an absolute banger. We'll be back. Holy. I need a break. Everyone get up. Stretch your legs. Get some blood flowing. Oh my god. Dude, it's my favorite segment.
With PRX. I saw the votes up there, and it looked like there was a lot of PRX fans
Dude, I love
in the
this.
audience and around the world. So, all PRX fans, louder than Fnatic. PRX, make some noise.
I can't believe they cut away from it. That's messed up. Why do they always show it so late?
Welcome back, everyone. And
Fnatic won.
Fnatic won. In case you're wondering,
Oh, Fnatic won.
The balloon
Okay.
thing, majigum, whatever that is.
All right, let's continue.
That is the actual
Yeah.
name of it. Indeed, it is. But we are all knotted up 1-1 in this series here. It's now
Old
time
man,
for our
son,
Horizon high-speed
farewell,
moment.
Flare.
This one gonna go to Alfier because we ended up seeing actually
Mom
this,
fell,
Fnatic
boyfriend.
team really get awoken in this one. They needed this in order to get back into this maybe.
They absolutely did. This was their must-win map in this series, and they had a bit of a rough
Skinny.
start. Went down 0-4, lost the bonus round, but then as he has stepped up it many times throughout this tournament, it was Fnatic, or it was Alfier, I should say, who brought Fnatic back into this one. He has been playing so well individually throughout this entire
What is this
run.
gonna
Just
be?
looks so confident on that stage, Bea.
Sometimes you have to be confident, you have to disrespect your opponent, and Alpha needs this kind
Flare?
of rounds. He
Bell?
knows that he's the player
Yep.
that can put the rest of his team in his shoulders and have this kind of moments to bring them back into the game, because those 4 rounds had been so successful for the side of PRX that if this hadn't happened, we wouldn't be where we are right now.
Yeah, and if
so
we're
it'd be different.
If we're thinking ahead to who might put on that bracelet and be MVP in a couple hours, I think
Sun
the
and
top
Bell are
contenders for
both,
Fnatic right now are Alpha
what is that
and
called?
Chronicle,
Words with
both of whom had really
same
big impact that game.
pronunciations.
Yeah, but let's not forget about the rookies, though, right? Because we've been seeing Kayak
Types
as well
of
as Patman step up a couple
pants.
of times here, Bea, and it's
Yeah.
been great to see the rookies take to the stage like this.
It's so
Skinny
important. We
jeans?
had clutches coming in from
Is
Patman.
boyfriend
His
jeans a
lurks
type of
were
jeans?
on
Really?
point and an absolute pain in the ass to deal with.
Bell bottoms
for Fnatic.
is.
Kayak
Flare
also
could be
11
flare
and 3
jeans.
in
Although isn't that
opening
kind of the
duels.
same as
And
bell
we were
bottoms?
seeing it round after round because of the approach that Fnatic has in this map. Yes, they're very good at
Flare
retake
jeans
and
is
whatnot,
one.
but
I don't know
against a
about
team
boyfriend
that doesn't really
jeans.
have that many means to get the spike down. Kayak needed to be the one
Oh,
actually
Chad, I think
spearheaded
it's not
from the
boyfriend.
defense, making use of that operator that
Mom
he's so good at.
jeans.
What impressed me the most of his defensive offing wasn't
GG.
even when he
Nope.
was going for forward peaks. It was when Fnatic was
It
flying
was
back,
Mom.
getting set for their retakes. He would pick really good
Oh,
angles
Bell,
to
because
punish
it's Bell
PRX trying to
bottoms.
fight deep into side. 'Cause
So
the way
it's
you
not
counter
Bell.
Sage retake
That's what it
teams
was.
Is you fight into backside.
Words in
Kayak was
Hemingway
able to deny those
titles.
angles, keep the players from PRX push back, and make those retakes that Fnatic just
Yeah,
kept winning
breaking me.
so easy to pull
But
off.
we got baited.
Yeah, but of course,
Bell,
we
I
started
do
to
think this
see
is fair.
things
Bell
get
not being
a
kind of
little
jeans is
wonky.
fair. We were on the
As
right track,
series
but we got
rather as the
I
map
got baited on my
continued
own
forward
about
here.
bell
But what
bottoms.
we did get was a strong Fnatic second half there, right, guys? And
That's-
we were seeing Fnatic come back into this one, but don't get me wrong,
Yeah.
though. This could
Yeah.
have gone either way, especially with the way OT played out.
The Hemingway titles, though, I'm okay because if you had gotten this, you would have gotten this.
Strong second part of the map when they go onto the defense, they needed to stand up very, very strong. A 6-6 half
Damn.
is a very good result when you start on the attack. So
All
for
right,
Fnatic
we'll do
to
another
understand
game
how to
afterwards
play
because
this
it should
map
be a longer break
against
after map
PRX,
3.
having those initiations was
Dude,
very,
I
very
can't believe
important.
we went
Early on
17
for them too. They had
15.
such a good read on that piss around to punish the PRX players who were pushing in through mid. Fnatic, the team, was really good at slowing things down, taking that step back.
What are
punishing
Hemingway?
aggression,
Hemingway
and
is
then playing
is
those
an author.
advantageous later rounds, which is super
titles of
successful
their
early
books.
on. But as we got deeper into that second half, the
Yeah, we haven't
chaos
scrambled,
started
but
to seep
I
in.
don't want it to bleed in.
PRX,
Usually
I
the
mean,
break is
nearly
longer
brought it
after
back.
map 3,
Good?
so.
How's your heart? How you handling it?
My heart was
Although
okay,
it
but
seems
it's
like maybe
sometimes you
the
see
players
a gap
are
in a map
away.
and you see PRX taking advantage of that, and you're like, please,
Dude,
I
both
know
maps
you know, I know
have
you
been
know,
won by 2.
Fnatic.
13,
Hey,
11,
but
17,
you know, now we
15.
know that we're gonna be heading
Insane
over to
finals
map
so far.
3, Pearl, and definitively
Insane
we're going to
finals
Lotus for
so
sure
far.
to settle this
Yes.
one. But let's talk about how this series layout has played out, because Bea, it does feel like everything has gone as predicted. You know, we were calling PRX for map 1, Fnatic for map 2, but now we're going to Pearl, which Fnatic do not like.
Yeah, do not lag. They've played it one time this year, but oh my god. Is this a spoiler?
No.
He's hovering the neon.
He's
Alpha,
hovering
are you
the
doing this? I
neon.
was going to say they've only
No.
played it once this year. It is a map that Fnatic
No.
hates. Previous to
No,
that,
no, no. He's baiting. He knows what he's
2022
doing.
in VCT is not something that we
He
see
knows
a
what
lot
he's
from
doing.
PRX, though. This is the first map that they played in this competition.
No.
And a 13-1
It's gonna be Vice
win
Chamber
for them
York,
against
chat.
Heretics.
It's gonna be
So
Vice
very
Chamber York.
smart for them to be picking this map as their third one? And Alpha, are you going to do? He used to play the Neon on this
Yeah.
map. We haven't seen it a lot, but with this double
It's
duelist
gotta be the
approach
Vice
from
Chamber
Fnatic, I'm liking it.
And this is basically the comp that we saw T1 be very successful
Yeah,
when they
it
were
is.
playing and when they went
This
on
is
to
a
win
real
Masters
comp. It's a
Bangkok
comp.
on
It's a.
defense,
It used to
especially
be a
those
more
two
common
duelists can
comp.
work so well together to play into these flood retakes. It's two players that we know have been playing amazingly just as shooters this tournament. I would love to see this comp get locked for Fnatic.
Alpha,
Well, they're
you're
still
a
hovering over it.
Neon?
They haven't made any changes as far
They're
as like
using the
selecting
time,
other
they're
options.
using
They
the
I mean,
time.
Astra, I assumed. I assumed the Astra was coming no matter
wants to make
what.
sure that he's just giving the orders to the troops, right? And it's very important to make sure that you lock this thing down.
If that was the must-win map on
And he
Icebox
did it.
for Fnatic, I think that...
Oh my God.
This is the map that PRX needs to win. You cannot pick into your opponent's permaban and lose
He's only
to
played
them
5
now. That
games
sets
of
up a
Neon
very
ever.
scary end of this series then for the boys from APAC.
In the words of Admiral Akbar,
Damn.
is it a trap? Are we in for a trap? What is going on here?
It might
okay,
be,
it
you
is
know,
as
you're
is.
going into the unknown. PRX knows this map very well. Going back into this double duelist that favors
Really?
them so much. Now we're getting the double duelist versus double duelist, something that we will get to see in Split if we
Okay.
get to that final map. But I want to know how this changes the perception that PRX had.
You're
And
hitting
also,
Astro
100%
Yalzo.
important, Davai having such a good series and playing on device.
All right, folks, let's get ready for map 3. Send it back over to your
Damn.
casters. Here's Brent and Sideshow.
So we're stepping into the unknown here as we go.
Very
into
unknown.
Pearl. PaperX.
Neon.
You can imagine, okay, you've got some form of an advantage where you can make
Neon
Fnatic
Euro.
play this map, but you're also going up against a composition which you've seen before.
I am happy that
But
PRX isn't changing
on the way that
comps
Fnatic might
last
play it,
minute.
It's a lot of unknowns, and it's shaky territory still at 1-1.
When's the
here in
last
our
time
grand
Fnatic
final.
has played Pro? Oh, they did play
The other
it
time that
earlier
we
this
saw
year
PRX
during
play on
kickoff.
this map
Oh,
as
I
well, it was a
totally forgot about
13-1
that.
dismissal of
Actually, I
Team
don't
Heretics,
remember. It was
but
against
that was also
Na'Vi.
them
Yeah,
beginning on
yeah,
their
yeah, yeah.
attack side, which means we barely saw the defense.
But outside of that, the last time they played it in VCT is in 2022. They did play it during the offseason as well, but I don't really count that.
We actually don't know anything about their defense. PaperX might suck at defending on this map. We don't know yet. It has been a very good map for them domestically, though, and so if you look back there, you shouldn't be too worried about things. And I would echo what the desk is saying. You've got to win on your opponent's permaban pick.
Yeah, I remember
But
seeing
we have seen
the
at
pro.
tournaments in global finals before that sometimes that is easier said than done. These teams, when they have a permaban, are able to come out with a weird comp, like for example
Let's see.
Alpha on Neon, and they're able to throw caution to the wind and play with a level of recklessness that you wouldn't expect sometimes. If Fnatic had any map that they just
I don't care.
decided
Please don't go to last
send
map.
it,
I don't think my art
it
can go
would
on
be
watching
here on
PRX for that.
and it puts all the pressure right back on PaperX after they just lost
Honestly, I think if you don't want a map 5, I think there's a better chance Fnatic closes it out on map 4.
Early on, we can see it up here on the cast.
I'm just saying. I think if you're PaperX, you kind of.
Fights occurring out towards B.
I don't know. I'd be a little worried. We'll see. They should have good anti. PaperX should have good anti on Lois, but let's see how this goes. Fnatic's on the attack first.
in a BO5 grand final here.
Vice is going to be the big question, but you've got Neon and Yoru, so.
Looking down B long. Wondering if they want to take contact
Yeah,
early.
Killjoy used to be the norm. It's just that
PaperX
Vice has
trying to
gotten
fight
so
over both
strong. Killjoy
edges of the map.
util gets pretty weak, but I
Now,
think what Killjoy's very
spread
good
it
at
back out
is just
again
dominating mid
make sure they collect
passively
any timings
on her
like this that
own.
have
And
gone
I think
missing.
against PaperX, that's not bad,
Exactly as
considering
Chronicle
PaperX
goes to
loves
take
trying
some
to use
control,
mid.
Jing was backing up.
Posted now. Oh my
Wow,
goodness.
Boaster starting off hot.
Sinkin
Okay,
to be
well,
outdone.
he dies, though. I don't know why Boaster
Kill
peaked
immediately
again
evened out from
first
Fnatic side of
without
things here, but
Chronicle going for the trade.
Yeah, short work
What?
is made for the opposition.
I mean,
Fnatic now leaving the map into partitions, and they're not going to be denied this plan.
Okay.
I would have to go
All right.
absolutely crazy.
Oh, that's the shot on Kayak.
To get things started here on Pearl.
Something we haven't discussed too much as well is how much the first kills are going the way of Fnatic. First map, I was looking at it and I was like, wow, that's kind of ridiculous actually. They're getting a ton. And then
But I think if you are looking to fight on on attack, I don't think it really matters either way. In fact, on attack, I actually think Killjoy makes you more flexible. But on defense, if you're playing Vice, you're looking to lock down a site, right? And like you can have some trickery with the walls in mid, but if you play Killjoy, you can just know if they're mid or not, like on both sides. And if they take it, you can just trap them in and take the extremities. So I think if that's how you're planning on playing, Killjoy is still fine. I just think Vice is so strong. I think that's the biggest
Every
thing.
player apart from Boaster, very positive in the first kill department.
Oh yeah.
And Chronicle, he had massive impact.
It's just one of those where it's like, well, Vice is right there, but I don't think Killjoy, if you're playing focusing around the Sentinel in mid on defense, then I think Killjoy is fine.
Signs of life here, but immediately eviscerated. Dubai doing backflips towards the back of the
You know
site,
what is
and
scary about this
okay, Kayak
is
trying to
that
test himself a
it's
little bit.
just like T1. Both Alpha and Kayak can bait for each other. That was what made T1 also so strong on the Yoru Neon.
They prioritize Crashy's ultimate. No, giving it over instead to Chronicle. Who's a
They're
little
just
closer
playing
to the
hot potato
lockdown.
with the spike.
Pretty huge tool that you can work with. Forsaken comes through.
Okay, you don't want to lose much more here if you're a Fnatic.
Frenzy to be able to work with.
That's not much.
You have to make sure he can't get onto the site, because if he does, he's going to get weapons.
The chances are particularly high.
Unlikely.
Fnatic trying to keep it clean, putting the rifle into Chronicle's hand as well.
Forsaken's not going to be taking any peeks here, so a strong beginning for Fnatic here on Pearl.
Yeah, he's just going to die to Spike.
Set it up. Series of unknowns on either side.
They got 2 rifles. Didn't they have a...
There's so much to wonder about. I mean, the EMEA teams in
Why did
general
Boaster
don't really
not
love
get...
playing on
I
Pearl.
guess he was already out of the site. He didn't want to risk
Fnatic,
it.
no exception to that. Not a team that's had even historic success, particularly here. But also, they knew 100% that they were going to be playing it here today. So the 2 maps, in my opinion, if I'm putting myself in Fnatic's coaching shoes, I'd be prepping hardest for Sunset and for Pearl.
Enemy remaining.
Go, go, go.
Sunset, they put up a really good showing. There was a possibility that they could have taken that one, but this, we'll have to see.
All right,
Boaster
now
with
they're
the
looking to
attack
fight here.
up.
Okay.
Oh, it's back.
Round 3.
I mean, it's not like he's never done it before, but round 3.
Astra up. Boaster's known for that.
Expected. Quick little glide and dash to the
It
side.
is bold,
Nice
but they're
He
playing
loses his
fast here, so you're waiting for a reaction here.
dismissal. Alpha, you might be getting it over
Boaster's going to be waiting for it.
It's random spam.
Boaster is looking for the shot.
Snaps down and Boaster's done.
Okay, I don't know why Boaster crept
Pings it out
in
as
there.
well.
I think it's because they
Spotting out
got
that they
stopped
did
here,
invest
but I
into
think
that
he just
operator.
needed to wait.
Yeah, so they
He was
might
also
be
holding in. He should have
expecting
just
the
held
Fnatic
an
will go
angle
back
that
and
could
try
see
to
it from the
recover that
get-go.
over towards
Little
Where's
bit
Alpha?
risky.
I mean, I don't think
Surely
that
not thinking
Kayak's
about
ever
it.
going to actually take that one. Certainly not with Divine watching it like a hawk.
Imagine he does.
Alpha took a lot of spam when he was trying to get a little more aggressive and push his luck in A main. So it's going to be tough for him to get too
Okay,
much
they're basically
impact
drawing
this round,
space to
probably on
get
Kayak.
into Arc. That's the spike.
Forsaken's doing a lot of work.
Chronicle was waiting for it.
Deadlifting that portion
So
of the
now
map
you're gonna
and
go
taking
pick up
it
the op.
fully away from Fnatic. And yeah, Alpha's like, wait
Something
a second.
knows, though. Something knows.
I mean, his job here might just be to try to collect the
Yeah.
operator and something.
Exactly.
He's got it on lock. Dealt with Boaster early on. Closed
That's
down.
rough.
Aware of it even. We just saw there, obtained the upgrade of himself. So there's going to be a defensive operator now to worry about if you are Fnatic.
And I think they might have just given a really lovely gift over to the defenders. It's a questionable decision, I think, from Boaster. Especially the way that he was trying to get set up with the op.
Okay, damage, but
Now
you
in this
lost an
round,
op.
Alpha,
You
yeah, the
gave
player
an
with
op
some
for
of the
free.
sharpest
That's
aim in the
devastating
entire
for
serve is gonna
Fnatic.
bring a judge out.
Well, see what he
that's-
can do with it.
that's
Right up
rough.
into their faces perhaps already, and he's going to look to do that over the wanted.
Okay, Alpha.
Nasty stuff from Forsaken.
I mean, great shot from
Takes control
Forsaken,
of the
but
rifle in his hand. That's a hard target to hit.
And Alpha yet denied immediately. Maybe trying to push
That's
his luck
rough.
a little. Not a duelist that he's super familiar with.
yeah, I mean, I think you can tell that Fnatic already is.
Util now.
It does feel a little shallow. We'll see how they adjust, though.
Bit of mid control, clone.
they've been focusing a lot on art, and PRX is fairly ready for it. That's gonna get them both. Oh, never mind. Chronicle wasn't quite dead, but
foul concoction if you are Fnatic. Gonna need those heroics.
ooh, something wins that.
Crashes in a 1v5.
That's a beautiful round put together from PRX. It really is. And a wallbang even all the way through mid, putting a little bit of damage onto Crashies.
30 seconds
The
left.
combo of the Seize nade into the pull and into the swing just destroys Fnatic, but they'd already been set up.
We'll see.
A couple of weird moments
See what
here.
Fnatic's got cooked up.
I mean, Kayak's teleport all the way down into Flowers was a bit of an unusual one. And then his clone getting stuck, failing to trigger out the wall. You can definitely see, I think, that Fnatic are less comfortable.
Yeah, they're not as fluid. Like, I think basically they're going to be looking to say, if we just need to get that first kill, then we win by battle, right? You win by aim duel. The strats are not going to be good. There's not going to be elaborate lineups and things like that.
A load of surprises.
Another little evil chuckle there from Patman.
But the big question is does PRX get too lax?
And now Fnatic's economy not in a good spot.
They still go for the Bulldog, dude. They still go for these buys.
And something is just sitting pretty on the other side of the map with Boaster's operator.
He gets set up. He's just sitting there, that early op. I mean, honestly, I think Fnatic was basically looking to snowball there. If Boaster hadn't lost that op, who knows? But
a lot of stall util.
Yeah. I mean, if it ends up landing kills here,
way up.
Fnatic are going to be feeling really bad about the fact that such a valuable asset has gone into the hands of PRX.
timing?
It's like mini in
Drone?
weapon form.
Something's really trying to min-max these timings, I think.
Oh yeah, he's getting a little wary.
Avoid it.
It's not going to get the full clear.
Now, okay, recall start. Discipline is going to be there from Fnatic. Do you expect something to
Huge
be
flash.
That's the question.
It's a great
He's
flash.
still here. This is an amazing hold from something, though.
Okay.
Better
Yeah.
shot.
Oh man. And now Patman's still here. So B's shut down, so they're re-exploring A. But you can tell strategically, Fnatic's just hoping that they get the first kill.
Maybe Alpha's job
It's
here is
really
just gonna
rough
be try to run
strategically
a fake,
speaking.
full eyes towards B.
It
See
looks
Chronicle inserted
real
over
basic.
towards A.
Like that fast
The rest
lane,
of
like
the
what is
team
that
tries to
doing?
go back
You
over
had to
towards
send that
and connect with
diagonally.
this guy.
Chronicle's got to get some damage done too. Anything to crack this one open. Contact plays for now. Been peeked out, Divide. Just there's the Thorns. Down below it, it's going to be swinging wide. That flash is a good connection. Forsaken, already ready to supplement. Deep Dart dealt with. Almost lining themselves up for it.
What an
It
adjustment
is
from Divide.
precise from PRX. Surgical almost, and it leaves it into Alfier's hands. Too much for him to do.
Very comfortable there anchoring from Divide. Super comfortable in that kind of spot. So he knew exactly
Right.
how to play around it. Flash. The Thorns.
I mean, honestly, I'm not really open for much more from Fnatic here. It does look rough.
But now the rifles are back for Fnatic. Couple of rounds of lower recon, and now Alpha gets a Vandal. Something still with an operator, so always that's going to be a difficult one to work around.
So instead of playing through mid, now on the next buy round, they're going to try to fight long range on
Three
A.
players though from PRX on the other side.
Yeah, they've got the stack, but the op's not here. The op's on A. But look at this. PRX realizes, okay, Fnatic's going to play simple. They don't have deep plans. So if we just hold one of these extremities, PRX is playing like really good Pearl. But this is what you need to watch out for.
Do you want to stay here? Oh my
Jane?
goodness. He wants to
Okay.
step up to the challenge. Satchels barely there to evacuate. He's going to be taking the high
Ooh,
ground.
dude. He goes on the high ground, really. Draws out Util. That's a good bait. That's good bait from Alpha here.
Rotation
Makes
as
A side
the
free.
entirety of Art is given up. Fnatic have access now to
Something
this A
trying
side.
to get here. He should have heard that alarm
Full
bot?
control.
Yeah.
And only something here. Fnatic should be on the line before the Yoru player.
Oh man, the double though.
Oh my goodness, it's the minor
Oh my
of
god, he's.
margins.
But he heard the
Another
shot,
player
no?
was he expecting from behind. How
Oh,
fast
Chronicle
they
couldn't get the
Chronicle.
kill.
I mean, the movement's amazing there from something.
Now Alpha has to go make space. You don't know when this guy's going to peek out, but you don't know if they're going to all come through.
Alpha's time to shine. He's got to be the
Flooding
playmaker
through.
here into this spot. The clone gonna be
Chronicle
taking a
buys
bullet
time. They just need to say, oh,
but Fnatic putting that crunch on them. They drag it here 3-3.
I mean, this is how they're going to win if they win at all. He's Obi-Wan taking the high ground.
3-3, big round from Fnatic. I've got a question about what the hell went wrong with that PRX fight over towards B long before even this began. I think there was a team flash that came out.
They might have shot a clone, I don't know.
Yeah, maybe that's what it was. But everybody really heavily blinded up there from PRX.
Yeah.
Just as they went to try to trigger the play.
Something's had a rough go with the op today.
Op v Op. It's actually Alpha, yeah, who's going to be running it this time.
Alpha, the neon op. He's got ult.
Crashies is hearing this. Something with the ping.
Crashies. Dude, he has the read that they've been pushing out.
And Crashies does punish.
It's about as deep as you can get in the first 10
Crashies.
seconds over towards A main.
Crashies
A
the goat.
ridiculous angle for something to be fighting towards. He was hoping it would be unexpected, but can't quite hit the flick. And now in a 4v5, once again, by the way,
I'm going to crash out. I got defense percent main stat with
PRX
CDCR for substat. Isn't that still good for Caesar? No?
That's where
Caesar the
Alpha's
GOAT?
op could end up working its magic.
Flash got acknowledgement.
Yeah, you don't need to go for the active info just yet.
No, no, no. You guys can't sleep. You can't sleep on this match. That's crazy.
Down and defeat Fnatic. You want to clear this one out.
YouTube, you think I'm not watching?
Wall up. I'm trying to take this.
No, you should. I mean, it's Monday tomorrow. You sleep. You should sleep.
Alpha throwing the operator over to Crashies.
One player detained.
Post plant with that weapon and his Hunter's
Forsaken
Fury.
got detained.
Here, but okay, just spotted out there with the info.
Alpha.
Shorty of his own Hunter's Fury.
Oh, they are bottled up.
Looking for a little bit more, but just a one tag.
Showstopper.
A few of them. Showstopper.
Chronicle dies, but that leaves space for Kayak.
Down, but like a rocket again, Jing, this time.
But Kayak, they don't know. They don't know he's through. They also need to get past the wall.
Looking to try and reclaim some of that space. Boaster not removed. Kayak's from behind.
Kayak's above. Or he's below now.
Containment is ordered and Fnatic.
Oh no, PRX. I think PRX is going to call a timeout here.
Caught in a mess of smokes and ults. Couldn't figure out how
It's
to navigate
3
a tricky
a.m.
situation.
It's late.
I think they needed Jing to be able to pick up that kill.
Can't
and
PRX realize that we have jobs and classes tomorrow and finish early?
Taking some wild
Yeah, come on.
Alpha deep pushed up as
Oh,
well.
dude, Jing not getting that kill is unfortunate.
Fnatic, honestly, look like they've got some.
This is a
nice
timeout.
game plans.
Yeah,
No, they do. It's the map.
They're definitely in control.
And like you
The
said,
map play
there was a
is a
huge
bit
connection with
one-dimensional,
Crashies' ultimate
but I
the
think
first time he ripped it. Got 3
Fnatic
players
getting
down to
the
7
read
health. That
that
definitely helped
something's
Alpha.
been pushing out with the op to get info.
But yeah, let's
So
return
they
back
make
to
the
the
B
game
main
plan
push
for Fnatic
again,
then.
and Crashies
It's
is
that
way
same
ahead,
slow-paced
waiting for
style
a
on their
push from
attack side
main.
that they've been playing all tournament, and PRX are getting baited into going
If
for these
PRX can't
spikes.
adjust well
And
here,
that's then allowing Fnatic
you're
to
not
go
going to
for pretty
pressure the
simple
weakness of their
XX
overall macro understanding.
and get the plant down. And the one thing that Fnatic's been amazing at all tournament long, really entirety of this team.
See
has
what
been
else,
post-plants.
but their timeouts have been good.
They've been winning
PRX's timeouts have been good.
82% of their post
So
plants in this tournament.
we'll see what they adjust.
If you're PRX, you cannot
By the
allow
way,
them to
just
get
out
that
of
spike
curiosity, aside from stream, what else do you do daily?
But that also does mean
daily
fighting,
chores,
and Fnatic are ready and waiting for
watch VODs when it's during like VCT season. I think about like what other content I can do. I watch these days. I watch like a lot of other streams and YouTube videos. I used to not, but just to see what other people are doing.
Together these rounds.
Play some PoE, play some other games, try out some other games if I think there's other games I want to try streaming. Lots of other things. Spend time with my wife.
We're gonna get posted.
Yeah, I do dailies. I do IRL dailies.
My goodness, that's immediately the clone gonna be taking that bullet for him.
And Alpha instantly
But
gets on the line.
Alpha,
Doesn't see a repeat.
he
though.
has
Most
the
is
op,
calling for this
and
regroup
they're
on
going
A.
for this.
Jing,
But this,
danger player.
so PRX basically said, okay, they've now read that we go far out, so we're gonna set up trap plays. We say ops on this side, set up the trap play here.
There might be a timing drone forward.
Oh, and they're ready for it.
It's all anticipated.
Oh,
Alpha,
what the hell? Oh, okay, well, hold on. Oh, Kayak, hold on.
He's just playing his team in perfectly.
I think they've swapped bodies. Oh my god. Dude, Op 8. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Alpha, chill, chill, chill. Op is 4700 press. Chill, chill, chill. My god, Alpha.
Out of the sky.
4 HP between him and a sick clip.
Oh my
but I don't think
god.
Divide's going to be able to keep this up. Alpha has done way too much. And Chronicle cleans up the tricks.
Holy.
That round demonstrates not only the incredible
PoE,
awareness they
ew,
have
what?
of PaperX, knowing that Jing
Dude,
is going to be
was
playing that
great.
position, or at least a serious threat of it. Alpha's attack up gets value, but then the killer instinct afterwards to dismantle the play and push forward.
I mean, he was on one.
Way too far
He was
out
on
of
one.
position.
He was on one.
Alpha continues to get further and further ahead, I think, in the MVP race.
12 and 6. Shutting it all down for PaperX.
Feels like something is on the op trap again, like Icebox.
It's aggression, a staple of this
But
team.
let's be real honest. A lot of PaperX's defaults and their comps are built around something opping.
Some of these anti-ecos pretty simple. You
I-
know that
like,
teams are gonna
yeah,
try to
it's
fight over
having a
towards
rough
mids,
go
and
today,
Chronicle watching
but
that. You just have Crashies feeding you info on the other
it's
side.
kind of
and then
built
you try
around
the
that.
FB. That's a lot of damage drawn to Chronicle.
There are
though.
other things they can do, but with double. But the thing is with double duelist on defense, you kind of need to op.
Forsaken. Cross placement, trying to land those shots. Good awareness from Kayak.
And also when he's on, yeah. So.
Flying towards them. Hello, it's a
Whoa,
lot of
dude.
damage on the
Chronicle
Could have been a
down to
kill.
5 HP.
Swarm's committed. Anything to clear these players out. Up
Oh, he's gonna
through
creep
the
out
top section of the
forward.
This is Manic. This is chaos. PaperX trying to take the fight.
I mean, that's a
straight
win
to
for
them. They don't
PaperX.
care about the battle lines that are drawn out normally.
Chronicle's only got 5 HP.
Man, he could be a
Where's he
difference maker.
going?
Why are they not thinking there could be anyone
Yeah,
on
why?
A?
What are they
Lights out, so
doing
they've opened
here?
up a bit of a mistake here, as you mentioned. Patman upgrade. Acquired
Where's
with a rifle.
Crashies going? He just
Boaster
says,
split up.
what?
Split up.
Boaster has the spike, 25 seconds, creeping around behind
Nightfall
Patman.
committed, Nightfall committed, Crashies push forward.
Oh, they're making it look like they're coming through. Dude, no way that this works. Boaster, where are you? Boaster, where are you, bro?
Rolls reverse,
Boaster.
he's the one putting the pressure in the squeeze.
Get out of the sight, man.
He's earned his team a lifeline.
Great read as well. Divide, though, somehow manages to time that recon, but Crashies is aware.
Tagged up just by the drone, Fnatic. Put them into a post plan and they will thrive.
Yeah, Boaster just got escorted the entire way through. Turned into the VIP, and Crashies, the bouncer, kept everyone off him.
As a pull for the first time.
Yep. They do it as late as possible. And then Crashies is going to be checking for it. Boaster on the wraparound.
And then at a
He
space
knows he's not on it. The dart. You know he's not on it. He's checked the spike.
Impeccable work. Impeccable
Yeah,
work
I mean, Divine
indeed,
at some
Fnatic.
point was probably thinking, where is he? Dude, Crashies carries that round.
That is a
Holy.
sick round from Crashies.
Dude,
He's
I
asked to do
cannot
way
believe.
too much in that situation. Alpha gets
I
caught
cannot
on the
believe
BB
Boaster
clear.
dodges the Prowler and Crashies just pulls everyone away. He just goes into the site. This is insane. This is why Crashies is the
This
GOAT.
fight against Patman. Boaster could have tried to run through, but Boaster wanted to make sure he didn't drop the
I mean,
spike.
yes, to be fair.
Because I chilled. I kissed your hand.
Because it should have never gotten to that point, to be very fair.
Fnatic have been really good at navigating these kind of positions. Alpha takes a ton of damage early, though.
A bit of spam from
Okay, so now PaperX adjusts. They say, okay, fine. We're not going to get baited by this B aggro.
Utility's been
We're just
really
going to put the
strong,
Vice
though,
wall
and
here.
stopping something for being able
The
to go
wall, I
for
think
these
you actually might be able to walk around this wall,
Man,
but
that's brave. He's doing that solo.
A lot of the defense for PaperX is solo, actually.
Yeah. Trust in the raw aim.
this wall is going to be everything. Chronicle,
Peking Jing with the swing.
not quite. PaperX has been a little bit lax on mid, so that's big.
And go for a peek.
They've tripped the wall, though. So now Alpha goes again. Something is still waiting.
Sorry, I said peek into Kayak. It's Alpha.
Time to jump.
Alpha and something.
Alpha kind of has to get something going here. It's either that or they're going to go for a pinch onto B.
They might not know that something's on the line.
I think they might go for drone here to draw away. And then you dive on, but Alpha dies. That ruins the round for Fnatic.
For a pivot now by Fnatic. That was the backup policy of Alpha gone, you got to try and set your sights in a different direction.
Mongols
30 seconds
dispatched
left.
Vitality
Where
game
will
1.
Take a
Damn.
peek. That is
Ooh.
uncalled for. Looking for some information.
Hold on. Now they're torn.
Just
Wait,
taking
why
that
are you
timing
rotating?
out, with
Something's
20
got to be
seconds
made.
pulled out by the Thorns, and you got to get a move on. Sidestepping through, brought down to the brink. Weakened, damaged as anything in the flash of a repeat. Divide delivers.
Dude, them having to just run across the razor vines is some
Clean up that 5v3.
some fanatic
Never in danger
moment.
when devising an anchor spot.
Oh,
He does
man.
look so comfortable dealing with Fnatic when they actually finish.
Dude,
on
Mongo's
his
got
side.
13-5 against Vitality at the
issue I
CS
think with
Major.
PRX has been that
Dude,
sometimes
I think
they put themselves
Mongo's
in
winning.
difficult
It's been such a long time coming, but it'd be
this
so
time,
sick.
player advantage.
Dude, watching them at because I was casting Extremes Land last year, beginning of the year last year. Mongo's
the
is fun to
operator over
watch.
towards B. He's been very stubborn with this placement.
I'm still here. Flappy's holding on by a
mostly
thread.
working around him
No
pretty
throw
well.
strong enough just
Last
yet.
time he caught Alpha, yeah, he's going for it again.
Past it. More players though waiting to cross. Fnatic to clone, taking the bullet.
Ooh, the clone. Ooh, 31 HP.
Okay, get out of there.
He's lucky to survive that
He
one.
really is.
31
Yeah, but you saw
HP,
multiple,
one
so
more
PRX
vandal
has the
bullet.
read this time. And this time they
Hey,
change up.
he's gonna
They're
try to put him
starting to
on the
use
for this one. They're
the
trying to take
Vice
the
wall
pressure.
very
Jim has a
well.
steel guard in the pocket to play in Alpha.
Okay.
Still has his gun.
A couple people still have their guns. Counters the timing on the Astro Wall.
Diffused.
Patman's still waiting, but look at the
Fnatic
fast
don't really
rotate.
want to commit.
PRX goes
They
for the
know
fast
that the stack
rotate
is
because
here,
you
but they
know
don't
that
have
there's
another
so
option.
much
They don't
time.
have a lurker to go back to with info in mid or A.
Oh, straight out the
Ooh.
rifles. There's a gap in that smoke. Time to play with it.
You-
but
you
already that
surely
constant
send
device
someone
is
back.
fading.
Well,
It's not
that's a
going
good
that way. It's
good
traded
trade from
out.
Jing. There's still time for the rotate though, so something has to
Here
stay.
for
That's the
Jing.
danger.
Time
That's
runs
why
short here. You
Forsaken's
could be in
constantly
dire
trying to reposition
straits.
to get
Forsaken.
info.
He wants to go for a peek of his own. Flash through in his face. TP into the back of Halls. Kayak. Anything to deal with it?
Kayak's in there. Oh, the timing
Just takes that timing to rip them
is huge.
to shreds. Patman.
Damn, dude.
He finishes what Forsaken began. Forsaken constantly the player in these unexpected positions. And again, just making Fnatic earn every moment. Constantly putting questions and challenges towards
Oh wow,
Fnatic.
so you're supporting an Asian team in CS but not in Valorant?
And often
I
finding
support
gaps
Notion Red Force
they
chat.
can exploit.
If they were at Masters Toronto, forget
A lovely
Fnatic.
risk. Exactly at the right time.
It ain't my fault that
And PRX
VCT
bring things
Pacific
up with an opportunity to get it
bought
level
my
at the
ire
half.
with by eliminating Notion Red Force.
Jing's very fast with a haunt up towards B, but Fnatic don't know too much about that. They're on the exact opposite side, facing Devi, and Devi has been excellent.
This
anchoring
super
A.
fast clear though. PRX knows that they can do this on the last round again, trying to change the tempo. Something takes some hits. He gets so much info. They're just trying to get past it. Something needs to find a kill. There's no cover. Oh no! Something.
What is going on with PRX? I mean, I know they want to play that aggressively. Here's Forsaken again, looking to try to make the play.
Hold on, he's busted up as well. Chronicle.
Oh, he almost had it again. Forsaken almost had it.
Shuts it down.
The thing is when do they realize? Well, oh, never mind. There's the alarm bot. Now they know for sure.
Once more. It's the last chance here in this first half.
It is planted as well for Secret.
Yeah.
Good setup from Fnatic.
The nades just to clear. Huge. Oh, he needed to stay alive.
Just the one known, it leaves it to the rookie.
Dude, he's baiting him in. They're trying to bait him in to crashes with the op.
Signs of life. Fought through. Tap. Left guessing, but now spotting. Half on the defuse might be earned.
On the half.
Holds it down, but again,
They know it's half done. The bait, man. The bait and switch.
Deliver on to death.
Fnatic getting huge value out of the operator in this half. A really nice anti-strat to deal with PRX, where they go for these aggro peak timings. But I think PRX kind of lost.
I think something. I don't know. Something's up with something.
From something bonkers. The swing from Devi, unusual because he was anchoring those spots.
I don't know. That was so
well.
weird. Either stay for the fight or don't.
This is Fnatic's
I think he wanted to take out Boaster and then he last minute saw Chronicle.
So good, bro.
I don't know. It's
Unreal
weird.
scenes from Fnatic. You're seeing smiles across the board for them. For now, though, we're going to send it down to Vansili, standing by with some of our co-streamer friends.
Oh, Bren's gonna take a water break, I think.
Thank you so much. We're hanging out here in the co-streaming booth where I'm actually joined by legendary French casters Kitty and also Renaud. Kitty, Renault, welcome to Toronto. I just want to ask you your
Renault.
experience first, starting with you, Kitty.
Renault.
How's Toronto been for you so far?
It's very good. I love the food, and yeah, the matches
At first, I thought this was an audio mixer. I was like, whoa.
For you, Renault?
Yeah, it's the first time in Canada for me, and Toronto is a nice city. I'm having a good time.
And the games are actually pretty awesome so far for this grand finals. What's your take so far between these PRX and Fnatic games?
Flappy's going through it in
PRX
YouTube.
can take it. I thought it was hard on Icebox, but they managed to come back, and I was not expecting this, so I think PRX can take it today.
Renault, what about you?
For the moment, everything is here. The
I mean,
game are tough.
Chad, I'm just
Fnatic's
saying,
fighting back on Pearl.
I
didn't
think
expect
Pearl
that,
is
so
riskier.
It's just amazing to see.
And
that
like,
we have
yes,
a
the
very
Sunset
nice
didn't look
grand
as
final.
confident, but I think
And
that's
now
on
that I
PRX
have,
not
your
prepping
presence with
Sunset.
me, is it okay
I
if I
stand
practice
by
my
that
French
at this
first or
point,
ask you a
even if
question?
PRX wins.
So what do you guys think about
Even
the
if
new map
PRX
Corot?
wins,
Comment trouvez-vous la
I
nouvelle
think
map
the
Corot?
reverse draft was better.
Je m'attendais pas du tout à ce qu'on ait autant de petits angles à check. Les bombes sites sont très surprenants, et donc je m'attends juste à énormément de gunfight sur les points, les choke points. Et donc ouais, moi j'ai juste hâte de la jouer tout simplement.
That's actually pretty cool because now you're saying basically if you don't understand French, all the words were in English there. So choke points are cool, bomb sites are awesome.
I was
spike
about to
sites
say,
are
I was
a
like,
quick gunfight, so I'm looking forward
what's
to
the
that
bit
one. What
here?
about you, Renaud?
Moi, la chose qui m'a surprise, c'est les wallbangs partout. C'est vrai que la map a l'air d'être conçue pour ça. Et
I
j'ai
guess
hâte de
they're
voir
doing
comment
this
les
just because
équipes
Vans.
vont jouer
Yeah, but
comme
if
ça
you're doing
avec les
translations, it
Odins,
runs a bit
les
longer. That's the
Alors,
thing.
merci beaucoup. Désolé, on n'a plus assez de temps, fait qu'on va retourner avec le match. Thank you so much, everybody. Let's
He
get
just
back
has
to
to
the
send
game.
it back, yeah. Yeah. They're French casters.
Let's head straight back into it. Vansley just flexing, really.
I know.
Yeah, I mean, it's cool that Vans gets to do that, though.
Do the trees speak French?
Do the trees
Maybe they do in different parts of Canada. All right, let's take a look at the Coinbase econ report. I mean, one of the players here that's up towards the top, Alpha,
Kayak's just playing bait, man, at this point.
had an op in his hand at various points, was getting kills with a shorty, was getting kills with his ultimate, with a vandal. He's doing everything everywhere. And you heard it as they went into the halftime. Crashies saying, you are so good. It must be wonderful for Crashies to be on this side of it rather than the other side of it, as he was in the past playing
frequent. I mean, Crashy.
To be also fair, they should also be playing Pearl better.
He is.
Just like
He's had
Sunset.
the second most grand finals appearances.
But
out
I
of
think,
any
like,
player in
you're
Valorant.
just,
Only
we don't
behind
know what
Chronicle,
this
tied
looks
with
like, the
Boaster.
Neon from Alpha with Fnatic.
It's
Like,
crazy,
it's
isn't
just
it?
like,
Well, they got so many.
if anything, I think
the optic and RG core and
if PRX didn't shut them
here
down in
again.
round 4, I think Fnatic runs away with that first half
Incredible
even
stuff
more.
from him.
But anyway, we'll see. Because the same thing with Fnatic. So it's
They
going to
go
be
into
Killjoy heavy in mid,
full
and they're
roll
going to
here.
have to push out and rely on ops on the defense. So they're kind of in the same
Timing
boat.
taken. Hello,
They
right
know
click.
that they love to do
Delivered it when he
this.
wanted.
I don't know why he went for the right
PRX the one
click.
who survived, but Alpha, instant response. He does claim
This
the
is
light
PRX
fight.
played this once in the beginning of the tournament. They utilized
Swing
mid
and
a
peek, and
lot.
That is called for. That is beautiful.
Holy.
Oh, that's unreal.
It's poetry in motion.
The synergy there on the wide swing and Alpha readjusting targets.
Holy.
Forsaken's been good, but he's not been able to recover situations like this, surely.
Spike down. Hold on, his damage done.
Alpha's low. Well, now
Alpha at
Forsaken's
least,
low.
but from behind, Kayak just trying to remove those wing cons, and there's damage done to Forsaken.
Oh, they hear him.
Have
The
access
pings
to
are there.
spike.
There is a possibility.
Alpha's
have to
low,
get
but the other two are
funky
full,
with
and
the smoke,
Chronicle's
though,
got
and
half
somehow
armor.
pick
That's
up
the
a cheap
danger.
kill on Alpha.
So they can just flood in.
Dead sit consumed. as
They're just checking the
Bloom
smoke.
Blossom partition up the site. Bit of spam from Fnatic.
Oh my god,
Looking to catch
Forsaken.
the 3D. Second star down.
I mean, making it
again,
seem like he
trying to
might
cut
have
off the
gone to
sight
the
line.
other
Onto
smoke.
this one.
It's
Chronicle
an NT.
takes it,
It's an NT.
and Alpha
He needed to land that
takes
first
it.
shot.
As if Alpha needed more. They feed the beast.
Spike's dead. Go, go, go.
That showcases synergy as well from a duo that have not been having like too much experience in these kind of roles, you know.
Alpha and
You've got
Crashies.
Alpha as a
Yeah.
hard entry
Crashies
here,
with the
and then
cover here.
playing Crashies in. Crashies still somewhat new
Crashies
to the team, and Alpha doesn't play a,
top 10
a lot
player.
of the hard
Just
entry
saying.
like this, but that's masterful
Your
stuff.
comms are insane. Your aim is insane. You're insane.
And Crashies is loving his time with
Yeah,
this
dude.
team.
Crashies is
He's
like, dude,
talked
I
so
get to just
much
play
about how
my
good the
game,
vibes
and everyone
are,
just goes and kills.
surrounded by incredible talent.
They're in full control.
Crashies is
of
like, it's
this
like it's
map.
just like playing with the A again.
Which is mad to say. It truly is.
Done. Forwards again.
I mean,
What's the issue? Boaster from behind.
Same strat again. This
Quick
was their
work
most
there,
reliable
Stinger.
thing when they played it
Bit
earlier,
funky
and
with
even
it.
in the
Yeah.
past, they would go heavy on mid
Forwards
lurks.
will not help you. much at all. Divide
Like if
immediately gone, and this is just complete control, isn't it?
Here.
Fnatic gliding, sliding forward, trying to set up Chronicle for the goods, and Boaster right there to claim it.
All right, well, let's wait for the buy. PRX, I think, several times this tournament, they basically just repeat their pistol on their eco. Kind of just send it. And that's okay. In the grand scheme of things, I think that's okay. I think it makes it dicey, but it's kind of similar in concept to the weird buy from Fnatic.
You can afford to do silly things, one-and-done things, because it only has to work
Are we
once.
cooked, chat? Are we cursed?
You only have to win one time on Pearl.
Chat. I mean, PRX fans, you make it sound like you haven't been here before, but you haven't even seen a buy on attack yet from PRX.
Not that it's not there already, but 4-round lead for Fnatic.
And I don't think PRX can afford to lose
But
this
this is where Kaya can start shining again as well on defense. Oh, that is a nasty TP. That's something needed. Boaster saw him.
Boaster looking to see if he can stay alive. Alpha!
They're drawing him in.
Now you're seeing signs potentially. The things are going a little bit skew with, not quite as practiced.
Way more damage doable from Fnatic.
They're still in a 2v3 here, Fnatic. There's still a lot of
They
danger.
do have decent tools. They got their flank covered so they can focus.
Both really good in a clutch. PRX should be able to close this out, but they also need to
Chronicle's
close this
constantly
out.
spamming to make it seem like there's extra pressure coming in from elsewhere.
Both Fnatic players in the same position.
They're waiting for the recon.
Waiting for the dart timing. Thorns deaded. Dart back Hall's. Hall's going to be used as a response for
Huge flash.
There it is.
Divide with the Vice Flash redemption.
Completely catches Chronicle. And 3 rifles saved. Bunch of armor as well. That's going to keep PRX in this one. Very
This is
aggressive.
Pearl against an EMEA team.
On the peak.
No, I think PRX should be playing way better, but I also think
Jing ready for that
this was
reclear.
my
I think he has gone for it
concern.
quite a few
Well, maybe
times
I'm
now
just
on
like,
defense.
maybe I'm just jaded because I feel like I'm already vindicated, even if PRX makes a comeback. This was my concern. Why are you picking this map when you have no idea what they're going to play? We all thought it was going to be Chamber Vice Yoru. They bring out a Neon, and Alpha just goes on a tear because this is his tournament. Like, it's like,
I do like this play.
you know? Like, why are we risking that for map 3?
Smokes, horn, flash. Allows Jing to get set up. Very difficult to contest A main against that kind of pressure. And then
Okay,
PRX,
easy
they
orb,
threaten
though.
that They could have left somebody
Kayak.
inserted. And they're going to go back
Taking
to
the positions
contest
that he likes
Kayak.
to take.
And they're probably going to find this
No
timing
op,
just
though.
as the gate crash starts to expire.
Yeah, he's going to have to gate crash back. Or he's going to try to send a second gate crash back and then die.
Yeah,
Oh
look,
my god.
just as he
You're
has
going
to
to
try
stay for
gate
another
crash.
fight?
Flash overhead.
They know that the
Plays
Yoru
down
is
as
here.
retreat a little bit better. You're going to see another flash. Spawning bodies and looking to contest.
Get out of there.
Contain. PRX though.
Forsaken. He's going to go on his
Now you're
classic
seeing
late
Cosmic
lurk, I
Device
think.
gonna be splitting up that site.
He used
Already
to do this a lot when he played Sentinel.
Alpha is in your face for Judge.
Oh, the distance. But,
We're going to see if he can help them out. PRX.
I mean,
They obliterate them though.
something's been getting good positions on B.
Chronicle was looking to just contain up
Chronicle
through mid.
knew, so at least
Not for much
Fnatic knows.
longer.
They've done their prep.
Crashies.
But not much else you can do in this round.
And almost certainly concede the round. I mean, one of the weird things here is that Crashies, I'm sure he'd like to try to go for it, but the economy is still not in a great spot for Fnatic. Didn't manage to win the bonus.
Why are we sending Forsaken to
And a judge to work
Wolverhampton,
with
chat? The game's not over.
It's a great shot onto Forsaken.
PRX
Nobody
fans,
else
like, I
really
get it, you've
trying
been
to
through a
hunt him
lot,
down.
but like,
Crashies is going to be able to escape.
but I
with
feel
this
like
one,
you
the
guys have
rifle
been
in
like
hand.
this is the beginning
I
of
don't
Dawn.
think Fnatic look that great when Alpha doesn't have a
Yeah,
rifle or an op
you all have to
I don't really like the
chill.
way that he's been trying to play with the judge. Now in this round, something also hit a great teleport towards backside, and it just
Something's
put
teleports
Alpha in an impossible
2 rounds in a
situation.
row. Very good.
But both times that they've tried to play with that lighter weaponry, it hasn't worked out. And PRX crawling back into this one. 2 rounds the gap. Every map has been on a knife's edge so far in this game. That's what you expect with 2 great teams. 2 teams that have placed deep at tournaments many times before.
Man, teams usually have their team win on the second time to let to DRX fans. At least you're not cursed 5th, 6th. Look on the bright side.
Fnatic with a heavy group up their money.
Like, I get it. I get that the heartbreak hurts, but like, let's not pretend that every team just automatically does better the second and third time.
ready to fight them on B.
Warning shot from the judge from Jing, looking to see if they can.
And like, PRX wasn't even expected to make the run. Like, everyone was hyped up on the train, but let's be honest, like, objectively speaking, not many people were predicting them to even get to the grand finals. Let's be very honest. Like, I thought they had the best chance for Pacific simply because of X Factor, but
the spike's making its
I
way
will
over
also
towards
say
A.
the way they're playing
So that
a little bit
Patrick can fake like
frustrating.
there's a little bit of
So I get
pressure there,
that.
'cause all of these players are still
I get
set up
that.
for a B re-hit.
Still danger lurking. On every corner, Kayak ready to try and respond. He has that rifle. And towards it, flash in your face though.
It'd be better if they went out 50. You guys say that, but tell that to the Korean DRX fans. When DRX was actually predicted to get to grand finals and potentially win most of those tournaments, I don't think you'd agree. That sounds better because you've been through the heartache of second place. Huge from Jing. And so you're like, actually, 5th, 6th would be better because I wouldn't get my hopes up. Imagine having your hopes up every time and then going out 5th to 6th place every time. I would say that that is actually worse.
It's a nice shot to open, but PRX now just trailing by 1.
Really good
That is on
utility
them.
pressure.
Well,
Seas
if you're
came
going to say
through
that,
into back holes, caught
this
off
is
the poster,
on you.
and then there was a stun after
I'm
as
just
well.
saying.
So this
I'm not saying
may
that
have
it
looked
shouldn't
like
hurt.
Judge versus a
I'm
Bucky, but the
just
stun was
saying
just
that don't
wearing
be
off
over.
their
Like,
poster.
saying it hurts is fine, but
Really
like
get into a position
taking the meme too
fire off
far
that
and being
Bucky
like, you
shot
think
in time.
Forsaken will swap teams and like they're cooked. Like,
This is what we saw.
you just don't do
All
that.
the way back really
They're
early
not
on in
cooked
the
at
tournament.
all.
PRX played against Heretics. They won on this map 13-1.
And it's like not
A
over
lot
yet.
of
You know
it
what
was
I
based
mean?
on
Like
that
that's
double duelist
like
diving
saying
into
like,
the
oh
back
no,
of
I
B
can't
side.
take this is fine.
It's really tough to
And
deal
not
with.
everyone's
You have a
doing it, but
teleport
I'm trying to
that
nip
can
this in
go
the bud
almost
before it goes
anywhere,
too far.
front or back
But
towards
people
walls.
being like,
And then Jing's pathing can be anywhere as well. He could
like,
go
oh, it's
with
doomed, we're cursed. It's
something.
like,
He could
it's
go
not
the
even
opposite
over.
side of something. He could go to heaven if he wanted. It is so tough as a side anchor to try to figure out what the pathing is going to look like.
What
on
is
these double
Twitch
duelist
chat on,
dives.
man? That's what I'm saying.
And then you have great util coming in from Forsaken and Patman.
Your justification is flawed. I feel like being nowhere, giving us way too much hope with the train, and then pulling a lat lock-in is worse. Well, okay, I have a good response to that.
On this map. It definitely looked
That
like they were
is
set up
on
pretty after
Sliggy.
winning the second pistol.
That's on Sliggy. That's
Now,
actually not on anybody else
might be seeing the
other than
difference between a
Sliggy.
team that's
That's
got
100% Sliggy's
some real
fault.
depth in the strategy and depth in terms of scrim experience, match experience, and a team just kind of trying to wing it.
All right, Fnatic had to use their timeout. If PRX wins this round, honestly, all things considered,
Really feeling like they
should at least get to map point
They are
first.
trailing by the 1.
See what they have against this op. They've got big ults too, so
Scramble together.
they are prepared for it.
In the hands of Alpha.
But look at Fnatic. They're basically using Astra Killjoy to delay on all 3 other lanes,
PRX.
and then hold with the op. Op's going to try to rotate first because they're going to leave Kayak. The Op's trying to get ahead of things. Oster knows that he's being chased. Dude, something is off with
These
the...
ults have been criminal.
And a Nightfall on top.
Ugh.
Look at the late claim towards the back of the side. Patman is alone, by the way, and he's going for that peak.
Oh no, and now they're
Anticipated.
pushing out because they're down in
Hunter's Fury fighting on the
numbers. Forsaken's been
He's
tagged.
down, he's done damage.
And Jing's got to... He has Showstopper. Jing has to pull Showstopper in about 10 seconds.
Jing, though.
He doesn't want to pull it too early.
Oh, shut down before he could even see a glimmer of a Fnatic player.
It's a complete denial of space. Fnatic now methodical.
That is...
surgical, picking apart
That's
the
not
players and picking
acceptable.
apart the side.
You can't be trying to make a judge play when you have Showstopper.
Playing well, but not this well.
You can't be doing that.
Cosby divide in your face. You have to give it up. Fnatic now.
You can't be doing
backside of
that.
that timeout.
You can't be doing that.
It is a big round for Fnatic to be able to get, but I think you can't watch that and not have questions about the way that something plays this.
Something's...
He comes dry out of his ult,
But I...
no utility used, and just tries to...
Not every time, but
Boaster
something...
while he's throwing down utility. I mean, that's
I
what
think
Alex
this is the big
Fury
difference
does.
between something and alpha here. The funny thing is I think both of them do the same thing. When they're
information that he
having
gathered
off
was
games,
good
they
as
go
well. If
more
he'd been able
aggressive.
to bail,
The only difference at this
probably still
tournament
have
is
full
alpha
control of the
actually
A side.
redeems himself the
Can't be
next
making
time.
mistakes like that.
Almost every time. And like... And it's kind of unfair for something, but it's like when it
Raider
works,
flashing your face, though.
everyone praises you.
Just get away from
But
that
when
spot.
it doesn't, you're trolling. You know what I mean? Like,
There's a
that's
flash.
rough.
Adjustment, tries to snap
That's
to
rough
it.
for something.
No body's there, but no kill.
And like you guys are right. Like if it doesn't work, it's the automatic answer is like, why don't you just TP out? Like that should be what you're doing. But also when it's alpha, it's like, oh, he wins maps that way. Same with Kayak.
Something's been dropped. The Divide just trying to take
Oster, no audio. He is freaking out.
A stand against it, but that
Oh, the stun.
rattles, and it connects. Shorty, oh, bullets gone.
That's a little haphazard. A little haphazard from Alpha here. Chronicle Psalm.
Spike not planted. Chronicle and Kayak still with a small opportunity.
Hey,
of
they know one's
intercepting
heaven.
somebody before they get there.
Fnatic might
Seeing it, waiting for that util to come back
consider
online.
saving if they can't get a kill. Not because they don't have creds, but because this is nigh impossible with Kayak at half health and an AWP.
Already backing away for the save. Fnatic gonna give this one up, and PRX
Actually, Crashes doesn't have creds anyway.
Step closer to trying to draw.
So Chronicle, he's got extra Kayak can buy for Crashes, so he's still looking for kills.
Boaster needs more assistance.
But otherwise, and Chronicle can get lockdown.
Whether it's from his own utility,
they can't find
or
it.
whether they can get Kayak.
This year, Alpha has learned to hold back also. Oh, well, yeah. I mean, I think that's the other difference, is that Alpha was, like, on, and then he doesn't get it, and then he gets back on, right? But, like, something right now is just trying to recover himself. It's hard, because the reason I'm not fully blaming something is because some players just need that. They just, like, that's how they get back in the game. Because otherwise they start doubting themselves more, you know what I mean? Like, you just have to take more fights. It's just
so much damage from that, but did manage to get a
but when it's this many times in this way, I mean, it's also like you got to do it where you're comfortable. The Euro ult is clearly not it. Like, if he's on Jet, I don't think any of us doubt him, but
somebody else to try to alleviate that.
Yeah, like, he's not flashing. It feels like he hasn't been playing with the Yoru patch. Like, that's what it feels like. Like, I'm not excusing his actions. I think his play is really bad with the Euro ult. It's funny because his TPs have been really good.
So bait and switch setup over towards B. If PRX want to end there, they're going to have to go through Kayak and still think about Alpha playing the Neon off.
Monaco's going to be feeling that.
Same hit.
What a flash and what a find.
They haven't done it a couple times. They get him back with it. They've been training Fnatic to focus on the extremities on B main.
PRX really do cook with these flashes through smokes to
Yeah,
set up
it was
Jin.
really good.
They've got so many of them. It's something that
they can't
he's amazing
lose more than one to Crashies.
Crashies desperate for that info, just spots him. Stays in, but still gets out.
Was ready for another.
Spots a lot, but is worried about Art.
I was going to hear
There's
about
the
it.
smoke.
Here.
He's actually going to hold close on the other side.
We've seen his angle, get value. Stunts
And they're
forward.
delayed.
Fnatic have responded.
He needs to make sure he times himself to get out of here.
For it, and Crashes could be that playmaker. Time to
Ooh,
deliver.
looking for something big trade. Huge trade from something. Like, his entries have been good, actually, with the Euro, I'm telling you. His TPs have been good, it's just the ults have been weird. Dude, what is this? He sends the clone in from here.
Smoke though, kind of
The Kayak's all the way back.
Crossfire setup still. PRX have options.
They're trying to get it. Whoa! Wait, why are you spamming that and Alpha's not watching for it? I thought that was the obvious play. Crossfire though. PRX, you gotta wake up. You can't push this. You have the numbers advantage. Huge from Batman. Now he has to save. Or actually, he can't really get out.
Down for PRX to bring it level.
PRX need a little bit more of that, relying on that extra experience they have on Pearl. Look at that flash. Beautiful setup. They've got a couple of those over towards A main, and there's one through mid.
No, chat. Again, I agree. Like, it's him not playing the Yoru correctly, but I'm just saying, like, I think he's still taking those. He's like so focused on taking the fight. That's what I'm trying to say. Is some players just need that. And obviously, I think that's something he needs to work on, where you're like taking it correctly every time. But anyway, but his entries have been good on the Yoru.
And force Fnatic into a timeout. They also force the economy down the drain. It's a tough one. Nobody expected Fnatic to really be able to put up a fight here on Pearl.
I mean, this is already a success for Fnatic, to be honest, but obviously now they feel like they can win this.
But PRX, the more
they don't have money for another op.
on this map, the more we're starting to see them.
So you got to imagine that PRX is at least going to pressure B main again. But because of that mid pressure, I think Fnatic's going to want to go back to trying to hold on mid.
On Icebox, this one The Des was talking about it. It is a must-win for PaperX.
I think this round, yeah, it's. I guess you do whatever you need to with the hero weapons. I think next round you play Kron almost solo on A, right? Just delay here. Watch long range. Be ready for the B fight. Have someone on Heaven to make sure they're covering for something TPing in. I don't know if they haven't really had good setups for something on his entry on B. This round is, honestly, it's kind of hard to read because I'm not used to the buys that Fnatic does. They always have these like
10 to 10
hybrid hero buys.
Is knocked down for Fnatic.
Trying to put Alpha in a position where he can take a fight and still have some level of backup. And Alpha, he does have the hot hand.
Jing's going to be looking to rain down some destruction. There's a full
All right, they push out early.
They're going to be committing to this.
They do kind of have the read.
Flash through, Boombot's there.
The Vice Wall, they've never tripped it. This alone could get value for the next round, though.
Pivotal for Boaster to be able to play around if he can get inside it and dominate it.
That is a big save.
Kayak is no more. Deep flank position. Fnatic need to get some value with this one, but a stun.
Oh, Alpha is drawing so much attention. They finally, they don't die to it.
Helping him out, something lighting the world on fire.
The B entries have been really good. Fnatic needs a better answer in the next round.
B execute for
they have lockdown though, so if they try to play retake, I think they lose because of the ults that PaperX has.
Can't even get it done.
4K for something as well. That'll be a confidence booster. Almost gets another Euro.
Bro's becoming Fnatic's coach. I mean, I have them winning the tournament.
I mean, his execution of it's been a little bit wobbly, but you always want that tool to be able to use it if you can. And the variation in terms of how they're pathing he and Jing is putting the squeeze on Fnatic's brains. They need a timeout, and they've just used one.
You know what I want?
You know what I want. What does he want? I don't know.
Forsaken?
He wants Forsaken to not buy armor?
Yeah, no armor whatsoever.
That does not look good with something calling for his attention.
Fnatic to see if they can answer back. Stop the tide. Kayak.
So they're
guessing.
Hey, but look at this. Delays. Killjoy on A focus. And you're ready for it. Oh, they don't stay on Heaven, though. They want to ping him out. They know he's there.
Confirms.
And there's a damage.
That's really nice from Fnatic. Very good awareness. Great comms from Kayak. And it's been the B execs, really, that have been the problem for Fnatic.
No showstopper.
His hold on A looks pretty good.
Hey, that's what I...
See
chat?
Jing's in your face.
Okay, Jing, I was afraid if Jing could get that kill. That's still a big kill. They're distracting him. The rifles make Chronicle think he has time. Crashies. Can't spam it. Oh. Crashies barely survives. Do they think that it's empty? Well, they'll know soon enough.
Down overhead. Spam avoided.
Drone, Patman's position. Oh, Divide! Even hits the clone dead on. And now Jing on the flank.
Would love to save this gun, but that is a luxury. He will not
Jing with the entry, Divide with the hold. Huge.
Jing provides more of that magic that PaperX are looking for. His entries early in the tournament were unstoppable.
Something has been preparing despite his agent's deficiency. The deficiency meme is going to go hard this tournament.
As well. And then goes for the push onto Chronicle, anticipating that Chronicle was going to be backing up. There's a prime example of how you use the Judge on the attack side. And things were tense earlier on for PaperX, but now it's all smiles.
Big ults. Well, you're ult. You got Showstopper. Surely we Showstopper this. Okay. I mean, like, Alpha's like almost okay with that.
Potential silver lining, but PaperX can feel it, they can taste it.
He messed that up, by the way. He came out of the ult right before the wall, so it would have been hurt either way. But
he has that space. Slinking around on the side here, full plan, committed. PaperX have it. In through the back of the side with a flash and a swing and nade. They're trying to delay.
Counter your ult and the lockdown.
Used, and Dimensional drift with
Pushes
it,
them
Fnatic
out.
whereas
The big thing is
it's the position
Crashies.
that they've ever been in.
Crashies has to get the skill. Crashies gets one.
Crashies is on that cleanup.
Batman has to come and trade it. Crashies is still waiting for it.
Get a little bit more.
He's wary. Oh, Batman, big
The
kill.
rifle rings out anyway. Something.
They have the advantages. PRX have everything they need. They've got him tagged. That should be it. They're not thinking. Oh.
And Forsaken the one to deliver it. The death blow potentially here on this map.
Ooh.
And Forsaken drops his adversary.
No pull required. Forsaken gets them over the line at 13-10. Way
Oh
tougher
boy.
than they might have thought it was to get past Fnatic on their permaban. But PRX
Honestly,
take a
though,
2-1 lead in the series, and everything from here has got to be perfect if Fnatic want to deny the trophy again.
PRX's ante has to be good here. But the problem, in my opinion, is that Fnatic's Lotus has been exposed a bit. And I think Fnatic is not a team that's not going to correct that. You look at their Sunset, you know? And I don't think this loss is that devastating other than the fact that it's tiring for Fnatic. I mean, yeah, they were close, so they might, you know, at the moment feel that way. That's like the other reason I think, like, I don't know. I would not feel comfy if I'm PRX. I would not feel comfy if I was PRX. Their Lotus is fine. PRX's Lotus has gotten better, but I think the problem is that Fnatic's Lotus has been a little bit exposed. And so I think they'll be better on it now, too. I think no matter what, we're going to see this match as one of the greatest grand finals ever. I mean, it's definitely up there. I mean, we're continuing to get really good grand finals, like back to back to back to back. Starting last year's Masters. Like, all three last year were really good. Both this year are already really good. So I think overall that just goes to show that the level of play has upgraded a lot. We're going to run some ads. Not going to lie, the issue is even if Sunset was third, do you think it would change anything? Yes. Because I think Sunset was easier to prepare for. Because you know what Fnatic are doing. I 100% think so. Result-wise, maybe not. But also, like, Pearl, Fnatic was always supposed to lose. You could argue that for Sunset as well, but they knew what to prepare for Sunset as well. PRX only showed Pearl once. Fnatic's never shown it. It's like, this is an easy mental rebound. And also, this one was hard because you didn't know what to prepare for. Sunset was Fnatic getting better, and you're not preparing for that. I think there's a big difference there. I still think the other draft is better. But anyway, we will run some ads. But yeah, as the ads are going through, I mean, saying that it was close so it doesn't matter, I think is very hindsight 2020. I mean, in that sense, I would say that is still better if it didn't matter anyway. Because I just think percentage-wise, there's a better chance that you feel more confident on the Sunset. That's what I would say. All right, I will be right back, chat. Everyone get up and stretch. The freaking 2 tense maps in a row. Get up and stretch. Go get some water, chat.
like the kind of rookie team in some way. It will be a very interesting match with maybe unexpected outcome.
Oh dear, well.
Why are you not so much?
No, oh dear. Guys, don't feed Alpha, please don't feed Alpha. Out of all the players, don't let him have a round like, oh God, please! Somebody stop him!
The only thing I will say to PRX, as I will say to any other team in their sport, good luck and have fun. I don't like to bait or banter before the matches, but after, if you will win, I'll obviously maybe turn your PRX logo or maybe smash your plushie if you have it, just for fun. But yeah, I mean, just have fun in the game, guys.
PRX are now one map away from winning their first ever global title in their third grand finals. I'm Mimi, and I was listening into the comms of both of these teams during that critical third map. And going into things, it was one that I think PRX expected to win. This is Fnatic's permaban, the one that they were supposed to take easily. But it was anything but that. And a lot of the questions around this PRX team have come down to the leadership. In the past, when you've asked them who's running the ship at PRX, it's been all of them. We're all adding ideas. But this year, after the slump in Bangkok, after the troubling start to Pacific Stage 1, Forsaken has really stepped up as the leader of this squad, and I can vouch that he's doing that behind the scenes as well in that last map. He has really clear ideas of what he wants to do in the pre-round, but gives a lot of room for his players to still call out micro, change things up, and really rely on that knowledge, that playmaking that all of them had. But that was a close map. PRX very well could have lost it, and it took a second half rally for them to end up winning. And I want to credit a lot of that to something. A player who in the past, I think it's been a little bit more known as a quiet player. He's a duelist. He's really just focused on the individualism, but he was so much more than that for PRX in this game. He was the guy who was bringing in the energy, was adding ideas onto Forsaken and keeping them in it. You think back to the PRX of before that lost the final in Los Angeles, lost the final in Copenhagen, and they didn't have that resiliency to stay in these long series that they had to play in those tournaments. But I think that showed that here. Came back in a big way on this map with their key players stepping up, and now are one map away from that trophy. We'll talk more about that and get you ready for map 4 as we head back up to the analyst desk with GB and a very special guest.
Thank you so much for that, Mimi. Great breakdown. We're now joined by Shopify Rebellion's Alexis here on the desk, guys. Toronto, give it up for Shopify's Alexis.
1 second.
Please.
Gracias,
Gracias, gracias.
Earbuds on.
Thank you, thank you. Alexis, it's a pleasure to have you here on the desk. Yeah, I mean, what a game that we just saw there. If you're just joining us, which, by the way, I mean, where were you? It is now 2-1.
You've missed out.
You missed out, for sure. It's 2-1 in the count now. PRX, one map away from being Masters champions. But Kakuka, we talked about what this Pearl map was here. This was a map that PRX needed to win because this was the perma for Fnatic.
Absolutely. It's good to see that, you know, they had a plan. Alpha going on the Neon. We could see during the attack the ideas that they had, but you just cannot go up against what PRX has ready for the attack. You see a lot of Jing going in with the Judge, which funny enough is probably what we anticipate coming in for Lotus as the next map. We see something that Mimi was mentioning.
All right, chat. I got a snack. I got water.
The second one, because I feel like on the first one he was not finding the impact that he could have, or that he usually
Mongols are down 3-9 at the half on map 2. Oh.
I feel like it's not often that we see a permaban map be that close. It was really obvious that Fnatic had an insane plan, especially Alfier's op. I feel like his pressure with the attack op was insane.
Lotus.
But I feel like
Fnatic picked Lotus
really
over
well.
Split,
his
which I
was insane on the A
think is
side
actually
that they had
also
to keep
kind of
pressuring
interesting.
B. The half ended up
But it must be because they've shored up some of their
when they
weaknesses.
swapped sides,
Because
it looked really good.
Yeah, you could definitely tell here,
I
Alexis,
think
that
before
Divide,
Split
there was
was
a lot on his
probably a
shoulders,
better
especially
choice from
Still hard
Fnatic.
for you to make sure that he was there to ensure that he could lock down these
No
sites
Ramyun
properly.
because
How
I
important
wasn't
is
sure
it
if I
for
would
Divide to be popping
have
off
it
at
done
this
because
time?
I
It seems like
wasn't
he's
sure
on
if I
another
wanted
level right
food, and then
Super
literally like
important. His util
the
usage
last
was
30 seconds of the
incredible.
commercial
timing
break,
that
I
he
was like,
popping
no, I
his
do
wards out
want
was
food. And
completely
then I was like,
stopping their
ooh,
hit.
but if I boil water
I feel like
now,
Fnatic
I don't
was
know. Like
pressured
the
into
break
hitting
should
the
be
B site,
longer, but
and it felt like they didn't want to do that.
I know.
but
Excuses,
it was
excuses. I'm not
impossible
committed
because we
enough.
can't
I get it. I get it, chat.
And it's so important that we speak about him, but because for the past 2-3 series, Davai has been an absolute difference maker for the side of PaperX. And to me, if I had to choose right now, I would give that MVP bracelet
I
for
would,
him.
well,
He was one of the
Divide and
people
Forsaken
keeping
both.
that in that Icebox game. I think that
I think
the win
Forsaken
from,
had
the day before yesterday was
insane impact
not
in the first 2
only,
maps.
but I think in huge part due to him. And having him play the Sentinel roles, the going on the stage, thinking that he might not be able to find the impact that he would, he still does it. And I love also the fact that in a team that's so cheerful, so loud, so about being very explosive, he's always very calm in every scenario.
Yeah, and for context as well, right now in the series, Divine currently sitting plus 19 over the rest of his team. No one else on PaperX is positive right now, just Divine. That should tell you how good he is. But on the other side to that, you have Alfier.
Okay, but saying that they should have kept Pearl and Sunset last, what if you don't get there?
We are seeing this
I think you need. I think you absolutely need to play Sunset in the first 3. And I don't think you leave a question mark like Pearl in the last 2. You're only saying that now because they won Pearl and Sunset, and we don't know what Split and Lotus looks like, but it's a best of 5. It could end in 3-0. I don't think you do that.
What do you make, not only of his performance, but I'm playing Neon on a map like
But, I mean, I guess if you are okay with picking Pearl 3rd, you could argue maybe you save Sunset in the later half as well. I'm okay with that, but I don't.
No matter what,
But I'm not okay with Pearl 3rd, so I don't buy into that.
So he's been insane. His neon tech is insane. His stunts have been perfect. He's incredible.
You genuinely
I keep
couldn't
on
have
smelling
asked
smoke, but I'm
for
certain
a
that
better
a neighbor has a
player in this
barbecue.
situation. Alfier, it kind of reminds me a little bit of Trent in Bangkok, where we were talking about how like this guy would have been the MVP if they win. Well, yeah, it's the same kind of conversation. It's like Divine, it's Trent. Oh, sorry, not Trent. It's Divine and
Yeah,
Alfier.
Trent, you can still win it.
Apologies. But it really is something else, and that does, of course, bring us to that MVP discussion right now. You were talking before about what you were looking for here.
Okay,
and
you say you're pretty sure you can get Lotus, Icebox, and Split.
You're
pretty sure you can get Lotus, Icebox, and Split. How sure are you can get Sunset and Pearl?
Those are my 2 MVPs going into the finals, and I'm glad that I wasn't.
Because my argument would be, if you think Lotus, Icebox, if you think Lotus and Split are better, you shouldn't put both of them in the first 3 anyway. But also, I don't know what problems you're having if you think your Lotus and Split are better than Sunset.
I think that if he's able to make that difference into Lotus,
Pearl, sure, but Pearl's a question mark. We're only saying that because they wrapped up that map, by the way. They almost lost that map. So, like, that is some insane hindsight if you think, like, you knew they were going to win. I think it should be.
On the attack,
I don't think that's correct.
Because I feel like he's not having his best day, and it makes me very sad because it's James.
No, it's not an argument.
It should
Twitch chat, don't try to act like you're better. You guys rage bait all the time. This isn't even a rage bait. It's just a discussion.
It's a sum of all the parts, right, Alexis?
Absolutely.
Don't try to call each other out, Twitch.
Because we know that
Trust me, Twitch. You guys do weirder arguments way more often. So don't even think about trying to call each other out.
Ability, and he can really shine on this map for sure.
All right. Well, we're waiting.
I'm just gonna say, you guys say some dumb shit in Twitch chat, all right?
We get ready, but let's not forget.
So like, don't even think about trying to make this about whatever else.
Map away from doing the unthinkable, a thing that we thought we would never get a chance to see.
You absolutely needed Sunset in the first 3. I stand by that. I think Sunset 3rd is just an overall better map pool. But at that point, if you're going to have Sunset 3rd, you can't put a question mark like Pearl in map 5. So,
yeah, PaperX is not going to think.
Yeah, but if you argue that you think Pearl is the better 3rd map, yeah, maybe Sunset for map 5 would have been okay. But you might not, like, you don't know if you'll get there. That's the thing.
To winning their first ever best of 5 win in a global stage, and for it to be their first trophy. 3rd time might be the charm, and 3 maps is all they need to close this best of 5. But of course, we cannot forget, it is Fnatic on Lotus. They love this map. Yes, they lost it the other day, but they also have very clear tells, the Odin that they love playing. I think that they were struggling a lot to fight and control a Rebel. So Alexis, if you had to give some words to Fnatic to very focus on this map, on this
there shouldn't be any changes.
On the attack, what would it be?
I would say, don't wait till 2.5 seconds to get into that bomb site like they normally do.
Alexis calling them out.
If they do want to do that, we need to bait out the Vice Util, or else the Vi is just going to keep farming. So I would say bait out that Vice Util, maybe hit sites a little bit faster, maybe do some more pop hits instead of just, the normal defaulting that they tend to do. Yeah, that's what I would say.
No, that's a good call there.
I do think Lotus should be better for PaperX on paper, but I think Fnatic picking it means that they've shored up some of the weaknesses that were shown in the last two matches. So we'll have to see. I think in theory, PaperX should feel more confident on Lotus.
Something unlikely that we have not
Because I
seen
think
from
they've
him
already
throughout this tournament.
improved their Lotus once,
with that MVP
and
conversation,
you've
he
seen the
could go
weaknesses
from
on
0
Fnatic.
to hero very quickly.
All right, folks, can we get to a map 5? I know this crowd wants to see it. Let's go ahead and send it back over to the casters for this one. He got Brennan Sideshow on the call.
Map 5 all sealed up
There's a corn dog.
entirely here. Toronto, let's get loud here.
Supposedly the most important kicks for Soccer Penalty Ghost is the first and fourth. So for Valorant, it'd be like their first and third map. Yeah, that makes sense.
You don't expect to see them in situations like this. I mean, especially after they couldn't quite capitalize at Champs. We thought that was going to be the last time that we were going to see Jing out on the stage, and now the dev's talking about him maybe being able to win another MVP, or win a MVP, win a trophy. To some degree, it feels like PaperX versus that trophy. They are the best team that has never won, and they could change the entire narrative here.
How do you think Fnatic win?
In their previous Grand Finals as well, they've not been in a spot like this.
On
They've
attack?
never led a Grand Finals, even though they've been in 2 of them. This is their 3rd.
You
They've
take
won map
Rubble
1, they're now
until
up
PaperX start
2-1.
answering back, and then you need to hard take
Here
Mound.
on map 4 and a map 5.
You just wait for a push out on Rubble.
Oh God, what a beginning.
I also don't think you ever go
Straight
B.
through. What a prediction,
Well, Pistol
and
is a different story, but I just
Chronicles
mean in the
PaperX
future.
as well.
That's a
Taking lot of
massive
C
kill.
mount control,
On
able to open this
defense,
door at any time.
you just have to watch out for
Squeeze on
something,
these
in my
front B
opinion.
players.
Something lurks on
They
A.
don't have anybody inside giving
That's
them
the biggest
info.
thing you need to
No
watch out
turret
for.
to play off either.
Creeping and crawling forwards.
Boaster's going to get caught by this, surely.
Yeah.
It's just there's no way of knowing that there are 3-4 players ready to collect.
Ready to collect, and look at that. To Prowler in your face, and it's sighted. The blind is a last-ditch effort. Fnatic.
Question is, what's the
They
reaction?
need more kills,
To their own head,
and they get
on
one.
The shoulder, something is no more.
You should expect someone to be in Waterfall because
Flank goes down,
Fnatic
and
needs
Kayak's
more
thinking about
kills
cutting
because they're
these
down
guys
in
off for going
numbers.
for the rotate, but Kayak is walking into a stack.
He's
Kayak
way earlier than
gets
you
the second
thought.
player, and that's the right
I
clicks
mean,
for Seiken.
PaperX is fine with that.
Takes
As
him
long
out
as
of
you
the
can
picture.
trade.
Re-lift the
That's a
stand here for
smart
PaperX.
smoke
Fnatic
because you
is
don't
trying
know
to do it
how
all
because
right now. It's
they've
Alpha
taken
and
so much
Crashies.
space.
The timing pass to the boombot and
The question
potentially
is
planted,
Crashies.
given up
When
to
does he peek
Crashies.
in?
Still watchful though. For
Yep.
Seiken.
PaperX. This was PaperX just understood. They understood exactly how you have to play a man down for Fnatic. It's a good calls in the
The
pistol.
closer they get to being able to get this map over the line, the more you're going to see the players stood up, stand in, popping off. The anticipation for dreams fulfilled will be such a fire to keep the engine roaring.
One enemy remaining.
For Fnatic, they've got a difficult situation here because you've also got to prove that you can do it, that you can... Let's go! Exacerbate the doubts in PaperX's mind.
That was a really good,
Alpha's gonna force
really
up.
good calling on the pistol.
He knows that he's the
like
player
throughout the
to
round.
try to take Fnatic in different directions. And he's got 3 players with light armor or regen armor that he could go towards.
Forsaken included in that list.
I got the plant. Alpha's looking for the outlaw.
Reveal the hand anyway.
You know that they
Shots
do this,
Fired and rattled.
especially on this map.
Kayak with the orb.
2 flashes to navigate as well. One over towards Mound and Forsaken, of course, with his paranoia.
Just walking up.
All of this really just to try to bait PaperX into challenging the Outlaw. The Outlaw should be pretty unexpected. It's not something we've seen Fnatic do a ton.
But they have heard it.
Fired a shots off earlier, so
Mm-hmm.
may PaperX at least making a mental note potentially. Smoke fades. Thorns used as a response to it.
Making it sound like they're leaving.
Getting a move on
bait
the rest
for
of this map.
Chronicle,
Timing
really.
inside the smoke Forsaken. Who's going to be catching?
They're checking for the wall, but you don't hear it. Fnatic. So either the wall is deeper or it's not on C. So now at 40 seconds, Fnatic has 0 information. The Outlaw's already been shown. Their best hope is that there's a rotation. This is a Hail Mary for Fnatic. You're just hoping to dear God. They're just throwing fakes on A and C, and then they're going to go B, and Jing's waiting for it.
Good job again of disrespecting utility. Something determined to keep this positioning.
He's definitely going to be careful from that spot. Still crashing.
You know the wall is here this time.
Oh!
Booster.
Something from the side.
That's the Outlaw down, though.
Put a stop to this now.
Crashes is taking rubble.
A lot of sections here. The spike has got
Oh.
walkabouts.
Can he even get it into the side in time? This is ridiculous. Something. He's left in a 1v3 to try to get it done. And the plan, it's got the time.
Surrounded.
Oh my God.
Calm in the midst of it, doesn't anticipate
Oh
it.
my
Crashes,
God.
sidelines him.
And savors the shot. Just watching as his prey
I mean,
walks
to be
into the
fair,
crossfire.
that one, macro-wise, it's not like PRX played that terribly. Fnatic,
Hopes dashed early. Fnatic,
I mean,
what a
for one, the
response.
Boaster hop in to
Some
bait
of
for
that
Alpha
to do
was
with the
big,
outlaw
and then
purchase, but a lot of
Chronicle
these
just
kills
somehow gets two with
off
the
back of
Classic.
being
That's
able
the
to tuck
unfortunate
people
part.
with pistols into unexpected
My
spots.
classic is classicing right now. My
Finding
classic
the
is
right
classic.
spots for
My
it.
classic is
Chronicle
classic.
Happy about that.
Yeah, popping off. Hashtag buy the bundle. Pick it up and see if you can do what Chronicle's doing. PRX fighting over towards Rubble at the start of this round. And PRX, they've lost a little bit of control over towards Mound. But there is always this flash to be able to potentially refight. You know that PRX are going to try to get pushed up and take risks.
Bucky in hand. Tool's going to be hurt. Nanos
What a read.
That is beautiful. Forsaken
Wow.
force pushed off, postured away.
They know. They know he's gotten kills with it before. Now they know it's a
These
Bucky.
kind of spots were what was really catching Fnatic when they played against Wolves. Recently lost on this map.
Get right back into it. Alpha doesn't want to contest with it. Shots are fired. Forsaken. It's a bullet to the dome.
Caught. And Crashies, his utility cleared out Patman, who was playing at front B. Now, Chronicle could absolutely lose his life here.
There's a crossfire set up. Adjust it. Oh.
Yeah, that's a. I mean, that's a good double or double triple setup here from PRX. They at least get a rifle. Gives them a
It's
chance.
really nice timing that Alfie has taken.
But he saw
Got
two.
himself in.
And Alpha just makes sure that they don't get caught off guard and his teammates can come to A. And he's only got a Marshal, so he feels comfortable kind of taking an aggressive position. The reason something doesn't check this corner earlier is one, pressure, nerves, etc.
At least 20 seconds to play with.
But two, because number-wise, Fnatic having one person here and then one person on site is kind of a bad play because you have the numbers advantage. Now, you take into account that it was an eco for Fnatic. Yeah, actually, maybe this is fine. Also, we know that Boaster planted here and they had a pinch.
If he can find
But
this kill,
something
Alpha's
didn't
gonna
know
be really
that. So,
close
like,
to a lockdown as well. So these are,
it's not
these are the kind of
completely
kills that
insane,
Fnatic are gonna
right?
be
Because
searching
Fnatic
for.
had the numbers there, but also, like, you had the better weapons, etc. Like, you should have checked. You should always check.
About
But
keeping the gun. He's also thinking about
it's not like,
not feeding
you know,
away
it's not the same situation as the previous round where it's like, you know that has to happen for Fnatic to win. That's not a win condition for Fnatic.
Yeah, but
Pure
also,
disrespect.
I mean, Alpha's popping off about it. I think he would have preferred to get the kill, though, in terms
I think
of
they
the
saw the
ults.
barrel of the Bucky. Oh, maybe. Because he had to push out because of the
Great beginning
nano?
from Fnatic, the counterpunch strong.
Well,
Now, getting
they did that
towards
time.
the end of this series, map 4, map 5, these are where you get both teams in very strong parts of their map pool.
dude, Boaster's getting stressed, though. Alpha's having fun, but Boaster's getting stressed, though.
Just recently to Wolves. And one of the ways that happened was by punishing these kind of classic things that Fnatic
All right,
love to
here's
do.
the Odin.
Like the A reclear behind the Viper wall.
Sidestepping most of the util. Odin spam down the one line. Forsaken trying to hold this one back. And we'll respect the horn. Kayak. One satchel used because of it.
Yeah,
I
it
think
just
the more
backs out.
disrespectful PRX plays, the better their chances. Something
B.
here, very disrespectful.
And here's it, there's a scuffling around
Oh,
into the
okay, he
sand.
needs to
Something has
TP out.
back away.
Safe TP, but now that gives you mound control. Divide, great trade there. Because you know that Fnatic thinks it's free. That's a massive peek there and a big kill from Jing as well. And now PRX can stay grouped up, so they can focus here and here. You just need information on A. You do not need to fight this.
And their willingness to put people in one and dones or re-peek angles.
Kayak doesn't have, or Kayak, Fnatic doesn't have any ults. Kayak has his, that's what I was going to say.
Reclear here for
But
Fnatic.
Kayak is
Going
dead.
over where Forsaken's jiggling. Takes
Does
half
it
of his
take-
health,
takes
though.
some health,
Fnatic might well
but they got the
realize
info.
that A is open for business.
Doors opened up, they got no choice though.
Fnatic is still going to be cautious, especially because PRX has still had these one-and-done positions on the site that really punish them on Icebox. So they're going to play time, which means that they have to push out and get kills. So PRX is well prepped for this.
With that near side, the paranoia Odin in hand, putting the pressure and applying it.
Crashies, asking them to peek in.
Avenue. You already know where he is. Almost lining up for him. Crashies.
Dude, he almost had that. I was ready to pop off.
Called upon to shut that down.
Oh my god.
Crashies nearly had a lineup there. And that round would have been a huge recovery because Fnatic just lost players super early on. These first 2 kills.
That was way too close.
Massive ones. And a very confident swing
Dude,
out from
Crashies,
Divine.
he almost had that. Oh.
That does, however, mean that this is going to be huge in terms of the ults. Oh my god! Yeah,
They know. They
that's
know.
a bit of the panic.
They know.
Crashies thought there was a chance.
Thank you, Happy. Yeah, I just ate too. So drink some water.
Here, though, Fnatic waiting to see if PRX are going to be fighting heavy towards Rubble. Figuring out where they should be sending these ultimates. And PRX have swapped up the defense. Vice, fully set up on A.
Playing with fire there, something escapes of his life.
Only a Bulldog and light armor, and he's immediately back out onto Mound. Oh, he's just pushing it. Yeah, the disrespect is huge in terms of information.
Might be pushing his luck.
Alpha, how greedy does he get?
For this fight, but no pushing around here.
Something is one shot. He's got half armor.
And Alpha choosing not to take
He doesn't
a
take
super
the
heavy
fight.
engagement. Though might think that he has.
But they're going back to their classic default. Alpha here or here. Oh, okay. No, they're going to all in. They've got Showstopper at Nightfall. Looks like they want to use
It's
that.
very early, but as the clock starts to tick down a little further,
Alpha is also one away from lockdown.
And the Showstopper.
The wall's going to be propped up already.
Gets through.
Kayak!
Ooh, massive kill from Forsaken. Holy.
Shut in their face, Boaster.
How does Forsaken get that?
From that spot, completely separated from the rest of his team. Alpha and Crashies.
I mean, Forsaken simply drawing away the Showstopper would have been big, but
a mad scramble, a pivot into B, and
yeah, they don't know about something.
Doubled up with the face now and leaves it all down.
Yeah, something's got him. He's not thinking about it.
Gonna try and pad this one down.
Something plays it too safe.
That's a kill. Collected. B main cleared up, but doubled up from PRX if they play this together. Crashies under that pressure.
Oh, the high-low. That's a good double from PRX.
Will not let it slip.
They respect Crashies on that one.
Spot where Crashies felt like he had a chance at a clutch. Something deserves a lot of credit in that round. The confidence to get back onto the angle over towards Mound allowed Forsaken to make the call to stack over towards A.
I like that Sideshow calls that out. Because, again, something's been catching a lot of flack. Reasonably so. For playing same aggressive angles. But this time he gets value. You can tell that his confidence is wavering a little bit, playing safe on that.
Positioning in the round was
against that plant. I mean, Crash is also just really quick.
And it's knocked Fnatic down onto a half buy.
I don't know if Forsaken got that kill.
Actually had too much of a chance to use these ults either. No. The only one invested early was Kayaks. And responded with Jings.
Split up early here, doubled up onto Mound. PRX.
Yeah, this time Jing's meant to be the main thing.
Their foot down
the main dish is Jing.
That confidence again.
Trying to take it here.
Oh, you're gonna have to. Jing has to just stand fight, and he does.
Rifle in hand. It's an absolute menace. And
Alpha says, "I'll give you the ace. Come fight me."
Jing is hunting. He wants it. Denied by Device.
Device shuts it down. Jing, though, he just gives a little wry smile.
Energy definitely on that side, on PRX's side. Poster feeling that they're being read. They need to fight Mound though. Fnatic needs to figure out an answer for Mound.
The PRX players peak before the util lands for Fnatic, and Fnatic. They expect them to fight. We've seen it in previous maps. We saw it on Xbox. Devi wants a bit more confidence from his team in terms of going for those fights.
I think Hubert's great.
Easy to say when you're the only player positive on the spot. Yeah. He's been absolutely tearing people apart today. But Jing up even above him after that round. PRX with a pretty dominant beginning. I mean, look at the body language.
I think Fnatic does need to.
Taking a breather.
Yeah, they need a breather. It feels like they're kind of getting drawn into Alpha here.
Away, I think.
Almost. But Alpha's the only one who's really able to consistently do what he's doing right now.
Moment perhaps not playing a part, but Fnatic are feeling it.
But I think they gotta use util like early, right? Because what Fnatic is, the reason they get away with so many rounds down to the last 20 seconds is because they're so good at trading and playing the numbers on the final 20-second execute. So if you can use util to deny the info, PRX will have to just play. They'll have to roll the dice if they want to stack, and then you get the classic Fnatic executes in the last 30 seconds that you want. I think that's something that they need to go back to a little bit if you're Fnatic. And that would force PRX to change theirs back to kind of old PRX almost. Oh, Kayak's dead.
Kayak barely escapes.
What the hell?
To get himself out, and Jing tucks in. So if Fnatic continue to try to be clear over towards B, Jing's ready to support.
It's hyper proactive, but they've given up the space already.
Ultimate for information. Something's going looking. Can't spot anyone just yet. Looking to try to
spots Boaster. How much deeper does he go? He sees everybody. There's the spam.
Denied them their chance. Bullets are raining down. It's a hellish scenario for Fnatic to try and get their way through. Kayak across the wall.
They're both through though.
And both players going to be stepping forwards. Alpha alongside it.
Lots of noise made. And now they're trying to keep them tied up on B. He's going to use the ult just to keep them safe. They need more time. This is what Fnatic needed. They've got Pit, but Chronicle's really late. He's not going to get Pit. Crashes has Nightfall, though.
It's a good plan. Open for Mal.
Devise ult. You have to deny it. You will need to push out. You don't get to do that anymore. They need to play off-site.
Coming into this one with a little bit more fire, but off onto
the spam.
Nothing to hold them back. Fnatic.
The Nightfall spam, man.
They're immaculate in the post plants.
That's rough.
They know how to play those situations perfectly, and the one round the PRX actually allow them a bit of space on site. Fnatic deliver. Once they can get into those comfortable protocols, things are looking fine.
But hey, this is what I was talking about. They need to just get onto the site.
Fnatic look comfy. So the whole game plan for PRX has got to be to continue this level of fighting.
Possible in the game, bro.
Nice! Bro, good job, boys.
Something has a glass cannon op to pull out. No ults, though, for the defending
glass
team.
cannon op, really?
For it. Alpha holding, slight angle, alarm bot placed.
Alarm bot?
And it is Alpha's job to try to put pressure, or at least get
trying to bait them into breaking it. That's just the foul. Oh, that's good bait. That's good bait. Great from something to check it early. That's two.
An easy one.
That's 2 on C. They know that Alpha's going to want to peek those.
These setups are. Something getting posted on this
but yeah, this is what I mean. Fnatic needs space somewhere. They need to util dump somewhere.
Fnatic have no space on the map.
They're being choked out and friggin' on attack on Lotus.
Pure proactivity.
Yeah, I mean, look, Forsaken alone holding towards A and doubled up on B and C. A tight.
They need to use them to re-clear these spaces. They're trying to get away with so much just for the final execute, but... Uh-oh, Forsaken. Kind of in danger. Barely gets out.
Double TPs to get the hell out of there.
The double TP is good, though, because now they have to check this. And look at this. Look at the map movement. It's so good from PRX. Patman pushes up. You don't have to go much further, though.
He's cracked the code, I think, perhaps.
You had the numbers.
Less than 30 seconds and 3 players defending.
It's going to be a B pinch. They know it. Chronicle on the lurk. They take him out. That's big. Something just has to stay alive. He is caught. Showstopper against the spike.
That's enormous.
That is rough. Dude, the one time he hits his ult. The one time he hits his ult.
And instead, a back shot splashes it off.
What an ult, man. I don't think anyone's going to be complaining about him missing other ults now if it leads to this. Incredible, incredible.
And a 4K earlier on, Gren. I mean, 2 of these rounds have just come.
But it's good because something isn't actually peaking, so he's playing for his life. He gets seized, but he knows that he's been pushed by 2. So immediately you see the showstopper coming in to play against time. And also it is very predictable because we see it every day.
What are you going for there? On the anti-eco of all.
Yeah, with an off?
Of all rounds.
To be going forward is relentless. It's the PRX of old.
I mean, it's a mad play.
They don't want to give up any sort of space whatsoever, but they have given up. Something's live.
It's in Alfear's hands. Who knows? And also, you have to remember, Fnatic, they never play full eco. I'm actually curious how many rounds they've actually had to full eco this entire tournament.
Or hoping he did it on a different timing.
Blue room's been opened up as well on top of it. I believe could be some damage done towards it.
He's going to push him out of the corner.
Alpha with the operator. Attack side round called for. Slow, steady.
Crashy's going to try to draw them away.
It's just killing Fnatic right now. Crash.
Oh, spotted him.
Jump spotting.
He doesn't have util though.
Signs of life from Forsaken. Forsaken is overstaying. Finally backs
Pushes
himself
him back.
away.
That's the most you got. You got at least one over there.
Forsaken just jump spots and realizes it's
You have the numbers
and
advantage.
you keep the defenders over towards A.
And Patman with the peak.
Where's the cover?
Spike drop down.
30 seconds
Raining
left.
down with the bullets. They'll punish inside. Crashies is isolated on a bloody island. Patman the rookie.
Hey, Fnatic. Great from Patman.
And they are getting into a rhythm. Patman with a nervous
I mean, that's
twitch
bad
you see,
timing on
but they're
Fnatic
up
though.
6-3 on what
You're
could
watching
be
the baby
final
door
lap
because
here at
Alpha is
Masters
watching
Toronto.
stairs.
But
You can't turn your head until Alpha's in a position to cover you.
All match long, seated between these two teams.
Oster's calling is breaking a bit.
Combination of
It's
years
not
of dreams.
going for another
the
fake.
hunger
Like the whole point of these half buys is that you can actually
Fiercest
fight with
now as they're
numbers.
closest to their trophy.
3-round lead for them
Dude,
again.
how
Aggression
crazy
the
is
name
it
of
if
the
Big
game.
Breaks wins and Heretics
Likewise for
literally
Fnatic.
only lose
Then
to
they'll
first and
slow it
third
down here,
place?
all the way up through the gun. TP back and away. Kayak! Kayak!
Almost. Forsaken. Ooh, if he stayed alive, that would have been big.
A change of pace
Okay,
for
but
Fnatic,
Jing.
really getting
Yeah,
aggressive.
they're finally going fast. This is a big change from Fnatic. The cover. But it's okay because they have so much time. See, this is the difference now for Fnatic. And because you never know, something is so late.
Recovering fire. Necessary now, but it's been slowed down.
Dude, turning off X-ray there is insane, observers.
Very tough situation for Jing and something to get back in with. They need a kill to just come randomly through the smoke.
He has to buy time, but he can't go in the pit yet.
What's played for here? Stepping out
Ooh,
wide.
he needed to stay
Was
alive.
set up for that one there.
The whole
Falling
setup
midair,
was
but
for
still managed to just
Jing.
get control of it, get the kill. Looking for Jing is left in it. 1v3, not doable.
A really nice shift up for Boaster. Calling
There's a limit to. Oh, I mean, for sure. I mean, listen, boasters. But I do think. I mean, that's been one of their weaknesses. I think is that they haven't had as much actual like. They haven't had as much like depth in the actual book. I feel. They've just been really good at like their executes and their
Still a chance for Fnatic to draw this half
teamwork.
level, and I think that would be a major win for them. Showstopper, lockdown, big tools to work
If
with.
Fnatic gets one more, Fnatic's still in the game. If it ends 4-8, PRX definitely has a big advantage.
The C information has been a nightmare for Boaster to call against.
Still, obviously, never over till it's over. Kaya's got Showstopper, so you just let it happen. Divide, you're going to try to punish this? He's going to trust in the Razor Vines? Really?
Device going to be revealed out towards it. Still that fuse waiting for it. Something gone, taken out. Chronicle. Watchful eye towards a flank and a
Unnecessary
timing, an
risk, I
opportunity missed
do
by
dare
Forsaken.
say.
And the faster pace that Boaster's called.
Yeah,
is
I mean, what a
wonders.
change, though. 2 rounds in a row that you just
Throwing Kayak in with
insta-send.
his Showstopper.
But I think they learned that
pinned in place
because
over
of the one
towards
round
Pillar.
where they actually got onto site.
And the
And
hold
it's
for
like,
Crashies getting huge value as well.
where they had the post plan on C.
PRX need to make an adjustment. Their game plan
They're
is
realizing
excellent
that if we
against the
give them
normal
this
pace
space,
that
it's
Boaster's
rough.
gonna call. But a mid-round, mid-map adaptation like this is why Boaster is currently the greatest of all time. Can he
That
do
man's one
enough
away
to
from
get them
Nightfall. I
back
don't
into
know
this
if you
game?
really want to give him that. Perhaps they just need the confidence.
Timing just missed there.
I mean,
These
Patman's
guns,
okay with that. He gets the Nightfall. Oh, they don't have guns,
last-ditch
though.
effort, they are critical
So that's why
at
they're
that
hunting.
drop.
Just saw the
We're headed
recon.
into round 12. They've got to force.
Oh.
And he does. Not
Give
able
that gun to
keep his
someone and get a
armor, though.
judge, maybe? I don't know how much.
Not that they had the money to
Let
be
me
able
get a
to
judge.
drop
They
for a
have
teammate
a
anyway.
have a
Fnatic have
loss
set
streak.
themselves up for a nice final round. Big rifling advantage. But Ult's starting to get on the board for PRX too. Divide caught out there. Felt like he had to go for the play. Swing in front of the Showstopper. And there's the horn, grabbing value too.
Oh, tried to take the shot and then go. It's not
Alpha
enough
top of the
distance.
scoreboard again for Fnatic
Dude,
as they try
fast
to
hit
claw
on
back into this
B.
map. Elimination on the line.
They read the rubble fight.
Take it all the way to them. Put a stop to it. Try and draw
Oh,
it level. Jing is
kayak.
down. He's hurt his own.
Oh.
Alpha! What a shot! Plucks him out of the sky.
Oh my God.
Plucks him out of the picture. And he's not stopping there with something.
The Nightfall and the
He
Yoru.
had to
That's a
downboard him.
big combo, though.
It's a mad dash now and a pivot
Actually
over
gets
towards C.
massive value from the
Boaster's got
Yoru.
the info on where both
Now
of
it's
these
a
players are,
reset.
so he knows it's free, he knows it's safe, and Fnatic's protocols are excellent in
Chronicle's
post-match.
gonna look for the
Chronicle,
flank.
He's looking for the flank.
No shot.
Something and Pac-Man have just got to do this without too much to work with.
Oh my
Horn
God,
might
I don't
come
know
back
if you read
online,
this
but Chronicle,
position.
he's hearing this.
He hears it.
He doesn't have the gun ready. Doesn't
Oh.
have it all. Chronicle.
And now you know where he's at.
And Boaster.
But now you don't know if one's on site. Something has to push this. He has to get the kill. Otherwise, his
They're
back's
just
going to be
waiting for
turned.
something to play into their open
Oh.
arms. Bang!
Huge! Why was Boaster playing safe there?
Disgusting! He tears Fnatic's post plan to pieces. And he's made it to the defuse with
What a round.
so much time.
What a round for something, though. What a round for
Of
something.
being able to deal with that 1v2.
That's the play he needed to get back in the game. Like his mindset in the game. That's a huge round for something.
But a deep breath.
Wouldn't be surprised if that's the round that really does it, actually. Not necessarily against Fnatic, but that does it for something.
When it looked like Fnatic was about to draw things level.
The pressure is on the shoulders.
I do think Fnatic kind of misplayed that. Boaster was busy like trying to go for the smokes, and then I think Boaster just assumed he wouldn't check for both. I think he was just trying to play time. But something has the good read, because this time he doesn't make the mistake, because this time it's like you'd be really silly to have one on site, right?
Couldn't get any closer
Like that'd be
right
so
now, but
risky
Fnatic
against
are still
something. So
behind
something
by
this time
one
has the
map.
right read
So
on
if you want this to go into
you
a
are
map
going to be
fight,
here.
Fnatic
You're going to
fans,
try to
let
bait me
me
into
hear
clearing
say
every
Stupefy on
corner.
3. Are we ready? 1, 2, 3. And for PRX fans, if you want this to finish right now, let me hear you choo-choo on 3. 1, 2, 3.
Choo-choo.
Oh my God, that is a loud
Dude,
train. One more time,
so
we gotta
many
stop
people.
the train, Fnatic fans.
Dude, that's a
3,
massive
2,
sound.
1, Stupefy! And one more for PRX, and we're gonna stop
He was
it
still
right
out, we
here
couldn't
at
hear the
Massive
crowd.
Toronto. Choo-choo on 3. 1, 2, 3. Oh, this is looking pretty tough. Good luck here for Fnatic. Let's bring it back to the game.
The Stupefy is a lot weaker. He's trying to cover for it. Wow, mute the mic, production. What are we doing? Oh, you guys didn't hear it because I muted it because the music was so loud, but he was like, you guys are effing awesome.
I've been in spots like this before.
But this is new territory for PRX. Even though they've been to 2 grand finals and seen the trophy lifted above the heads of their opponents, they've not even ever been up a map in one of those
I would say CS cards are so much better. I mean, for one, I think CS has been better at storytelling. Obviously, it's also much older. The game is much older.
Boaster having a struggle in this series. So much of his
Two,
brain power
I think Valorant's
devoted
just younger,
over
like the
trying to
audience.
Figure out the pace of the game,
And it
the
draws a
calls of
younger
the game.
audience. It's
But he hasn't
much
really been
easier
able to
to
get
get
going
drawn into
in
like
terms of his
the
rifling. The rest of the squad, though, doing the
like
most
it's
they can. Alpha
CS is
still
pure
up,
raw emotion, right?
dominating
It's
the
pure raw
scoreboard.
adrenaline.
But the
Like
group
that's
effort
all
from
that game has
PRX
going
and
for
the
it, and I
individuals
love it, by the way.
who
But
find the
Valorant's like
plays
there's
when they need
cutesy
them.
aspects, there's
Jing
etc. So I
having a
think
map,
it
something pulling out
it does take
an
more. I think it takes
amazing
more
moment at the end of the
actual good
half.
like narrative building and like this kind of interaction to like get people to get used to that.
PRX in a spot where they
But I also
could
think part of it is that
finally
the
do
audience
it.
is younger, like age-wise.
The best team that has never won.
So I think that's a big part of
to
it.
even make it to grand final spots, but this team has been defined by their failures, not their successes. And this
All right, here we
half
go.
could
Mr.
change
Chobra, would you
the
rather
entire
Fnatic win now or
narrative.
Notion win champs? Of course I would rather Notion win champs.
PRX want to go again pacey. Nothing changed up, nothing switched up. Double face, clone, boom, one. Absolutely
Oh, they
everything.
are swarming him, but they're not checking. They're not checking.
Him and Chronicle put a stop to it.
PRX with that W game in trying to burst their way through the choke. Two players, though, still with tons of health here,
Yeah,
defying something.
the health is huge. Chronicle's really low.
Absolutely winnable.
Late rebound. Oh my!
What a perfect wall bang from Kayak.
And it leaves it all down to something in a 1v3. The pistol round essential for Fnatic.
Dude, what was that shot?
More fake with the TP. Damage done to Chronicle. He's looking for barely ahead. It's reactionary. The Haunt reveals something not planned for him.
They know he has to push.
Kayak defusing, sticking half off of it.
He knows they're off of it.
Side, something needs the kills, and he needs it now.
Oh,
the Kayak.
It was already done.
The safety net that Fnatic needed.
I thought he'd just let go at the end.
He holds his ground, believes in Crashies.
CS is beer, Valorant is wine. No, I would say like it's more like CS is beer and Valorant is like.
Unexpected. Fnatic often holding
Valorant
further back,
is
deeper positions. And this time tucking tight with a crossfire.
Valorant's Mountain Dew Baja Blast. You know what I mean?
PRX step into the maw, get crunched.
Or like apple juice.
Again,
like
though.
it's good, but it caters to more things.
Doing what Althea did to them.
Wine would imply that Valorant's more mature and older.
It did go the way of the Outlaw Force.
There it is. Alpha. He's already wide out.
Yeah, or like a non-alcoholic cocktail. That's actually the better way to put it. Like a non-alcoholic cocktail.
Barely gets control of the rifle in time.
Doesn't have a lot of health to be able to play with. The rifle might be better off in somebody else's hands. He's actually swapped it over to Boaster too. Faith in the leader. And that'll allow Kayak to go for more of an aggressive peak without having to worry about bolstering.
See if something can still make something happen. No pun intended. He's got a good angle.
Fnatic need this to be able to get back in the game.
But he's not watching the side.
An eco round here for PRX would be
Forsaken.
for Fnatic's
Instant might have been
chances.
clear.
And Alpha.
And something just wants to get the spike. I like that he just gets the spike here. Just get the orb instead of going for another kill. That's good restraint there. I mean, you do want more kills because it's 3v5,
just
but
the right timing on it. Jing gone. PRX looking to group up.
well, Bren was sick, right? So
Slip, not anything at all. Chronicle.
he'll get through it.
Tiny little two-piece.
He'll get through it.
Beginnings here for Fnatic. They
Bren knows how to get through it.
Winning the pistol in the second half, winning the force in the first.
Oh.
It has felt like Fnatic need pistols to be able to hang in this game, honestly. And I don't just mean on Lotus, I mean across the series. PRX, they feel like they're in control of this. We said it at the start, it's almost their trophy to lose. You look at what they've done going through the upper bracket, the map veto.
But this is meant to be a full send. The question is how far of a reach do you get with the judge?
Now, in a round where they have the economy advantage and are expected
Extreme
to win.
gets put up.
Wall just went up.
He's been spotted.
Dude,
they're waiting for the orb.
Really
Chronicle saw the TP while he was blinded, and he goes in.
Satchel's in your face, though. Alpha! It's Clay Pigeon shooting.
Plucks Jing out of the skies.
Where's he going? Gun's not down, he's right in front of you. Hold on, a bit of a misstep.
Alpha. He wanted an upgrade, it was a judge anyway.
Players started to form up.
Or maybe he wanted the judge, I don't know.
They need reinforcements.
That is
over with the Odin.
And a bit of spam, my God.
That is a very
the Odin's gonna be here in time
that's a very alpha moment.
Into this corner, Forsaken feeling like he needs to take this and take the fight straight to him.
That is an impact kill.
The bullet that just locks down, and now a bit of patience to be played.
3v3, what an opening given to PRX. This round was disastrous for them.
No shot, you go for the save. Oh, he's making it sound like they're leaving.
Random spam and hope.
On the
flash forwards
on the reload.
All trying to cut this
Chronicle,
one
that's a huge paranoia, but Forsaken's holding close. The spam to trade, but time. Boaster's just panicking. He just wants to try to fish it out for Chronicle, but they are holding.
Not to be outdone.
Damn, dude.
He's run out of
Alpha's gonna be
chances.
kicking himself for that.
And that could be a round.
He gave the site
that
up.
Fnatic look back on as a big
That
missed
is-
opportunity. If they'd played that with a little more patience, I think it should have been a conversion. Pretty disastrous entries from both of the duelists on PRX. And then when
Alpha
stepped
going for
forward,
the
trying
gun.
to, I think, pick up a different gun.
Yeah, I think he assumed he had a rifle, but he didn't.
Ended up giving the C-site away.
Yeah. That's a yikes. To be honest, it was funny in the moment, but now that you lost the round, it's a yikes.
PRX as they come through. It's not that tree sight line though.
Well, PRX will still have to watch out. Fnatic's been regrouping pretty well on their mental even after silly rounds.
Boaster, there it is.
He knows the angles.
Yep, he's done this multiple times, and now he's got Kayak to back him up.
First kill that goes away.
He's gonna spam from tree now. He's trying to make noise to make. Oh, he doesn't have a chance.
Chronicles waiting for it.
Putting pressure now.
PRX gets ahead of it.
Looking to contain, looking to maintain. Forsaken's forwards though.
It's a big kill. Boaster now 2 angles to check.
The timing does not favor.
You gotta back out there. You can't trust the smokes. PRX has been pushing you. Now Kayak's not gonna really think about the flank. Device should have a free kill. Well, if something gets it.
One after another.
I think a Fnatic timeout is coming through.
All left to Alpha, yeah. All left to him to do. A 2-round lead, and PRX are sensing it now.
A little wobble to begin the half, but now the belief comes flooding back. Previously, when you've seen this,
I can see clips with VPN, but obviously I can't reconnect to a VPN during stream.
Of them being the uncrowned kings of Pacific, it seems to just suck them in. It has its own gravitic field. And this time, it really feels like they've escaped it. PRX have everything set up to try to close this
Twitch
one out.
clips. I can't watch Twitch clips, like any type of Twitch clip.
From a title that's eluded them for years.
They've had to watch at the sidelines.
Yeah, calm down. They got to calm down a little bit.
Pacific teams to have a chance at lifting a trophy for the region. But Genji and
No, but you can tell Boaster's. You can tell Boaster's cracking a little bit. Like he's
the sidelines.
Even like his aim, like everything is getting shakier. Like he's trying to do more while also making the calls, etc. It seems like Kron is the one that's really trying to keep the team together.
Chance was going to be their final one. Jing off to military service. The team probably crumbling.
It's the same for everybody. The moment you enter Korea and you have a Korean IP, that's why when like Pacific teams come to Korea and when they're streaming, if they're not streaming through a VPN, they can't save VODs on Twitch. Because Twitch automatically makes it so that anyone connecting through a Korean IP, I can't sub to anyone unless I use a VPN. I can't use bits. I can't watch in 1080. And if you stream from Korea, if you're connected through a Korean IP, then you can't save VODs on your Twitch channel, even if you have a global account. It's just Twitch has that all blocked from Korea because they wanted to save costs and it was too costly to run the business here.
They need a lifeline. All the pressure now. Boaster is in hot water.
Ooh, not spotted. Another boom bot. He had to see. Boaster actually had to just go through. He had to eat the boom bot and get one kill. That's a one and done position with a Bucky.
Crashes open onto the sideline again. Something is just.
But PRX is also playing very well. They're starting to play together really well. And some dude, that one, the 1v2 from something. I'm telling you, I think that's the round. I think that's the round.
Something in his comfort zone.
Because now something, like before, something was kind of the weak point, you could argue, in the previous 2 maps. But now everyone's back at the top.
3 rounds left. Boaster's been in spots like that before, dejected, and still found ways of being able to turn it around. You cannot count.
MVP is going to be hard, actually.
They are done, and
I mean, I think
in your hands.
Device still, I think. But if you had to pick one, well, as we say that, dude, they know. I think they're in Fnatic's heads. Finally, he gets it.
Something punished for those over towards Pearl. And here he comes up with the goods. Kayak tries to respond.
Joel on the rookie shoulder.
How does he get out of here?
Rebounds, a bit
Gets
of
out.
attack. He's left down to 30 health.
This is all bait for Crashies, really, if they push.
Ever relentless.
But they're coming through tree. But they're not thinking about Patman. Yep, nobody's thinking about Patman. PRX is way ahead of it. Crashies is still thinking.
See if he can make the difference, turn it around, jump it around.
Ooh, gets out.
It's whimsical.
Oh, he's been chased through.
PRX, maybe showing signs of the old mistakes. Clearing through. Crashies will be happy to capitalize.
That's smart from Batman. He knows he has his teammate in tree.
Left to pick it all up. Left to pick it all up into the 1v1. Him versus Devi.
Spotted him. Ooh, Devi with the op. He's back.
Absolutely divine.
The opening kill from Devi is beautiful. A great anti against Alpha.
Yeah, he doesn't reload the shorty. That's rough, man.
And then he closes at the end. Rock solid. Reliable.
That's rough.
And stops the go in his tracks.
I mean, that happens so often, though, with the shorty. It happens to other people, too.
On for his fourth.
No, but I think what I was going to say was basically PRX has now figured out that Fnatic, like, they're relying on Alpha to get a kill. They're starting to go for these. They're playing more like PRX, right? They're playing more W gaming. They're trying to go for these cheeky kills, cheeky number games, and PRX is just overwhelming them. They're waiting for one peek out after the initial combat, and then they just group as 5 and go, which is kind of what Fnatic should have been doing on the attack as well. Eventually they did, but...
Boaster calling the bluff, though, realizes that no space has actually been taken in tree. This is the
Waiting
kind
for
of
the
usual
jump peek.
disrespect we keep seeing from PRX. And it should allow them to realize that the A pressure's fake.
Door opened up. Divide.
Yeah, but he knows they'll still look
so many
for
players
it.
on this side of the map. C is really weak.
He's giving up a lot of info.
Yeah, they're
here.
late on that
Alpha.
rotate. And they,
Alpha
dude,
boats between green.
PRX has them
Hot shots,
absolutely
feeling
red,
like
and they're out of
risky business
timeouts.
needs to be taken. It's all on his shoulders to try and offset. Batman gone in through the back. Chronicle.
Well, I mean, but again, typical Fnatic fashion. They are red, but Alpha and Kron just
40 seconds left, still guarding in the
get
back pocket.
kills, I guess.
Precisely for moments like this, and they want to step forward. Something.
Kron is stuck.
Hungry for the kills.
Alpha has to cover for him.
Lockdown even being committed. Fnatic are throwing everything at this.
On purposely doesn't break it. They have to wait for the lockdown anyway.
Get the angle on this. The ult, though, could easily deny the defuse. Jing could send it splashing against the back here.
Yeah, Jing has to be ready. Alpha gets one kill. Did he not hear it?
Best chance in a long while.
They didn't hear it. They didn't hear it because, oh, are they just saving? Oh, they wanted to save the op? I guess so. I think you could have... I guess, you know what? I think they thought maybe Fnatic would actually use more of their ults. Never mind, I take that back. Because Jing left, like, very intentionally.
Very many ults to that. I mean, sure, they used the lockdown, they used the fade ultimate.
Jing didn't get hit by the ult, though, did he? He stepped away.
Have a pit to be able to work with on the defense side. Showstopper.
Let's go. Come on. Come on.
I think if Jing had more health, it's worth Jing ulting there. But you consider that Kayak had the ult as well. Yeah, it's fine. You have an op. You save it. You don't want to give it up to them at the very least.
Crassy's just trying to
I
rally
think that's
the
fine.
troops. Caesar's avoided this joint.
Yeah, I think it's a save intentionally because Jing left like way early.
PRX fully grouped up though. Knife for the re-clear, flash in the face. How do you respect this one? Paranoia avoided, sidestepped. There's a showstopper. You're blinded by back.
Oh, Kayak got blocked. Kayak gets two.
He's gonna do it all.
Oh, he's panicking a little bit though.
Drops him in place and a deep TP forward. Something is way ahead of the curve.
He does have 20 HP, but he's played this spot a lot.
This. All depends how diligent he is.
Yeah,
Precise enough. Chronicle
2v2 and it hasn't been planted yet.
2v2. Chronicle fast.
Okay.
Steps forwards with a snake bite. Plant is down though.
Ooh, Patman's stuck.
Head not clean off.
Oh.
Chronicle
Kron bringing them back.
to salvation.
Showcasing exactly the kind of skills that put Chronicle as the winningest player in Valorant.
Yeah, no, I think the save is fine. I just initially thought they didn't hear it because of like how the timing at which Jing backed out, but because I thought Jing was like trying to take a different angle, but then he just like backed out completely. So I was like, oh, that's a save.
Set this one up for Chronicle to finish.
Enemy remaining.
No, I mean, Boaster, just so we're clear, Boaster looked like this when they won lock-in for the comeback. You know, I think it's just the pressure, the nerves. And a lot of his calls weren't working. PRX had them in their palms.
In control and always believing. Now, hands on heads.
Boaster, the famous clip of Boaster like looking like he just lost his entire soul.
The doubt that PRX have felt before.
There's a picture of Boaster looking like he put all of his life savings onto Bitcoin and then it crashed. When they were down 11 whatever on Icebox against Loud.
Fnatic's
and then they won lock-in.
might be
And I think, funny enough, I think it was Alphair that they said that brought the game back. Like, not just through the kills, but also, like, in the comms. He was like, I got this. Yeah, 11-4. Like, he told them that he's going to win it for them, and then he went on a tear.
What do we need to adjust here to make sure that they don't keep getting these retakes working against us? But it is still PaperX closer to the trophy by a long shot.
Oh, by a mile. But the problem is they're not at 12. If they're at 12, I think PaperX doesn't feel as much pressure.
The economy,
But
though,
I think they slowed down here. I think it's because they had that timeout. I think PaperX is okay.
They live their lives on the knife's edge. Between aggression
Fnatic,
and
the change is going to be on
between
Mount. They
greatness
think
and
it's going to be
failure.
another Mount fight.
This one,
A little bit of a change
Another
up. So it's going to be
opportunity to
Boaster
fall on
sitting
the
up for
right
Kayak.
side
Boaster has to
and
not
see if
mess
they
up
can get
here.
up to tournament point.
Oh, that's a massive flash.
Like that angle.
Set up for Boaster. Now. Bait and switch into bait and switch. Delay everywhere.
Up close.
So the idea was that if it's not C, if it's a fast hit onto A or a pinch onto B because you're delaying them, that you're protected on both sides. And this way, Alpha can basically stay here and everyone else can rotate back and forth. Kron needs to check for information, but if he gets picked off, the round is more or less over. Kron has Pit as well.
More forward.
See if they can draw it out of him. I don't think he'll do it, though, now that the rotate is there. Nano swarms to delay here. You've got Turret watching B main. Alpha. They're going to pit, so Alpha's going to ditch B.
Alpha, yeah, he's going to be under pressure soon.
He has to ditch B. Where's he going? What's he doing? What is he doing?
Alpha.
How is he getting away with this?
Coming online here.
Forsaken bullies his way through Boaster, though. IGL diff and gets himself in a position. Alpha, yeah, though, cannot be stopped.
Literally a repeat of lock-in. He just goes, I would win. Like, what?
Fnatic now just in one more step.
Dude, Crashy's baiting them at baby doors so Alphair has an angle? This Prowler is everything. Otherwise, Alpha's dead to rights.
He follows up on a paranoia.
Literally, they've gone back to set up Alpha. They send the Prowler, they raise the toxic screen, and he just, oh my
The passion he
god.
has in moments like that, as well as inspiring to the rest of the teammates. And PaperX's eco.
That's insane.
Sometimes, though, these comebacks can stumble against an eco round, and PaperX can take more risks in moments like this.
They're playing the same, but Alpha this time, because you know it's an eco,
Flash Prowler.
he holds back. You don't want to get judged in the face. Paranoia just to keep him at bay. Long range. Boaster stuck. He gets out. Uh-oh, you've gotten Kayak back into the game.
They were expecting Jing to try to capitalize on that. Divine has been detected here in his B lurk. Kayak's got to hit a shot.
They might need to play Avoid Alpha. Well, now you've got Kayak starting to come online. He does miss one.
Giving up that space.
A Boaster doesn't have the health really to be able to support him.
Yeah, you don't have good ults for retake either.
But no massive ults to be able to help this retake.
This is huge.
It is
The
super
turret
possible that PaperX
gets
can pull
taken
this
back.
off.
I don't know if Devi heard
Everybody's
it, but
gonna
either
be
way,
in a
he's
good
going to have
range
free
for the
reign.
Stingers and the judge.
So his teammates just need to stay alive. Problem being that he's the only one with the rifle, so they have to play on site. Boaster ult makes them have to send at least
Just
one to
threatening,
check
but he
the
could
flank.
be trying to apply pressure on the flank.
Devi can't wrap around, I think. He's waiting on a timing, but it's starting to break apart. He's going to be late. He's going to have to get the wall bangs.
Leads the charge, Chronicle to the side.
He has to save.
With safety in numbers, a full stick, and Fnatic
Oy,
bring it level.
Not just an incredible recovery, 4 rounds.
How is
instantly
Alpha real?
responded, but this round is basically
Dude, that previous round, the thing
Once
is
they get
during the
into this
replay, I
retake,
just realized,
the
like,
group up,
it's what I've talked about before. They use, like, global skills to set up Alpha. It's insane.
So fast. And Alex,
Nice boys,
he
nice
must be
boys, nice boys.
thinking
Come on, come on, come on.
about the past.
Holy
it's so difficult not
dude.
to. Can PaperX
Yeah,
avoid the
Devi was
crumble,
really.
the choke?
He was like trying to play door, and then he started going on the flank, and
Some narratives that have been circling swirling around
This
these
is the
PRX
round.
players.
Same setup.
Cannot play
Same
into their
setup
inner
for
demons, but
Alpha.
Fnatic are putting up
Alpha's just king of B. You get free reign with the op on C. They're trying to punish the weak side on A. Crashy's just hiding. He's pretending he's not here. Waiting for the wraparound. He gets one.
Crashies will be
Chronicle gets two.
The time has been bought, and Chronicle gliding in, sliding in.
Dude, Alpha and Kron are... I mean, Crashies as well, but like, what is it, 3 rounds ago? Alpha and Kron on that retake on C?
This should have been the end.
Like, holy...
PRX had all the chances here to close things out on Lotus.
Oh my god.
They're
Alpha...
undefeated on right now.
Literally, Alpha Kron just dragging Fnatic out of the depths of hell. Dude, Milan almost just like, it looks like he knows he doesn't have to give any energy because Scott's going to cover both of them.
And Alpha sending kisses across the stage
Oh
to his
my
longtime
god.
teammate. PRX take a timeout.
Their
Alex
second timeout.
hits the emergency meeting button
Ay.
and tries to figure out what...
In all honesty, as much as I glaze Crashies and like Kayak does have high highs, it's not even that Fnatic is just better individually. It's literally Alpha and Kron.
It was PRX
like,
that
Kayak has his moments. Like Crashies has his moments, but I would say that's like equivalent to some of the members. You know, Crashies having moments, Patman has his moments. You know what I mean? I think Crashies is. Actually, I don't know. I think they both fit their sides better, but like. Alpha and Kron are just hit.
Out from Alpha and Chronicle in particular just looked like they could never go
Like
any
Alpha
other
and
way.
Kron are literally playing like 4 people's worth, 5 people's worth of Valorant this entire tournament.
Spectre, Bulldog, that's what they're working with.
At least they have the ults though. Something's ult combined with Patman's. Deafening everybody from Fnatic and then getting something out there that could
Big
not
ults
be
though.
a
Your
better
ult
time
and
for
Nightfall.
something
You can
to
do
come out
another
with a
combo.
huge
Only a
Yoru ult.
Spectre for Patman.
He's been hot and cold with them, let's say.
Now they swap it.
Operator
Alpha's on the op.
Look in your face, TP forwards, and that's what that
There's the
dimensional
TP.
twist spots it out, something. Guiding the rest of his team in.
Okay, I thought he missed Kron.
spamming to the
Okay,
back of the
there's the
box.
snake bite. He's looking for it. He's looking for it. He's spamming
Play
it.
for OT, play for Mount 5.
And the Nightfall draws them away. They should know that Kron is still stuck. Oh, Kron gets one. Alpha gets one. Okay, they take care of Alpha though.
Left reeling.
But the 2 huge players from Fnatic
Yeah,
dropped.
they're gone. But you have paint
and
shells.
Alpha gone.
You got
Fnatic
blast
gonna
packs.
have to try
Huge
to close
kill.
with
No
only Kayak and
smoke.
Crashies.
It rebounds.
Ooh, no C's nade on that.
Stay alive in
Rough.
this map. Fnatic want to send it that much deeper. TPs all around, sowing chaos into the mix. Crashies.
Crashies is basically setting up for Kayak. He's forcing at least one of them to peek with the numbers. Crashies needed that kill. I mean, Kayak. After Crashies died. Dude, taking down Alpha on that waterfall push, getting the trade there was
Forced to dig so
massive.
And it's the
That was
leader Forsaken
massive.
who leads by example
Holy.
to get 4 on the board and push them through to OT.
Oh, and Forsaken with 4. Crashies knows he had the kill on Patman too. That one is on Crashies. As much as I glaze Crashies. If he gets Patman there, Kayak can double blast pack in, get the kill, and then Crashies sets up for the trade. But they had the right read, but Crashies just couldn't get the kill.
A true game of greats against greats. Testing each other to the very
OT.
limits.
What a great final, though. Holy.
Alpha yet on point for almost a 30 bomb.
And with the way that he's been playing, almost destined
They're ready.
to get it
They're ready
in
for a
overtime.
push
He's
in.
going to step forwards, though, into a stack.
Does he know how many there are? Oh, he plays it safe. He knows they've been targeting him.
And now full
With the
speed
wall.
ahead. Fnatic baited out, TP's in. Boaster going to be rejoining
Boaster,
Kayak, trying
you
to
are
take control of this.
exposed.
Good spam to the corner.
You're exposed,
But you're out in
Boaster.
the open, and Forsaken and Divide collecting all sorts of kills and attempt to even it out.
They're not thinking about it. Kayak, not thinking about it.
PRX all the way in. PRX are the ones in
Crashies
control.
all alone.
A dominant defensive round in
They
OT
didn't look that ready for the Vice
PRX
Wall. They didn't look that ready for the Vice Wall.
Tournament points.
I don't know what Booster was doing there. Damn, PRX finally doing it?
And just like that, PRX one step away.
What are they going to do? Forsaken was calling for something. He was calling for a play here.
I've never been so close.
It's within touching
They're
distance
making it
for
seem
them
like they're
now.
clearing bay
PRX
fast
take
again,
front B control.
but
Knocking
it's
on
not
the
a
door
rush
of
in,
Alpha
and then they
side.
immediately re-clear Mount.
As
All
Boaster
during this,
gets a
it's a
little bit
setup
of
for
pressure back
something.
towards him over towards C as well.
All this attention so something can get
Another
his good
passive
lurks that he's been getting
defensive line
halfway
in the
through this
sand drawn
tournament.
from
He
Fnatic.
adjusted well, but he
Not
gets
willing to fight
spotted,
over any of this map
so
control.
PRX has to regroup. But the difference between PRX and Fnatic's
winning a bit
attack
of
is
that mental
PRX actually
game.
took this space
More
and this
confidence coming out
space.
from them.
They get stopped,
But it's
but
all
they
about the
pushed it all the way
execution
up.
and the delivery.
In the first half,
We saw
Fnatic
an
was
OT
stuck
before,
here.
it went deep.
So PRX should be
team was able to
okay.
close out early.
They never quite figured out this setup. They know about the Nano Swarm. Or they have,
Fnatic
obviously.
going to be forced to dig deep here.
They're going to go for the weak side
Pressure
again.
mounting. PRX putting it
Tricks
on
the
them.
tree.
Alarm bot dealt with the
Paranoia.
paranoia swings
She's not
forward.
hit, but Alpha this time goes for an aggressive peek. He gets two.
It dropped the PRX players like flies.
Forsaken's still alive.
Something in Forsaken
Something
left
has
to
to
pick
stay
up
alive.
the pieces
The thing is they need an
of
extra
a
kill.
round. It's just not gone their way.
30 seconds left.
So much space, though, given to these two on PRX. And we've seen what they can do in difficult spots.
You have to play this position. Something just has to get the kill here.
Conversion of a 2v4.
They both just have to get their kills. There's not much else you can do about it. It's a 2v4.
And these four
Your
players
PRX
from
has to hope that
Fnatic
Fnatic take their
looking
time. They're going
simply
to try to come in
spoiler.
for trades, and you just hit the nastiest shots.
Peace.
Something actually gets some
Something's looking for any
information.
sort of kill he can claim.
He uses it
Risky
against them. He
business.
makes it. He forces them to have to
Fnatic
change. He takes a
play this
completely
one
different
smart.
position.
Patience is there,
The
but paranoia
Fnatic is
holding
drawing them
down
in.
Jihad.
Forsake. What the?
And something
Hold on. Okay,
is
we're watching a low
rushing
quality.
them from on high.
Huge hold. What a way to wrap it up. Oh my god. Oh my god. What a win. Oh, dude. Forsaken has earned his tears, man. Forsaken has earned his tears. 100%. 2v4. They do it.
Without a crown, they finally have their trophy. Denying the greatest team of all time and becoming legends
A
themselves.
huge win. Not even a 3-2. 3-1 closes it out. Long time coming.
It took everything.
What is it,
pushed
3 years
overtime.
now?
This one
When was
not
Copenhagen?
easy. It
22,
never is.
right?
But this will be
Holy
a moment
dude.
to remember and wipe away the
FNC
tears
retired for this.
of Copenhagen and Champs LA. Forsaken, what a job he's done with
Dude,
this squad.
Patman too.
And Alex
Gets picked up halfway through.
gets
You gotta be
to join
so
his
happy for
players
this
on
team.
stage for a
You guys gotta be
celebration
so happy for this team.
rather than bitter disappointment.
Dude, Mind Freak. Oh, Mind Freak's crying.
Finally done it.
They've changed the narrative.
Damn, I
here
can't
today.
imagine, dude. 3
You heard
years in the
T2's
making.
Valin talking about trying to do
2
that
grand
earlier in the
finals,
tournament,
3rd grand final.
but
Holy.
no team had a better opportunity to
They all
clutch
deserve to cry.
greatness from
They
the
all
jaws
deserve
of
to cry.
disappointment than this squad right here.
I think this is,
Respect shown, of course.
in
A
some
hell of a
ways,
challenge the Fnatic put up.
it's, I think it's, well, not even in some ways. I think on a larger scale, it is way more emotional than Stacks and Buzz lifting the trophy. Stacks and Buzz is like very specific and to them for sure, but this is like, it's the brand, it's the core, it's the coaching staff. It's like they all stuck together for so many years.
Denying at this point that the team is now defined by their success rather than their failures.
I mean, this should unlock a whole new level in the long
For me,
term
I
for
think
all of
they
these guys, for sure.
Change it
Winning a
completely.
tournament,
They
I think,
changed the
just it
narrative to
changes
being
you.
Probably the second greatest team.
Oh,
of
dude,
all time
Panda's
behind
showing
Fnatic.
emotion. He's always,
Overtaking
dude. I feel for
squads like
Panda too, because
Loud
his
and
job is to
Optic
not
of which Kraken's
show his emotions
played
too
inside
much.
of.
Flip that script. Tears of joy.
That's
for
great.
PRX. This moment means everything. This moment right here is what all the hard work
Dude,
went
the
into.
Team Heretics curse lives on. Dude, oh, Mind freaking Forsaken.
Blood, sweat, and tears all the way to the end.
Oh my gosh,
But the time is
dude.
nigh.
Dude, they get to do this on the international stage.
Be crowned.
I can't imagine. I can't imagine. Oh, dude, Alex is making sure Mindfreak has his hand on the trophy. You know what I think is great about this is also this is a trophy lift that I think like the entire world can get behind. You know what I mean?
1,064 days since
Bro,
PRX's
okay,
first
chat. Listen. I'm all for us getting emotional, but Masters is purple. Like, the trophy being purple. let's not get too carried away here. Such a big win though, dude. It's great to see them all cheering for them. The most global fan base team finally lifting a trophy in front of this crowd. That's huge.
Finally have this success. And we thought
That's huge.
We thought after champs that Jing might not even return to the stage.
Yeah, the fact that Jing is here for it as well, I think is so nice. Dude, who gets the MVP?
A moment they've dreamed of.
Holy, who gets the MVP?
For almost 3 years.
I think it's got to. I don't know, man.
They've showcased consistency to a level that almost no other team can claim.
We're going to send it down to the floor. PRX.
It's finals MVP,
the stage is yours.
It's been 5 years in the making, but PRX have finally won a trophy. Oh my goodness, look how beautiful it is. It's the PRX color too, fits your jersey so well. You go stand next to JJ. I gotta get Auntie next to JJ here. Divine, I'm gonna start with you. You broke the second place curse. This is real. You managed to do it. How are you feeling?
I mean, it feels unreal, you know. We've been working hard, very hard.
Where's Brujan when you need him? Brujan, come down and make Device smile. Where you at? We need him. I'm going to let you take a moment because I know how big this means to you, Device. I'm going to come back to you. Let me squeeze in between you and get next to something. Now, something, it felt like yesterday that you kind of got plucked out as the aimer. You know, everyone knew you could aim, but today, the clutches, the big moments, you won that round. You and Jason won that round. You won a trophy. So talk me through your growth as a player and to become how amazing you are on that
something
stage
getting
today.
that 1v2.
As Lish said, it feels like unreal. We've been grinding like that for example, for me for 2 years. For them, it's already like 4 or 5 years on international stage and never won before. So feels great. And wanna say thank you to everyone, to the fans. Wanna say thank you to my girlfriend. Я тебя очень сильно люблю.
Oh.
And yeah, thank you everyone who supporting us. Thank you to our performance coach. He did really great job for us.
I think Panda deserves a lot too. I mean, everybody for sure.
Coming back to you.
Agent Paradox from almost not qualifying to new Masters champs. My team came a long way, no longer a choker. Thank you for the 4 months membership.
Quite a few times.
Yeah,
so
they didn't
what
choke
does this
it.
mean
That's
to you
true.
to be able to actually win?
I mean, it means everything, you know. This is kind of like end goal. Obviously, you want to go for a champ, but this is just a start, you know. And I mean, I'm very happy. I didn't plan to cry, but the tears just automatically come out. You know?
No,
I think
they
everyone's
earned it.
crying with you. I can see everyone behind you. They're cheering you on
earned
so
their tears.
much. I'm part of the team now. I'm part of the team now. Sorry, excuse me. I'm part of the team now. Will you let me join PRX, Jason? Can I join you guys?
Sure.
Yes. Okay. That's what I needed to hear.
Sure.
This trophy looks so good. How are you feeling holding this, knowing that this man here from the very beginning, Mindfreak is here as well since 2021 to get to this place?
I'm feeling thankful and grateful because we finally had some trophy, you know, and I really proud of my team. They've been working really hard since in Pacific. And actually, I want to say happy birthday to my dad as well. It's his birthday today. Yeah, so Pa, happy birthday. I think this is gonna be his best gift ever.
Best gift ever, yeah.
Oh, I mean, your other brothers must be like, oh, damn it, we're going to have to get him something better. But yeah, I guess a question also for the both of you, if you would like to answer.
Being
I
like,
think the two of
damn.
you kind of embody PRX, you know, your play style, your identity, your friendship. And for a long time, other people maybe didn't respect your play style and people were afraid to try this. But now you have a trophy, so your way is the best way. How does that feel?
I feel good. I just want to say anything can happen in Valorant, guys. Trust me.
Wasn't easy today, was it,
true,
Jace? It
though.
wasn't easy. Yeah, will you be able to answer the same question? Jing, you know that you've been kind of W gaming for 5 years now, so how does it feel to know that this is the best Valorant right now?
I mean, Valorant is like a game that is always like changing, so there's like so many different ways to play it. I mean, I wouldn't say there's a best way to play it, but this is PRX way, and we're gonna continue playing like this always.
I want to also say your mom, she comes with you to everything, and how does it feel to be able to share this moment with her?
I mean, of course, I'm very happy, and I'm just very thankful and grateful for my life because like I never expected to be here. I was just like a kid that wanted to play game, and like now I'm a Masters winner. So yeah, I'm really happy, and thanks to all my friends and family for supporting us. And just because we win doesn't mean the train is gonna stop here, guys. We're gonna keep on going, and maybe we can more tournaments.
I mean, they can win another one, right? They can win another one. They can win another one. And Patman, now you didn't have to go through the trauma that's the rest of your teammate had to go through the last 5 years. But you joined this team, you joined at a very critical time, and then now you end up lifting a trophy so early on in your career as well. Who or what do you credit this success to?
Before I joined PRX, I mean, while I'm in PRX, I live on doubts, I live on hates, like everyone is questioning about me. But like finally, after a long time, I made it. So I'm so happy that I made it and with the team, because every night I'm crying like how to be better, how can I improve, how can I help my team more. And now I think everything is, you know, like
Alex, where are you going? You're next.
It's all right. I mean, it wasn't easy. So
no, it wasn't easy
were
for
you
Patman,
stressed
man.
at any point? Because you didn't act like you were.
So many people doubted him when
were
he
you
was
stressed
announced.
at all today at any point? Because it didn't seem like you were even bothered on the stage.
I mean, while we're playing, I always keep telling the boys to smile, because the smile is very contagious thing. And once we're smiling, the positive energy will come. So I just keep telling the boys to smile.
I think you make
I think
everyone else
Patman's
here smile
energy
as well.
has been
now,
so good.
Alex, I'm going to ask you
Think
the
about Hyper
$1
Steph's
million
grin,
question,
5
because
gifted
earlier
bonuses.
this year, it didn't even look like you were going to make playoffs in Pacific.
True.
And track by track, step by step, you've taken down every hurdle, every challenge. How on earth did you win that final today? That was a crazy four-mapper.
I mean, we have a lot of people to thank, but first and foremost, I think I would like to thank Victoria, because she basically forced me to reach out to Mini, and that really kickstarted everything. After that, I think all the streamers behind us, Sliggy, FNS especially, thank you so much for helping everyone gather this amazing crowd. And
honestly,
we can feel
huge.
everything, guys. We feel every shot on stage. Even in the coaching booth, I can feel everything, guys. It's amazing, and I want to thank all of you guys. I really appreciate it, guys, and hopefully more to come.
You don't just stop here. Now, before I throw this over, Mindfreak is here. I think this is just as much your victory.
Yes, please, thank you.
Anyone else's.
He deserves it too. I mean, he's very much part of the team. You can tell, obviously. He's not just sitting in the booth.
You've been here in the coaching booth, you know, part of this roster for so many years. What does this one mean to you?
Honestly, I think this means everything for me, because I'm really proud of them. Like, we were like 0-3 in the Pacific, and who knows, like, we are here, like, actually the champions, so I don't know what to say.
You're also one of the champions, Mindfreak. Enjoy the victory, boys. Come on, everyone, one more time for PRX. But the celebration doesn't stop there, because Vansili is ready and standing by to announce the tournament MVP.
Oh, it's tournament MVP.
Thank you so much, Yinsu. Indeed,
no
I am
Grand
standing
Final
on the
MVP?
stage here with Leo Faria, the global head of Valorant Esports. Of course, we're about to present our MVP bracelet. So, Leo, I'm going to let you take the floor.
It is my honor to present this beautiful and special bracelet. The MVP award is about the one player who rose above all others. This player has been a foundational member of the PRX
It's gotta be
roster since
Forsaken.
February of 2021.
It's gotta be
He's
Forsaken.
dominant across multiple roles. He's also the first Indonesian player to win a VCT global event.
Yeah.
Please give it up to the Masters Toronto MVP, Forsaken!
He deserves it, though. Everyone played well, but like the impact kills he had, the leadership.
With the MVP bracelet.
I mean, it could have been, I think anybody could have taken it, but I think Forsaken,
up to 21 of the 26 available agents that Valorant has to offer, and it took all this time to now get the MVP bracelet and also his first international trophy here at Valorant. Leo, thank you so much.
I think like Jing has his moments. Divide played great this tournament.
This looks really heavy.
It's very heavy.
So you're gonna have to hit the gym somewhere. Actually, show me those biceps. Show the crowd what you'll be working on.
Oh, dude, he's been working out. Oh, he's proud of it.
So also lift your first ever trophy, and now the MVP. How much does this mean to you?
It means very a lot to me because actually I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe it how we even in here, because we almost get like almost lost in Pacific. So like this, I'm speechless. Sorry.
Take your time. Take your time.
I don't think it's even about counting the IGLing, but I think the impact frags, like even just the impact of the frags, I think on average you would think that Forsaken's is.
I want to say thank you for all the passengers that keep believing our train, guys. Finally, we can lift the trophy, and it's amazing, you know, to have you guys, to have all of the fan support, PRX all the time. I want to say thank you to my family as well, my girlfriend as well. Bye, friend. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, everyone. Let's go.
Forsaken, thank you so much. One more time, MVP Forsaken. And that ends it here from Masters Toronto. Et on se revoit à Paris.
Damn. Dude, honestly, wow.
And there you have it. Congratulations.
3 years
and it's
since
been
their
a
first
long
finals.
damn time
It
coming,
has
baby.
been such a long time coming.
Are finally Masters
In
champions.
some ways, this feels like.
Unbelievable.
In
Kukuka,
some ways,
what
this
a game
feels
we
like
witnessed there, and
a
of course,
really good turning point for VCT as well, I think. Like, PRX is a globally liked team. They've had a year-to-year making story.
Not only the track by track
I think it's been
they
huge.
didn't have a good start off the
Anders,
season.
thank you. Thank you for the raid.
Getting Patman on that week 3, and they had to
Thank you for the raid. Welcome, welcome. Hope everyone enjoyed the match.
They've had a very flawless playoffs. I think that in total they've only dropped the one map that they lost today, so they have to be extremely happy. I love this.
Can't believe Pacific has also Pacific has won 3 Masters now and 2 internationals now back to back. Really is a new era for sure.
Happy that finally PRX.
Okay, Valorant can stop going now that
it's incredible for them. This is the year.
All right,
where
we're move over to 2XKO.
They didn't make it to Bangkok.
We're done here.
A Masters tournament in Thailand, the first global
I like how
event
things being
ever
Chobra
had
is
in
now a normal
Southeast Asia for Valorant. They weren't there.
Why is that
But
happening?
Now here in Toronto, in a year that wasn't supposed to be theirs.
Mini jump ship for Fnatic to PRX, and suddenly the strategic canyon is against the Fnatic.
It really has been such
instead
a
of
long time
PRX.
coming from being that
I mean,
chaotic,
also,
wild team who
obviously
made it
credit
to
to
the
Alex as well. Like, I don't think we should ever take
and
away
lost
from
when
like
he was
Alex
a
and the other
star
guys,
blues
but like
player back then.
Mini's
Now playing mostly
impact
the smokes, being a
cannot
leader,
be
growing so much with this
discredited.
team
Dude,
to
Mini
finally
stocks are
earn a
like
trophy.
even higher than
I
before.
think that it resembles very well the way that PRX has evolved, given these MVP to Forsaken.
Let this not distract you from the fact that Chojing's TV now going to have booming business. PRX thanks Chobra for supporting
But if
Fnatic.
there's one man to lead the charge, to lead all of these guys to victory, that was Forsaken. And also we've seen it as cheering the team up game after game on stage.
Mini will downplay it, but I think that what he did for I think so too. I mean, I obviously don't want it to like. I put the disclaimer out because there are going to be toxic PRX fans that like use this as something against the existing staff of PRX. But I think
to replace a long-standing member of the
exactly. I think Mini having the command and also being a different voice, like the familiarity they have with Alex, and probably that was refreshing for Alex as well now after like Mini helped them out.
from
But
the
I think,
event where he was talking about how the
I think the
PaperX
impact he had
organization
is
gave these guys the space
literally. I think
to
Mini made this happen.
experiment, gave them the space
And not just
to
because
figure
like
it out.
they
Most
started winning
teams
after he
would
joined, but
ditch
like if it wasn't Mini, I don't think
drop
they.
them, would leave
I don't
them
think they go through
behind in
here.
the dust, maybe build
I don't think they
around
go
one
through
or two
here.
players.
I think the
But what
timeouts
this
probably
team
don't have
does,
as much
and I'm gonna
impact. I think
keep
it's
it a
that
buck
much.
50. I met the
I think
squad.
if
They
Mini
were one of the
wasn't
first teams
with
I
the
met
team like
when I did
helping
my
them
first
out,
Valorant
I
event,
think
and
Alex's
the thing that I
timeouts don't
got
have
right away
as
was
much
how much of a
impact
family
match
the
to
PaperX
match.
organization is. So it's not just a beautiful thing to see for these
So
5 boys, and also Mind Freak. We cannot forget about him and Coach Alex.
yeah, maybe we'll bring back the Chojinx for stage 2. Apparently,
from the beginning.
really do have a lot of
many
power.
cases, right? We see like revamps, new rosters, completely new faces, or like 1 or 2 pieces that stay.
There's a reason Alex said to start with Victoria having reached out to Mini. I think he knows that without Mini, this is 100%. Alex knows for sure.
Changing too many things at once,
Alex knows for
keeping
sure.
the tradition alive, as you're saying, giving them the space.
Sure.
It's
For
difficult
sure.
to find someone to trust in you that way.
Yeah.
It was the longest standing core at this tournament, PaperX. 3 of the players who won today were the
I mean, I
same
think
ones
Alex
that
would still
lost
give
in Copenhagen
shout-outs, knowing
3
Alex, but
years ago.
like,
That is
I think
commitment
Alex
to a
was
squad that not
specifically
many other
saying that it
teams
is
in
like,
this game has. It's
it is
proof of
Mini,
how
like for
long a
sure.
project like this takes to come to fruition through so many different metas, different
These
players
fans got to
cycling
have
through.
some tact. Multiple times they ask signs for the opponent team to be signed by the other. Yeah, yeah. Also, chat, like, listen, if you are gonna be like, if you think you're gonna want fan or like, this is for anyone who goes to offline events. If you think, wait, Pacific starts 15th? I thought it started the week after.
By the way, if
Isn't
there's
that
any reason to
immediately
not watch the
after?
international leagues, it's that the team
Everybody
that just
starts
lifted
that
this
week.
trophy was the 3rd seed from Pacific. They lost in
But-
the lower finals.
Yeah,
Stage
Mimi,
1,
that's
they
right,
had
Mimi.
Wolves, China's 3rd seed. Go on a run
Just
as
a
well.
well,
There's
China's
so
screwed
much
because China
talent
starts
in those
before
IOs.
EWC and they
There's
take a
barely
week
enough
break.
time in the day
But
to watch them
what
all.
I want to
I
say is
guarantee any of those leagues you
if
turn
you're
on,
ever
it's
going to
gonna be
events and
amazing
you
talent.
think you would want to get signatures from both teams, then just make a Valorant sign. You know what I mean? You can still cheer for your team. But like if you make a friggin' Fnatic sign, I'm not signing that if I'm PaperX. You know what I mean? Because there's so many other fans. It's not like you're like out of people to give fan service to.
Yeah, it's gonna be.
There's also a difference between like going to a fan meet afterwards and being like, sorry, this is the only thing I have, versus like in the winning moment. We saw it before as well, so don't do that. Don't do that. Yeah, don't do that. Don't do that.
Here today and really etch their place in history.
Yeah, I guess it's hard because you can only make one sign and depends on how close. I mean, that's fair. I get that, but it's like. But think of it this way: if you made a choice, if I made a choice to write a Fnatic sign, and that person made a choice to make a PaperX sign, I shouldn't be taking that chance away from that person. You know what I mean? Think of it that way. Like it's tough, but or you can make it, I guess, for both. But it's like you know, it's a choice you make.
Incredible. The city of Toronto was as a guest there, as a host for us as guests, and of course for all of Canada for welcoming us with open arms. But that
Dude,
is
the
gonna do
Mongols
it for us
lost?
here today, and it's a shame to see you
I
go,
tell you,
but there's one thing
I
that
mean,
we've learned
Vitality
from PaperX and
reigning
their
supreme, I
incredible
guess.
journey
That's sad
is
for
that they've
Mongols, but
always brought
it's
the
all right.
joy. And in these day and
I guess
age,
Valorant's just the better FPS. Am I right, chat?
So folks, thank you so much for tuning in to Masters
Dude, what a
Toronto,
tournament,
and we'll
though.
see you down the road.
Honestly, as much as I had Fnatic winning it at the beginning, and you know, and I like how Fnatic's playing, so I was rooting for them. I do think PaperX is the better finish. I don't think Fnatic's a bad finish, but I think PaperX is the better finish. The overall tournament was great, and I'm just glad that PaperX. When Boaster started calling fast rounds, I thought it was over for PaperX, but they regrouped. They got to OT and they regrouped. It's huge. It's a really big improvement. Really big improvement.
This is a rematch for the ages to kick us off at Masters Toronto.
Hey, I will say this though. Chat, hold on. You got to give me some credit because I did say PaperX was the best shot for Pacific to win. I did say PaperX was the best shot despite being 3rd seed. I did say that. I really hope Boaster won't put this loss on himself. I don't think he should in the long term, but to be brutally honest, he did miss chances where he could have carried them over the line, for sure. But I think, but at the end of the day, I think, quite frankly, let's be honest, Fnatic, like, they should have been knocked out 5th, 6th place. They should have been knocked out 5th, 6th place. So, like, I think over time they'll know. Like, they overperformed for sure. They overperformed for sure. So, like, I think Alpha this tourney has had the best performance at an international of all time. Yeah, aside from, yeah, I think, I mean, as an individual, like, above everyone else on his team, I would probably still say yay at Optic, but I guess that's also, like, Chamber meta, etc. But, I mean, yeah, I don't know, it's hard, because that was also Chamber meta. But Alpha was just, like, it doesn't matter what agent he's playing. He was literally just FPSing better than everybody. It was actually insane. Dude, Alpha had an insane tournament. And they leaned into that. Like, credit to Fnatic, they leaned into that. But guess who won another pick'em score? Damn. What's your final points on your pick'ems? Yeah, I mean, I do think Boaster, like, caught on. I agree with what YouTube is saying. I do think Boaster started to catch on what to adjust, like, on top of their own timeouts, but it was too late. And then PRX still had more left in their tank. And I think that's the difference. I think that's the difference between this PRX and old PRX. Old PRX was good too, but the moment the other team adjusted, the old PRX, like, they didn't know what else to do. This time, they, like, answer back, you know? It's always a chess match between two good teams. Otherwise, it's a stomp, but it's always a back and forth. VLR crashed. Well, let's see the official one. Let's see the official one. Because the point system is different. Dude, what a... Oh, give me 1 second. Let me change titles since it's over now. Well, I guess YouTube we can keep for the VOD. Dude, how am I top 9%? Do you get points in the... I shouldn't have gotten any extra points. I literally got... Dude, I get top 9% because of Swiss plus Fnatic in the lower finals. That's actually insane. Why is the world so bad at pick'ems? Why is the world so bad at pick'ems? What in the world? Jeez. Oh, Kron was killing it too. Kron was too. It's Alpha and Kron, but like I think Alpha was still like leagues above everybody in the entire tournament for sure. A lot of people, including myself, only did... Oh, that's true, because some people only did the Swiss and they forgot to update after the playoffs. That's true, that's true. I mean, skill issue, but you know. Oh man. Dude, let's see our community leaderboard. Damn, dude, our community knows ball. Oh wait, is this perfect pick? No, nobody had perfect pick'ems, right? Oh, the Wolves and PRX train and Fnatic train. That's crazy. Is this you, Seraphim? Is this you? This is a sick pick'em. Damn. I knew I should have done this. I knew I should have sent Fnatic on the lower bracket run. Chat, remember how much time I spent trying to debate if Fnatic or Gen G goes to the lower bracket? Oh my god. Dude, that's huge. Congrats. Top of our board. There's two of you. There's two of you. Who is we got Zava as well. Is it the same exact thing? No, Zava had the extra points from G2. Damn, that's funny. Two different pick'ems. 패력이 해냈습니다. I didn't lock any pick'ems, so I have no idea how many points I would have gotten, but literally only got Wolves games wrong. Damn, dude. Chat, I'm proud of you. You all know ball. Oh, you all know ball. 34 of you above me? I'm proud of you. All of you other ones, you still got work to do. But, you know. Check out my... All right, let's see. You said you got PRX, right? You had... Wait, hold on. Oh, you have 310. Yeah, I was like, what? What is going on here? Damn, 310 points. Top 1%. So close, even at G2 here. A little too much faith in Gen G, I see. The choo-choo never stopped. Let's take a look here. Let's take a little look. I have 145. Achilleos beats me out with 5 points. Damn, dude. Wait, how is he beating me out with... What? Oh, because he sent Fnatic to the lower bracket. I should have sent Fnatic to the lower bracket. Oh, my God. Dang. Thank you, Kleptomaniac, for the tier 1 resub 7 months in a row. Welcome back. Thanks for the support. Appreciate it. No 100% this time on the official one again, though, right? Dude, wait. How did Mimi get 175? This is G2 Mimi, by the way, not the caster Mimi. Oh, they had the Fnatic full run. And then they had Sen and Gen G. Damn. Where's Sliggy at? Oh, what's going on here? Oh. Wait. Wait. He didn't even have favor. Sliggy, what's going on here? Sliggy, what the hell? How do you... Ditch him, chat. Ditch him. Mini was the true conductor all along. Dude, get this fraud. Get this fraud, chat. He was anti-jinxing. He was anti-jinxing, so he selectively got them knocked out in lower bracket round 2. You're telling me he was anti-jinxing specifically in lower bracket round 2? Stop covering for him, chat. Chat, stop covering for him. You were already like rabid dogs to get at him if PRX lost the grand finals. Don't even try to cover for this man. This is criminal. Oh, this is criminal. No. No, and like what? Achilleos and Sliggy put different pick'ems on here in VLR. Cowards, I tell you. Cowards. Cowards. What? You don't think your pick'em's correct, so you make a second one? Why not just make 4 more alts and try to get the 100% pick'em? What are we doing here? What are we doing here? My goodness. No. Don't cover for him, chat. Don't turn it into a cult, chat. That's messed up. That's messed up. Okay, I did the calculations. I would have had 3. Wait, really, Kami? That's insane. That's crazy. They were trying to get the liquid money prize. But then just... No, chat. Chat, it's all excuses, chat. Because if you wanted to get the liquid money prize, then you think that pick'em is better. So why is that not on the official? Like, chat, don't give him excuses. I wasn't scared. I put the same pick'em on both. No. We're not buying this. We're not buying this cowardice. This escape into fraudulent picks, chat. Don't get baited into internet media. Don't do it. Don't do it, chat. Don't do it. First trophy of SEA Valorant, by the way. Yeah, true. Very true. I mean, this is historic in a lot of ways. A lot of different ways. Who else? Is there anyone else's pick'ems that we want to take a look at? Wait, what is this? Somebody linked this in chat. New conductor in town. Conductor Sliggy has been demoted. Oh my god. That's so funny, dude. This is so good. Oh my god. When was this? June 21st. So 2 days ago. Oh, they started drawing during the G2 game. I see. That's so funny. Oh my gosh, that's great. Dude, Mini looks so diabolical here. He looks like some crazy criminal mastermind that finally usurped the guy he was using. Oh my god. Oh my goodness. There's a Korean dude that literally missed perfects by one Swiss advancing, then Liquid over Wolves. Wait, really? Damn. Yeah, what did Kurt put out here? This is just Kurt's, right? It's not the Plat Chat podcast ones. Top 46% fraudulent podcast chat. 46%. My goodness. What's going on here? Chat, what's going on here? Where are my points? Where is Plat Chat's points here? Holy. Oh, they didn't pick. Wait, how do you not fill in? Wait, they just didn't fill in the rest. They just filled in this. What are they doing here? What's going on? But you do it all at once. You do this all at once for the official. It doesn't update per day. Oh, No excuses for Kurt either. No, chat. Call them all out. What? If I'm going to get called out, everyone's going to get called out, man. All right. Did Excured at least have PaperX winning? Oh, he didn't fill it in. They all just didn't fill it in after round 1. What? What is this? Oh, no. I guess he just didn't fill in this at all because this is already... Yeah. No, never mind. They just didn't fill it in at all. Yeah. Yeah. That's what it is. Valorant esports tweet. Give me a second here. What am I looking at? Do you want to see the most diabolical prediction? Hold on, let's... Ben guy. Wait, where's the audio on this?
Hello. Good luck, PaperX. I think you're going to win 3-1 today. I think it's time to finally bring it home.
3-1? He predicted the 3-1. Damn. Wow. Damn. Got the 3-1. That's a big one. That's a big one. What is this? Whose is this? Oh, this is yours. You had... Wait, what? Oh, you had XLG and Wolves going through. That's a little too much. That's a little too much. Damn. Klepto with the super chat. Thank you. Thanks for the 5. Swiss stage was slightly underwhelming, but the playoffs was so amazing. And finally, we see PaperX lift the trophy. Heretic's curse lives on. Dude, isn't it insane, by the way, that the Heretic's curse lives on? Isn't that crazy? Also, Paradox, thank you for the super chat as well. Thanks for supporting Fnatic and cursing them and help winning back-to-back trophies. I don't know what I'm doing, but I guess I'm doing something right, chat. I don't know what I'm doing, but I guess I'm doing something right. Yeah, I mean, Swiss was... I don't know. Literally, the only match I can think of that I was actively not drawn to was the first Liquid match. But, you know, that's with the circumstances. So... Dude, isn't that crazy? Wolves and PaperX being top 3 to fulfill Heretic's curse? Dude, it's insane. 올해 성불의 해인 것 같은데 헤레틱스도 우승 한번 좀 That's true. If everything's coming full circle, you think Heretics finally gets their light at champs? Dude, I do wonder how Heretics is gonna look in stage 2. I think they have to change some like fundamental. But it's tough, right? Because now you're justified. You're like, well, we lost to first and third place. Like we lost to insanely strong teams. Oh yeah, let's look at the scoreboard. We haven't looked at the scoreboard. No, I don't care about the show match. The show match was fun. Happy 522 with a tier 1 resub. Thank you for the 3 months. Welcome. Thanks for the support. Thank you. Dude, Alpha was plus 20 with nearly 100 kills. Man was hard carrying, dude. He went plus 6. 22 first kills for Kayak. Oh my god. Dude, Alpha overall at the tournament. Dude, nobody went positive in first kills on PRX. Something went 15-15 though. I thought he would have also been negative given some of the rounds, but he stabilized. Also, Fnatic will generally be scary at champs. I wouldn't be so sure because I think if they didn't win this tournament, this is the furthest you can go with how they're playing, I think. Because you're playing off of the heroics of 2 players mostly, like that's your main focus, that's your main win condition. And like, yeah, you know, like did EDG win with Kong's heroics? Sure. But as time goes by, I think that's harder and harder. I think they do need to. We'll see if they can get deeper on the strategy, which they should. I guess history tells us that they should get stronger, but it depends on if they actually because if you look at how they played this time, I don't think they actually evolved that much strategically. Granted, new roster, so like, you know. Dude, Alpha had nearly 400 kills. I mean, yes, they made the lower bracket run, so they had more rounds, but holy. Kayak with 327. It's actually impressive that Jing is sneaking into top 3 kills here with the upper bracket run, but I guess... Oh, but that's true. Fnatic didn't play Swiss. No, that's crazy. Didn't have to play Swiss. Yes, you made a lower bracket run. Wait, what if we take out Swiss? Oh, it just shows... Oh, that doesn't change anything. That's annoying. Dude. I mean, it is impressive that Jing gets through, but they played almost as many rounds because of Swiss stage. Yeah, over 700 kills between 2 players, and you didn't play Swiss. Again, yes, lower bracket, long games, but I mean, you look at KPR, Alpha is still at 0.94, all right alongside Texture, so it's like, it's not like the max kill. It's not like the kills are skewed for Alpha here. That's crazy. And then Kron with 302. Dude, Siufat BB. Honestly, though, chat, Siufat, Patman with 10, but 15 for Siufat, 15 clutches. What a god. What a clutch god. I just realized in the Valorant Pick'em's website, there is 0 IP, 0. Yeah, in the official one, there's, once again, no 100% title. I think there's literally no one who's got it yet, right? I think in League, what was it? It took like 3 years for someone to get a 100% title, or whatever the prize was there. Dude, you gotta feel for Texture, man. I mean, dude, he was playing like if they were able to stay in the tournament and they continued, like the team was able to keep up, Texture might have had similar performances to Alpha Air. I really think he was like on one this tournament. He was on one this tournament. He's purple across the board. Like he was on one. Also, Crashies did play incredible. Your top 10 list was legit. I'm just saying, chat. All the disrespect to Crashies. I do agree that CFAT was in 65 clutch situations is diabolical as a team. That is true. That is an insane number of rounds that he's had to clutch. But the fact that he got 15 of them was also like really, really cool. Dude, who was in the least number of clutch situations that actually got clutches? Probably Kama and Osmos, huh? Dude, I don't think I've ever seen Osmos like at the bottom of the board this much. It's crazy. Who else has had to be in insane number of clutch situations? 65 is diabolical. Actually, 51. Chronicle had to be in 51 as well. Okay, well, you know what? We can't really nag on CFAT too much, considering Chron had to be in 51. I said this before, but you have to do a deep dive video on CFAT's clutches. Honestly, I think CFAT's clutches are probably worth stunning. His clutches were really good. His clutches were really good. Devi was in 61 clutch situations. You have to remember though, like what a clutch situation is recorded as in game is very specific, but no, I don't want to see the least number of successes because this would just show me the least number, right? I want to see how many situations they were in. That's what I wanted to see. Oh, I guess they showed zeros as well. Dude, Devi was in 61, dude. That's a lot. That is quite a lot. That is quite a lot. Devi should have been MVP. I think Devi... Wait, was Munchkin really 1 out of 19? Damn, for someone who used to be so good in the clutches. But I think the biggest thing is Gen G. I think, honestly, Munchkin and Boaster kind of faced similar walls. But I think Fnatic chose to play around their strongest players, and Gen G chose to play around their weakest players. And I'm not saying that, like, Ashe and Foxy9 are weak. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I think that's... their adjustments. They're kind of one-dimensional. Their depth focused around the strongest versus not the strongest. Crashes is also in 51. Clutch situations actually happen fairly often because it just counts the moment that you're the last alive. But I just wanted to give a shout out to CFAT. 15 though is still crazy. 23%. Like, he always felt like he had a chance whenever he was in a clutch. Damn. Honestly, great tournament. Great tournament. Chad, who was your most impressed? Most impressed, and you can interpret that however you want. Who impressed you the most, Chad? Spring, Patman, CFAT BB. Lots of spring though. Lots of spring. All right, get out of here, Curran. Not the time to. We're not here to meme on poor performances. We've done that plenty. Everyone's been doing that for the past weeks. That's too easy. Spring. Lots of spring, though. You know what's funny? I think Alpha kind of deserves a shout just because we all knew he was good, but, like, he like, upgraded his life game performance for sure. But Spring. I think Spring is right. Jemkin. A little Jemkin shout? Dude, I mean, RQ, it's one of those cases where it's like, you just have to chalk it up to First International. Hope we see them again. Because it's like, we honestly just didn't get to see much from them. Penny, yeah, a couple of you giving the Penny shout. I think Penny shout is good, especially for those who weren't watching from the very beginning. I think it was a good reminder or like introduction to how good of a player Penny is. I think Spring though for sure. If I had to choose most impressive surprise, it would be Spring. Like, Alpha's not so much a surprise; it's just very impressive. But. Is Patman thank you for the super chat, Paradox. Is Patman the best rookie right now? Oh yeah, entire PRX has to do a walkout in crop top in stage 2 as stated by Jing. And sorry. Yeah, no worries. Is Patman the best rookie right now? I don't think that is. I don't think that's cemented, even at this point in time. I don't think that's cemented in this point in time, but I think that's because, like, I think it's different from Charon last year, where Charon was like, it didn't matter if you thought duelists were better, etc. There was just literally no competition to what Charon was doing, no matter what position you were thinking of. But I think for Patman, it's like, you know, it's like there could be an argument of like, do you think impact kills matter more? Do you think ability usage matters more? Do you think clutches matter more? Like, there are arguments to be had here. So I think Patman is still in the running, but I don't think it's as surefire as Karon was by Masters last year. I think Patman is absolutely in the running, and I think on some people's list, Patman will be even by the end of the year. But it's just like the comparison won't always be Karon's rookie year last year, and it's like it's not that, I will say. But I think that just goes to show we have really good rookies this year, like overall. We have really good rookies this year overall, even ones that didn't quite make it. So yeah, honestly, who was it? Someone. Oh, I was reading Reddit, which I unfortunately do actually, chat. I think it was Enterature, the resident commenter, was saying they would give Hyunmin a shout. And I think Hyunmin's one of those players where it's like, if the team was able to like go to higher places, people would recognize it more. I'm a big Hyunmin glazer. So 발토 알렉스랑 인터뷰하는 거 보시면 확실히 알렉스 예전처럼 프로즈기보다 펫쌤이 목줄 잡아주면서 클러치 해주고 오직 발로란트만 해서 무브먼트가 꼬이지않는 선수라고 하는 게 재밌더라고요. 맞아요. 저도 잠깐 봤었어요. Yeah, Alex actually, there's both Ewok and Alex joined Bimbon on his podcast in Korea. And they answer in English, so you can at least go check out their answers if you want. It's Valtour. I'll show it to you guys. So, well, this is what's this? What the hell? Yeah, they have Alex here, and they have Ewok and Jumpkin here. So you can definitely check this out. They're starting to bring in English people, because one of them, Ending Life, is he's Korean American like me, so he can translate for them. So they started bringing in global guests. So you should check this out. I don't know if they have English captions for their just talking and analyzing, but I mean, it's just Valtour in English. Valorant Tour, Valtour. I guess I can link it, but you know, I guess if you can only use your mouse, then here's the link. if you don't have a keyboard, here's the link, chat. No, it's funny that some people think Hyunmin's a choker, because I think Hyunmin's actually one of the least choke-prone players on that DRX team. But we'll see. It's hard to tell. It's hard to tell because that team is kind of... I mean, they've also just... DRX has been through a lot, man. DRX has been through the ringer this year. They've been through a lot. Yeah. Ending's there. Ending is on. Ending's now a permanent fixture of Valtour. Wait, why? How do you know Ending? He has casted before. But I would say you're wrong, actually. I don't think Hyunmin as an individual is prone to choking in games. He was literally the reason they won kickoff. Like even I've talked about it before because I translated for people on stream, but Bane talks about it, where Hyunmin was literally the one that was like, bros, I got this. Like, everyone just chill. Like, everyone relax. I got this. But that team is... He did Challengers previously. Oh, yeah, he did, actually. Wow, yeah, so that's some insider knowledge. I don't think anybody else here was watching Korean Challengers before like the Masters tournaments. That is some insane inside knowledge. T1 방콕 우승. T1 wins Bangkok. PaperX wins Toronto. Will DRX win champs? Is this the year of Pacific? Whoa. DRX needs to get in line behind Nongshim Red Force. Calm down. Whoa. Whoa. Where's DRX trying to cut in line? Chill. RB's back. RB's back to Korea. Get in line, DRX. Sorry, Mako. OG RB needs to get his international trophy. It's like, oh, Mako, you think you're the OG DRX? Oh, you don't even know ball, man. Nope, GE is winning. Sideshow cursed them already. Dude, GE and Secret are playing a show match on the new map tomorrow. That should be fun. Or later today, I guess. RB winning would be excellent, though. XDRX cute, dude. Actually, oh. Dude, if it wasn't Nongshim, I would almost say I don't want that because I would feel so bad for DRX and Mako. But like, sorry, bros. Like, damn, what can I say? RB just joined the right team. Am I right? First because it was on in the morning, then stayed because I enjoyed the casting, and Tastosis was always a fun time. Oh, talking about the old VCT Korea? Dude, isn't it kind of a fever dream that Tastosis as a duo used to cast Valorant? I actually really liked casting Valorant with Tasteless. It was a lot of fun. 아니요, GE하고 시크릿은 그 새 맵, 신맵 쇼매치요. 신맵 이벤트 매치. 작년에도 RRQ랑 했었어요. RRQ랑 했었나? 시크릿이? 어비스에서. 약간 그런 그냥 신맵 이벤트 매치입니다. Yeah, the G Secret Corrode map. For those who missed it, the show match was actually kind of fun, but this is the mini map. I'm excited for it. Honestly. It should go online, what? Like Thursday, right? We'll definitely grind this. Oh man. What an excellent tournament though. It was a fun tournament, honestly. Felt like a very celebratory tournament. I think the storylines helped. Wolves, PRX, like Fnatic potentially like re-cementing themselves. Dude, Fnatic did save EMEA from a lot of shame though. Like, god damn EMEA. I mean, Liquid, you get a bit of an excuse, but like, damn. This does not look good. Damn. Fnatic were the only team to take a map off of PRX. That's not true. Is it? No, Liquid took a map off. Oh, in playoffs. Oh, well, you had to specify. I was like, wait, that's not true. Yeah, that is true. Big run. How many points does PRX have? Good question. They're 11. Nobody outside of G2 is that safe. Fnatic's actually relatively safe. Fnatic is relatively safe. As long as they don't bomb out in group stage. Fnatic is relatively safe. But, I mean, nobody's as far ahead as G2. G2 is literally 12 points ahead of the third place because 2 teams go, right? We threw a few more bodies in the engine for the engine to heat us up again after Icebox. Dude, what a turnaround for PRX, though. Top of the board. FNS tweet, fine. Since it's FNS. Since it's an emotional moment, we'll look at the tweet. Wait, why did that open in a different... I refuse to go up there. I refuse to grab a camera. Dude, it was, I mean, it's an emotional moment, honestly. Honestly, big win. I'm really happy for PRX. I'm really happy for Alex, honestly. Dude, Alex was put through, like, insane unjustified scrutiny, too. I'm happy for Alex. I mean, like, as much as credit should be given to Mini for sure. Like... Damn. DFM is looking at that team being like, we stomped them a few weeks ago. DFM actually second best team in the world, chat? You can see how much it meant to PRX. For Fnatic, it would just be a notch on the belt. Oh, for sure. For sure. I mean, story-wise, emotion-wise, like, PRX deserved it. Like, straight up, like, normally, you know, I wouldn't say, like, somebody deserved it just because of the emotion and story, but, like, PRX deserved it way more than Fnatic. As much as I was, like, again, on the Fnatic train, like, you know, PRX absolutely deserved it. Absolutely. So, but I'm very happy for Alex. This trophy cements my Forsaken GOAT agenda. Everyone just has their own agendas that they're building up. Dude, Pacific 3 Masters in a row. 2 back-to-back Masters. Honestly, insane. Alex deserves credit because it's similar to me and Minnie's relationship. Best coach is still to... Oh, for sure. For sure. I mean, also just like having that... for Alex, I don't even think it's humility. I don't think he like ever had, you know, not help because like he just thought he was better. It's just that like there was a certain way that he had to work with the boys, but you know, you're at a limit now. You decide to listen, bring in an outside source, and you utilize it very actively. And also, I mean, he also, I think, you know, championed to keep this roster going. Like, he also, you got to give him credit because he's the one scouting these people, right? He was also like on the market to scout for a couple of the other players that are now playing in Pacific as well. And then he scouts Patman. No, Alex has never had an ego. I've had a lot of discussions with Alex. He's very down to earth. He's very humble. I really like Alex. I really like talking with Alex. Unfortunately for you, the Fnatic train was in the strategic canyon. This is the winning despite strategic deficiencies. So just to go back, but for those who are watching like throughout, you know, because I've been repeating it time and time again, but the reason I had Fnatic winning was basically the reason Fnatic made it look like they might win despite how they shouldn't. In all of, well, and the reason they won these matches. It's just like they just have that like X Factor charm that they lean into. Like they lean into it as a team. Dude, that round on Lotus where Alphair gets the double on B site, the Prowler from Crashies on top of the toxic screen timing is like literally they are all just setting up Alphair. It's insane. But PRX came out on top. PRX just looks very good. The Chron Alpha duo deadlift wasn't enough. Kayak's gotta get some more gains, man. Kayak could have bench pressed enough. He just needed to he just needed to get one more set in. He just couldn't do it. Oh man. Nah, but this team with Leo, no wonder they won back-to-back Masters. I mean, I think as much as I glaze Crashies, I think the ecosystem was also very different back then. But, you know, Leo was also pulling rounds out of his butt as well. So like, but also I think back then though, the difference is back then they were also like strategically on top for most of it. I do think that's the other difference. I think this tournament they were very clearly not the stronger team strategically in a lot of their matches. But back then, I think it was more so that you were strategically on top, and then you had these gigabanger players who could just make sure you stayed on top. Like, I think that was a big difference. They had Mini, too. They had Handers, too. Did you know, chat? He's like this guy that joins our stream every now and then, but, like, he's pretty goated, too. I think Boaster's times are very limited. As much as I love Jake, his calling was massively off this year. Dude, it was. His calling was very off this year. I almost felt bad because I actually really liked the way Boaster used to call. I mean, you saw it today, too. You saw it today. In fact, I was actually, like, impressed when they changed the tempo on Lotus because that's something he struggled to do for a lot of their matches. Valorant has had some stacked teams. We have some great teams, chat. We have a great scene at the top. Now we just all got to work to figure out how to make it better at the bottom. Who is strategically superior? I would say Wolves in the matches they won were strategically superior. I would actually argue that PRX they weren't ever like, it never felt like they were clearly worse in terms of like prep and calling. I would say actually PRX in a lot of their games were the better callers. I would argue that G2 actually, in terms of prep, G2 was superior in like most of their matches. Execution faltered a bit, and then sometimes you got guy deft like Fnatic. But it's funny that you still think tactically Gen G was high. I don't know if I would put Gen G in this match. They were. But maybe that's just because I don't like the way Gen G, like what Gen G were doing. That could just be a subjective thing. I think the only balanced winning team was EG. You mean like in terms of like strategy and firepower? At an international? We don't count pre-2022 winners because that was just watching CS Pro Speed of Valorant. Well, I don't think that's fair. I think Optic was pretty balanced. 2023 Fnatic was the most balanced in general, I think. I do think so. I actually think so. I mean, that's why we were all pretty eager to start calling them like a dynasty and the GOAT. They just fumbled it. Ran out of steam. Yeah, G2's prep was really good. And I'm not saying that just because Anders is here. Because I was calling out their execution a lot. But G2's prep, like, I mean, dude, this match, honestly, though, like, I mean, it feels weird saying this while Anders is here, but like, I mean, I'm rooting for Fnatic. I almost felt bad for this game because it was like literally like round to round, like the calls are just so much better on G2, and then you're just getting ripped apart by Alpha and Kron, and it's like, what do you do? What do you do? Like, what do you do when this happens? Like, you can't prep against that. You can't prep against that. This was actually one of the weirdest games. Oh man, from like an analyst standpoint, this was such a weird game. This was the analyst's worst nightmare, honestly. Balanced as in not filled with broken players. Oh, you don't mean like the team's hexagon, but you just mean like you couldn't argue that they won because of, like, no one could argue they won because of one, X player. Yeah, I could see that. If Leo does come back, do you think Fnatic attempts to make Crash his Leo IGL? Oh, like in honestly, hadn't thought about that. Yeah, I mean, depending on Boaster's time with them. I think Leo 100% could, though. I mean, I think Crashies probably could too, if he was comfortable, but yeah, like if Leo comes back, Leo IGL, if Boaster is stepping away at some point, Leo IGL Crash. Oh, chat. Don't make me order a Fnatic jersey, chat. Don't do it. I've never bought an esports jersey in my life, chat. I think. Yeah, I've never bought an esports jersey. The only jersey I've ever actually bought was the national football team, soccer team jersey of Germany in the Germany World Cup in 2006. That's actually the only jersey I've ever purchased with my own money. Imagine Leo IGL's and his first order of business is getting everyone to like doorknobs. I don't know why I finished reading that sentence. That's messed up, Kami. That's messed up. That's messed up. 19 years ago. You didn't have to type that in all caps, chat. 19 years isn't that long. I know it feels like it's a mythical number for all of you and, just entering middle school, but like 19 years ago is not that crazy. Not that crazy. Humans were alive 19 years ago. I know. It's insane. 아니 잠깐만 그때 플래츠에서 입은 유니폼 팀들이 다 와장창 무너진 거 왜 아무도 언급을 안 하죠? I'll translate. I don't want to translate this, but I have to. That's due diligence. Wait. Why isn't anybody talking about the fact that every one of the uniforms you wore that day on Plat Chat have all fallen apart? Oh my gosh. That's a callback. Wow. That's messed up. 아니 그런 얘기를 왜 하세요? You don't have to bring stuff up like that, chat. Sometimes it's better to just let it go. Let it go. Let it go. 19 years ago was ancient history. Calm down, chat. Yeah, Chronicle's not that old. I actually always get surprised that Boaster's already 30. But I always forget like how long he spent grinding in CS and League. But from 2024 NRG, putting good secondary callers in IGL position doesn't necessarily work out. Well, for sure. It doesn't. It's not everyone can do it, but I feel like Leo probably could. But I've never actually talked to the guy directly, so. Can Riot have team merch during events so I can actually buy team jerseys next time? Well, it's iffy because then are you giving Riot a cut, right? Which you have to because they would be running the shop. But Riot probably has no one. ESL had him. Yeah, but ESL had them, but like, just so we're clear, ESL's own merch isn't exactly like the Wingman plushie. It would be nice if they could figure out, like, if it's always tricky because, like, you could be like, well, why don't they allow teams to set up booths outside? And sometimes they do, but like, if it's a third-party stadium, then there are laws and it's like more money and like, is that worth it for Riot? And you know what I mean? So, is Texture younger than you though? Of course he's. Yeah. What do you want me to say that I'm old or like what's going on here? What do you mean is Texture younger than you? Oh my gosh. Texture's not that old. It's just that we're now seeing a bunch of 18 to 20-year-olds playing pro Valorant. That's why they joke that Texture is an uncle. It's also because it's just like Devi. He has the uncle demeanor. Oh, you were talking about parent. Well, you have to put the subject in. Otherwise, I'm not reading the whole conversation. Not everything's about you either, Chad. I don't read the whole conversation. I love my ESL hoodie. Actually, ESL hoodies were kind of nice, actually. I have a bunch of them. I actually had to throw some away. Because I had too many. And when I was getting married, my mom was like, there's no shot you're going to get to keep all of these after you get married. So I left a couple at home, and then still my wife was like, do you have any clothes other than ESL clothes? Like, you don't even work for this company anymore. Also asking, will you do another VCT Pacific Timeout episode? Well, that's not on me. That's not on me to decide. So that's whether Riot does it or not. Yeah. Fun tournament though. Fun tournament. Lots to. There's gonna be a lot of videos being made about this tournament, I think, on PRX. But honestly, I like the recommendation. I think maybe we will look at all of Sufat's clutches. Anybody by chance already have it written down which games and which rounds they were? Any takers? Any takers want to do work for free? Let me know which rounds Sufat BB clutched. Is there Plat Chat tomorrow? I doubt. They're all flying back. I doubt they have a plat chat tomorrow. Yeah. We can divvy up the maps. No, chat. I think you should be able to just go in and like I should just be able to go in and then just look at the performance tab per map and then see how many 1v1s he got. And then that tells you. For those who don't know, you can click on these, by the way. I actually didn't know for the longest time. So then you can go to round 9 of Ascent. It's pretty easy. Ask ChatGPT. It shouldn't take that long to do this. Yeah, you can click on these to know, but you can't do it for the whole thing because obviously then it's like it doesn't know which map. But if you do it per map, you can go in. Dude, Patman's laugh was so evil today, no? That was so weird. I mean, it was funny, but it was like weird. Oh my gosh. Yeah, he was like cackling. He was cackling. He's a cackler. Yeah, it was like an evil witch. It's not just evil. He was like an evil witch. I thought it was funny. Yeah, it's this inner gremlin. There you go. Or Batman on his Joker arc. I saw people saying that before too. That's a good one too. Batman on his Joker arc. Yeah. Pacific people, if you were pulling all-nighters to watch this, it's already 8 a.m., chat. Holy. Maybe he watched a bit of One Piece and thought it was his time to get a unique laugh. Honestly, no idea what you're talking about. You lost me. You lost me on that one. What time is it? Ay. Oof. I ain't sleeping. Actually, so many reaction moments, yeah, in that grand final. There was a lot of moments. Every major One Piece character has a unique laugh. Wait, is that like an intentional design choice, or did it just happen to be that way? That's funny. It's a design choice. Wow. Interesting. It's in the manga as well. Oh. That's cool. That's a neat little thing. Honestly, chat, originally I was like so eager to play more Path of Exile after the game was over, and like, I mean, I'm probably gonna try to stay up all day to fix my schedule right away and just like grind for part of that, but I feel like that match was so good. I don't want to stream another game to overtake that. That match was so good. It was actually such a good final. Yeah, did Achilles end up watching the whole thing? I mean, Achilles does actually like properly champion for Pacific. I like that he leans into it. Wasn't there those other games you wanted to play? Yeah, well, so let's talk about that briefly. So rest of this week and probably a little bit into next week, we'll be streaming Lies of P and Hitman. Like probably a little bit of Hitman each day and then more Lies of P. Probably grind that. But I wouldn't be doing that today because I would be sleep deprived, and Lies of P is actually somewhat of a tough game. For those who don't know, Lies of P is a Souls-like developed by a Korean developer that is somewhat inspired, well, has references and inspired by Pinocchio. I've already played the base game, but the DLC is out, and I played it through Game Pass, so I need to play through it again anyway because I had to buy the game. So we'll be doing that starting tomorrow, but not today. Chobra, totally off topic, but I've been looking for other VCD content in the near future and set my eyes on VCD Game Changer split to Japan, but there were no vids explaining the format and ... The suspense is killing me. You're killing me here, I see. Achilles supports DRX in secret. DRX hasn't won a global event, and Team Secret hasn't qualified to a global event. Maybe Achilles is the real curse. Yeah, we should look into that, chat. Stop trying to get the low-hanging fruit. We should really investigate the real problems. By the way, why is... Damn, Twitch Automon is great. It's actually real proper. I needed to approve Seth's adhesion because it was potential bullying. That's good. It's a good, safe system. That's so funny. Do you have any info? Honestly, the Game Changer circuit, I'm not up to par on. But just as a heads up for those wondering, like, I will be probably with Pacific again with all the live matches. It'll be hard to like keep up with everything else, but I will probably do like VOD reviews for qualified teams for Ascension and Game Changers, like towards the later part of the year. So yeah, for sure, Paradox, get some rest. Even got a nice little message afterwards. Automod. Mods have allowed your message. Happy chatting. Oh, is that what it tells you? That's funny. I've never seen that happen, chat, because I don't know. I don't know. I've just never had that problem, but you know. Never knew that was something that was needed, but I can send a screen. No, I believe you. Just joking. I'm just joking. Oh, man. What a feel-good tournament. What a feel-good tournament. Let's review this, shall we? We'll forget that screenshot. This I'm gonna put a question mark. I think this was valid. I think this was okay. I think this was valid. This definitely went up. I mean, okay, actually, let's do it this way. This is probably slightly down. I think this is valid. Maybe even needs to go higher. This needed to go higher. I think this was valid. I think this was valid. This definitely needed to go lower. I think this was valid. Honestly, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 that I think were fairly accurate. I'll take that. I'll take 5. In retrospect. Alpha showed up, though. Alpha friggin' showed up. I'm just glad that people are now, like, really respecting Crashes as, like, a good part of Fnatic. They always choke. Yeah. Honestly, this was wrong. I mean, this was wrong, but I'm not surprised. Honestly, I think this ended up being somewhat accurate. I know I hopped ship. This was wrong. You know, honestly, I'm okay with it. Oh, Wolves was by far the best surprise. For sure. Wolves was by far the best surprise. That's true. Heretics, yeah. Heretics was wrong too. They didn't play as bad as MIBR, but they were, yeah. Well, but again, I think the reason I don't, because like then you could argue Gen G was technically wrong too, but like to me a tier list is different than a power ranking. But Heretics is still wrong. You're right. I just think MIBR played so much worse. So they did lose to a top 3 team though. True. They were more surprising than MIBR. I think they were only more surprising if you had them higher than Fnatic. Well, okay, I guess I actually had pretty decent hopes for MIBR. So, like, I guess to me, MIBR was more surprising. But, and also just, like, the way they played. Whereas, like, Heretics, the way they lost was kind of similar to the way they lost to Fnatic. But for most people, Heretics was probably the biggest surprise. Because I think most people would have had Heretics here in a tier list, in the top. So then it was probably surprising. I had Fnatic above, and like I was very, very confident about this relationship. So who knows though? Like I am curious what Heretics changes in terms of like I wonder if from the outside it feels like it would actually be kind of hard to identify what they need to work on, but internally hopefully they have a better clue. I think RQ, it's pretty apparent. I think RQ will look stronger for Stage 2, right? I think they're fine. I think they should be fine. I don't know if the solution is easy to execute, but I think they should be fine. XLG is a big question mark. I think Wolves will be fine. BLG is a big question mark. Liquid, it depends on what they're doing with that whole 6-man roster, but Liquid should be fine. Sentinels should be okay, I think. MIBR also, it does sound like they might kind of have a clue on what went wrong for them internally, but from the outside, this is also an anomaly. I think G2 should be fine. And I think Fnatic should be fine in terms of knowing what to fix. Whether they can or not is a big question, but this is a question mark as well. As an Alex doubter, I'm happy I've been proven wrong. I'm happy that you are willing to admit that. I think that's important. How do you rate the new map? Is this finally good? The saver of the huge maps? All of which were hated? Could it be permanent like Ascent? I really like it, but I also really liked Ascent, so I don't know what that says about how much my opinion matters for the mass for the masses. Uh-oh, Anders is laughing. I like the new map, but I've also not spent any time on it, obviously. So like, who knows? Sometimes it's always very different. It's always different once you get in it. But I like the new map. I'm not a big fan of B-Site. I think it will take all of us playing it twice before people never want to see it on broadcast again. Yeah, but people said, but see, this is what I mean though. Like people never want to see Ascent again, and the old Ascent, and I was fine with the old Ascent. I liked watching old Ascent. I also like watching Abyss, and people hated Abyss. It's a Waylay map where Nongshim Chobra playing the Waylay would have thrived as a new duelist. I will just say I mean I don't know. I'm always excited for new things though. I liked it. I think I get what Anders is saying. So yeah, I think that's the best way to put it. I think people won't mind it in solo queue. I can see the masses not liking watching it in pro play, because I think that is a map that can turn into, if depending again, we'll have to spend, but I think it can turn into an actual like theoretical map, right? Where like the theory just wins if you figure it out, like there's a solution to it, kind of like Old Ascent. But I like that. So, like, I don't know. Skill issue, I guess, but... But we'll see. But I honestly don't know how I feel about that B site. I don't know how I feel about that B site. I will say though, chat, like when it comes to agents, I'm a bit more confident. When it comes to maps, I am not very good at instantly getting a good grasp, like just by looking at minimap or like just once. I will say that. I'm one of those people that have to actually spend time on it, which is like even when I was casting, that's how I would like play a lot, like just whenever something new came out. I don't know how I feel about this site. I didn't like it. This one I kind of liked. This thin wall, like, yeah, we'll see, but 궁금한데 마스터즈 챔스 같은 무대에서 탈락하면 바로 집으로 가야 하는 이유가 있나요? 솔직히 말해서는 돈이죠. 그 많은 사람들의 뭐 숙소값과 또 어느 정도의 식사값과 뭐 이런 걸 다 챙겨주기가 애매하죠. Someone was asking like, what do you think the reason? Do you think there's a reason why people are sent home as soon as they lose? Because isn't it unfair? Because you like still got there as one of the best teams, and sometimes you lose too, and you just have to fly home. But the short answer is finances and logistics. Unfortunately, this map is heavily CT sided. No, I mean at first glance it feels that way for sure. At first glance it feels that way. But honestly. No, but here's the thing. Like earlier we were seeing it, apparently like people were bouncing back and forth between people's chats, and people were saying like, Sige was saying this is the least retakeable map, right? Least retakeable and like most retakeable. But I think that's fine, because that means like the default should be that because this has more options to defend, right? Whereas so the natural default progression should be that you're more weighted towards A and you retake B. Now it can't be too skewed, but I'm fine with that from what we saw earlier. But I came back from work and still can't believe it. They finally did it. They did something. They did something. They finally won. But I don't know how I feel about this. I get why that's there, because otherwise this is too easy. Like I get that, but I don't. It felt like a lot of visual clutter, which most of the map doesn't have. And maybe it's because the rest of the map feels clean that this stood out to me, but I don't know. I don't know how I feel about that. But I think, like, in theory, it's a lot better than a lot of the other maps, right? Because it's like, yeah, what if you, like, plant here? Like, isn't this, like, easy? And it's like, well, yeah, but this is really close to defender spawn. And, like, yeah, I'm okay with most of it. It did seem like every area was so close, but we'll see. We'll see. It's interesting. With Valorant, it's interesting because you have abilities. You have to think about it differently. If it was, like, smokes and flashbangs, then I think it'd be a totally different story. The skewed map is okay. It's kind of like bind in that sense. Oh, yep, that's what someone was saying earlier as well. It's true. Is the new map big, medium-sized, or small? It felt like it was supposed to be pretty big in terms of like distance, but you have to remember in Valorant, you start at the barriers. So distance from spawn is only really relative to rotations, but you have... Obviously, there's a sightline here, but you have this rotation as an option. If you've taken mid, you have more rotation options. Same with defenders, so it's not too bad. I think rotations from defense is going to be pretty rough in the beginning, though, so like mid's going to be really important. But I think mid's going to be really important in general for defenders, so... Because if you hold mid, the retake on A isn't as bad. It's like a CS map, but Valorant's busted shotguns, so that's not a good thing. Chat, the shotguns are not that busted. Stingers are so much more valuable than a judge, chat. It's not even funny. Buff the judge, IMO. But I like it. I think on paper it's gonna force you to decide whether you use util like here to get in or like post. Like, let's say if you play like a deadlock comp, right, you're gonna have to take contact around like all these little nooks and crannies. So like there's that payoff, but we'll see. We'll see. Judge is so expensive. Exactly. Dude, I think I'm going to say it. I think the judge should be 1550. I think that's fair. I think the judge should be 1550 credits. You know, like personally, I think it should be like even close to 1400, but like I know a lot of people would dislike that, so 1550. Buff the judge. IMO. Low key, I see triple initiator BBL comp here. It could triple initiator experiments could be good. I think Chamber and Waylay shine quite a bit. I think in solo queue, like actual good arenas, probably feast on this a little bit. You can get so much more done with silly one and done angles in solo queue because there's so many. Because there's on defense, I guess specifically because there's so many staggered lines that you can get to. Same here, right? It's bad for you, Chobra. This map will make Riot nerf the judge. You don't think I have another go-to weapon over the judge, chat? Chat. Playing off meta is all about being one step ahead. Don't you worry about me. Don't you worry about me. Do you think it'll be good in range to wall off mid so you can rotate safe from B to A? Wall off how though? Like with a Viper, like with a Viper? You mean like this? Because I mean, I assume you're talking about Sage, but where are you walling off? Attackers could still have a pass to A through mid, but is that a good? You're talking about rotating from here through like here, so you don't have to go all the way around. Oh, that's true because this is heaven, right? Oh, I didn't think about that. That this is heaven. No, but I think if you're walling off mid here, it's too much just for safety. I mean, yeah, it keeps you safe from a B hit here, but like you have a pretty good hold on, like if you're concerned about this pinch, then you have a pretty good hold here, right? Like you can hold an off angle here, like etc. So walling this off, like you said, the biggest purpose is that you have faster rotation. The time saved here, we'd have to try it, but traditionally, all of Valorant's maps take on average around 18 seconds to rotate. So if it's 18 seconds from here to here, it's probably like 20 seconds from here to here. So this, if I had to guess, is probably closer to like 14. Well, to here, I guess. I mean, that's a lot of time cut. But is that worth 400 credits? I think you got to figure out other ways. I mean, if anything, you should just try to smoke it off. And yeah, it's a bit of a choke point. You just time your cross, right? But I think the default idea should be that you've got like someone here, someone here, someone here, right? And then you can have like you could even do like a solo hold with util on B, and that way you can have 3 on A. Or you could have like someone here, right? Like that way, like these two can always work off of each other. This can always notify this guy, so this guy can just focus on A to begin with. Things like that. We'll see though. I'm excited. I'm excited, chat. I like it. I like it off the bat. We'll see. But again, just word of caution. I liked Old Ascent. I like Abyss. I like Bind. I like a lot of maps that people don't like to watch, so or play. So I'm in my own category here. Okie dokie, chat. I think should we play some Huey? I don't know. It just feels wrong to stream something else after a match like that, chat. I think we just want to let it sit. Is A fully enclosed, or is there a bit of room for lineups like Haven B? I think it was just a full wall. But it's, you can shoot through this one. This one's wall bangable. But I don't know. There were like windows and stuff somewhere. We'd have to watch the VOD again to see, but I mean, but people who I keep forgetting to ask for test server access. Once people get test server access, we'll see everyone come up with it, and then it'll be out in a couple days, so we'll all be playing it. What is that mid? Looks like a maze. It's not as bad as it looks on the minimap. It's not as bad as it looks on the minimap. Because this is a staircase, so from here, you're elevated, so you have headshot lines. I do just wonder if you hug the wall here, if you're seen or not. That's the only thing, but... But yeah, we'll see. I will say I like the aesthetic design, though. I like the aesthetic design of the map. It's nice. Little mix of... What did I say earlier? Inferno and Gobble. Little Inferno and Gobble hybrid. You know? Well, you can definitely crouch here. Yeah, you're right. You could crouch, creep up. So that would mean that you probably want somebody here. Yeah, the defensive rotations are going to be the big question. But I think generally speaking, like... I think the defenders have a lot of tools, though, to get information early. I think, honestly, I think it's also going to kind of play like... I mean, I guess kind of like Inferno and CS, or even blanking out on the map name in CS. But, like, I think... like, actually controlling mid as attackers is going to be huge. Right? Because otherwise, if the defenders can, like, let's say you have an early peek here, you get pushed away, you're peeking here in an off angle again, you're like peeking here, you know what I mean? There's so many stairs that, like, you can't actually, they don't actually have to rotate until, like, they see you here, because then they can hold again from, like, here and here. So it's like, I think that's going to be something you have to consider. I can see defensive, if people really figure out how to, like, break through the defense on A, then I could see the rotations being a problem. But also then the default thing you should think about as defenders is you should always retake mid, and you should always pressure this, because if you pressure this flank is now open as well, and that means they have to pick and choose whether they continue to just fight here, like here, or if they fight on this side or this side, right? So, like, you have to kind of always force a flank. Otherwise, the retake is nigh impossible because there's only one choke point. But Ancient, there we go. That is what I was thinking of, actually. Ancient was what I was thinking of. I originally thought it felt a little like Ancient, but I feel like... I think if you consider where you're starting in Valorant, I don't know if it will play like Ancient. But we'll see. We'll see. I think this might be one of the... I will say, I think this might be like a more balanced map between solo queue and pro play, though. Well, no. We have some of those. We have some of those. Should be Thursday, Korea time. See how much Eliza P we can get in before that. I like the difference in the castle style between this and Breeze. Oh yeah, aesthetically I think this map looks good. It looks great for Valorant. I'm excited, chat. I'm excited. I'm also excited for Nongshim Red versus Stage 2. Let's go, baby. Excited for that. Chat, I'm gonna... Not sure if we can make it work, but gonna see if we can do some short, like, chats with some of the Nongshim players before Stage 2. So, if I can make it happen, I might even put up something on YouTube and Discord. Maybe getting some questions that you guys might have for some of the players. So, keep an eye out for that. We'll definitely do some retrospectives on Masters. I don't know how many we'll squeeze in. Probably do some, obviously, content around the new map coming up. Do power rankings for Stage 2. And then we'll have many more maps to watch. Who is RB replacing? There hasn't been any official announcement. I did see the global contract database tweeted out that Margaret was put on reserve, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure. It's so weird, right? Because with RB, it's like he could just play anything. It's like hard to tell. But yeah, I don't think there's been any official announcement on like the starting 5. So who knows? But I also said that like Coach Sungmin, the other big signing is they signed Coach Sungmin, who used to coach SLT last year and then joined SPG just for Ascension, and then he was coaching T1 Academy this year. He has done some of the most successful 6-7 man roster work, rotation work that I've ever seen last year. Granted, it was in challenges, but it was also with like rookies, so like some rookies. So there is the off chance that that's something that they try as well. And I could see that. I could see that. So, yeah. I mean, Margaret had a pop off stage 1. The only thing that I could argue, since the database was updated that way, the only thing I could argue is like agent pool. But I think, I mean, who knows? Well, they all have so much potential. So we'll see. I mean, it could also, Chad, obviously, when it comes to roster decisions, as we've noticed, when multiple rosters this year, it's like, it's never just about, like, in-game numbers or anything like that. So it could be like look at Patman, right? Like, everyone was like, Mind Freak? Mind Freak sitting out? Remember that? Remember when people were freaking out about that? I remember when people were freaking out about that. You're putting Jing on Noman and putting Mind Freak on the bench. And then friggin' Mind Freak's popping off as a playing coach, and Patman's popping off, Jing's popping off. That was me. Hey, at least you admit it. Do you think for a new map it'd be alright to use team restricted teleports as a unique map mechanic? Something like Bind, but for defenders they can only use the mid TP. I think that, no, I don't like that. I think that gets too silly. I think it can get too arcadey. Like, there is a way to do it, obviously, but I think it makes it too arcadey. I don't think there should ever be like a, yeah, like literally they're the only ones who can access it at all in any part of the map. It should always be accessible somehow if you have like a certain agent, or if you have more map control. I think that should... I think it's so easy to make that too silly that I don't think it's worth it. I don't think it's worth it. Wait, yeah, so which maps are rotated out this time? Is Split leaving again? Is that what it was? I forget what the map rotation is. Anybody remember off the top of their head? Bind's coming back, right? Bind and this is coming back? No, Abyss is coming back. No, Bind is coming back. Bind is coming back. Split and Pearl out. Bind and the new map in. Split, Pearl out. Bind, Corrode in. And then the rest is, so what stays? Haven, Lotus, Icebox, ugh. Ascent. Why am I blanking out? What's the last map, chat? What am I missing here? Sunset. Holy chat. Retake heavy on one. Dude, retake heavy on one site. Super retake heavy on one site. Fairly retake heavy on one site. Super retake heavy on one site. Weird. I would say now fairly balanced. Actually, honestly, could be a pretty dope one. Honestly, chat, DRX might cook. if they can get back to like old stability. DRX might cook in this map pool. Cope. Why are you calling me out like that? I got nothing. I got nothing for DRX. I got no ties with DRX. Well, no, I was just thinking. Well, honestly, for Nongshim, it's not bad. It's not bad. Bind comes back, and Nongshim's Pearl was way too one-dimensional, and Split. Honestly, I kind of liked what they were cooking with the Waylay. I think it was slightly undercooked, but so Nongshim was actually okay with this. And I think with RB joining, the agent flexibility should give some good options for corrode and util usage, etc. You should go back and watch the banger maps. Something. Leave. Go watch the banger maps. We're probably wrapping up here in a little bit. Do you think we'll get map rotation before champs? I feel like we will, right? Because it's every... I feel like we will. I feel like we're going to get one map rotation, just like this time. Where like they catch up with the Act update. I think we will. I'm not a big fan, but I think we will. PRX is the one hit the hardest. Yeah, true, but like PRX also was given literally the map pool of the gods for them at kickoff, and they failed. So I think they're fine. I think they've also adjusted enough that they're okay now. Nongshim. I think Nongshim should be fine on Bind. I think they could do okay on Corrode. Chat, I'm big on Sungmin as a coach. I think Sungmin joining the coaching staff is so huge. I've got my eyes on him as a coach. I really think. Haven is weird for Nongshim. Lotus should be okay. They've stolen on it before, but Lotus should be okay. Icebox was getting okay. And then Ascent is the one they really need to work on. I think Sunset will be okay. So, yeah, I think Nongshim should have... Map pool-wise, I think Nongshim should be okay. Gabe is fine reminding us all to drink water. Let's all do that. Actually, Nongshim goes double duelist with RB and Dombi. Finally, my Phoenix Waylay. Not sure who plays Phoenix in that situation. Just so we're clear, I don't think Phoenix Waylay is good anymore now that Teo's been nerfed. Just so we're clear, that was during the Teo meta. I think it's pretty garbage now. Phoenix might be goated on this map. You know what I just realized? I did not pay a single attention to where the ult orbs were during the show match. I assume they're in main, but... Waylay Neon. Waylay Neon is a real possibility. Phoenix, yeah, especially in solo queue, Phoenix could be good here. Phoenix could be good here. Raze could be good here. Deadlock could be very good here, I think. I think Vice is going to be hard to trump in general. I think Chamber can be good here. It is Euro plus Neon meta. You mean this map, or you mean just in general right now? What meta are we in, though? It doesn't feel like we're in a meta at all. Yeah, I don't think there's like a hard meta right now. I think this map pool can lead to there being a pretty strict meta, but we'll see. Teo nerf did make things fairly stronger. I mean, right now I think it's I think we are kind of in a double controller meta again, but it's mostly Omen Viper. It's not like Harbor Viper or Viper Astra everywhere. That's probably the biggest thing, but like even that, it kind of depends on how you're playing the Omen. So there is some playstyle flexibility there. I'm gonna advocate for Harbor Corrode. Let's think about Harbor on Corrode. Yeah. Harbor? He just needs a rework, man. His smokes have to do something more. His smokes have to do something more. No, this could be a very good Astra map. Astra for sure. Just the temp smokes are always so strong in maps like these. Astra for sure. Omen actually might not be as strong as he is on other maps here. I think this is maybe more Astra than Omen. I can't remember all the elevation differences, but I'm a bit late because I just woke up, but Pacific on top, baby. Welcome, Soul Crusher. My take on Harbor has always been that you remove the slow from his smokes and make them a bullet damage reduction like a softball. You know, a lot of people have said that, Anders, and it's honestly so funny because the release cinematic made it imply that everything had something like the Cove. And then literally it's just the Cove, which wasn't even used that way in the release cinematic. It was so weird. I'm with that. Yeah, give it the damage reduction like this, like it's a wall bang. I'm down with that. I'm down with Harbor getting that. I mean, first of all, at least get rid of the team slow. Like, what is that doing there? I do. The reason I like that is because that would also give Harbor a distinct niche of like, of actually forcing you to guess on rotations, etc. Like you can do that with smokes, but if you get spammed through, like unlucky you die. I mean, you could still die. I'm not saying make it impenetrable, but that would give him a lot more of a niche category that puts on a different mental pressure. Yeah, Viper, I mean, Viper has options here because there's so many layers. Viper has options here for sure. For sure. Make Harbor broken. Make the Cove indestructible. Except it's indestructible for both sides. Checkmate. Yeah, we'll see. I mean, Harbor, like in terms of like Harbor's distance and stuff, I can see him working here. It's just Harbor always just feels bad. You know what I mean? Harbor feels bad. Like the slow has value. Like I think it works on Icebox, but that's because Icebox is a fight map. That's like the only reason. One team's playstyles do you think would work best off the rip for the map? Old DRX, but that's old DRX. I actually think Gen G cooks on this map. Outside of that, distinct play style? I don't know. No, I don't think you play Neon on this map, honestly. I mean, you could. Neon's also one of those where it's like, I think she's now in a spot where it's like, yeah, she's fine wherever. Other than Breeze, I guess, but... Yeah, well, I do think Duelists will shine, though. I think, actually, Neon? Actually, Neon? No, I could see it. I could see it. I can see Neon. I also wish we could have an iPad thing to place Harbor Wall. Oh. Like, do it on the map? Draw it on the map? Is this the mystical no duelist CSGO map? Well, I think it's one of two things. Either I can see some teams trying to lean heavy into duelists and taking these duels step by step and then utilizing that, like dumping their util step by step to maximize their frag potential. But it could be no duelists as well. But I think style-wise, Gen G cooks on this map. Style-wise, whether they can have the right compositions, whether they have the players for the right Asian compositions, etc., I don't know. But I think like just knowing how that team thinks about maps and Valorant, I think Gen G cooks on this map. Who else? T1, I don't know what their style is now, so that's kind of hard to call. Also, we haven't seen T1 with DH, actually. Don't know what's going on there. Globally speaking, I could see EDG doing well on this map. I don't know what's going on with that roster either, though. Yeah, I don't know. I'm excited for it, though. Oh, yeah, dude, Berlin is back. Dude, I've got a Chinese team to root for. FPX is back, chat. We forgot because of the Wolves hype. Berlin is back. Berlin is so back. Oh my god. Dude, I love Berlin. I love Berlin. He's so crazy. He's so crazy. Dude, FPX for sure. FPX for sure. I totally forgot about that. That's a good reminder. Yeah, Shrimp. Shrimp is out. And Berlin is back in. Unlucky for Shrimp. Such a short tenure. Can they make champs? I think China is kind of all up for grabs, no? I mean, they let's assume at least one of these. I mean, honestly, there's a good chance two of the top three are, well, XOG, we'll see. I guess FPX does, their best chance is to make top two because they have so few points. We'll see. Dude, honestly, you know who's licking their lips right now? DRG is licking their lips right now because it looked like XOG was just going to keep the spot to stay after how they looked. But now with the roster change, DRG's like, we got a shot. Baby, let's go. DRG is licking their lips right now. If DRG can get to champs. DRG can get to champs, who knows? No, China looks a lot more competitive now. XOG, if they can figure out how to work with Meaty, if they can, which I mean, they got through it in the beginning of the year, so then they can be fairly competitive. Wolves now looks very competitive. EDG definitely fell behind a little bit, so kind of closed the gap. BLG is always going to be kind of a power check team, right? Kind of a gatekeeper team. Trace, it was starting to look like they were figuring out which direction they want to go. DRG's still got, you know, good firepower, and they started to look a bit more like a team as well. I mean, Nova, who knows? I was kind of big on Nova in the beginning of the year, but they've fallen off. But they might clean up again. FPX back with Berlin. So, like, China's looking better and better. The gap's closing for sure. For sure. For sure. Go on a run. FPX go on a run. Dude, if FPX won champs, that'd be insane. I don't think that's happening, chat, but I have no idea why JDG is not good. I mean, I don't know. What's making you say that they should be good? I mean, I don't know what's making, you know. Oh, yeah, they were playing with Rhea. They brought Rhea in. I forgot about that. Who knows? Rhea was Oblivion Force too. Coconut's old teammate. Rhea came into our stream after Ascension last year. He dropped by and he was like, thanks for like talking, you know, covering our games, because they don't get to like scrim a lot and stuff. Rhea was very promising. Oh, just because Rare Adam was dominant? Yeah, but Rare Adam was a kind of a different look. I mean, first of all, different IGL, and back then, I guess Ascension Field was also much tighter. All Gamers is winning stage 2, so all the speculation is for nothing. Yeah, winning both VCT and VCT Mobile. Yeah. I don't think that's happening. There we go. All aboard the FPX airliner. The man has spoken. It is done. All right, chat. I think we're going to wrap it up here. I'm getting a little tired. Probably going to go get some food, see if I can last the day, fix my time schedule. I might turn on the stream later if I'm just trying to stay up. We'll see. But no promises. Otherwise, no Path of Exile. I think no Path of Exile. Today. Otherwise, we will... Were you here just for the Path of Exile? Anders is like, dude, when is this guy going to stop yapping about the game? Otherwise, we will be back tomorrow. Chat, tomorrow will actually... Well, I already clicked the raid button. Sliggy's checking out the new map, so you guys can go check it out there. Yeah, we'll be back with... we'll start Lies of P tomorrow, chat. But no guaranteed stream today. Today will be a break day. If I'm staying up, I'll maybe turn it on. But we will be back tomorrow with Lies of P. Thanks so much for hanging out. Hope you guys enjoyed it. Great match today. Should be fun. Thank you, YouTube. Don't worry, I remember you guys. And I will see you all tomorrow. Have a good one.